Joan woke up to find herself transmigrated into the body of an ugly, overweight, and notorious princess who had been abandoned by the royal family. Faced with a doomed ending, she urgently bound a strategy system to reverse her fate. A cold-blooded ancient python, a domineering white tiger king, a powerful dragon descendant, and a rebellious spirit fox beauty point one stunning beast husband after another, all top tier. Increasing their favorability could mean survival, with abundant rewards like detox pills, beauty creams, and powerful skills. But her initial favorability was negative 1,000. How could she break through this hellish difficulty? As Joan embarked on her strategy journey, she didn't expect the situation to take a turn. The number of stunning males following her increased, and she inexplicably became a star among the interstellar crowd. Chapter 1. Her Beast Husbands. A peculiar and ambiguous moan echoed in her ears. With her consciousness still hazy, Joan frowned at the strange voice. What was happening? Why was she hearing a man's voice? Was she dreaming? But her head hurt so much, as her vision gradually cleared. She saw a disordered room, strewn with men's clothing, and right in front of her were several naked male bodies, their muscular abs exuding a perfect, hormone-filled allure. The men were flushed with pain. Seeing such an 18 scene upon waking scared Joan so much that she instantly shot up, throwing away the men's underwear she had been holding. What was going on? How did she wake up in a PC scene? It must be a dream. She had no boyfriend and wasn't desperate. So how could she be in such a place? Just as Joan was panicking, fragments of memories surged in her mind. Transmigration? Before Joan could react, a voice rang in her ears again. Wife, didn't you want this? Why not continue? The man's voice was like a secluded valley, and Joan couldn't believe her eyes when she met his beautiful purple gaze, which, despite being enticing, was as cold as ice. The man lying casually on the bed had his hands and feet bound, breathing heavily, yet he continuously released pheromones toward Joan. Her heart skipped a beat. As a pure and innocent girl who had never encountered such a scene in her 18 years, her face instantly flushed. The men before her continued to tempt her, repeatedly urging her to come closer. Just as Joan felt out of control, a sudden memory flashed in her mind, awakening her. She halted all her movements as a vision of her approaching the men and being torn to pieces flashed before her eyes. Her face turned pale, and fear surged within her. At that moment, the man before her suddenly leaned in, seemingly struggling to contain himself. Haven't you always wanted this? You used to manipulate me into submission. Why are you afraid to look at me now? Joan's panicked expression was too obvious, making the man squint his eyes, exhaling softly. Joan's face was pale as she shook her head repeatedly, filled with anxiety. No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Upon hearing this, a glint of disdain flashed in the man's eyes, and he suppressed his desire to turn hostile. All his mental energy had vanished. He could only guide Joan step by step, leading her to a mutual destruction. He decisively knelt up, revealing his impressive lower body, quickly using his last bit of strength to grab Joan's ankle and pull her into his embrace. I will let you have what you desire. The low, suppressed voice made Joan instantly understand what he intended to do. In a panic, she shoved the man away, regardless of him crashing into the wall, and crazily ran down from the bed, fleeing. Joan! The man, weakened by the drug that had sealed his internal energy, suddenly turned pale, and the veins on his forehead bulged in pain. Joan ran madly until she found herself in an unfamiliar city, surrounded by unfamiliar passers-by and everything strange. She finally stopped in an alley, exhausted. It was true, she had transmigrated into the world of her favorite novel, featuring a strong female lead. An interstellar beast world where females were revered. In the original story, Joan was an unequivocal villainess, a complete cannon fodder character. In the world setting, she was the eldest princess of the royal family in the beast world, but had awakened only the lowest level mental power at the appropriate age, becoming the royal family's undeniable disgrace, a joke. Her younger sister, who was the original female lead of this world, was gifted from a young age and awakened level mental power at 18, becoming the pride of the royal family and greatly favored by the beast king and queen. This villainess had plotted to frame the royal second princess, attempting to throw her into the insect tribe's lair, but instead of succeeding, she fell into the battlefield of the insect tribe herself, infected by their toxins, leading to a foul, decaying body covered in pus-filled sores. When the truth came to light, the Beast King banished her to a lowly city at the edge of the beast world to fend for herself, along with her 4 beast husbands. The 4 had been forced by Joan's schemes and had remained indifferent and cold to her. Joan, filled with resentment from her banishment and failed schemes, had grown a murderous intent, willing to defy the contract and seek mutual destruction with them. Remembering the scene in the original plot where the villainess did not leave and was torn to pieces, Joan couldn't help but shudder. She absolutely could not meet that ending. No, she couldn't stay in this cursed place for another second. She had to go home. She had to go home. As she ran out of the alley, she unexpectedly bumped into a hurried military squad. Leading them was a cold-looking young man with white hair. Jiao An, he was one of her partners. His peach blossom eyes glimmered, and his tall, strong physique made it hard for anyone to look away. Joan stood frozen, completely oblivious to the oddity of the surrounding streets until the man suddenly rushed forward. He thrust a long spear straight at Joan. Joan's eyes widened in disbelief, and as the spear brushed past her, she heard a splatter as warm blood sprayed onto her face, the stench spreading around her. Regaining her senses, Joan turned to see a giant beast that had mysteriously followed her. Was he saving her? Thank you. Joan barely managed to express her gratitude before the main force hurriedly left. Throughout it all, the man didn't utter a single word, seemingly unwilling to even spare her a glance out of disdain. The surroundings fell silent again, and Joan, sensing something was off in the city, dared not linger. It's that useless female Joan. What is she doing in the streets? Doesn't she know a ban has been issued in the city? Captain Jiao An is on a mission she really can't escape anywhere. Some females hiding in the buildings glared at Joan in indignation upon seeing her. Gulyalu, the fatigue and hunger that settled in once the adrenaline wore off hit her hard. Joan clutched her stomach, faintly smelling the foul odor emanating from herself, nearly causing her to vomit. Using her memory, Joan finally found her way home. A small, remote house, part of the slums of this lowly city. Rows of identical narrow houses were tightly crammed together, and the small yard was in terrible condition. The first floor had 4 neighbors, with doors facing each other, meaning any noise could be heard clearly by the next door. Chapter 2. The 1,000-year-old White Tiger. Why is he here? Joan, notorious and clearly unwelcome, was coldly glanced at by her neighbors eating dinner at this hour, who then expressionlessly closed their doors. Seeing this, Joan simply touched her nose and walked away in embarrassment. Joan entered the innermost room at the northernmost position. The messy room was piled high with all sorts of garbage and clutter, and Joan stood there as if she had crashed. How can this malicious female supporting character be so disgusting? As a modern single woman with obsessive cleanliness, she obviously couldn't accept this. Before her thoughts could finish, her body, which had just gotten up, suddenly went limp and fell down. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting host Joan. Match successfully. Strategy system loading complete. System. Beep, beep, beep. Main quest has been released. Change the fate of the original malicious female supporting character and conquer the male lead of this world. Achieve a favorability score of 100 to unlock the opportunity to return to your original world, and additionally receive an extra clearing fund of up to 10 million. Upon hearing this, Joan's eyes lit up, and she was extremely excited. I can go home. Beep, beep, beep. That's right. You just need to perfectly conquer the high-quality male lead of this world to achieve the clearing goal. Detecting male lead information. Shen Tingyan, 998. Huasu, 999. Duan Qi, 990. Fu Yunxing, 950. Joan, do you even want to see what you're saying? This is a negative favorability score nearing 4 digits, and you want me to conquer them? Joan cursed in her heart and instantly shrank back. Beep, 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 detecting that the host has 2 months left to live in this world. If the host does not accept the task, the result will also be self-destruction. Please confirm whether to refuse binding with the system. The cold voice of the little system came again, and Joan's expression changed, feeling instantly deflated. What? I'm going to die. Beep, beep, beep. The toxins in the host body are severely infected without treatment. Death is certain. This system provides a top-tier detoxification pill to heal the body's toxins. Otherwise, die. The beginner gift package includes 1 detoxification pill. Completing the strategy task will yield random rewards, including but not limited to detoxification pills that I accept. There is nothing worse than death. Joan knew she was facing death. Either way, it was better to take a gamble than to die confused. She could also feel the weakness in her body. Suppressing her nausea, Joan quickly tidied up and then swiftly took a shower to deal with a lingering foul smell on her body. In front of the makeup mirror, the cleaned-up girl looked at the ugly, pockmarked face in the mirror with some disdain. With a face like this, conquering 4 male leads with negative favorability was truly a disastrous start. A hard life. The sounds of washing in the bathroom were intense, and Joan truly wished she could scrub off a layer of skin. Finally, after feeling that her body was clean, she stopped. The accumulated grease and dirt on her plump body was truly frightening. She had almost used up an entire bottle of floral lotion just to barely wash her skin to a somewhat lighter shade. Once the nausea was mostly gone, Joan felt in the mood to open the big gift package given by the system. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 detoxification pill. Effect: removes all toxins from the body. Treatment duration: 3 days. Sure enough, a cure was given. It should be known that the biggest problem with his body now was the toxins inside, which had worsened her condition, making her plump with pockmarked sores in her jeans, starting to deform. These issues couldn't just be changed at will. The most crucial thing was to remove the toxins in her body. A round, white pill with a peach scent was in her hand. Joan didn't hesitate and tossed it in her mouth, feeling a warm current begin to flow within her. She felt her whole body begin to lighten and relax. Eagerly running to the mirror, she was delighted to see the pus-filled sores on her face being purified. The sores healed quickly, forming faint scars, and at that moment, Joan finally had a face that could be considered clean. This medicine works this fast? She happily opened the system panel again, and at that moment, her lifespan had increased from 2 months to 6 months. As night fell, Joan took a refreshing breath, and her mood improved significantly. Her plump body could clearly feel that she had lost some weight. After washing up and changing into loose, clean clothes, she finally looked somewhat presentable. However, the feeling of hunger had not disappeared. Joan didn't gloat for too long and hurriedly began to search for food in the cramped space. The home was bare. The original owner had lived a difficult life after being relegated, having offended many people around her, and the 4 male companions were extremely disgusted with her. Searching the entire kitchen, she only found a piece of meat that looked questionable and a bottle of green, glowing nutrient solution. Raw meat. In this beast world with a cultural gap, delicious food was too extravagant. Only the elite nobles had the resources to cultivate spirit chefs to make gourmet dishes. Even so, spirit chefs were still rare in this world. Most beastmen used exotic beast meat in simple ways, either raw or roasted and boiled. Forget it, her gaze could only turn to that bottle of green, glowing nutrient solution. For ordinary beastmen, another way to meet basic bodily needs was to rely on these portable, low-cost, inferior nutrient solutions or directly. She reached out and grabbed it, tilting her head to drink it all in one go, instantly feeling energy restored within her, and she immediately felt full. But the disgusting taste of the liquid nearly made her vomit. That a girl who had lived in a peaceful world, pampered and spoiled, had eaten all kinds of delicacies since childhood, her picky taste clearly couldn't be satisfied by this inferior, disgusting potion. Joan swore she would never take a second sip of this stuff. Outside, there was a brief moment of silence, followed by a series of hurried footsteps. The next second, there was a knock at the door, crisp and urgent, sounding very anxious. Joan's heart skipped a beat. She looked over, feeling a bit uneasy. "Who is it?" she asked, but there was no response for a long time. Joan frowned, until the next second, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Target for strategy: Jiao An 1000-year white tiger. Psychic level, level 8. Exceptional intelligence, calm, strong. Favorability, 990. Jiao An, the one she saw during the day. Why would he come? Seeing the sudden appearance of the system panel, Joan thought the person knocking was Jiao An. After hesitating for a moment, she still walked over and opened the door. Outside, it was silent. The moment the door opened, there was no one outside. Joan frowned in confusion. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly, and the cold wind made Joan shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed in front of her. Before Joan could react, a huge white tiger paw instantly swatted the shadow down. Roar! With a scream, Joan came back to her senses, seeing the mutated leopard cat beast rushing at her, her heart still racing. Chapter 3. Skill unlocked. Standing before her, The indifferent Duan Shi retracted his tiger paw slightly, his eyelids lowered, making it hard to discern his emotions. However, his cold and handsome features struck a chord in her heart. With white hair casually tied back, a hint of cruelty flickered in his dark pupils, and his tall and upright figure in military uniform accentuated his dominating presence. Joan was momentarily stunned. Having lived for over 20 years, aside from seeing those handsome male stars on TV, it was the first time she had seen such a handsome man up close, as if he had walked out of a painting. How could someone have such three-dimensional features, with skin that was delicate and smooth, truly not resembling a real person? Fool! His deep, indifferent voice pulled Joan back to reality. A ban has been issued in the city. No one is allowed out at night. Mutated beasts have infiltrated the city and are killing indiscriminately. If you want to die, don't add to my workload. His tone was cold and ruthless, that it could even be said that the disgust reached its peak. The hint of embarrassment appeared on Joanne's face, especially when she saw the cold, hard affection value on the system panel. After personally interacting, the other party's harsh words made it painfully clear just how difficult this Shengyan strategy feast would be. She tried hard to put on a smile. Joanne sincerely thanked the other person. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Thank you. You saved me for the second time today. The it was hard to imagine such a gentle and polite voice coming from Joanne. The other person seemed taken aback as well. Thus, the gaze that had never formally met the other person's eyes finally fell on Joanne. After cleaning up, Joanne wore a loose white long dress, and the dirt and disgusting sores on her face had vanished. Her long black hair was clean and draped behind her, still slightly damp. He was suddenly taken aback, seemingly in disbelief that the usually messy and disgusting ugly female had actually cleaned herself up. The foul sores on her pitiful face had also been cleared away. While she still looked fat and ugly, her fresh and clean appearance obviously earned her a bit more goodwill. Duan Qi furrowed his brows, slightly relaxing. He glanced at the house behind Joanne. The originally chaotic mess had been tidied up, with no sign of the previous foul-smelling trash scattered everywhere. This woman, has she suddenly changed her ways? Excuse me. Seeing the other person remain silent, Joanne hesitated for a moment before speaking up first. Duan Qi snapped back to attention, his expression turning cold again. What? Do you have anything else to say? Don't go out at night, and don't open the door for anyone. Just don't cause me any trouble. He casually gave a couple of instructions. Joanne obediently nodded. Okay, I understand. So, can I keep this beast? The other person seemed a bit surprised but didn't ask further, glancing casually. If you want it, just take it. After saying that, he turned to leave. Joanne's face lit up upon hearing this. Thank you. Duan Qi, her politeness and enthusiasm were so overwhelming that even a usually indifferent Duan Qi found it hard to respond. He could only awkwardly reply, In the strange atmosphere, Duan Qi quickly left, perhaps due to being too unaccustomed to it. He fled rapidly. Meanwhile, the system panel showed a change in Duan Qi's affection value. Affection level 20. Duan Qi's affection, 970. Congratulations, host, for achieving the first affection gaining the top-tier Spirit Chef skill. A skill was unlocked? Joanne's face brightened, and after pulling the beast inside, she closed the door and hurried to check the Spirit Chef skill she had just obtained. Top-tier Spirit Chef skill. Contains food preparation records from 48 worlds across the galaxy, with special food buffs that can restore mental energy, heal the body, purify the body, and more. A line of text made Joanne's eyes sparkle with excitement. She stared incredulously at the system panel, stunned for a long time before finally reacting. What a powerful ability. Feeling pleased, she heard sparse sounds coming from outside and quickly turned off the light to prepare for sleep. With thoughts filled with a bright future, she fell asleep until dawn. Joanne woke up to the loud rumbling of her stomach. She resentfully covered her belly with her hand. The nutritional supplement from yesterday really couldn't sustain her for long. Her body was quite large and required significantly more nutrients than a normal person's. There was no choice. Joanne had to get up to find something to eat. The dead beast from yesterday still lay on the ground, and Joanne planned to dispose of it. Now that she had the top-tier Spirit Chef skill, she could be self-sufficient and enjoy a hearty meal. Without hesitation, Joanne rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a long knife, and began to process the beast's carcass. She worked hard until 9 a.m. Suddenly, the internal smart brain issued a report. People in the city could finally go out. The smart brain was both portable and advanced. Although Jiao An lived in the 21st century, the technological development in this world was surprisingly more advanced. As long as an order was issued by the headquarters, all beastmen would receive the latest news. The smart brain was implanted within every beastman to facilitate unity and management. 20-some pounds of clean, high-quality meat chunks were processed perfectly and placed in a basin. This beast was quite large, but the amount of edible meat was limited. However, 20-some pounds was enough for Jiao An to eat for a few days. She stood up and scanned her home, realizing she lacked pots, bowls, fire, and ingredients. Basically, everything was missing. It seemed that before she could cook this meal, she had to go out to buy some supplies. Frowning, she rummaged through the original owner's hidden stash of beast coins. Beast coins, as the currency in this world, were quite precious, but the original owner, who was useless in every way, clearly didn't have much money on hand. Forget it, let's go out and see first. At 9:10 a.m., Jiao An finally stepped outside. Once outside, she saw a tall, fierce woman loudly cursing someone not far from the yard. "Get away, you filthy beggar. Picking up trash is a privilege for you, and you dare ask me for food? Do you believe he'll immediately call the management to have you locked up, so you won't even have the right to pick up trash?" The woman was very fierce, and the person across from her, who had their head down and was wrapped in rags, said nothing. They simply complied and gathered the trash, placing it on their broken cart behind them. Others merely glanced over indifferently, showing no compassion. The person continued dragging their body to collect trash until they reached Jiao An's door. Chapter 4. Are you the fatty Jiao An? The amount of garbage piled up was enormous and smelled terrible. Jiao An knew that these were all remnants left behind by the original owner. She had to clean up, and she had obviously experienced the foul smell and mess. However, the person in front of her remained silent and diligently tidied up. Seeing this, Jiao An felt a pang of compassion. As a gesture of gratitude for helping her clean up the garbage, she decisively turned back into the house and cut off 2 pounds of meat. "Thank you for helping me with the garbage. This is for you." She handed over the processed meat with a thoughtful smile, placing it in a bag. The person before her seemed taken aback, perhaps not expecting anyone to be willing to share food with him. After a moment of silence, he reached out to take the piece of meat. Jiao An didn't wait for him to speak and excitedly stepped out. It wasn't until a long while later that the little beggar, standing in place, finally uttered a hoarse voice, "Teach." "Thank." Jiao An naturally didn't hear this. At that moment, she was hungry and couldn't wait to buy some pots and pans to prepare her first meal. Although Moonfall City was a low-tier city, it housed tens of thousands of residents. The central market area was bustling with activity, selling a variety of goods that dazzled the eye. Jiao An's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Clearly, most people knew of Jiao An's notorious reputation, and upon seeing her, they all expressed their disdain. How did that useless female come out? Who doesn't know that this fat pig sleeps until late morning every day and has the likes of Lord Fu serving her? Not long ago, several lords separated from her, and I heard that this ugly fat pig caused quite a scene. Just thinking about it makes me angry. How could she, looking like that, still cling to those lords? Yeah, Lord Duan is so strong and powerful, yet he is being bothered by this ugly woman. It's infuriating. Stay away from her. She stinks to high heaven. Last time I walked past her, I almost threw up. The crowd quickly distanced themselves. However, one person nearby suddenly seemed to discover something new. Strange, this ugly female doesn't smell anymore. In fact, she seems to smell nice. Another person, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disbelief. "I think you're really hungry." Jiao An felt her face heat up from the ridicule and insults around her. As a top-tier individual in the real world, she had a thin skin and was socially anxious. Being thrust into such a body that everyone scorned, feeling countless gazes and insults, was indeed a bit overwhelming. Jiao An quickened her pace, wanting to escape quickly. Not far down the bridge was a store for daily necessities, so she rushed inside. The discussions behind her gradually faded away. Jiao An let out a sigh of relief and began to examine the items in the store. The daily necessities section was dazzling, with all kinds of beautiful pots, bowls, and dishes that caught her eye. But as soon as she saw the prices, her face instantly wrinkled. So expensive the place she lived had nothing. And now, with no money, she could only slowly add items. She didn't have many beast coins on hand. This time, she would first buy some fuel, a bowl, a pair of chopsticks, and a pot, along with some simple seasonings. Fill her stomach first. Jiao An pondered to herself, completely unaware that a group of beautifully dressed young girls was strutting down the street with several male companions. One of them, sharp-eyed, spotted Jiao An, and her expression changed. Is that the fatty Jiao An? The girl, with pink hair and wearing a form-fitting purple gauze skirt, stared intently at Jiao An, as if she had seen an enemy. Wife, it's that fatty. Her companions behind her also noticed Jiao An and quickly replied. Hearing this, the girl snorted. This shameless person is still leisurely shopping. She must have taken Brother Fu's money again. She deserves to die. When will she stop clinging to Brother Fu? The more the girl thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, as if she thought of a plan, she smiled and beckoned to one of her companions. Come here. The girl whispered something to a companion, who brightened up and replied, Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Completely unaware of the plot against her, Jiao An was still carefully selecting items. Finally, she picked out the essentials within her budget. She walked to the front desk to check out, planning to happily go home to cook, when she bumped into a beast man coming from the opposite direction. At that moment, she didn't think much of it until she stepped out of the store and the alarm at the entrance went off crazily. Someone S stealing. Someone S stealing. The store employee suddenly shouted, and in the next second, several employees quickly surrounded Jiao An. What are you doing? Jiao An was startled by this commotion until the girl who had been waiting not far away stepped out. Oh, isn't this our princess? She mocked. How did you fall to this point? Not trying to swindle Brother Fu, but resorting to stealing instead. The sarcastic voice reached Jiao An's ears, and she turned to look at the somewhat familiar face, memories of her character introduction surfacing in her mind. Lu Riyue, the second miss of the Lu family. She had always been at odds with the original owner, often sabotaging her because of her obsession with one of the original owner's partners, Fu Yunqing. In that instant, Jiao An seemed to understand something. I didn't steal. The evidence is all around you. Do you dare to argue? Lu Riyue coldly huffed, eager to pin a crime on Jiao An. Her several male companions behind her echoed her sentiments. That's right, the alarm has already gone off. How dare you say you didn't steal? I say, hurry and send this thief to the inspection office to be properly prosecuted. The person speaking stood beside Lu Riyue. Jiao An looked up and instantly recalled something. It's you. Oh, I see, you bumped into me just now. You must have stuffed something into my pocket, Jiao An said, pulling out a small item from her pocket, narrowing her eyes. You're Lu Riyue's partner. You're so eager to frame me. Is it to frame me for theft? Although Jiao An was timid, she couldn't tolerate being wrongfully accused, especially after realizing the series of schemes from the other party. Her anger gave her the courage to confront them. You're talking nonsense. You stole it yourself. The crowd around them grew larger, and Lu Riyue, feeling guilty, became flustered, now desperately trying to pin the blame on Jiao An. Chapter 5 Favorability. 10 With Fu Yunqing in the entire Moonfall City, who doesn't know that you're a complete waste. You're incredibly ugly, disheveled, and as fat as a pig, yet you desperately cling to Fu Yunqing and the others. What qualifications do you have as such a disgusting and nauseating female? It's simply shameless. Lu Riyue was very aggressive, and her words were extremely unpleasant. However, Jiao An found it amusing to see the other party gradually revealing her true nature and purpose. So you would go so far as to frame me just to get my male partner? You would use such means to force me to divorce them, just so you could take my place, right? She had gathered information about this world. High-quality male partners are something everyone competes for. However, a male partner who has already been marked and is bound by marriage contract, no matter how high quality, is not allowed to be fought over. That is considered despicable and very immoral. Everyone would condemn such behavior. Therefore, after Jiao An's words fell, the crowd suddenly focused their attention on Lu Riyue. No way. No matter how unworthy Jiao An is, her few male partners ultimately belong to her. Using such methods to snatch someone else's partner is too vile for Miss Lu. Yes, while I admit that Jiao An, this fat woman, is indeed not worthy of her partners, I just hope they could divorce quickly, and then we would have a chance. We can't resort to such blatant framing and then fight over partners. Although Jiao An is annoying, Miss Lu's methods are also quite unlikable. The voices around grew louder. Lu Ryue, seeing that her scheme backfired, was instantly furious. You slander me. If you dare to spread rumors about me, I'll kill you. What are you doing? A cold voice came from nearby. The crowd all turned to look, and a tall, stern figure appeared before them. Oh my God, it's Captain Fu Yunqing. He is incredibly handsome, truly stunning. Of course, Jiao An, this toad, is lacking in every way. The only thing she doesn't lack is her 4 male partners. Each one is more handsome and powerful than the last. This is well known. Fu Yunqing is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Department of the official inspection team. He had just returned from a mission, having captured criminals, and happened to see the bustling crowd on his way back. He originally intended to send his subordinates to clear the area. However, he inadvertently spotted Jiao An in the center of the crowd. He was the first to part ways with Jiao An. After leaving, he had been living in the Inspection Institute, busy with work, often away from Moonfall City, and had not seen Jiao An for nearly 2 to 3 months. He had thought that this female had caused some trouble again. In his impression, the plump, ugly, and foul-smelling Jiao An was truly unlikable. However, this time, although she was still as fat as before, she was clean and tidy, her hair neatly styled behind her. Driven by curiosity, he walked directly over. Target: Fu Yunqing. Beast form: Millennium Forest Python psychic level. Level 8 evaluation. Proud and ruthless with a dual nature favorability. Minus 950. Please prepare for the strategy. Brother Fu, you're back from your mission. Jiao An had just received the system prompt, and hadn't had time to react when Lu Ryue had already run over. Looking delicate and charming, completely shedding her previous aggressive demeanor. Now, she seemed to want to lean on Fu Yunqing, but she was still cautious, not daring to show it too obviously. Fu Yunqing didn't even spare her a glance, only calmly observing the crowd gathered around, coldly stating the city's laws. Gathering to fight is a violation of the law. The penalty can range from fines to imprisonment. Disturbing public order is even more against the rules of harmonious city traffic. How will you explain this? He has always been stern and impartial. After entering the Inspection Institute, everyone called him the Iron-Faced King of Hell. He is powerful and always fair. No one, regardless of their identity, has any privileges in front of him. After questioning, the shop owner immediately stepped forward to recount the events. Upon hearing that the matter involved Jiao An, he frowned but seemed unsurprised. He had already witnessed Jiao An's various behaviors, and now that she was accused of theft as her partner, he naturally had to help clean up the mess. How much is the compensation? He asked faintly, then took a bag of beast coins from subordinate. Standing aside, Jiao An watched everything in disbelief as he prepared to pay the compensation. Suddenly, she rushed forward. She didn't know where her usual timid personality found such courage. Are you implying that I admit to stealing? I refuse. I said I didn't steal. I didn't steal. If you can provide solid evidence, then I'll take all the consequences myself, whether it's compensation or imprisonment. You don't need to solve it for me. She was impulsive, and as she finished speaking, an alarm rang in her mind from the system. She forgot that her main goal was to strategize. From what she just said, she must have offended him terribly. Jiao An regretted it immensely. This was inevitable. She had always been upright and could not allow anyone to wrong her for things she hadn't done, which is why she had reacted so emotionally. Just when she thought this strategy would end in failure, the person in front of her fell silent for a long time, and the system sound in her mind unexpectedly rang. Ding dong. Fu Yunqing's favorability. 10. Jiao An was instantly stunned, looking at him in disbelief. The person before her was evidently also shocked. The impression he had of this irresponsible, foul-mouthed, and malicious female partner was that she would escape, argue, and deny when faced with problems. Yet today, she could say such brave words. He had to admit it was intriguing, like seeing the sun rise in the west. He silently retracted his hand, tossing the armful of coins to his subordinate. He immediately ordered the retrieval of the shop's surveillance footage. He changed his mind. He also acknowledged that he had hastily judged the culprit based on Jiao An's past actions, and he was indeed wrong. So after Jiao An's speech, he immediately changed his attitude and approach, even unable to help but glance at Jiao An a few more times. This ugly, wicked female seems to be a bit different after all. As Fu Yunqing spoke about retrieving the surveillance, Lu Ryue, beside him, began to panic. She glanced at her male partner, immediately giving him a look. The male partner felt a wave of panic as he sensed Lu Ruyue was about to abandon him. Chapter 6. The rumored different her the male partner, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. Please spare me, my lord. I remember now. I accidentally bumped into Miss Jiao An. That item was originally something I intended to buy, but it accidentally fell onto Miss Jiao An, which caused the misunderstanding. Please spare me. I am willing to take all the blame. I ask you to let me go. He was clever and more aware of his identity and status. As the wife, Lu Ruyue had to be defended at all costs, even if it meant a terrible end for himself. He had to do it. Lu Ruyue was waiting for this opportunity. She rushed forward and slapped the male partner hard. Her tone was furious. You are so bold. How could you cause such a big incident and almost misunderstand Miss Jiao An? Lu Ruyue's performance was excellent, comparable to that of top actress. Jiao An watched coldly as the two acted out their roles, one playing the villain and the other the good cop, perfectly in sync. She was filled with disdain. Who was the truly malicious female? Her or the one in front of her? Brother Fu, I didn't expect my male partner to do such a thing. It's truly a huge misunderstanding. However, I am willing to cooperate with the official investigation, and I leave everything to you to handle. I will also compensate for the misunderstanding caused to Miss Jiao An. I am really sorry. Lu Ruyue transformed back into a kind and innocent image, sincerely speaking to Fu Yunqing. Fu Yunqing's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the male partner kneeling on the ground and then looked at Lu Ruyue. In that case, please cooperate with the investigation. Take them back. After Fu Yunqing gave the order, his aide immediately stepped forward to take the two away. As they were leaving, Lu Ruyue cast an unwilling glance at Jiao An. Clenching her fists, her hatred only growing. The feud between the two was evidently established. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed. Jiao An was holding a lot of items, and Fu Yunqing seemed to have found a topic. It's not very safe in the city lately. You should go out less. Compared to his initially cold tone, his voice now was gentle and magnetic, making it more pleasant to hear. Jiao An thoroughly enjoyed his words. As a standard voice control fanatic, she could confidently say that this guy was fully qualified to be a top voice actor, definitely a top-tier male voice. After enjoying the moment, Jiao An quickly snapped back to reality and lifted the items in her hands. I came out to buy things. There's nothing at home, so I needed to purchase some basic daily necessities to avoid starving to death. She chuckled awkwardly. However, before she could finish her sentence, a young soldier in military uniform beside Fu Yunqing immediately spoke up. Miss Jiao An, you must not say such things. As a noble female, even if you do not work, the Federation will send someone daily to deliver food to you according to the monthly quota. Our Lord has also instructed us to provide an extra portion of food. Are you not slandering our captain? The tone of the soldier was not very pleasant, and his attitude was quite dismissive. Furthermore, he added, you don't look like you're lacking food. The last sentence was clearly a verbal attack, mocking Jiao An's plump figure. The others couldn't help but lower their heads and laugh upon hearing this. Even with her good temper, Jiao An frowned unhappily when she heard these words. Without waiting for Fu Yunqing to speak, she took a step forward and slapped the soldier hard. Her movements were decisive and swift. What is your identity? And what is mine? What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? And which of my words slandered your captain? At that moment, her aura was incredibly strong, completely unlike the cowardly and scheming female rumored about. In the past, upon hearing such words, Jiao An would have only dared to lower her head in anger and then vent that frustration on her partner privately. After all, that was how she had always acted. The young soldier was clearly stunned by the slap. After reacting, he became furious but didn't dare to express it, knowing he would be punished upon returning. Fu Yunqing finally spoke, his gaze rarely leaving Jiao An. Although her actions intrigued him, it was evident that his subordinates did not understand the situation. It is the captain. The young soldier didn't dare to speak further, lowering his head and turning to leave. The soldiers behind him were now silent, their teasing attitudes and gazes quickly disappearing, each one behaving obediently, afraid of getting into trouble themselves. Taima, see what she lacks and provide her with the highest standards for her purchases. Then personally escort her home. Fu Yunqing silently took out a card and handed it to his aide, Taima. The latter was taken aback and accepted the black card in astonishment. The captain, who usually ignored the malicious and ugly female Jiao An, seemed to have changed a lot today, although he was surprised. He clearly was like the young soldier who spoke recklessly. He silently accepted the order. Jiao An didn't expect Fu Yunqing to be so nice, and she smiled brightly at him. You're quite nice. When I return, the first big meal I make will definitely be for you. Jiao An's expression changed rapidly. Her grand attitude left Fu Yunqing puzzled. However, his demeanor remained calm. As he was leaving, he simply said, "No need," before taking the main group away. Jiao An watched Fu Yunqing's departing figure. Taima had already gone to make the purchases as instructed. When Jiao An turned around, she saw him standing behind her with a large pile of items. Two young clerks were also holding a bunch of things. "Miss Jiao An, let me take you back. Do you need to buy anything else?" Taima's attitude was neither warm nor cold, just as his name suggested, stiff and hard. Jiao An quickly scanned the items, seeing that everything was available, and happily nodded. "Okay, please take them back." All the way, Jiao An was very excited. How could she not be thrilled after receiving so many things for free? She hadn't even done anything and had gained favorability. She felt that her future was bright. Upon returning to her small house, Taima and the others entered the room and were taken aback by how tidy it was. In their impression, this ugly, plump, and lazy female never cleaned her place. Today, not only had she tidied herself up, but she had also cleaned the room thoroughly. Chapter 7. The little beggar who handles garbage. He glanced at her oddly, but quickly averted his gaze. Respectfully, he placed the items he had just bought inside the house. Jiao An stood beside him, directing how to arrange them, and the formerly bare room gradually became more furnished. Tables, chairs, various kitchen utensils, shoe cabinets, and wardrobes, all with the latest styles. Because the other party was generous, Jiao An also bought a carpet to add some ambience to the room, and on the way, she picked up some flowers to put in a vase on the table. Looking at this cozy little home, it was clear that a warm atmosphere had developed. Not bad. Jiao An stood there very satisfied, hands on her hips, admiring the room. After the Iron Arm crew placed the purchased items, they planned to leave. "Miss Jiao, the items have been delivered, and I will return to report." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Deputy Iron Arm Jiao An was quite adept at social niceties. She ran to the fridge, grabbed a few bottles of water, and distributed them to several people, thanking them with a very friendly attitude. Iron Arm was momentarily stunned, holding the water bottle and leaving in a daze. It wasn't until he exited the yard that he realized that hot-tempered, rude woman suddenly thanked him. She had always looked down on them, acting like a princess despite her pitiful condition. Miss Jiao seemed different for what the rumors said. "Yeah, they say she's bad, ugly, and rude, but she seemed quite polite to me. She even thanked us and gave us a tip." "Yeah, it's really strange." The two teammates behind him were discussing in hushed tones. Clearly, everyone found Jiao An's transformation unbelievable. On the other side, Jiao An was completely unaware of their thoughts. She had happily begun preparing her feast. She took out the processed beast meat and cut a large piece. This time, she planned to make more and send some out to gain some goodwill. Now that she had the spirit chef skill, she naturally wanted to make good use of it. The marinated meat was cut into large chunks. Various cooking methods flashed through her mind. She chose a balanced meat stew, planning to play it safe and scout the flavors first. If the taste were too unique and the other party didn't like it, it might not increase goodwill and could even be mistaken for a prank. Without further ado, Jiao An's voice filled the kitchen as she busily got to work. During the stewing process, Jiao An diligently cleaned up kitchen waste, piling it outside the door to dispose of later. The room was small, and timely disposal of such garbage was crucial. Otherwise, it could easily start to smell. Jiao An clearly remembered the foul stench when she first arrived in this place. Just as she tossed the garbage outside, she heard some commotion. Jiao An stepped out and opened the door, only to find the garbage she had just placed was gone without a trace. She looked around, scratching her head in confusion. "Who took my garbage away so quickly?" She muttered, but didn't pay it much mind, and continued her work in the kitchen. After about 2 hours of boiling the meat stew, the delightful aroma filled the room. The delicious scent was very appetizing. Jiao An carefully lifted the pot lid, gazing at the bubbling meat, and after sprinkling some seasoning, she served it up beautifully. This meat stew was a delicacy in this world. It simply required chopping the ingredients in a minced meat, adding some seasoning to form small meatballs without adding excess water, steaming them for a while, and then placing them in a big pot with simmered bone broth. After about 2 hours of cooking, the flavor of the bone broth combined with the meat broth became incredibly delicious. There was no need for particularly strong seasonings. Just some simple salt would suffice. The focus was on the exquisite taste. The bone broth Jiao An simmered was made from the leg bones of this beast, which she had specially saved. She tasted a spoonful and was delighted by the flavor, her eyes sparkling, just as she was feeling pleased with herself. A loud commotion suddenly erupted outside in the yard. Admit it, if you didn't steal it. How could you have such high-quality meat? You lowly commoner, dare to argue. The sharp, piercing voice finally caught Jiao An's attention. She put down her spoon and curiously walked outside. She pushed open the window and saw her hefty neighbor, Aunt Fat, shouting and making a scene in the yard. The ground was a mess, apparently smashed by Aunt Fat. Next to her stood a young man, who remained composed but said nothing. In this world, females held a very high status, so even though Aunt Fat was so unreasonable, she could still use her noble female identity to overpower others. Jiao An recognized the young man as Face. He was the little beggar who took her garbage. At that moment, Aunt Fat was being very aggressive. You stole my things. Either come with me to the Federal Inspection Office or sign a servant contract to serve me for life. Working hard for me, or this matter will not end here. Aunt Fat's tone was extremely agitated. Jiao An's sense of justice flared up again. She truly could not turn a blind eye to such things. It was just like in her previous life when she inadvertently witnessed a classmate being bullied at school. She was cowardly and timid, too afraid to step in. Later, she learned that classmate had committed suicide due to bullying, which hit Jiao An hard, making her ill for a while. Since then, her personality changed drastically. She understood that one should always follow their heart. Pushing the door open, Jiao An's sudden entrance immediately attracted the attention of both parties. Aunt Fat's expression cooled upon seeing Jiao An. You're accusing someone of stealing without evidence and threatening them with legal repercussions? That should be you, right? Jiao An, what does this have to do with you? Aunt Fat angrily scolded. It has everything to do with me. That beast meat is what I gave him, and the rest is still in my house. Do you want to see it? I must inform you that this meat was given to me by my beast husbands. You must be aware of their status. If you insist on accusing him of stealing your meat, I'm not afraid to escalate this and have the truth investigated. Jiao An stepped forward, her demeanor strong. Her words immediately deflated Aunt Fat. She stammered, reluctantly retorting, well, if it's not, then it's not. Maybe I just saw it wrong. With that, Aunt Fat, feeling guilty, hurriedly left, her earlier bravado completely gone. Chapter 8, I came to apologize. Are you okay? Watching the plump lady leave, Jiao An immediately walked up to the little beggar and asked with concern. The other person stood there, dazed, looking at Jiao An, perhaps still unable to believe that someone would repeatedly come to their rescue. He glanced at her, but quickly lowered his head, too timid to keep looking at Jiao An. He seemed a bit shy and uncomfortable. This is something I hunted. It's for you, he stammered as he explained, picking up the piece of lean meat from the ground. It was a small beast bird. It was clear that he had worked hard to obtain it, but didn't he expect to offer it to someone else? Jiao An was surprised. For me? Yes. Thank you for the meat, she said earnestly. However, his gaze remained downcast, not daring to look at her. Hearing this, Jiao An paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Well, thank you then. It's customary to reciprocate. Wait for me a moment. She turned and ran into the house, soon coming out with a thermos. I just made some meat soup. Here you go. The aroma of the meat wafted out. The other person's expression shifted slightly, but he still did not reach out to take it. Oh, take it. This way we can consider ourselves friends. What's your name? Jiao An genuinely felt sorry for him. He looked young, but had unexpectedly become a wanderer. Something must have happened to him, and he didn't seem like a bad person, which made Jiao An's compassion even stronger. Lu Qi. He slowly spoke his name, his dark pupils glancing at Jiao An with a mix of confidence and shyness before quickly averting his gaze. Lu Qi. All right, I'll remember you. You should head back. Eat the soup while it's hot. If you come here again and that lady gives you trouble, just come find me. As a female, even if my status is high, I won't allow anyone to bully you, so don't be afraid. Jiao An smiled at him before turning to leave. Lu Qi stood there, dazed for a long time, watching Joan's departing figure as if he were lost in thought. Joan clearly didn't take this little incident to heart. After coming here, she had done a good deed. What was most important to her now was to deliver the prepared meat soup before it got dark to gain some goodwill. After hastily packing it up, she hurried out the door. This time, the wanderer Lu Qi was nowhere to be seen, clearly having left. According to the original owner's memory, Joan quickly found the nearest residence of the flower. It was a beautifully decorated small courtyard, neat and high class, enough to prove the owner's taste. It stood in stark contrast to Joan's own residence. There was no way around it. The original owner was utterly useless, having nothing to show for herself, which indicated she was unworthy of her several excellent male partners. While all 4 male husbands thrived in the city, she had always been a failure. Naturally, she walked in, and the intelligent housekeeper appeared instantly to identify Joan. Although the male partners disliked her, they had to follow the rule that the wife was paramount. So Joan was allowed free access to the residence. She entered the house smoothly. Joan, excitedly holding the lunchbox in her hands, had just stepped inside and hadn't had the chance to call out when a perfectly naked body appeared before her. The strong muscles and perfect proportions instantly caught Joan's attention, leaving her momentarily frozen, forgetting to react. A warm breath brushed against her nose. Before she could process what was happening, an angry voice erupted. "Joan, do you want to die?" The voice, filled with resentment, snapped her thoughts back to reality. The furious expression on the flower's face made it clear he was glaring at Joan as he quickly grabbed some clothing to put on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean it." A warning bell rang in Joan's head, and she quickly turned around, repeatedly apologizing. Her face flushed and voice stuttering like an innocent single person. The flower looked at the woman's reaction and coldly smiled. "Wife, do you want me to serve you so badly?" His slightly seductive voice whispered in her ear, warm breath brushing against her neck, causing Joan to shiver involuntarily. She quickly distanced herself, her face red, shrinking her body as she shook her head vigorously. No, it's fine." She trembled, as the system's voice in her mind sounded a rapid alarm. The dislike value for the person in front of her was rising. This meant that all those seemingly sweet words were actually traps. If Joan agreed, the next moment, the flower might not hesitate to take her down with him. These guys were simply walking sources of danger. No one knew when they might suddenly explode. So terrifying. Really not? The other person looked at Joan's rejection with disbelief. He patiently asked back, even leaning in closer, his handsome face coming into clear view. Beautiful purple eyes, exquisite features, thin red lips, and fair skin made this guy look even better than a woman, like a walking seducer. Target: flower, beast form, Millennium Spirit Fox, telekinesis, level 8. Main skill: seductive assassination, evaluation, a dangerous killer with hidden motives. Favorability: minus 999 to 1000. The panel suddenly appeared in front of her, displaying Fu Yunqing's basic information. Seeing that he was an 8-level telekinetic Millennium Spirit Fox, she nearly rolled her eyes and fainted. Foxes are indeed incredibly cunning. Watching Joan stand there, surprisingly obedient and seemingly dumbfounded, the flower quietly withdrew his sinister smile. He casually glanced at Joan, still as bloated and ugly as before. However, today she lacked the unpleasant odor and seemed to have cleaned herself up, putting on clean clothes. He raised an eyebrow in disbelief. It was unbelievable that this disgusting, lazy woman would actually tidy herself up. "So what are you doing here?" Retracting his gaze, the flower coldly asked. At this point, he had already put on his clothes and sat expressionlessly on the sofa. Coming back to her senses, Joan immediately took out the lunchbox she had been holding. "Oh, I made you some meat soup. Consider it an apology for the trouble I caused you earlier." Joan cautiously took small steps, not daring to get too close, maintaining a distance of about a meter, and quickly placed the lunchbox on a coffee table. Chapter 9, Successfully Achieving the Goal. He must have just applied the medicine. Having understood the knowledge of this world, he knows that forcibly releasing temptation pheromones to seduce the mistress will result in backlash. Not long ago, Huashi was injured while out and still hasn't fully recovered. Yesterday, he opened his eyes to a large 18 scene, and he desperately tried to seduce himself. Even finding numerous handsome men, but his body clearly couldn't handle the excessive release of pheromones. It really is a thankless task. Upon hearing this, Huashu's face instantly darkened. So this is what you were planning? Trying to use these despicable means to force me to submit? Jiao An, I told you. If you really want it that much, I can satisfy you immediately, no need for these things. He seemed to be angry, swinging his hand to slap the lunchbox on the coffee table, and Jiao An quickly blocked it. The wind blade he swung cut into Jiao An's arm. Bright red blood dripped and stained the white carpet. He never expected Jiao An would reach out to block it. At the same time, a scar appeared on his arm as well. The female partner in the contract has the absolute power of life and death together. At this moment, Jiao An was injured, and he naturally couldn't escape unscathed. Jiao An winced in pain, but relaxed a bit seeing that the lunch box hadn't been knocked over. This was something she had spent all night preparing. Right now, her favorability didn't increase at all. If this soup spilled, there would be no hope left. I'm Fine. I really want to sincerely apologize to you. I didn't put that thing in this meat soup. If you don't believe me, I can let you test it first. She raised her face, still ugly, but with a rare sincerity. She didn't actually blame Huashu. The original owner was the one most adept at these despicable tactics. She often used these methods to have intimate relations with her partners. As a result, the current high dislike value among the four made Huashu unable to tolerate it any longer. As soon as he sensed that Jiao An wanted to force them to serve the mistress, he planned to fight to the death without hesitation. Jiao An had learned to be smart. If she couldn't provoke them, could she not avoid them? Keeping an absolute safe distance was definitely rational. Jiao An nimbly opened the lunchbox, and the aroma of chicken soup instantly filled the entire room. Huashu's cold face showed a crack upon smelling the scent. It smells so good. When did this lazy and foolish woman ever cook and make such delicious food? The ingredients are limited. This is a mutated beast. The soup is the essence. I simmered it for 2 hours, and the meat melts in your mouth and tastes exquisite. I don't know your taste, so you should try it first. Jiao An mastered all the knowledge of ingredients in this world. Therefore, she could introduce them to Huashu endlessly. The other party remained silent, still looking cold. Jiao An thought he still didn't believe her, so she decisively took a spoonful and tasted it. There really was no drug. Huashu watched in disbelief, his throat unconsciously rolling, and finally, he reached out to take the bowl. Then, without courtesy, he began to eat heartily. The warm meat soup filled his stomach, instantly bringing a surge of energy within him. His eyes lit up, somewhat incredulous. The injury on his body seemed to be faintly recovering. It was the effect of this mutated beast meat. Someone could actually preserve the energy of these food ingredients and make it so delicious. This is even rarer than the advanced nutrients officially announced by the Federation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Huashu's favorability value, 50, current favorability, 950. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Detox pill, which has been placed in the host's personal space. The second detox pill is in hand. Jiao An beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling. Great, this is so hard to come by. Well, since that's the case, I won't disturb your rest anymore. Tomorrow I'll bring you some more delicious food. Jiao An reached her goal and was about to leave without lingering, quickly standing up to say goodbye. Wait. Huashu suddenly called to stop her. Jiao An looked back in confusion. She saw him suddenly step forward, his long, pale hand gripping her small arm. Before Jiao An could react, he suddenly lowered his head and began to lick the wound with his tongue. Jiao An shivered and instinctively tried to pull back her hand. But Huashu held it tightly, not budging an inch. His slightly cold tongue gradually warmed up as it covered the wound, and the wound healed at a visibly fast rate. The bright red blood was licked clean, and the original pain gradually disappeared, until the wound was completely healed and not a scar was left. Huashu finally let go of his hand indifferently. Jiao An looked at this scene in disbelief, instinctively praising him. Amazing. Upon hearing this, Huashu raised an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied. There's a piece of high-grade beast meat in the refrigerator. You can take it back. Consider it payment for that bowl of meat soup, he said coldly, with words that seemed devoid of emotion, but in reality, it was his rare act of support. Really? Thank you, thank you. Then when I finish cooking the beast meat, I'll bring you a portion. If it's not delicious, don't want it. Huashu remained cold. Jiao An was already so happy she didn't know where to turn. ignoring his surface-level sarcasm, and quickly took the piece of beast meat. After thanking him repeatedly, she left without looking back. She left decisively, not causing any trouble or acting in a pretentious and annoying manner like before. It seemed that from beginning to end, she had only come to deliver food and sincerely apologize. Huashu stood at the door lost in thought, watching Jiao An's departing figure, and only after a long time did he slowly retract his gaze. Jiao An, it seems you are hiding some secrets. Huashu's murmurs naturally went unheard by Jiao An. At this moment, Jiao An excitedly headed towards the location of her second target. After some deliberation, she decided to prioritize going to Fu Yunqing, who was farther away. The reason was simple. This guy seemed easy to approach. Today, she hadn't done anything but inexplicably gained 10 points of favorability, so she had to seize the opportunity and quickly boost it. Although the journey was long, he should currently be at the Inspection Institute. Such official places are generally not open to the public. However, as the mistress, Jiao An had the right to visit. She carried the lunchbox, intending to jog over without preparing to take any transport. The original owner's body was quite overweight, with a significant layer of fat. It was obvious she had little exercise in her daily life. After just walking a short distance, she was already out of breath. The more she experienced this, the more it proved she needed to increase her physical activity. Indeed, even after detoxification, this body was likely to have other issues. A journey that would take a normal person 20 minutes took Jiao An a full half hour, and she was still jogging. Exhausted, Jiao An looked up at the large plaque with the words Inspection Institute, and immediately took a breather. Chapter 10 The Rival appears finally. It has arrived. The plaque is quite impressive and spectacular. One must say, this is truly the official management bureau, even though it is just a small branch. It still stands out starkly against the other buildings in this small town. First of all, the inspection office of this branch occupies a considerable area. Nowadays, the perimeter is heavily guarded, and outsiders cannot enter at will. Jiao An walked over with a lunchbox in hand. Soon, she was stopped by 2 soldiers at the door. "Oh, this is my identification badge. I'm here to see Fu Yunqing. I brought him something." In this world, the existence of smart brains is extremely convenient. At this moment, Jiao An only needed to open her smart brain to display her identification badge. After the other party verified it and confirmed it was correct, she would be able to enter. However, the 2 soldiers in front of her merely glanced at it indifferently. Their tone then became very cold. Captain Fu is on a mission, and the entire inspection office has been sealed off. Outsiders are not allowed to enter, so you might as well go back. I'm not an outsider. I'm his family member. I can wait in the family quarters. Being inexplicably refused, Jiao An clearly felt somewhat unwilling. Yet the other party's attitude remained firm. "Get lost. Don't make me say it a second time. Who do you think you are? Try and claim a relationship? You should take a good look at yourself. That's right. Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us for being rude." Jiao An understood now. These 2 were not merely following orders. They were clearly looking down on her, thinking her identity was fake. They were very visually judgmental. How can you be so judgmental based on appearances? I hold valid identification. You just need to check it. Why wouldn't you follow this basic procedure? Jiao An furrowed her brows, a bit angry. The 2 soldiers laughed derisively upon hearing this. Who doesn't he know Captain Fu's illustrious reputation? He is a top-notch warrior, incredibly strong and exceptionally intelligent. He is the mainstay of the inspection office. A male like him, powerful and formidable, naturally matches with an exceptional female. And everyone in the inspection office knows that Miss Yi and the captain have a very good relationship. They are a match made in heaven. You suddenly show up claiming to be a relative. Isn't that just pretending? Just to be honest, we are following Miss Yi's orders. Anyone who disturbs the captain must be driven away. At last, they revealed the truth. Jiao An's heart sank. Miss Yi? Could it be a rival suddenly appearing? No way. It was already difficult enough, and now it was getting harder. "Then can you help me deliver this inside? I won't go in." Jiao An handed over the lunchbox from her bag, but the other party was clearly already impatient. They pushed her hand, and the lunchbox fell to the ground with a thud, spilling the meat stew everywhere. "Get out of here. Don't you understand what I'm saying? What a nuisance. This woman is way too confident. Normally, those females who want to get close to the captain are all beautiful. She is the first ugly and fat one I've seen. Who she thinks she is to dream like this? A toad, wanting to eat swan meat. They were official soldiers with ranks, so their attitude towards females from less prominent families was not good. Judging people based on appearances was something they often did. Dressed in a shabby way, Jiao An looked like a commoner who only dreamed of climbing to wealth. She stood there, her face growing increasingly ugly. After 2 hours of hard work, she was aiming for this. She didn't expect not only to not see Fu Yunxing, but also to have her painstakingly prepared food ruined. What are you looking at? Jiao An suddenly raised her head, scaring the 2 soldiers. Her resentful gaze was chilling, making them feel uneasy, but they still tried to act brave. However, as soon as those words left her lips, Jiao An stepped forward and, in front of them, unceremoniously clicked the reporting button for military family members on her smart brain. The 2 soldiers were stunned. Soon, an alarm sounded nearby, and a squad of soldiers rushed out of the inspection office. Respectful female officer, what seems to be the problem? You're a family member of a military first-rank officer. I can assist you with anything you need. The newcomer was a third-rank aide from the inspection office. As soon as he appeared, the 2 young soldiers' legs went weak, and they fell to their knees on the ground. Ed, I have a complete video recording in my hand, documenting the disrespectful remarks and defamation made by these 2 soldiers towards me. I need you to provide me with a reasonable explanation. Jiao An produced the recently recorded video from her smart brain and shared it with the other party. The expression of the person in front of her became serious. Disrespecting the family of an officer is a serious offense. Moreover, he had received military information confirming that she was indeed the family member of a first-rank officer. Were these 2 trying to get themselves killed? Yes. We will verify and deal with this immediately. You must be here to visit the officer. Let me take you to the military district for a brief rest while you wait. How does that sound? If you had treated me this way from the beginning, I would have made things difficult for you. Jiao An shot a cold glance at him. Before leaving, she looked at the ruined meat stew on the floor, angrily striding away. Her imposing aura made it impossible for anyone to underestimate her. The aide watched her leave, then replayed the video she shared, his expression extremely grim. Please spare us. We truly didn't expect her to be the officer's family. I thought she was an ungrateful commoner, which is why our attitude was a bit poor. Fools! How could you provoke someone you shouldn't without investigating clearly? You're nothing but foolish pigs. According to regulations, strip you of your ranks immediately and get out of here right now. The family of an officer must not be offended. This is an ironclad rule. He was utterly disappointed and realized he had not disciplined them properly. Fortunately, this incident had not caused too much of stir. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to deal with it. The 2 soldiers sat on the ground, completely drained of all strength and means, their entire beings feeling as if they had lost their souls. At this time in the rest area, Jiao An sat on the sofa as a young soldier brought hot tea and snacks. Their attitude seemed very good. Jiao An's anger had dissipated by now. She understood that it was personal, not directed at a group. Fortunately, she had brought extra portions of the meat stew this time, originally intending to give each person a portion to increase her favorability. Chapter 11, They Didn't Die. Perhaps it was because everything had gone too smoothly that hitting a sudden wall felt somewhat unfamiliar. However, she should have been prepared and understood that this path was not so easy to walk. Miss Jiao, the adjutant hurried over after finishing his tasks. Jiao An stood up upon seeing the visitor. We have already dealt severely with the humiliation caused to you by the 2 soldiers. We hope Miss Jiao can understand. Jiao nodded. She was not the kind of person who would hold a grudge when someone had taken a definite attitude. Naturally, she wouldn't keep pushing. The person in front of her also breathed a sigh of relief. You are the family member of Captain Fu, and at this moment, the captain is still handling a task and has not returned. But according to the time, it should be soon. I can only trouble Miss Jiao to wait patiently here. Upon hearing this, Jiao An furrowed her brows. She had limited time and originally planned to finish everything in one go before leaving. If she had to spend a lot of time waiting, it seemed a bit unworthy. Seeing Jiao An's silent expression, the other party seemed to anticipate something. Don't worry. It should be very soon. The captain will be back in no time. Well then, I'll wait here for a while. Thank you. Jiao An nodded at the other party. The adjutant smiled and said you're welcome before leaving the lounge area. This military family compound had a very good environment. The large lounge area had everything. On the two cabinets behind her were various collectibles. However, these collectibles were not precious antique furniture, but rather rare specimens of exotic beasts, displayed in this cabinet. They looked lifelike. Jiao An got up and looked over there. The labels on the specimens almost all indicated the information about the exotic beasts. Jiao An was dazzled and felt no fear. She even thought they were quite impressive. "Weren't you the most afraid of these things before?" A voice suddenly came from behind. Jiao An came back to her senses, turned her head, and saw Fu Yunqing, looking travel-worn. He stood there with a cold expression. "You're back." Seeing the other person's face light up, Jiao An immediately ran over. "Is there something?" His attitude remained indifferent. Although Jiao An had given him a slightly better impression in the afternoon, it was only a slight change. His disdain for Jiao An was still evident. "I'm not saying thank you for buying me so many things. And I promised that the first big meal I made had to be for you. I specially brought it for you." Jiao An pointed to the lunchbox on the table. The other party glanced at it faintly, his emotions still very flat. "I don't really need these things. You don't have to bring them in the future." He was really quite cold. Ding dong, detected target for strategy. Target character, Fu Yunqing. Psychic level, peak level 8. Favorability, -940. Please prepare for the strategy. The next stage will require the male lead's favorability to increase by 100 to receive a skill reward. The system's voice echoed in her mind once again. Jiao An's eyes brightened. She only needed 30 more. Previously, she gained 50 from the extras, 10 from Fu Yunqing, and 10 from Duan Shi, totaling a favorability increase of 70. As long as she could gain another 30 from Fu Yunqing this time, she would achieve the next stage's reward. With this thought, Jiao became even more proactive. She opened the lunchbox. The meat soup was still warm, and the aroma wafted through the room. "I made this specially to thank you, and also because I caused you a lot of trouble before. I feel very sorry and want to apologize. No matter whether you like it or not, I hope you can at least try a bite." Jiao An looked earnestly at Fu Yunqing, her big eyes glistening as she stared at him. This friendly side was something Fu Yunqing had never seen before. His expression became complicated, and he looked at Jiao An without speaking. However, the aroma of the food in the room was indeed very tempting. He was astonished, opened his mouth to ask something, but then saw a young soldier rushing in from outside. "Sir, there are injured people in the West residential area. They seem to have been infected and lost their sanity, killing an entire family. Now, the injured have fled, and the remaining 4 family members are all dead." The soldier hurriedly reported the news, filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunqing suddenly turned his head, his expression cooling down. "Have you checked? A team has already been dispatched to capture them. Seal the city gates, and immediately notify of a curfew. All residents are not allowed to go in and out freely." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Jiao An. After a moment, he added, "Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll take you back once I'm done." The sudden incident clearly left Fu Yunqing with no energy to care for Jiao An. The inspection office was also short on manpower. It was inappropriate for Jiao An to return alone. That's why he ordered her to stay put. At least it was safe here. Ah, they knew. Jiao An's words were not finished before he hurriedly left. The entire lounge area was left with only Jiao An. She still held the lunchbox in her hands, watching the person leave before letting out a sigh. "I knew things wouldn't go so smoothly." The noise outside grew louder. Jiao An no longer tangled over not finishing the strategy. She simply closed the lunchbox and placed it back on the table. Hearing the commotion, she stepped outside and saw soldiers carrying people one after another. "Hurry, hurry, there's still someone alive here." The commotion was too great, making it impossible for anyone not to notice. Curious, Jiao An stepped out and happened to see a group of soldiers carrying pale-faced civilians, a total of 4. Each person's face was eerily pale, their eyes wide open, seemingly already lifeless. Jiao An found it very strange. As a descendant of a medical family, she sensed at a glance that these people had not died normally. No, simply put, they weren't dead yet. She instinctively followed them. The soldiers laid the people down one by one in the courtyard. Soon, a beautiful young doctor in a white coat hurriedly ran over. "Dr. Xiao." They seem to still have breath, but their bodies are already stiff. The doctor briefly stated and shook her head. Seeing this, Jiao An stepped forward. "They aren't dead." She grabbed one of the person's arms to check the pulse. Realizing there was indeed a heartbeat, she quickly began cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The female doctor next to her was taken aback by the sudden appearance of this person and was stunned by her strange actions. "Who are you? I've never seen you before. What are you doing? Don't touch the body." Chapter 12. He chose to believe in her. It wasn't a corpse. He was still alive. Joan tried to communicate with the other party, but her identity was suspicious, and she had barged in suddenly. Clearly no one believed her words. "What a joke. I'm a level 1 special medical officer. What's your identity? Just because you say he is fine, he is fine? Where are the guards? What's going on? Why would you let a random person in? What are you all doing?" The female doctor was furious. After scolding, she saw the soldiers outside rush over in a hurry. "Lord Jiao, she is a family member of the commander. We have no right to stop her, so..." "Whose family member? So ignorant of the rules. Is this the kind of place she can just come to?" Having just been embarrassed, the female doctor was now furious. She was full of accusations, and when she turned to look at Joan, she found that the latter didn't care about her at all and was actively trying to save the patient. "Hey, are you listening to me when I'm talking to you?" She was very displeased and tried to pull Joan. At this critical moment, Joan suddenly raised her hand and flung her away. "Don't disturb me. He can still be saved." As a doctor, even if there was only a sliver of hope, she had to hold on to it tightly. Joan didn't know what she had done wrong, but at this moment, the compassion of a healer was more important than anything else. Joan was big in stature and strong. The petite doctor, Xiao Meng, was flung away and fell heavily to the ground. Lord Xiao, are you okay?" The nearby soldiers were dumbfounded, startled, and hurried to help her up. Xiao Meng's face changed dramatically with anger, and just as she was about to curse, she heard Fu Yunqing rush in with people. "What happened?" Hearing his voice, Xiao Meng swallowed her originally sharp and bitter words. She looked up at him pitifully. "My lord," she called out sweetly, tears streaming down her face as she limped back up, appearing completely like a victim. "My lord, I don't know where this rude female came from. Not only did she barge into the courtyard, but she also pushed me and even touched those corpses without permission. None of these guards dared to step forward. They insist that this female has a noble identity and is a family member of some lord. You must help me with this. I was specially appointed here as a level 1 medical officer, and I've never been treated this way." She was not only arrogant, but she even pushed me. As she spoke, Xiao Meng squeezed out a few more tears, looking even more pitiful. Fu Yunqing listened to the whole story, and his brows gradually furrowed. The little soldier who had been affected hurried over. They lowered their heads, caught in a dilemma. "Captain, please punish us. We didn't dare to stop Miss Joan because we saw she's your family member. Please spare us this time." Several of them were full of regret, stepping forward to take the blame, their tone helpless. Xiao Meng, however, was stunned when she heard this. She immediately looked at Joan. She had heard some rumors that Fu Yunqing had a wife who was a complete waste, with no psychic ability, not to mention being ugly, overweight, and extremely lazy. It could be said that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. They were completely from different worlds. Initially, Xiao Meng thought these were just baseless rumors. She never expected that he really had a wife. She glared at Joan fiercely, unable to understand how a woman like her had any qualifications. How could she, with her ghostly appearance, be worthy of Fu Yunqing? Is there anyone to help me?" At that moment, Joan suddenly started to call for help. Although Fu Yunqing's face looked somewhat displeased, he still walked over when he heard her. "What are you doing?" "Fu Yunqing, you came just in time. Do you have an external defibrillator, a respirator, a cardiopulmonary resuscitation device? Please get me the equipment." She spoke urgently. Upon hearing these names of discarded equipment, he couldn't help but frown. These are all obsolete devices. They're no use. "What obsolete?" Joan was momentarily dazed, but quickly reacted. It made sense. This was a completely new interstellar world with advanced technology. And after all the beastmen awakened their psychic abilities, these simple medical devices and treatments had long become outdated. They focused more on using psychic powers to save people in a straightforward manner. But this had a significant drawback. That was, in situations where a person was half dead, their psychic perception would automatically judge that the other party had lost breath and then abandoned them. However, under normal circumstances, the robust beastmen far exceeded ordinary people and wouldn't be injured to such an extent. After all, they had psychic protection. Joan began to feel powerless. If that were the case, this person probably couldn't be saved. What should I do? As long as electric treatment was provided, he could surely regain a heartbeat. Why is it in this kind of environment? She started to feel anxious. That feeling of being willing but unable was now wrapping around her, driving her to extreme despair. Fu Yunqing looked at Joan's expression and vaguely sensed something. You can save him? He really couldn't believe there was such a possibility, but looking at Joan's serious demeanor, a voice deep inside him told him to choose to believe. How could that be? My psychic perception has already declared him dead. There is absolutely no possibility of revival. Seeing Fu Yunqing change his attitude towards the ugly woman before him, Xiaoming immediately rushed forward to assert her presence. My lord, my psychic perception will never be wrong. And you know that I'm major in perception, and I'm a level 1 medical officer approved by the higher-ups. If my perception declares someone dead and they're not, that would be a major professional error. How could I possibly make such a mistake? Xiaoming once again proved her abilities. However, Fu Yunqing bypassed her and walked up to Joan. He stared intently at her, as if waiting for her answer. I can give it a try, but there are no instruments here. If electric shock treatment can be provided, he might be saved. Joan said seriously, not knowing if he understood. Unexpectedly, the next second, Fu Yunqing came over, decisively took off his gloves, and looked serious. What do you need me to do? As he spoke, a faint flicker of lightning power shimmered in his palms, and his hands were covered in electricity, making one's scalp tingle. Joan hadn't expected him to have such an ability. She quickly gathered her thoughts and immediately cooperated. Can you control the voltage in your hands? Chapter 13. The golden legend unfolds. I will control it within his acceptable range. You just need to tell me what to do. The medical methods of modern society have long been eliminated in this world. Although Fu Yunqing also found it hard to believe at this moment. If these could really save a person, it was worth a try. All right, pay attention to the discharge time. It must not be too fast. 3 to 10 milliseconds at a time. Watch my gestures. Stop when I say stop. Jiao An communicated with the other party. Fu Yunqing nodded, and the two began to cooperate. The lightning energy in Fu Yunqing's hands looked powerful, but it was clear that he was controlling the voltage. He started the rescue according to Jiao An's method. After a round of electroshock therapy, the once silent person lying on the stretcher gradually showed signs of life. All right. Jiao An immediately reached out to stop. She glanced at Fu Yunqing with surprise. The other party obviously noticed something and immediately turned around to loudly command, Dr. Xiao, hurry and prepare for emergency rescue. With his words, the dazed Xiaoming ran forward in disbelief. She released a trace of mental energy to sense and truly felt the life force of the other person, then suddenly raised her head in shock. Incredible, but at this moment, she could only brace herself to perform the rescue. Jiao An, exhausted and panting, finally felt her tense emotions ease, and she slumped down weakly. Fu Yunqing, standing beside her, glanced at Jiao An. He immediately went to get a bottle of water and handed it to her. Jiao An saw him extend his hand to pass the water, and she said thank you. Just then, the system voice in her mind was reporting frantically. Ding! Congratulations, host. The favorability of the target Fu Yunqing has increased by 20. Ding! Congratulations, host. The favorability of the target Fu Yunqing has increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations, host. The favorability of the target Fu Yunqing has increased by 10. Suddenly, the rapidly increasing favorability caught Jiao An by surprise. She was overjoyed and immediately checked Fu Yunqing's current favorability, which had reached minus 880. It had increased by a full 60 points. It was a significant leap. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward. SSS level healing energy. SSS level skill. Jiao An was astonished, completely not expecting to have unlocked a golden legend. She was thrilled, and her breathing became a bit rapid. Meanwhile, Fu Yunqing, completely unaware, thought Jiao An was still immersed in the fear of the previous moment. So he rarely took the initiative to speak. About what just happened? Thank you. Coming back to her senses, Jiao An looked confused, realizing his words were casual. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I just got lucky. I'm glad I didn't cause you any trouble. She smiled, having unlocked a top-tier skill, and felt extremely good, making her voice gentle. Fu Yunqing looked at Jiao An, momentarily stunned. He suddenly lowered his head, as if vaguely sensing a change in his emotions. By the way, has something big happened in the city? Completely sensing Fu Yunqing's unusual demeanor, Jiao An started to inquire about the situation. He retrieved his thoughts and glanced at the orc who was being treated urgently. Yes, an unprepared riot, but the situation in the city is now mostly under control. When did you find out about those things? He seemed unable to see through Jiao An, who appeared to be a messy, ugly, malicious female, as if she had changed overnight. However, he confirmed repeatedly, reflecting the energy of their contract. He was very certain that she was indeed Jiao and not someone impersonating her. But because of this, he couldn't understand. I saw it by chance in a book. I didn't expect it to be useful. It seemed like she had been seen through. Jiao An flusteredly made an excuse, not daring to look at him, her gaze slightly evasive. Fu Yunqing didn't ask further, slowly retracting his probing gaze. He seemed to choose silence wisely. Sir, the person has woken up. Xiao Ming came out from the room. She had consumed a large portion of her mental energy to bring the person back to life, so she seemed a bit weak. Hearing the commotion, Fu Yunqing walked over. Jiao An also curiously glanced that way. Fu Yunqing specifically checked the other person's mental state and, ensuring that they were indeed saved, felt happy. He immediately turned around to instruct his deputy beside him. Have the captain of the patrol team in the West District come over quickly for questioning. Yes. Deputy who hurriedly left. At this time, it was already quite late. Fu Yunqing glanced at the time and, after confirming, still planned to send Jiao An back first. I'll take you back. He turned to look at Jiao An. The remaining deputy Zhang proactively stepped forward, thinking the captain had assigned the task to him. However, before he could receive the order, Fu Yunqing spoke first. Let's go. His tone remained cold, revealing no emotion. Yet, his departing figure was shocking. Deputy Zhang raised his head, but looked incredulously at Fu Yunqing leaving. What does this mean? The captain is personally sending Jiao An back. Jiao An, who had withdrawn her gaze, quickly followed. She completely failed to notice any problems. As the two went out, they happened to run into Duan Qi, who had rushed over. Jiao An immediately greeted him. Duan Qi, I was going to look for you today. The meat you gave me, I made it into soup, but I got delayed by some matters. I'm afraid the ones I brought are already cold and left in a rest area. I'll bring them to you next time, she said enthusiastically. Duan Qi only gave Jiao An a cold glance, his expression indifferent as he brushed past her. In that moment, Jiao An's smile stiffened on her face. She very directly felt what it meant to have a warm face meet a cold, but, damn system, it's all your fault, system. After Fu Yunqing personally sent her back, he hurriedly returned. Duan Qi had already conducted the questioning. Seeing Fu Yunqing return, he raised an eyebrow and teased. You usually can't stand her. Why are you so close to her today? His emotions showed no fluctuations. It seemed he was merely curious. Fu Yunqing approached, glancing at the orc who had already rested inside. He didn't directly answer the question, but instead asked back, Have you finished questioning? Well, almost. Then let's go to the rest area to talk. Fu Yunqing led the way to the rest area. Duan Qi also moved freely, casually walking to the sofa and sitting down to rest. As a result, the soldiers brought over snacks and drinks, and he started eating and drinking on his own. Chapter 14, she seems a bit different from before the rascals in the city have become increasingly rampant. I thought at least they would settle down for a while, but I didn't expect them to return so quickly after the last battle. I assumed they would remember the lesson from before. If I remember correctly, Shen Tingyan has been on a mission for a whole month now. Fu Yunqing turned around and asked casually. Duan Qi's expression changed slightly as he thought carefully and nodded. It has indeed been that long. Moreover, during this time, he hasn't contacted me. Your side hasn't contacted me either. I suspect the team he's leading has run into trouble. Otherwise, they wouldn't have broken through his defenses and come to the city to act recklessly. Fu Yunqing analyzed calmly. Duan Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that is the case, it might be a bit troublesome. There was a brief silence in the rest area. The higher-ups issued an order that if we still can't get in touch, we need to take action. Fine, I don't mind. I'm ready anytime. It's been a long time since I had a good workout anyway. The rascals in the city are completely not enough for me to use. Duan Qi took a bite of a flour cake. His gaze fell on a mismatched lunchbox placed on the table. It was sent by Jiao An. It seemed that Fu Yunqing noticed Duan Qi's gaze and explained without concealment. Upon hearing this, the other's expression changed. That foolish girl really came to deliver food? Just now, he didn't hear what Jiao An said, he just felt an innate disgust for this woman. So he had no interest in talking to her at all. Moreover, he didn't believe that such a lazy, ugly, and malicious woman would have any culinary skills. She lounges around in her little house all day. If she could sit, she wouldn't stand. Every day she thinks about having everything handed to her. She is always immersed in her dream of being a grand princess. It's truly disgusting to see her bossing them around. She seems a bit different from before. What difference could there be? It's probably just a temporary disguise. After all, true nature is hard to change, and this is evident in Jiao and has improved before, but it was just some actions to deceive them. Soon, the woman would return to her original self. All her emotions would be vented on them. But I have to say, the brief improvement indeed made them feel a bit of goodwill. Although this goodwill doesn't last long. In any case, it's much better than her previous appearance. At least so far, she hasn't turned back into her original self. Fu Yunqing's words made Duan Qi silent for a moment. Clearly, he also agreed. I'm curious to see what she can come up with. As Duan Qi spoke, he opened the lunchbox with interest. No one really believed that Princess Jiao An, who never lifted a finger, could cook. He was already prepared for food that looked like pig slop. But the moment the box opened, the aroma of meat wafted out. Duan Qi was taken aback. Is it really what she sent? No way, right? It looked quite exquisite, and although it wasn't steaming hot, it had all the necessary colors, aroma, and flavor. Duan Qi unconsciously swallowed. For people like them in this low-tier city, high-quality beast meat was already considered a good delicacy. But compared to this fragrant meat stew in front of him, it was simply insignificant. Fu Yunqing was also somewhat surprised. It was indeed brought by her. He affirmed, his tone making it hard for Duan Qi to respond. Just as Duan Qi wanted to taste this meat stew, Fu Yunqing snatched the lunchbox away first. Hey, Fu Yunqing, are you really going to be this stingy? This is for me, he said seriously. His dismissive attitude said it all. Duan Qi was furious. What is there to show off? Who knows if it's good or not? He said sourly and turned to leave. Jiao An was completely unaware of this little episode. After returning to her residence, she was excitedly studying the skills she had just received. SSS grade, healing energy. Its function is to purify all infected entities. Although Jiao An didn't know what these so-called infected entities were, as long as it was SSS grade, it must be very powerful. After receiving the system panel, Jiao An took out the second detoxification pill. She took it without hesitation. This was the second time she had taken this detoxification pill. Compared to the last time, this time she obviously felt the pill taking effect very violently. At first, her whole body was warm as spring, and then she began to feel a burning pain, but it was still bearable. Unexpectedly, the pain didn't stop and even intensified. Jiao An collapsed to the ground, her body curling up. System, I'm about to die from the pain. This level of pain is truly overwhelming. It's like 10 times worse than menstrual cramps. She didn't know how long it lasted. When Jiao An opened her eyes again, she was gasping for breath. Outside, the sky was dimly bright. A whole night had passed. She struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the dirt all over her body, and immediately jogged into the bathroom. In front of the mirror, the originally plump and ugly girl had noticeably fewer sores on her face. Her fat body had almost thinned down a circle. This was a direct manifestation, so Jiao An could clearly feel the changes in her body. She smiled at her face, looking at the effects of the detoxification pill, feeling that life was becoming more promising. She just touched the fat on her belly and sighed. I'm afraid the effect of the detoxification pill on weight loss won't be too strong. The toxins in her body and on her face had basically reduced by more than half, revealing her original delicate appearance. Apart from the reason for the original owner's obesity caused by toxins, there was also laziness. Eating and sleeping all day led to the already poisoned and dying. Bloated body becoming even fatter. It seems I can't pin all my hopes on the detoxification pill. With this in mind, Jiao An quickly went to create a weight loss plan. The amount of exercise each day. In her previous life, she was a completely healthy girl, inheriting the family business. She paid even more attention to health. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Jiao then casually ate some stewed meat and planned to go out for a run. The place where Jiao An lived was relatively remote, located halfway up the mountain in the city. She planned to run from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Running a couple of laps should meet today as exercise requirement. It was early morning. At this time, the busy people were just getting up. The workers at the foot of the mountain had also started their work. Chapter 15. Beauty misleads. Beauty misleads. Joan's sudden appearance caught the attention of many. The strong men and women working in the fields all turned to look at Joan. Isn't that the fat woman Joan? It's strange to see her out this early. Yes. Everyone in the city knows how lazy Joan is. They sympathize with her male partners. What would she be doing here so early? I don't know. She's running from the foot of the mountain to the top. Could she be trying to lose weight? Would she actually take the initiative to lose weight? How is that possible? To be fair, she does seem to be losing weight. I noticed her face looks much better. It used to be so ugly, covered in sores. Just now, I saw that the sores on her face seemed to have disappeared. Really? I think she doesn't look as fat as before. A few strong men chimed in with their comments. This made the nearby women hear their husbands' discussions and look displeased. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. What is so nice about a fat woman? One strong man was startled and quickly lowered his head, continuing to work, not daring to say anything more. Joan initially ran with enthusiasm, but after a whole lap, her stamina couldn't keep up. This body is just too overweight. Reluctantly, she had to slow down. Ding dong. The system detected the male lead Fu Yunqing's presence. Please prepare for the strategy. Fu Yunqing? Joan looked around suspiciously, but didn't see anyone else. Just when she thought the system was acting up, a figure suddenly flashed before her, startling her into stopping abruptly. As a result, her unstable center of gravity caused her to fall backward. Fu Yunqing reacted quickly and stepped forward to catch Joan. The woman felt dizzy as she was pulled back forcefully, crashing into Fu Yunqing's arms. His tall figure, as a powerful orc, was built with solid muscles. Despite Joan's considerable weight, she collided with him, and Fu Yunqing stood still, while Joan clutched her head and winced in pain. Her forehead turned red from the impact. She covered it with her hand and took a step back. Her small face scrunched up. It hurts. Fu Yunqing didn't expect to frighten Joan. Seeing her frowning face, he felt a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. Are you all right? You scare me when you suddenly jumped out. Joan complained softly. Fu Yunqing bit his lip. He had forgotten that Joan had no mental power, so she couldn't sense his presence. His abrupt appearance would indeed scare her. I'm sorry. He sincerely apologized, and his tone softened. Just then, Joan heard the system's announcement in her mind again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Fu Yunqing's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability minus 870. What a pleasant announcement. Joan immediately put her hand down and felt no anger. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It's fine. It's my fault for not paying attention. It has nothing to do with you. Her casual and generous words stunned Fu Yunqing. In the past, Joan would have likely scolded or hit him by now. This time, it seemed her transformation lasted quite a while. Fu Yunqing even thought that it would be great if she remained this way. Ding dong, congratulations sent. Fu Yunqing's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability minus 860. It increased again. Joan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Do you need something from me? She tried to sound gentle and amiable. Oh, yesterday you taught me how to save people. Today, a few people were seriously injured in the West District. I tried to use your method to save them, but they didn't wake up. So I'd like to ask you. He fell silent after that. Joan had no obligation to help him. Moreover, after their falling out, he was the first to move away and even said he found her extremely detestable. Since then, they had gone their separate ways. Thus, he felt anxious halfway through his request. He had disrespected Joan and did not treat her like a wife. He couldn't be sure if she would really help him. Honestly, if she refused, it wouldn't be surprising. Just as Fu Yunqing prepared himself for rejection, Joan raised her hand and suddenly patted his shoulder. Sure, it's a small matter. You agree? Fu Yunqing looked up, his heterochromatic eyes, one blue, were now intensely gazing at Joan. Joan got lost in those eyes, as if she were being pulled into an endless sea, vast and magnificent like a new, brilliant cosmic universe. She momentarily lost her senses. After regaining her composure, she swallowed hard and replied, "It's not a big deal. Beauty misleads, beauty misleads." Seeing such a model-like face every day made her genuinely worry about losing control one day. She even slightly understood why the original character had been so forceful. With beauty constantly dazzling in front of her, it was only natural to feel anxious when one could only look and not touch. Joan's thoughts were a mess until she noticed Fu Yunqing's gaze becoming peculiar. She quickly tucked away her chaotic thoughts. "Just wait for me a moment. I was just running and need to go back to wash up and change into clean clothes. Is that okay?" "That's fine." Hearing that she had just been running, Fu Yunqing was a bit surprised but didn't ask more questions, instead agreeing with Joan's statement. After returning, Joan quickly took a shower and changed into clean clothes. When she opened the door, she saw Fu Yunqing standing in the yard, with several young females chatting with him. "Captain Fu, what brings you here? Want to come in and sit for a while? The sun's out and it's hot. I prepared some cool tea inside. You can have a few cups." "Captain Fu, you're here to divorce that fat woman Joan, right? I tell you, she's such a messy woman, and on top of that, ugly and overweight. She's not worthy of you at all. The main thing is, she's completely unrestrained. After you all left, she couldn't stand the loneliness and look. She is already hooked up with a little beggar. Rumors do spread like wildfire." At this moment, Joan stood at the door, listening to those gossiping women slandering her, and she couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. But before she could confront them, Fu Yunqing had already turned around, coldly glaring at the female who spread the rumors. Chapter 16, Favorability. 10 being stared at so fiercely startled the female, but she still mustered her courage, thinking that the other party had a majestic appearance, so she continued to speak recklessly. "You don't know, she was flirting with that little beggar. Usually, when she throws garbage at the door, that little beggar is the first to come and collect it. The two of them are quite bold, daring to exchange glances in front of us. Moreover, Jiao An even gives that little beggar meat to eat. I'm afraid that the food you adults send over is all for her to raise that little beggar. How shameless!" The female became more and more excited as she spoke. At this moment, Fu Yunqing's expression had already darkened. Spreading rumors and defamation can lead to criminal detention for 10 to 15 days. "What?" The other party clearly didn't react, and, noticing Fu Yunqing's cold expression, felt her heart skip a beat, stepping back in fear. No, I didn't spread rumors. Everyone in the courtyard knows about this. If you don't believe it, feel free to ask anyone. They all know. I've long found you gossiping women annoying. If it weren't for that Aunt Wang next door who loves to take advantage of and bully that little beggar, how would Jiao An have stepped in to help? She was just being kind to that little beggar. How did it turn into something scandalous in your gossiping mouths?" A lazy voice came from the side. A girl from next door opened the window, stretching as if she had just woken up. Perhaps the noise in the courtyard was too loud for her to bear, so she came out to say something. The female looked at being rebutted, her face turning red and white. "Luo Xiang, are you crazy? Why are you defending that fat woman? I just don't see things in black and white like you. You spread rumors recklessly. It's disgusting. Although Jiao An is lazy and annoying, she hasn't provoked me lately. On the contrary, it's you all chattering away in the courtyard that's driving me insane. If anyone makes noise while I'm trying to sleep again, don't blame me for being rude." The girl finished and slammed the window shut. Standing beside her, Jiao An didn't expect that a neighbor would speak up for her. She silently made a note of it, retracting her gaze. She walked over to explain to Fu Yunqing, but he had already spoken first. "Take her to the inspection office." This statement was directed at the adjutant beside him. Seeing the situation escalate, the female began to cry and scream. Sir, I know I was wrong. I heard it from others. Please let me go, sir. Sir." Her voice grew fainter as she was dragged away. Jiao An looked at the person being taken out, astonished. "Are you ready? Let us go." He offered no explanation, looking handsome and charming. Jiao An's heart raced as she looked at him, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. She smiled and nodded. The two got into the car together. "The situation in the West District is very complicated. Your only task is to stay close to me." Fu Yunqing's voice came again. The car was already on the road. Jiao An listened to his serious tone and nodded. After about 10 minutes, the car finally stopped. Jiao An looked out the window. The residential area was desolate, with several houses reduced to ashes. The sky was overcast, making it hard to breathe. Jiao An got out of the car. Fu Yunqing glanced at her, and she immediately understood and jogged to catch up. Not far away, several officers were conducting an investigation. As Jiao An followed Fu Yunqing over, she saw the bystanders waiting there. Upon seeing Jiao An, they were also taken aback. First, take her to the safe tent. Fu Yunqing ordered the adjutant beside him. The adjutant immediately complied and then looked at Xiao and Miss Xiao. This way, please. Xiao did not refuse Fu Yunqing's arrangement, nodded to the two, and obediently followed. Fu Yunqing, why did you bring her here? Huaxiu approached to inquire. He had rushed over after receiving urgent news from the West District and was surprised that Fu Yunqing not only arrived late, but also brought Jiao An with him. Fu Yunqing replied, she can help. Duan Shi also arrived and looked at Huaxiu with interest. Do you believe it? He seemed to think seriously for a moment. After a while, he raised his head. It's really possible. No way, you think so too? What are you all thinking? Huaxiu was confused. I admit, Jiao An seems a bit different. Perhaps these are just her little tricks. Duan Qi analyzed this seriously. Hearing this, Huaxiu chuckled. You probably haven't tasted Xiao and S cooking, right? What cooking? That meat soup? Did you not get any? As he spoke, Huaxiu became smug, looking like a sly fox. Duan Qi frowned at him, his expression dark. In the end, I'm the only one who didn't get any? Why is Xiao and treating people differently? Ding dong, Duan Qi's favorability -10. Current favorability -980. At that moment, Jiao An was sitting in the safe tent drinking hot tea when she suddenly heard the system notification, and she sprayed the hot tea out. Miss Jiao, are you all right? The adjutant beside her was startled by the noise. Jiao An quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, her lips twitching. She dashed out angrily, standing at the tent's entrance, glaring at the few people in the distance, already cursing in her heart. Crazy Duan Qi, did I provoke you for you to reduce favorability? Little did she know, all the trouble stemmed from that bowl of meat soup. Meanwhile, Huaxiu and the others were still discussing. It's a pity you didn't get to taste it. That meat soup was extremely delicious. Not at all inferior to the dishes we had in the Imperial City made by the chefs there. As he spoke, he couldn't help but close his eyes in enjoyment, seemingly savoring the taste of that meat soup. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Qi frowned, expressing his doubts. He had indeed smelled the aroma of the meat soup yesterday, but he hadn't gotten to taste it. Thinking of this, he felt another wave of frustration. Meanwhile, the system notification rang again in Jiao An's mind. Ding dong, Duan Qi's favorability -10, current favorability -990. Jiao An's face darkened. How long was this going to last? The collapsed residential building had soldiers who went in for rescue coming out, carrying a civilian they had rescued. Fu Yunqing, upon seeing this, withdrew his gaze. Prepare for rescue. Chapter 17, Are you questioning me? Everyone immediately put away their lazy attitudes and turned to look at the exploration team that had returned. And Master, the leading soldier, finally saw the joy on Fu Yunqing's face. Our exploration team rescued 3 people. They informed us of the situation. Fu Yunqing and the others stepped forward to take a look at the few people who were being carried on stretchers, and they showed no signs of breathing. The medical officer nearby had already come over to check. At the moment of probing with mental energy, the expressions of several people changed, including Dr. Xiao from yesterday. They sensed the mental energy again and confirmed that the individuals had no signs of life. She repeated the confirmation multiple times. No signs of life. When she said this again, she seemed somewhat unsure. After all, the actions of Jiao An yesterday had really put a lot of pressure on her. However, she should have been more aware of her own mental energy, for which she had specially brought other medical officers from the team to assist. When she looked at the others, who also gave the same answer, Dr. Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could this be possible? How could it not be possible? Are you questioning me? Xiao Meng exploded. It was one thing for that damned fat woman to question her. But considering the relationship between the other party and Master Fu, and the fact that she had indeed saved someone yesterday, now even a little soldier dared to refute her. Where was her face supposed to go? The little soldier was stunned by her angry retort. You say? Duan Qi stepped forward, not indulging Xiao Meng. He shot a fierce glare at her, immediately prompting the little soldier to continue speaking. Xiao Meng felt aggrieved, but the few people present were not one she could offend. So she could only lower her head and remain silent. When we left, this person was still talking to us. He even reached out and pulled me, asking me to save him. How could he suddenly stop breathing in just a few seconds? The soldier explained. However, his voice grew quieter. He couldn't be sure if something had really happened midway, and moreover, to directly refute a medical officer as a mere soldier was truly reckless. Go call Jiao An. Fu Yunqing commanded his subordinate without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng's heart sank, and she felt a chill. She tightly clenched her fists and silently disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, Jiao An was brought over. As soon as she saw the 3 people lying on the ground, she immediately understood what was happening and stepped forward to check. He's still alive. Jiao An provided the answer. Fu Yunqing's eyes lit up immediately, while Duan Qi and Hua Su exchanged glances, looking at Fu Yunqing with confusion. However, Fu Yunqing did not immediately offer an explanation. Instead, he looked earnestly at Jiao An. Can you save him? Do you need me to assist like yesterday? After their previous cooperation, their understanding of each other had evidently increased. Jiao An shook her head. Her expression grew heavy, not for any other reason, but because a square panel appeared before her. The panel displayed the words infected body. She even changed her perspective and found that if she didn't look at the 3 people in front of her, the panel would disappear. At that moment, she realized it was the effect of the SSS-grade healing energy she had received. After realizing this, she looked at Fu Yunqing and the others. Do you know about infected bodies? As soon as she asked this question, the expressions of several people changed instantly. Duan Qi stepped forward, grabbing Jiao An's hand with great force. What infected body? What do you know? That hurts. Jiao An frowned, not knowing what had gotten into him. His strength was frightening, and it felt as if he could crush her wrist easily. Fortunately, her exclamation snapped Duan Qi back to his senses. He slightly loosened his grip, a strange frown forming on his face. Looking at Jiao An's delicate appearance, an unusual feeling spread in his heart. Jiao An's chubby face had become much more smooth and fair than before. At least the disgusting sores had disappeared. Even with them standing close together, he didn't smell the foul odor from her body as before. This woman has undergone a great change. So, we heard her cry out in pain. He instinctively released her hand. Ding dong, Duan Qi's favorability value 20. Current favorability minus 970. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Jiao An looked at Duan Qi as if he were a fool, feeling that this guy was inexplicably sick. First, his favorability inexplicably decreased, and now it inexplicably increased. She truly didn't understand what he was thinking. Duan Qi. At the same time, Fu Yunqing also walked over, pulling Duan Qi away and advising him to calm down. Jiao An pressed her wrist, pouting in grievance. They're infected bodies. Jiao An pointed at the 3 who had been rescued. Others turned to look upon hearing this. Fu Yunqing seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at Jiao An and asked, among these 3, is he the only one alive? Jiao An nodded, showing no signs of concealment. Fu Yunqing's expression became even more unpleasant. Among the 3 from yesterday, only 1 survived. He calmly stated this fact, and the expressions of the others changed accordingly. Are you saying the ritual has already begun? Duan Qi inquired. This time, Fu Yunqing did not respond. No one was willing to answer such questions. They hoped everything was just an illusion. Brother Fu. At this moment, a sweet voice came over. Everyone looked over to see Lu approaching enthusiastically with a group of people. Beside her was the head of the Lu family, Lu Xiong. Seeing this crowd coming, the expressions of others shifted slightly. Ha ha, Master Fu, Master Duan, Master Hua. I apologize for coming uninvited. Please forgive me. Lu Xiong laughed as he approached, seemingly apologizing. But his attitude was extremely arrogant. The other said nothing, merely glancing at him. Lu Riyue, on the other hand, stepped forward, actively standing beside Fu Yunqing. My father and I heard that there have been some abnormalities in the Western District. The official medical officers lack capabilities. So I specifically asked my father to bring over the advanced medical officers from our family, hoping to help Brother Fu solve the problem. Lu Riyue looked at Fu Yunqing with admiration, eagerly awaiting praise. However, Fu Yunqing's expression remained cold. He didn't even glance at Lu Riyue. Looking at this crowd, His tone was very frosty. Yes, this matter will naturally be handled by the authorities, so there is no need to trouble the Liu family. Chapter 18. That thought in the entire Falling Moon City. The Liu family is one of the three major families in the city. Wealthy and powerful. Although they are in business, their strength should not be underestimated. They can piece together most official news, and many secret intelligence reports are nothing to them. For this reason, although everyone knows the truth, they dare not say much. It is clear that the protection behind the Liu family is likely an even more powerful official. No need to be polite. The Inspection Institute has been diligent in maintaining the welfare of the citizens of Falling Moon City. If the Inspection Institute encounters any trouble, we common folks will naturally lend a hand. Coincidentally, our Liu family has recently dedicated a senior medical practitioner. This is just in time. It is an honor for our Liu family to serve the esteemed officials of the Inspection Institute. Liu Xiong did not care at all about Fu Yunqing's refusal in his words. He took the liberty to step aside, and a very thin man who had been following him stepped forward. The man wore a Taoist robe with long hair tied up. His emaciated face made him look quite untrustworthy. However, he pretended to be mysterious, casually draping his feather duster over his wrist. After stepping forward, he merely nodded slightly to a few people, appearing quite aloof. "May I ask for your Taoist title?" The Taoist? Next to him, Jiao An looked at the man and saw the healing energy panel pop up again. It prominently displayed the words "Senior Infected." Upon seeing this, Jiao An's face showed astonishment and disbelief. This Taoist is actually an infected being, head of the Liu family. I think it's unnecessary. The officials here have qualified healers. Jiao An immediately stepped forward, rejecting the man's request. Her sudden appearance stunned everyone. When Liu saw the man, her expression also turned cold. "What are you doing here?" She shouted in shock, her voice piercing. Jiao An glanced at her and, seeing her look of disdain, intentionally smiled and moved closer to Fu Yunqing and the others. "Miss Liu, what a strange thing to say. Who in Falling Moon City doesn't he know that Fu Yunqing and the others are my beast husbands? Wherever they are, I naturally am too." As she spoke, she blinked her beautiful big eyes. Such provocative words twisted Liu Ruyue's face in anger. "Shameless. You useless waste. Only knowing how to cling to Brother Fu. How can you have the nerve to be here? Why shouldn't I? I want to be here." The more angry Liu Ruyue became, the more excited Jiao An appeared. Liu Ruyue was already furious, and just as she was about to erupt again, Liu Xiong immediately stopped his daughter. He chuckled lightly, and then looked at Fu Yunqing and the others. "Esteemed officials, my Liu family has come with good intentions to offer support. If you look down on my Liu family and deliberately refuse, then in the future, my Liu family will not cooperate with any official activities, which is simply an insult." Compared to Liu Ruyue, Liu Xiong was much smarter. A few words were enough to demonstrate his cunning and depth of character. That is not the case. We indeed have qualified healers in the official ranks, so it won't trouble the Liu family. Impossible. The only healer on the official side is Xiao Meng, and we know her capabilities best. Besides, she came to seek help, which should prove that her abilities won't be able to assist Brother Fu. Liu Ruyue spoke quickly, immediately throwing Xiao Meng under the bus. Xiao Meng, hiding in the corner of the crowd, turned pale upon hearing this. She quickly lowered her head, not daring to say a word. Fu Yunqing frowned upon hearing this. The emergence of a traitor within the officials was unexpected for him. "It's not Xiao Meng. It's me." Jiao An stepped forward voluntarily. With her words, the people from the Liu family immediately burst into laughter. "Lord Fu, even if you want to refuse, you should find a better reason. Using such words to dismiss us is simply looking down on the Liu family." No one took Jiao An seriously. They all thought Fu Yunqing was intentionally using someone as an excuse to reject the Liu family. "Do you mean you don't believe us? What are you? How can you compare to our Liu family's senior healer?" "Jiao An, we've known each other for so long. Do you need me to remind you what kind of waste you are? Then let us make a bet." Seeing the other party step into the trap step by step, Jiao An was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled at Liu Ruyue. "You're going to bet with me? Jiao An, you really don't know the meaning of death. Less nonsense. Just say whether you want to bet or not. If you dare, let us see who can save the person." Jiao An pointed to the unconscious beast man beside her. Lu Ruiyue glanced over and finally fixed her gaze on her family's senior healer. The healer proudly raised his head, and his attitude already spoke volumes. Lu Ruiyue's face brightened upon seeing this. Okay, since we're betting, there should be a wager. Sure, if I lose. Jiao An said, glancing at Fu Yunqing beside her. You're not fond of him? If I win, I'll divorce Fu Yunqing. How about that? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyue became so excited that her breathing quickened. Are you serious? With so many people here, I can't back out. Of course, conversely, if I save him, then you will gift your senior healer to our officials. Jiao An thought that with such an obvious scheme, there should be some clever people in the Lu family who would see through it. However, she still underestimated her own reputation as a waste. After she finished speaking, the Lu family members burst into laughter. Father, let us have a bet with her. Dao Master Fa Wu, as a senior healer, is second to none in Falling Moon City. She is a waste, provoking our Lu family. Let us show her some color. Ha ha, it's normal for girls to bicker. I'm indifferent, but what do you esteemed officials think? From the beginning, Lu Xiong had been watching the expressions of Fu Yunqing and the others. After all, his purpose in coming here was to seek a favor from the officials. If his people could assist the officials, and if he could connect with Fu Yunqing and the others, it would be all the better. These individuals were powerful and destined for greatness. The Lu family, being in Falling Moon City, naturally had to make arrangements, but most importantly, it was still about his useless daughter's little thoughts. Chapter 19. Top-notch abilities. Is there such a good thing? Fu Yunqing must agree to this, right? You have hope for freedom. Hey, I'm talking to you. Jiao An, can you take us all along? If you lose this bet, we've already signed the divorce agreement, right? A lazy voice came through. He lazily lifted his eyelids, unable to discern his emotions from what he said. But it was evident that they all longed for freedom, especially when it meant spending the rest of their lives with a female they disliked and utterly detested. It was simply a disaster. Jiao An listened to the sarcastic remarks around her without getting angry. Given their nearly 1,000-point negative affinity, it was perfectly normal for them to say such things. Hua Su appeared to be leisurely and carefree, but in reality, he was a cunning and deceptive individual. A true, smiling tiger. Just like his identity, he was definitely a fox not to be underestimated. It's said that foxes can deceive, so one should be cautious. He had tricked the original owner more than once, which was why he could escape and gain freedom. Jiao An was very clear that before their affinity reached a positive level, their desire for the divorce agreement was extremely strong. No problem, Jiao An replied readily. However, she didn't expect that her words would leave the three of them stunned. They looked at Jiao An strangely, unable to understand why this woman had changed so much. It's settled then. Jiao An, just wait and see. You will definitely lose badly and then be abandoned by Fu Ge and the others. By then, you will end up with nothing. A useless, ugly, and lazy female like you will surely perish without the protection of Fu Ge and the others. And I want to feel the slightest bit of sympathy for you because you deserve all of this. In her last sentence, Lu Ruiyue deliberately lowered her voice, showing no concealment of her disdain for Jiao An. In fact, she could already envision Jiao An's defeated appearance, reluctantly signing the divorce agreement, only to be ruthlessly discarded. She should have ended up like this, perishing in her own world. By then, Fu Ge and the others would gradually embrace her, serving her with their gentle faces and magnetic voices. Just thinking about it made her breath quicken with excitement. Jiao An glanced at the other party with disgust as she noticed them lost in their own fantasies. What were they thinking? They looked like they were under a spell. Fool! Jiao An silently thought to herself. Without hesitation, she turned and walked over to the sleeping beast man. At this moment, all eyes were on Jiao An. Then, this esteemed one can go first? Jiao An proactively made way. That Law Wuling snorted coldly, obviously not considering Jiao An as a serious matter. He stepped forward, coldly glancing at the beast man, and confidently gave his answer. This person is dead. He will never come back to life. His words were firm and decisive, making people's hearts skip a beat. Fu Yunqing and the others were taken aback by this answer. After all, being called a senior medical practitioner implied exceptional ability. Even he said the person was dead. But Jiao An insisted that he could be saved. Is that so? Jiao An looked at the other party's proud demeanor and curiously asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you questioning me?" Of course, I'm not asking you to save anyone or to come here to show off. Aren't you a senior medical practitioner? Is being senior just about saying someone is dead without doing anything? You dare to insult me. You little girl, what do you know? Can you really bring the dead back to life? Naive. The other party, feeling embarrassed and angry, pointed at Jiao An with her fingertip. Jiao An wasn't angry. She smiled at him. Since you insist on believing he is dead, then I'll give you a show of resurrection. If acquiring skills isn't for showing off, it will be meaningless. Jiao An had been waiting for this moment. She approached, her hands coming close to the lying beast man, and the panel reappeared once again. This time, she chose healing purification. In an instant, Jiao An's hands began to radiate green energy, instantly creating a phenomenon. A huge aura enveloped her, and soft light descended, shining directly on Jiao An. The onlookers were astonished by such a celestial phenomenon, their expressions changing dramatically. Even the previously nonchalant Hua Su straightened up, his expression becoming serious. This kind of celestial phenomenon is top-notch ability. Indeed, in this world, besides telekinesis, there exists a special phenomenon known as abilities. Those with abilities and telekinesis users do not hinder each other. Strong telekinesis users often find it easier to awaken abilities. However, the rarity of abilities compared to telekinesis awakeners is a staggering 1 to 10, 0, 0, 0. In other words, among 10, 0, 0, 0 telekinesis users, only one might become an ability user. It's evident how significant the emergence of ability users is. Such a celestial phenomenon must be above S level, perhaps even SS level. Duanqi couldn't help but murmur to himself. Everyone knew that Jiao An, as the royal princess, was a complete waste. F-grade telekinesis, basically comparable to the fighting power of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Any adult beastman would have at least D-grade telekinesis to have combat capability. The higher the telekinesis level, the stronger the combat ability. A royal princess being such a failure had long become a joke. When they learned that she was a waste, these beast husbands scoffed at her, and their disdain for her reached an all-time high. Yet now, this once useless and malicious female had inexplicably awakened a high-level ability. It was impossible not to be shocked. They even began to think that the Jiao An before them might no longer be the same as the past Jiao An. Perhaps the original Jiao An was already dead. The person in front of them had either swapped souls or been possessed. They speculated, but no one spoke up. They clearly had heavy thoughts, each with their own agenda. As Jiao An felt the green energy radiating from her palms, it seemed as if she was enveloped in warm, gentle light. This truly was SSS-level healing energy. It was powerful. Moments later, the previously silent beast man suddenly coughed, and his pale face gradually regained its usual rosy color. He opened his eyes and looked around, filled with confusion. He is awake. He really woke up. A nearby young soldier exclaimed in surprise as he witnessed the dead come back to life. This statement struck heavily in everyone's hearts, stirring up a storm. Chapter 20. These dogmen are really hard to deal with. How was that possible? Lu Ryua rushed forward from not far away. She had watched the person in front of her open their eyes and still couldn't believe this fact. Therefore, she excitedly rushed forward and grabbed the soldier, wanting to check if he was really alive or if it was all just a trick by Jiao An. However, before she could make a move, a soldier nearby quickly stepped forward to stop her. Stop! What are you doing? Fu Yinqing's voice also came over. Lu Ryua was too reckless, daring to act this way in front of everyone. This showed how little regard she had for others as the young lady of the Lu family. Ryua, come back. Lu Xiong scolded, quickly stepping forward to pull his daughter back. Lord Fu, it's my fault for spoiling my daughter, causing you trouble. Since this wager has already yielded an answer, I won't disturb you any longer. Of course, this senior medical officer was hired at a high price by me. Now that I am giving way, whether he is willing to stay for your use depends on your offers. He bid farewell. Lu Xiong was quite calculating. Upon seeing the situation was not right, he chose to leave immediately and had no intention of lingering. As he left, he forcefully pulled Lu Ryua away, his face carrying a hint of warning. The Lu family came in a hurry and left just as quickly. Watching them leave, Huashu stepped forward and snorted coldly. That Lu family is a bunch of foxes. Except for Lu Ruyue, who's spoiled and lacks sense, Lu Xiong is the most cunning. As his words fell, Fa Wu, who had a gloomy expression and said nothing, turned to leave. But as expected, he was directly stopped by the soldier beside him. "Gentlemen, what does this mean? The head of the Lu family just said that I was hired by him, not sold to him. So he has no right to decide my fate. Of course, if the official wants to hire me, they must offer a suitable price. Otherwise, even if you are officers, you cannot restrict my personal freedom." His words were not without merit. Because they were from the official side, they couldn't break the law. Recently, the restrictions on the gambling were very low. If there were no suitable reasons or excuses, they couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, Jiao An had already walked up with a smile. If you were an ordinary person, then naturally, you cannot restrict your personal freedom. But what qualifications does an infected person like you have to say such things? The two were very close. At this moment, Jiao An seized the opportunity and shot the energy source in her hand directly at the person in front of her. However, she clearly overlooked the difference in combat power between the two. Sensing his identity exposed, Fa Wu instantly transformed, revealing a beastly form that was as dark as a wolf. Towering at nearly 2 meters, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. What? Jiao An was stunned in place by this sudden encounter. Such a powerful aura was something a low-level psychic like her could never resist. Ultimately, she had been overly confident. She hadn't expected the person in front of her to dare to beastify so suddenly. She had originally planned to directly heal and purify the infected person. However, it was just a hair's breadth away. The terrifying aura was so close that Jiao An felt a panic that she was about to die. Was all going to end like this? The task to conquer had just begun. She had just seen a glimmer of hope in this world, only to find it was about to end her life. She had already accepted the preparation for death, but unexpectedly, the pain did not come. A pair of large hands suddenly pushed her away. Jiao An fell out. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Yunqing and others quickly blocking the beast's attack. The collision of psychic forces in the entire space was terrifying. Jiao An, now sitting on the ground, looked around as the wind surged and clouds rolled, and involuntarily swallowed. The beast was clearly no match for Fu Yunqing and the others. But the beast's gaze fell on Jiao An, the genius of the beastmen. "I didn't expect you to be a waste without any psychic power." The mocking words made Jiao An break out in a cold sweat. Was she being looked down upon? But before he could finish his sentence, Duanqi had already drawn his curved knife and instantly severed the beast's arm. "What are you blabbering about? She is a waste." "But we are not." Instantly crushed, the beast's expression turned frantic, unwillingly letting out a howl. "Beastmen, just wait. Your doom is coming soon." With a roar, black mist began to rise around him, and he disappeared from sight. Seeing this, Duanqi immediately wanted to chase after him. "Don't disturb the snake." Fu Yunqing's voice came over. He slowly opened his palm. On it was half a talisman. "Did you place a tracking spell on him?" The two beside him were surprised. Fu Yunqing nodded. His identity is definitely unusual, but there's no need to disturb the snake. He will definitely go to meet the person behind him after escaping. Their organization is not simple. We should catch them all at once. Fu Yunqing's words made the two nod in agreement. If that's the case, then we should play the long game. Jiao An, in a rather embarrassed state, got up from the ground, and a soldier helped her. She awkwardly thanked him. Meanwhile, Duanqi and Huashu also looked over. "Hey Jiao An, do you want to die? What gives you the courage to deal with those infected beastmen?" "I didn't expect." Jiao An lowered her head, embarrassed to explain. She knew this was entirely her fault, almost dying at that person's hands. "If you want to seek death, don't drag us down with you. If you really want to die, then untie the contract first. We don't want to be buried with you." Huashu's cold voice came. He glanced at Jiao An, his tone very indifferent. Duanqi, standing beside her, also frowned. Fu Yunqing walked over and comforted her a few words. She also meant well in trying to help. "Let's keep the remarks to a minimum. Jiao An, I'll have someone take you back to rest. Don't get involved in matters here. Your strength is weak, and your psychic level is too low. It's indeed easy to get into trouble." Fu Yunqing's tone was very sincere, but it was also hard to miss his helplessness regarding Jiao An's weakness. Hearing these words, Jiao An felt a pang in her heart. These dogmen were really hard to deal with. Her current changes were obviously not enough. She had to become stronger, better, and more excellent. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. A weakling with only F-level psychic power, despite being outstanding in other aspects, could never stand on the same level as those who were originally strong. Chapter 21, How to Trigger the Main Quest. On the way back, Jiao An was unusually quiet. Clearly, she was pondering how to advance the further system. The original host psychic ability level is really too poor. This time the difficulty is extremely high. Aren't you considering providing some support? System, don't play dead on me. You brought me into such a world. A psychic powerhouse should be the basic threshold, but the original host has nothing. I've been diligently building rapport, completing tasks to obtain interpretation sheets, and improving my own situation. It shows how hard I've worked. You can't let me down. System. Jiao An's 3-inch tongue was in full swing. The originally silent system seemed to have grown tired of her. Ding dong. The host only needs to trigger and complete the main quest to possibly gain a boost in psychic ability. Upon hearing this, Jiao An fell silent. Her eyes curved into a smile as if she saw hope. So how can I trigger the main quest? Silence. It seemed that the system's last bit of patience had been exhausted. No matter how Jiao An asked next, the other party just wouldn't respond. With no other option, Jiao An could only think one step at a time. On the other side, after Fu Yunqing sent Jiao An back with his 2 aides, he entered the meeting room. The infected person's level isn't low, and knowing that Jiao An awakened a high-level ability, they will definitely come back to find her again. I plan to have the 2 aides protect her safety from the shadows. I also need to trouble the 2 of you to help investigate. This big fish must be caught. Fu Yunqing's voice was indifferent. The 2 beside him were taken aback upon hearing this. You sent 2 aides too? I'm afraid that ugly woman will die, so I also sent someone from my side to watch over her. After Huashu finished speaking, he looked at Duanqi. The knife that was by my side has also already gone. Their earlier words were so cold, clearly aware that this world is extremely dangerous, especially with those infected. They are inhumane, and their only purpose in this world is to slaughter the orc race, exterminate the entire orc tribe, and invade their homes and territories. Jiao An's ability is low. This is an undeniable fact. After all, with an F-level psychic ability, she is basically cannon fodder wherever she goes. Why is everyone being so two-faced? I'm only acknowledging that the woman brought me meat soup. I have to admit that her cooking is good. Consider it a favor returned. Huashu said proudly. As soon as Duanqi heard about the meat soup, his face darkened again. He snorted and got up to leave. Huashu and Fu Yunqing exchanged glances. In the following days, Jiao An persevered in her exercise routine. However, she often saw many official troops going out. Both cities seemed to be rather empty. Jiao An felt a bit uneasy inside. This was because in the past few days, when she wanted to find Fu Yunqing and the others to increase their rapport, she learned that they had stopped going out heavily. The whole Falling Moon city felt very quiet, giving an inexplicable sense of an imminent major battle. Help! Help! At this moment, while Jiao An was having breakfast indoors, she heard cries for help from outside. She had just finished a run, taken a shower, and planned to enjoy a nice breakfast before heading out to learn about the military situation. The sudden cry for help caught her attention. Jiao An walked outside. In the courtyard, a woman was holding a seriously injured man and shouting for help. A crowd was gathered at a distance, but no one dared to approach. In fact, everyone seemed troubled and annoyed. Luo Xiang, why did you bring your beast husband back when he's injured and bloody? Hurry up and take him to the hospital. I heard that Chen's internal situation is peaceful lately, but there are strange beasts entering the city, with so much blood in the courtyard. What will we do if we attract those beasts? Yes, we live in this small courtyard with the old, weak, sick, and disabled. You can't be so selfish. Hurry up and take him away. Human nature is selfish, especially with the drastic changes in Falling Moon City. Many people have learned that a major event is about to occur, so their first reaction is to protect themselves and refuse to get involved. Jiao An stood inside, looking out the window, and only then did she realize that Luo Xiang was the neighbor who had spoken up for her. The people outside were clearly in a state of collapse. All the rescue personnel in the hospital had been dispatched out of the city, and I really have no way to help. Please, if anyone has healing agents at home, save a life. Consider it a favor owed by me, Luo Xiang. I will definitely return it in the future. Healing agents, also officially issued convenient medicines, are similar to nutritional agents. They're developed by a company and then cooperated with the government for circulation in the market. These agents have excellent healing effects, but are very expensive. Those who can afford such agents are generally either rich or noble. Luo Xiang was indeed in a state of desperation, and she should have known that people who aren't here wouldn't be able to afford such expensive agents. Even if there were any, everyone would cherish them and keep them hidden. How could they possibly contribute them? Oh, hurry up and leave, hurry up and leave. Who would have such advanced medicine? Even if there were, how could they possibly give it to you? The crowd murmured quietly and then shut their doors and windows, ignoring the situation. Kneeling in the courtyard, Luo Xiang held the severely injured man in her arms, continuously sobbing. The man seemed to know what his fate was, so he weakly comforted her. It's okay, my wife. This might be my fate. You've done enough for me already. It's just a pity that I won't be able to stay by your side in the future. You must remember to find a partner better than me, someone who can protect you. That would be good. I don't want you to say these things. Don't say it again. You must live well. You must. This kind of parting is the hardest to accept. At this moment, Jiao An had already pushed the door open and walked out. Get him inside. After taking a look at the man's injuries, Jiao An hurriedly stepped forward to check his wounds and pulse. Noticing that it wasn't that bad, she immediately spoke to Luo Xiang. The person in front of her was clearly taken aback, but after realizing it, she quickly wiped her tears and, following Jiao An's instructions, helped to carry the man inside. Lay him flat. Go boil a pot of hot water. Jiao An followed Luo Xiang into her house. She started assigning tasks. Luo Xiang was both scared and worried. At this moment, she didn't ask much, just listened to Jiao An and hurried to do what she was told. The man lying on the bed was in poor condition. He had a serious injury to his lower left abdomen, seemingly punctured by a sharp object. If he weren't of the orc race, a normal person would have likely already passed away. Chapter 22. The well-known power. Jiao An took a deep breath and immediately got into the zone. Although this world was different from the one she came from, the basic principles of treating injuries should not differ much. It mainly involved properly handling wounds and applying emergency hemostasis. The difference was that the orcs in this world had a very strong self-healing ability. This meant that even though the person in front of her was severely injured, as long as the wounds were treated and bleeding was stopped in time, his life could be saved. Soon, Luo Xiang rushed over with a basin of hot water. Tears were still on her face as she looked anxiously at the orc husband lying on the bed. After receiving the hot water, Jiao An wrung out a clean towel and began to treat the wounds on him. Wait! Luo Xiang shouted to stop Jiao An as she reached to untie her orc husband's clothing. In the eyes of a healer, there was no distinction between genders. Saving lives was the most important thing. If you hesitated over such matters and delayed the rescue, it might lead to irreparable losses. Aren't you afraid? Luo Xiang shook her head and asked back. Jiao An was taken aback by this question. Afraid? I trust you. You don't seem to want to take advantage of the situation. However, if others find out, they might accuse you of seducing someone else's husband. Those old women in the courtyard have the loosest tongues. What rumors? Even if you explain it 1,000 times, they won't believe it. By then, your reputation. If you give up a life just for these concerns, that would be truly not worth it. Jiao An pulled her hand back nonchalantly, already fully focused on the treatment. Luo Xiang assisted her, fetching whatever Jiao An needed. Is there any medical alcohol? Luo Xiang immediately turned around and brought over a medicine box, which had gathered dust from sitting there. Some medicines in this world were not particularly expensive. Due to the civilization's breakdown, many medical practices have been lost. Nowadays, mental healing was always in vogue. Luo Xiang's orc husband was severely injured, and since Luo Xiang herself was not strong enough to treat him, she was left in despair, bringing him back to pray for a bottle of medicine from the people in the courtyard. Are these medicines really effective? Luo Xiang frowned at the chaotic assortment of drugs in the box. Jiao An did not respond, as she had already begun preparing to disinfect the wounds. The items in the medicine box were indeed complete. Originally, Jiao An only requested the minimum medical alcohol for disinfection, but upon seeing the various iodine solutions, wound ointments, etc., she realized these medicines will be the best for disinfecting the wounds. During the disinfection process, the male orc could not help but scream. Luo Xiang, feeling heartbroken, held his hand. By CI, you must hold on. You promised me you'd always protect me and stay by my side. It was unclear how much time had passed. The sky outside had already darkened. After treating the wounds, Joan began to apply medicine and bandage them. Luo Xiang looked at the wounds in disbelief. They had indeed stopped bleeding, and even the man in her arms had stabilized his breathing. The bleeding had stopped, and the wounds were treated in a timely manner. Let's see how tonight goes. As long as the wounds don't worsen, it will be fine. However, I find his wounds quite strange. They look like they were caused by some animal's claws. This attack was extremely fierce, almost piercing through him entirely. If it weren't for his strong orc body and vitality, he might have already perished. It must be those exotic beasts. At this moment, Luo Xiang had no more secrets. Her attitude toward Joan had undergone a dramatic change. This morning, the city of Luo issued an urgent summons. All adult male orcs were ordered to gather at the outskirts. Bai Ci also received the summons. At first, I didn't think much of it and thought it was just a simple task. I didn't expect the situation to become so serious. I heard that several exotic beasts had invaded the outskirts. Bai Ci was unfortunate enough to run into the leader of those beasts and nearly lost his life. As Luo Xiang spoke, her breathing became rapid. She looked affectionately at the man beside her. If anything were to happen to him, I would never forgive myself. He has sacrificed so much for me. If he didn't insist on being with me, he wouldn't have to suffer in such a place. Luo Xiang's voice carried a hint of restraint, making Joan feel like she was eavesdropping on a secret. She glanced at the man beside her and then back at Luo Xiang, guessing that the bond between these two was quite special. At least different from the typical relationships between wives and their orc husbands in this world. Luo Xiang loved him deeply, and it seemed she had only him as her orc husband. Don't worry, he is very strong and has a strong will to survive, which shows he has no intention of leaving you. He will likely stay by your side. Joan offered a few words of comfort. At this moment, Luo Xiang looked up at Joan. Thank you. I'm also very sorry. In the past, I believed what others said and thought you were a terrible person. So when those people made things difficult for you, I never spoke up for you. Now I realize how foolish I was. Those rumors are utterly unreliable. You are braver and stronger than any female I have ever known. Joan was taken aback by this statement and then felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. No. Those rumors aren't all false. The two exchanged smiles. Inside the dimly lit room, the light cast shadows on the few of them. So, the inspectors and military personnel have all gone out? Yes. Luo Xiang nodded, sweeping away her sadness and becoming serious. I heard that a dispatch team has not returned and has lost contact with the others. This team is very likely to have encountered misfortune. The authorities are probably preparing to intervene. Therefore, the curfew in the city has been extended by another hour, urging everyone not to go out at night. It seems a fierce battle is imminent. As she spoke, she glanced at Joan. Are you worried about your orc husbands? Joan was taken aback by this question. Maybe. Worry? Not really. Her eyes were full of desire for conquest, for rewards, and for returning to her original world. You don't need to worry. Your orc husbands are very strong, at least the strongest among all the orcs I've seen. Their mental power level may have already surpassed level 7. With such strength, ordinary people would definitely not be able to approach them. Luo Xiang stated this sincerely. The strength of Fu Yunxing and the others was well known to everyone. Chapter 23 at this level, 1 can only be an absolute waste. Joanna nodded. She naturally knew the abilities of those few people. As night fell, Luo Xiang stayed by her beast husband's side, unwilling to rest due to her unease. Seeing her genuine worry and that this night was indeed hard to endure, Joanna decided to make some meat soup after returning home. When she brought it over, Luo Xiang was deeply moved. Thank you, Joanna. Let us not talk about that for now. Feed him some of this soup. He needs to eat and drink while to get through this. Luo Xiang nodded, her eyes red, and carefully went to the man's side to feed him. The two looked quite affectionate together. Joanna watched Luo Xiang and fell into deep thought. You really love him. It's different from any relationship I've seen between females and males. Joanna suddenly spoke up. The news she received about this world indicated that females held a high status, which is why there is a polyandrous system here. Females enjoy absolute status and treat each male beast husband with equal affection, unlike the way Luo Xiang loves. I'm different from him. He has given up a lot for me. He is from Yun City, a noble young master from an upper-class city, while I was just a lowly commoner. My family was destroyed, leaving me to survive alone in this world. I met him when I fled to Yun City. He saved me once. He fell in love with me at first sight. I never thought there would be such a foolish man in this world, willing to give up everything for a female who is not top-notch in status, position, or appearance. His family disapproves of his madness and has been obstructing him. He didn't give up on me. In fact, he crazily dragged me to elope to this falling moon city. We depend on each other. Even if life is hard, I feel it's all worth it. In this world, I can only hold him, just as he can only hold me, Luo Xiang said, wiping away the tears on her face. So, if he dies, I would not hesitate to follow him. After all, besides him, I have nothing left in this world. In the silent room, the only sound was the clinking of the spoon against the porcelain bowl. Joanna, sitting nearby, was shocked. She hadn't expected that such pure love existed in this world. It made her regard Bai Ci and Luo Xiang even more highly. In the latter half of the night, Bai Ci finally woke up. Joanna went back to sleep, and when dawn broke, she heard Luo Xiang knocking on the door. Rubbing her eyes, she went to open it and saw Luo Xiang's haggard yet joyful face. Joanna, he is awake. Really? That is good. That means he is okay. Joanna smiled, offering comfort. Luo Xiang nodded. I told him about your concerns regarding the changes in the city. He knows some inside information. Do you want to ask him? A genuine exchange of hearts. At this moment, the relationship between the two had clearly grown closer. Joanna felt more energized upon hearing this. Okay, I'll be right there. She turned around to change out of her pajamas and followed Luo Xiang to the adjacent room. Bai Ci's complexion had visibly improved. It seemed that the meat soup from last night was crucial. Greetings, Your Highness. Bai Ci lay there still quite weak, but greeted them politely upon seeing them. No need for such formality. We all have the same status. Everyone knew Joanna was a deposed princess from the royal family. But a deposed princess was no longer a princess. Bai Ci was quite courteous, appearing to be a decent person. Just call me Joanna. I came to ask a few questions. Joanna got straight to the point. About the changes in the city? Xiang has already mentioned it to me. I will share everything I know with Miss Joanna. However, I'm just an outsider and don't know much. What I do know is that the official order to dispatch troops is to find people. The team that has been missing for nearly a month is led by Lord Shun Tingyan. Shun Tingyan, that mysterious fourth beast husband of the original. He finally made an appearance. After such a long time without news, it turned out he had gone outside the city and had gone missing. Ding dong, main quest triggered. Please proceed to the outer edge of the city. Reward triggered. Receive a psychic power level upgrade card, which can be upgraded to a maximum of SSS level. The system's prompt sounded in Joanna's mind. This time, however, the excitement made Joanna tremble. An upgrade card, and the maximum is SSS level. Her breathing quickened. But this joy didn't cloud her mind. She immediately calmed down, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. What is the lowest level it can be upgraded to? Ding dong. Guaranteed to a level. Wow, that is pretty good. Upgrading from F level to a level means a full 5 levels of increase. That is a rise to prominence. I have to go, I must go. With that expression, you're not planning to leave the city, are you? Luo Xiang observed closely. Joanna's determined demeanor made her scalp tingle. Now that she had already regarded Joanna as a friend, she naturally wanted to be sincere in return. So at this moment, she quickly intervened without a second thought. No, not just you. Even I can't go out. Luo Xiang's tone was firm, pulling Joanna back to reality. Why? It's simple. This is a ban issued by the officials in conjunction with the city lord. Anyone with a psychic power level below D cannot leave the city without authorization. For example, those infected bodies mingling with the beasts outside the city. Even if they were just beasts, we wouldn't be their match. A slight misstep could lead to death at their hands. Those beasts are exceptionally fierce. Moreover, the infected beasts even possess high intelligence. Therefore, the large tribe going to assist this time is led by experts, among whom your few beast husbands are the main responsible ones. I'm not looking down on your psychic power level. Mine is only a level. Although it's 1 level higher than yours, it's still utterly useless. What they said, while uncomfortable to hear, is indeed the truth. That is right. What Xiang said is true. My level isn't high either, just D. Although I'm close to rising to sea level. That little bit makes a world of difference. We can only stay at the very outer edge of the city. We have no qualification to step into the inner areas at all. As the two spoke, Joanna maintained a certain level of vigilance about the mysterious places outside the city. In other words, someone like her would immediately become cannon fodder if they went out. Chapter 24. I have a reason to go, Joan. I know you're worried about your Beastmasters, but you really don't have to worry about them. They're quite capable. You should just stay at home, and perhaps they will return soon. Luo Xiang looked at Joan in silence, thinking she was worried, so she took the initiative to hold her hand for comfort. Hearing these words warmed Joan's heart. She knew they cared about her. I have a reason to go, so I want to ask you, is there a safe way to reach the outer protective city area? Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances. Are you really planning to go out? I have to go, so I'm asking if you have any methods. Joan's expression was serious, and she didn't seem to be joking, which made Luo Xiang realize that no matter how much she tried to persuade her, it would be useless. By CI, I remember there's a team in the city specifically for transporting supplies. This time, there has been a situation at the outer protective city, and hasn't the Lord prepared supplies to support the officials? Indeed, there are. The number of troops going out is substantial. The reasons for that team's disappearance are many, but it shouldn't be as simple as rumored. Perhaps it's due to an outbreak of infected creatures. That's why a special team was set up to transport supplies. This team is organized by several prominent families in the city. Their goal is also to assist the officials. Bai CI nodded and explained. Hearing this, Luo Xiang's face also broke into a smile. If you follow this supply transport team, the journey should be much safer. After all, such teams usually have experts escorting them. Once you meet the military and see your Beastmasters, just stay with them. There shouldn't be any danger. After Luo Xiang finished speaking, Joan's eyes lit up. Then I'll prepare right now. Okay, be careful. At this time, the first supply convoy is probably about to set off. They should be at the city gate now. If you go over now, you'll make it in time. Luo Xiang nodded, and after speaking, she suddenly turned around and ran to a nearby box to take out something resembling a sachet. Here, take this. What is this? Beast repelling powder, sent by the officials. Bai CI has been working under the officials and received some benefits, and this beast repelling powder is one of them. Wearing it can help deal with those mutated creatures to some extent. This thing is valuable. I can't accept it. Joan had heard of beast repelling powder. It was made from very precious medicinal materials and was typically only qualified for military personnel. After all, being out in the field for a long time, safety was the top priority. And Luo Xiang hiding this thing in the box showed that she usually didn't want to use it, yet she generously gave it to her. What is this? It's just a small component. Compared to Bai Ci's life, it's insignificant. If it weren't for you, I might have completely lost him, and I would have followed him out of this world. At that time, who knows where these things would end up? After the other party insisted repeatedly, Joan could only accept it. All right, then I'll keep it. I still have a lot of chicken soup simmering in my room. Bring it over, and you two can drink it together. Joan smiled, and Luo Xiang nodded in agreement with a smile. After Joan left, the room became much quieter. Luo Xiang didn't stand on ceremony and went to get the remaining chicken soup. She filled a bowl and walked in front of Bai CI. You need to take good care of your injuries. Bai CI, I really can't accept the thought of losing you. So, don't go to the military anymore. Let's just live well together. I don't ask for anything material. I just want to be with you. Luo Xiang's words carried a hint of sadness. Upon hearing this, Bai CI reached out to rub Luo Xiang's head, his tone incredibly gentle. Why are you crying? It's not like anything's happened, right? That's because we were lucky to meet Joan. If it weren't for her, I really don't know what I would have done. This Miss Joan seems a bit different from before. Mentioning Joan made Bai Ci's gaze fall on the chicken soup in Luo Xiang's hand. What rumors can be believed among those outside? Those gossipers love to talk. Joan is a good person when no one else was willing to help us. She was the only one who did. I know, but I met her before. She seemed sloppy and foolish, so different from the one I see today. And this bowl of soup. Bai CI squinted his eyes. After drinking this chicken soup, I can vaguely feel my wounds gradually healing. This is something those high-level chefs in the upper city can't even achieve. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiang was taken aback. She looked at the soup in the bowl. She had been in a state of sadness and hadn't noticed the peculiarity of the soup before. Now that she was reminded, she found that the chicken soup was rich in color and aroma, especially the fragrance that tantalized her taste buds. She unconsciously swallowed, half in disbelief. Could it really be this miraculous? It shouldn't be fake. By CI said, lifting his shirt. He revealed that his wounds had healed significantly. Yesterday's horrific wounds were now faintly scarred, looking quite unbelievable. How could this be? The wounds were so serious yesterday. That's why I said, this Miss Joan is very special. Bichi smiled slightly. Luo Xiang pursed her lips. Regardless, we shouldn't casually speak about this matter. She has saved our lives. Moreover, I truly consider her a friend. Okay, I'll listen to you. At the city gate, when Joan rushed over, she indeed saw several large trucks loading supplies. As she approached, she was immediately stopped by someone. Supply vehicles. No unauthorized personnel allowed near. I heard that the supply vehicles need accompanying personnel, and I want to join. Joan said seriously to the person in front of her. The other person was taken aback and looked Joan up and down. Seeing her plump figure, he couldn't help but frown. What is your psychic aptitude level? F grade. Joan answered without any concealment. Upon hearing this, the other person became enraged. Are you kidding me? Get out of the way, or I want to be polite. Sure enough, this kind of wasteful psychic aptitude has reached a point where everyone shouts to beat them. Joan's face darkened, but she held onto the person. I'm not joking. Although my psychic aptitude is poor, I hope to contribute to the officials as well. Just take me with you. Chapter 25. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Go away. What is an F-level telekinesis doing here? Do you think this is a vacation? Hurry up and leave. The person in front showed no respect, even rejecting Xiao and sincere request without hesitation. What happened? At that moment, a dignified voice came over. Several people looked over in unison. Xiao An saw a woman dressed in armor, looking extremely imposing, walking towards them. Her robust figure and powerful, developed muscles proved her extraordinary combat ability. Xiao An searched her mind and learned that the woman was the lord of VILLAINESS city by Shengxiong. It was said that this lord initially earned her position solely through her own fists. The contenders for the lordship were all formidable opponents. Yet this lord crushed everything with her sheer strength. Although it was a lower-level city, over the years under her management, it had been well organized. The status of females and some special privileges were basically fought for by this lord. Lord of the city, an F-level telekinesis orc has come to cause trouble, insisting on following the main tribe. We are currently trying to drive them away. There is a clear iron decree, and with qualifications like this, they're obviously unqualified. Jiao An, do you know where we are going? The calm person did not scold at first, but patiently inquired. Jiao An looked at the person in front of her and confidently replied, to support the outer protective layer. Do you know what stepping out of the dust represents? Risk. Jiao An answered without hesitation. This made the other person nod. You seem to know everything. Since that's the case, you also understand your strength. Going out will only lead to a dead end. I'm not afraid. I still hope the lord of the city can agree. My life and death are my own decision. Originally, she thought her reminders were sufficient. Anyone with a bit of sense would think it over. But unexpectedly, after saying this, Jiao An still had such a resolute expression. This left the person in front of her silent. No, you cannot decide. Your life is bound to several warriors of VILLAINESS city. Naturally, the person was referring to Fu Yunxing and the others. The effect of the partner contract, living and dying together, would only fall on the beast husbands. This meant that if anything happened to Xiao and Fu Yunxing and the others would also suffer backlash. I can unilaterally remove the living and dying contract for 3 days. This is the right of the wife, and I dare to exercise this right. That way, my life and death can be decided by myself, right? Such bold words stirred up a commotion. Has she gone mad? Is this fat woman's brain eaten by a dog? How dare she say such things? I heard not long ago she was still pestering Lord Fu in them. Later I heard she was sent back by them, and I'm afraid she has angered those lords again. Now feeling unwilling, she still wants to cling to them. But those lords have already left the city, and she is afraid of being left behind, so she can only follow. Bah, shameless. This fat woman has no self-awareness at all. She should take a look in the mirror to see what she looks like. An F-level telekinesis. To call her a waste is an insult to waste. If she goes out, she will immediately become cannon fodder. But I always feel that this fat woman seems to have changed a lot. She hasn't gained weight, and her face looks a bit better. You're blind. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Because they dislike Jiao An, they can overlook such obvious changes and only vent their insults. Who told them they couldn't have everything Jiao An has? Such an excellent beast husband, yet a waste possesses him. Anyone would feel jealous. Are you sure? Compared to the surrounding discussions, the city lord took a few more glances at Jiao An. There was a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Brave, not bad, not as unbearable as the rumors say. Lord of the city, I have made up my mind and will not regret it. Good, let her join. Bai Sheng Xiong didn't say much, just instructed a subordinate beside her, and then turned to leave. This news naturally reached Lu Ruyue's ears. Really? That dead fat pig actually has the guts to leave the city? Absolutely true. Even the city lord was alarmed. That fat woman boasted that she temporarily lifted the living and dying contract and insisted on going out. The city lord originally disagreed because he cared about Lord Fu and their safety. He was afraid that fat woman would die outside inexplicably and implicate Lord Fu. Now that the other party dares to make a promise, the city lord has no further objections. The speaker was a respectful female, only speaking to Lu Riyue. Looking at her attire, she must be a young lady from some family. Her respectful attitude was clearly following Lu Riyue like a little follower. Great. I was worried about how to deal with that dead fat pig. She actually came to me, unaware of her own situation. Let her pay the price. Lu Riyue hated Jiao An deeply. Ever since she suffered a loss under Jiao An, she had been furious and her hatred had only intensified. She had never had an opportunity before, but now it seemed even heaven was helping her. Sister Riyue, you are beautiful, come from a good family, and have high telekinesis qualifications. Not to mention the young ladies from your own family. Even those noble girls from higher-level cities can't compare to you. Moreover, she is an ugly fat woman. She isn't even worthy to carry your shoes. The other party's flattering words made Lu Riyue smile with satisfaction. Of course, if it weren't for her insistence on entangling with Brother Fu and binding their lives together, I would have killed her long ago. Lu Riyue said resolutely. The other party smiled and moved closer. Isn't the opportunity here? Hearing your words, it seems you have a good idea. Upon hearing this, Lu Riyue became interested. The other party smiled. This time, transporting supplies, all three major families are contributing money and effort. Naturally, the family of Sister Riyue is contributing the most. The city lord has dispatched a defense team to guard the outside of the supply convoy. Those inside are best handled. They will easily follow your lead, Sister Riyue. As for the outer defense team, I know a few. As long as Sister Riyue makes a move, just to kill a waste female, they won't say much. Once these words were spoken, Lu Riyue's eyes lit up. Well said. My Lu family is not lacking in wealth. You bring those people over, and the price I offer will definitely satisfy them. Chapter 26. In danger. Everyone quickly prepared and boarded the vehicle in order. Finally, the time had come, and the members of a defense team rang their bells, signaling everyone to get on the vehicle in sequence. Joanna was obediently waiting at the back of the line. However, she was stopped by the captain of the defense team at the front. You joined temporarily, so there's no spot for you. The other party's words were direct. Joanna frowned upon hearing this. What does that mean? The lord of the city has already agreed that I can go. I know, I didn't say I wouldn't take you. It's just that the military vehicle has a limited capacity and there are weight restrictions. You, who could easily take up the space of 3 or 4 people. If you were thin, it wouldn't be a problem to squeeze one more in, but obviously in your current state, it's not suitable. We can't have issues halfway, right? These words were harsh, and the other party made a valid point. Joanna furrowed her brows and looked down at herself. A plump body, layers of fat around her waist, a large size, and a frightening weight. She glanced at the military vehicle, which already had more than a dozen people inside. If she really forced her way in, it would indeed cause problems. Can't I just run alongside the convoy? Can't you send another vehicle? The issue lay with herself, and Joanna's tone remained polite. The other party pondered for a moment and then smiled. How could I send another vehicle just for you? A major battle is about to begin, and resources are scarce. We absolutely cannot waste them. There's no other way. You can only go in the cargo truck at the back. The cargo truck is only filled with goods, and it can barely fit you in. Do you want to? If you do, then get in. If you don't, then you should go back. The other party's tone had grown somewhat impatient. Joanna knew that this was the only option for now. No problem. I'll get in the cargo truck. It's just a bit cramped. Being with some goods isn't a big deal. As long as I can successfully reach the protective layer, everything can be discussed later. Seeing her obediently agree, the other party was taken aback, then just glanced at Joanna without saying anything further. Joanna looked at the few large cargo trucks behind her, and without hesitation, climbed onto one. The weight of her body seemed to make the vehicle tremble slightly. This action caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. Look at her like a big fat pig, almost couldn't get up. I really don't understand. She looks like she has some issues moving, yet insists on leaving the city. Who cares about her? Anyway, we signed the agreement. If she dies out there, then let her die. I've never liked her. Messy, ugly as a demon, and so fat. Really embarrassing for us females. Most females were considered beautiful when plump. But then the Lord of the City, by Sheng Xiong, appeared, bringing a more athletic beauty. It indicated that females could also compete with those strong males. But a fat pig was different. It was someone everyone despised. It indicated laziness and lack of ambition. Not to mention that it made other males dislike her. Even as a fellow female, she was extremely disliked. They felt she lowered their standards. Joanna exerted tremendous effort to get onto the big truck. The truck was high, and there were no steps beside it, so she could only struggle to climb up. Listening to the comments around her, she felt her face flush. She wasn't thick-skinned. Being discussed like this naturally made her feel ashamed. Now, her determination to lose weight was even stronger. She had to get rid of this body fat sooner or later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The convoy was ready to set off. The guards outside came to close the cargo truck's large door. Joanna watched as the light in front of her disappeared. Inside the entire compartment, there was only a dim little yellow light hanging on the wall. She leaned against the center of the space. The cramped area was actually uncomfortable, but she could only endure it. The truck swayed back and forth. Suddenly, something crashed down with a bang against the truck door. Joanna was startled and looked up to find that the truck door had actually been knocked open. She felt it was strange, so she stood up, swaying, and tried to pull the door that had been knocked open back shut. She raised her hand to grab the handle, but suddenly felt a force from behind, pushing her hard. Everything happened too suddenly. Joanna's already overweight body had no support, and wanting to grab the nearby door, she fell out of the truck bed due to her weight. Joanna felt like her bones were about to fall apart. After rolling around, she desperately covered her head and looked up, and sure enough, she saw a few people standing in the truck bed. The one at the front was none other than Lu Riyue. She raised her chin proudly, looking at Joanna, slowly saying something. Joanna couldn't hear what she was saying. The vehicle was driving further away, but she vaguely caught a few words from her lips. Godi, stop the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Joanna tried to get up, but her heavy body had sustained many injuries, and at this moment, she couldn't even support herself. She could only watch as the cargo truck moved further and further away from her. At that moment, she realized that Lu Riyue had bribed the last defense team from the very beginning. They had clearly heard something but turned a blind eye, allowing everything to happen. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The convoy had left, and Joanna could only try to calm herself down, looking around to observe her environment. She adjusted her position, revealing her legs. The bloody wounds ached painfully. Joanna endured the pain, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. No, I can't stay here. It's dangerous outside the city. Even though this is an official road, usually there are cleansers for those beasts. But now that I'm so heavily injured, with such a strong smell of blood, it might attract those beasts. Knowing that her situation was dire, Joanna had no time to be angry or frustrated. She could only urgently seek help. But with such severe injuries and no ability to move, it would ultimately be hard to escape death. Crawling on the ground, she noticed some fallen branches in the nearby forest. She found a sturdy branch, cleared a bit, and used it as a cane to support herself to stand up. Her left leg should be broken, while her right leg only had superficial injuries and could still move, which was somewhat good news. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the grass around her. Joanna planned to enter the forest to see if there were any wild herbs, at least to treat the wounds on her leg. The sudden noise startled her. She swallowed hard and quietly picked up a large stone from the ground. Could it be that unlucky? Had she attracted a beast so soon? She clenched her fists, filled with reluctance. Chapter 27. I'm with you if I die like this. All my efforts will be in vain. After finally getting a chance for rebirth, can the heavens show me some mercy? In that moment, Jiao An thought of many things, even planning to gamble her life with the other party. Whoosh! The next second, a figure emerged from the bushes. Jiao An was startled, and without hesitation, she threw the large stone in her hand. Bang! The heavy stone landed squarely in the other person's hand. The person in front squeezed the stone with their large hand, and without exerting much force, the stone crumbled into powder and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Jiao An was taken aback. But when she looked up to see the person's face, her panic changed to joy. It's you, little beggar. Jiao An happily wanted to step forward, but the pain in her leg stopped her, and she could only hiss in discomfort. Lu Qi, how did you end up here? Thank goodness it's you. I thought it was some kind of beast. You scare me to death. Jiao An said joyfully. The other person walked over, and his gaze fell on Jiao An's leg. Without saying a word, he picked her up horizontally. Everything happened too suddenly. Jiao An felt dizzy, and only after she realized she was being carried did she let out a scream. She looked fearfully at the man in front of her. He didn't seem particularly strong, yet he effortlessly lifted her, who weighed nearly 300 pounds. Why you? Jiao An was so surprised she couldn't speak, pointing at him without being able to form a complete sentence. The person in front remained silent. He seemed to be someone who was naturally not talkative, with a cold expression that made him look fierce. Jiao An had no idea where he was carrying her. From a distance, she could see a small lake. Then, Lu Qi found 2 leaves from the side, spread them on the grass next to the lake, and carefully set her down on them. Jiao An watched him, and when she was finally placed on the leaves, she felt touched. Thank you, Lu Qi. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. I'm so glad it's you. If it were a beast, I'm afraid I wouldn't have survived. Jiao An sighed, and the image of Lu Riyue appeared in her mind, causing her expression to turn cold. She would definitely not let this go easily. It's okay. His hoarse voice reached her ears as he began to speak. Lu Qi picked more leaves and skillfully made a small bowl, then fetched water from the lake and came back to clean her wounds. The lake water was icy cold. Jiao An had prepared herself for pain, but she was surprised to find that the cool water on her wounds felt gentle and didn't hurt at all. She looked on in amazement. This water seems a bit magical. This is a spiritual spring that I discovered. He lowered his eyelids, and at that moment, Jiao An noticed that his eyelashes were long and thick, just blocking his eyes. Although his face was dirty, it was clear that his features were three-dimensional and delicate. I see. You're amazing to find such a great place. But why are you out here alone? I saw that a prohibition was issued in the city, and people can't go out freely. My injury is healed. I'm not afraid of those things. He spoke slowly, as if nervous, causing his words to stutter. The sound of insects chirping and birds singing filled the air, and the enchanting environment made it hard to believe that any beasts would appear. This place is indeed nice. Moreover, it seems to be quite remote, unlikely to have other people around. I wonder how Lu Qi discovered this place. The dirt in the wound on her leg was cleaned away, and the original filthy blood was washed off. Then Lu Qi extended his hand, and a warm energy enveloped her legs. Jiao An felt warmth spread throughout her body. The next second, the wound on her leg had healed and scabbed over. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she jumped up excitedly. It doesn't hurt anymore, it's healed. She happily looked at Lu Qi, who had been watching her until he felt her gaze and lowered his eyes, seemingly afraid to meet her gaze. You're amazing, Lu Qi. Jiao An didn't notice these details, only grateful for his help. Lu Qi pressed his lips together, and a hint of red appeared on his originally dark face. He bowed his head and remained silent, but it was obvious he was nervous, fidgeting with his hands like a helpless child. That's great. This means I can set off again towards the protective city. Jiao An sighed in relief. The heavens still showed mercy on her, but she met Lu Qi at a crucial moment. When he heard that Jiao An was going to the protective city, his expression immediately turned anxious. You can't go. He reached out to stop her, his tone turning urgent. Why? I have to go there. Jiao An looked at Lu Qi, who stammered, but didn't explain his reasons. Lu Qi, thank you for saving me, but I really have a reason I can't avoid going there. That's where the mental power upgrade card is. If I go, I can get it and completely rid myself of the title of useless. This is like a pie falling from the sky. No matter how difficult the process is, I have to take the gamble. Then I'll go with you. This time, he didn't stop her, but chose to stand by her side. Jiao An was a bit surprised and glanced at him. Thank you. The two set off together. Lu Qi was indeed very familiar with the outside world. Jiao An followed closely behind him, and they didn't encounter any danger along the way. In the jungle, he somehow found some strange herbs, crushed them, and applied them to Jiao An's face. The pungent herbal smell made Jiao An wrinkle her nose. What is this? Those things hate this. It's similar to what you have on you. He noticed the sachet hanging on Jiao An's belt. Jiao An was taken aback. This sachet was given to her by Luo Xiong and was effective in repelling those beasts. She didn't expect him to know about it. Now, Jiao An was increasingly curious about Lu Qi's identity. But this won't do much against the really powerful ones. This herb is useful to some extent. He analyzed seriously. While speaking, he applied the remaining herbal juice all over Jiao An's face. The cool sensation made her shiver. His fingers were long and carefully touched Jiao An's face, his gaze darting about, seemingly very nervous. Chapter 28. Why is your face so red? Joan didn't notice these things. She felt as if her entire body was covered in the herbs. But seeing that the other person wasn't, she simply grabbed some leaves and smeared them on his face. Lu Qi stood frozen in place, looking at Joan in disbelief. Don't just smear it on me. You should put some on yourself, too. If this stuff really works, we should cover ourselves in it, so those things can't find us. She had no idea how far they had to go or if they would encounter that convoy again. I hope we can stay safe. If we do run into any danger, you should run as fast as you can. After all, it's my fault you're involved in this. If you get into danger because of me, then I would be inhumane. Joan stood by, rambling her concerns, unsure if he was listening, while he remained stiff, not daring to move, letting her smear the herbal juice on him. What's wrong? Finally noticing that he hadn't spoken, Joan glanced at him strangely. I'm fine. I'll protect you. His breathing seemed to quicken a bit, and at that moment, Joan finally noticed that his face was slightly flushed. Why is your face red? You're not getting sick, are you? As she asked, she leaned closer, reaching out to check his forehead. Lu Qi felt her proximity and tensed up even more, his eyes darting around. Unsure where to look. It's not hot at all. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Joan was completely unaware of what she had done and was still seriously checking his temperature. Lu Qi shook his head, bearing it low. That's strange. If you feel unwell, just tell me. Everything finally returned to normal. Along the way, it was mostly Joan trying to find topics to talk about. Because of her size, her stamina was naturally not as good as Lu Qi's, but he was also deliberately waiting for her. Let's take a break. Perhaps noticing that Joan was panting heavily, Lu Qi stopped. Okay. Joan nodded awkwardly, knowing that she had delayed their journey. Lu Qi said nothing, finding a cave. He was very skilled at surviving outside the city. He actively observed the surroundings, found some dry firewood, and lit a fire. The mist in the jungle was thick, and the temperature had dropped significantly. Joan unconsciously moved closer to the fire, feeling herself relax. Lu Qi had left at some point. Joan looked around but couldn't find him, feeling a bit uneasy. Her stomach was growling with hunger. She stood up, intending to go out and find some wild fruits to fill her stomach. However, just a few steps out, she heard a roar of a beast not far away. Joan froze in place, her instincts kicking in as she cautiously glanced around and began to retreat step by step into the cave. At the same time, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes. Realizing something was wrong, Joan quickly turned to run. But before she could take 2 steps, she saw that massive shadow being slammed to the ground, thrown several meters away. Joan was startled. It was an adult black beast, looking somewhat like a leopard, but its fangs proved that it was not an ordinary black panther. Seeing the beast dead, Joan turned her head and indeed found that Lu Qi had returned. He wore a grim expression and had killed it with just 1 punch. Such incredible strength was truly astonishing. Lu Qi, you're not hurt, are you? He snapped back to reality and hurried toward Joan, not caring about the prey in his hand, anxiously checking her over. I'm Yufine. You came back just in time and saved my life. Joan gave an embarrassed smile. Lu Qi removed the leaf tied around his waist, filled with various flowers and herbs. He skillfully scattered them around the cave entrance and then stoked the fire a bit more. Joan stood by, watching the dead beast. Lu Qi, are you really that powerful? She turned to him in disbelief. The man in front of her had skills that exceeded her expectations. With such abilities, he shouldn't be treated that way in the city, nor should he be reduced to a beggar who could only scavenge. I'm a monster. They all hate me. I'm not impressive at all. Lu Qi sat on a nearby rock, his head hanging low in despondency. Joan immediately moved closer upon hearing this. Who said that? You just killed such a large beast with one punch. Isn't that impressive? I almost got bitten by that thing. If it weren't for you, I would be dead by now. Who said such things about you? If you're not impressive, then what does that make me? A total waste? I only have F-level telekinesis. If I punched, I could probably only tickle the beast. Joan naturally sat next to Lu Qi. He must have just returned from exerting himself, still holding on to some smaller beast corpses. As he handled them with a knife, he slightly shifted his expression at her words. But being different is a sin. His voice dropped unconsciously, as if lacking confidence. Joan heard him clearly. She turned to look him over from head to toe. Being suddenly scrutinized, Lu Qi clearly felt awkward. Let me see. You're tall and brave, with striking features. Other than being a bit dirty on your face, what's different? Someone must be jealous of you to say such things. I'm telling you, Lu Qi, a person's true worth isn't determined by what others say, but by what you do. You just killed a fierce beast with your own hands. That's enough to prove your strength. Look at me. I'm fat and ugly. Everyone dislikes me and wants to beat me up, but I haven't given up on myself. I do my own thing, and one day I will silence those gossips. We can't control what others say, so we must take care of ourselves. The fire crackled warmly in the quiet cave. Joan's voice was soft and gentle, and that day became one of the most memorable days for Lu Qi. After resting for a while and filling their stomachs, they planned to set off again. According to Lu Qi, the area outside was quite dangerous. It was fine during the day, but nighttime was the paradise for those beasts. So after this rest, they made a strong push toward the protective city. Along the way, Joan picked some edible fruits, which were hydrating and filling. After preparing, the two began to quicken their pace. They didn't take the main road. Following Lu Qi's methods, they walked along some small paths. Joan didn't refuse, obediently following behind. She was willing to trust someone who had saved her twice. Chapter 29. Seeking wealth and honor in danger. It's a bit strange. I don't know how long they've been walking. Joanna stopped beside a large tree, looking at the person in front of her. Have we arrived? But it's very strange. Lu Qi said, speaking word by word, his handsome face showing a hint of seriousness. What's wrong? Joanna curiously walked over. She followed his gaze to the brightly lit tall tower not far away. That was the protective city. The army's camp was there to prevent more severe infected beasts from entering their city. There were patrols every day. If there was something strange, it was indeed very strange. The brightly lit tall tower was so quiet it felt unbelievable. There wasn't a single person on guard at the tower. It was as if everyone had disappeared. Why is it so quiet? When I came out before, I passed here and found it heavily guarded with many soldiers, but this time there's no one. It's very strange, Lu Qi explained slowly. Joanna nodded. I noticed that too. Let's be careful and sneak in, just in case. After agreeing, the two began to figure out how to infiltrate the protective city. They initially thought it would be difficult. However, once they got in, they didn't see a single shadow. Joanna started to doubt herself until she saw several supply trucks parked nearby, confirming that the convoy had indeed arrived. There seemed to be traces here. Joanna looked towards another exit of the protective layer and found tire tracks. She moved closer, observing the traces leading out, her eyes growing intense. What's on the other side of the protective city? Joanna turned to ask Lu Qi beside her. He was also taken aback and raised his head to look outside. The contaminated area? His tone trembled slightly. The contaminated area? It was a place 100 times more dangerous than the outskirts of Luoyue City, especially the marked, deep contamination zones, where survival was nearly impossible. His voice was low, as if he had experienced something, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Everyone has disappeared. They shouldn't have gone to the contaminated area, right? How could that be? What kind of urgent situation would make everyone in the protective team escorting supplies voluntarily go to the contaminated area? Not a single person stayed behind a guard. You can't go. As Joanna grew more curious and even started walking towards the city's exterior, Lu Qi hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed her. Joanna, weighing around 300 pounds, nearly lost her balance from his sudden pull. It was evident that Lu Qi was genuinely anxious. Help! Help! Before Joanna could speak, a cry for help reached their ears. Joanna looked over. Did you hear that? Someone is calling for help. She ran out a few steps and unexpectedly saw a soldier limping outside, covered in blood. Without thinking much, Joanna rushed out to save him. The soldier seemed to have spotted Joanna and the others, his face lighting up with joy before he completely collapsed from exhaustion. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest and receiving a telekinesis upgrade card. At the same time, the system's voice reported in her mind. Upon hearing this, Joanna immediately chose to use it. Instantly, a flowing energy enveloped her. Joanna felt a massive amount of energy accumulating in a certain area of her abdomen. She hadn't expected this thing to be so useful. She quickly reached out her hand to use telekinesis to begin rescuing the unconscious person. The person gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Joanna, he immediately begged in pain. What happened? Why is there not a single person in the protective city? In the 86 contaminated area, the missing team has been found. Lord Fu and the others are conducting a rescue, but the entire team is now surrounded, and the situation is dire. What? Joanna's eyes widened upon hearing this. Just as she wanted to ask more, the person fainted again. His injuries were too severe. At this moment, Lu Qi walked over, looking oddly at Joanna. If he had sensed correctly, Joanna had used telekinesis to heal that person, and the purity of her telekinesis was very high. But hadn't she said she only had F-level telekinesis? Curious, Lu Qi didn't ask further. Joanna managed to get the person onto the platform of the protective city and then stood up. Lu Qi, we should split up. After you return, please report to the inspection office and inform the officers there to request assistance. I'll head to the 86 contaminated area to see if I can help. You can't go. Lu Qi listened seriously to Joanna's words, still refusing to let her go to those contaminated areas. There's no time. Don't worry, I'm clever. If I encounter danger, I'll just run. I have a way to save myself for now, so there's no need to worry. Just be extra careful on your way back. You're more familiar with the route, so it will be much easier for you to return than it will for me. So I really appreciate it. Joanna suddenly grabbed Lu Qi's arm, and her earnest words finally made him slowly release his grip. He realized that Joanna was determined to go. Knowing he couldn't stop her, he decisively pulled out a pendant from his pocket. Joanna looked over. It was a pendant resembling a beast's tooth, looking very unique. Be careful. He glanced at Joanna with concern, said this, and stepped away. Joanna stood in place watching his departing figure, unable to help but smile. Lu Qi, you're a really good person. Thank you. She didn't know if Lu Qi heard this, but it was Joanna's heartfelt sentiment. At least in this world, Lu Qi was the best person she had encountered so far. Putting those thoughts aside, Joanna began to mark the 86 contaminated area on her smart brain. She discovered it wasn't too far from the protective city and decisively went to the supply truck to find some gear to wear and prepare to set off. To put it bluntly, she didn't have to push herself so hard, but she was unwilling. Her fate was completely tied to those men. If those guys died, it would mean her main quest in this world would be utterly severed. At that point, the system might shut down, and she would be stuck in this terrifying world for the rest of her life. Without familiar family or friends, she would just drift aimlessly in this strange and illusory world. Perhaps she would return to the fate of a cannon fodder female, supporting character, dying one day without knowing how, perhaps murdered or perhaps something else. Who knows? So, she had to gamble. The saying that wealth and honor lie in danger was not wrong. Chapter 30. How could you possibly not be dead? Along the way, Joan saw many corpses of slain beasts. It was evident that a battle had taken place here. Because of this, Joan spent the journey in a state of calm. Until she approached the 86 contaminated area, she clearly heard a beast's roar. A heavy smell of blood rushed toward her. Quick, where's the tranquilizer? Where is the tranquilizer? This is bad. This is bad. Lord Duanqi has also entered beastification. Beastification is not an unfamiliar term. In this world, Male beastmen possess absolute combat power with their robust bodies. But this power consumes mental energy and exerts great mental pressure. Therefore, as female partners, they have a very important responsibility: to soothe. If a qualified and powerful female partner has a mental energy level that is not low, she only needs to soothe once a month. This ensures that they will not enter beastification due to excessive consumption of mental energy and mental pressure during battle. Beastmen in beastification generally lose all rationality and transform completely into the most primitive beasts. They are different from those infected beasts, but they also become monsters that recognize no kin and are consumed by bloodlust. The tranquilizer, a precious medicine, can temporarily suppress the beastification within them, forcibly calming their high-pressure mental state. However, the side effects can be significant. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the best solution for beastmen who have entered beastification is to allow their female partners to soothe them. No more tranquilizers. If this continues, they will definitely die. In the crowd, Lu Riyue shouted. She rushed out recklessly, looking toward Fu Yunqing with fear and reluctance. Lord City Master, we can't continue the injections. What should we do? If Joan were here, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But that woman had suddenly disappeared halfway, and without the soothing of a female partner, they would also become complete monsters. Bai Shengxiong's voice was filled with anger. They had suffered countless casualties this time and were already exhausted. Reaching this point could be said to be entirely due to the lack of information. If they had come with the support team this time, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But now it was too late. No one expected that the 86 contaminated area would further strengthen. Something must have gone wrong. As the city master of Luoyue, she had the obligation to protect the safety of all her citizens. Therefore, even if she had to die, she had to stand guard here. The 86 contaminated area must not spread further into the city. The protective city had fallen, and Luoyue City could not fall. Let me do it. Zhou might already be dead, and they currently have no wife. Lord City Master, grant me the authority to bind a contract with them, and I can soothe them. At the critical moment, Lu Riyue immediately spoke up. Her tone was excited. Looking at the few people who were gradually beastifying in the distance, she felt her breathing quicken. Joan is dead. If she could become their wife, they would completely belong to her. Just thinking about being accompanied by these handsome and brave beast husbands every night made her feel thrilled. Bai Xingxiong fell silent for a moment when he heard this. The marriage contract must be mutually agreed upon. There was really no way to act unilaterally. Lord City Master, how much longer are we going to watch them die? They are all warriors of Luoyue City. At worst, if they are unwilling later, I will just dissolve the contract with them. Dissolution is impossible. Lu Riyue's small thoughts were already written on her face. This moment was crucial. At worst, just agree first, and we can talk after the contract is signed. Once she became the wife, she would have absolute say. She was already a bit impatient. Bai Xingxiong fell silent once more, seemingly weighing her words. Hurry up, Lord City Master. I think Riyue is right. We can't just watch these warriors die. Not getting a response, Lu Riyue also reached out to pull her friend beside her. After her friend reacted, though she felt a bit jealous and unwilling that Lu Riyue would take all the benefits, she could only stiffly smile and support her. All right then. Finally, Bai Xingxiong agreed. As the city master, he held all the marriage records of the city. However, when he opened the file on Fu Yunqing, he found that the partners section was still lit up. What? Joan is still alive. Her words instantly caused an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Riyue looked up in disbelief. How is that possible? She took a few steps forward. Lord City Master, could there be a mistake? Joan must have suddenly disappeared and was probably lost in the outer jungle. The pollution is not as severe there, but there are still many beasts roaming around. Especially after the protective layer fell, there is no army to clear them out. How could a useless F-grade mental energy person still be alive? The information displayed would not be wrong. If a person died, their smart brain would shut down and all information about them would turn gray. Now it's still fine, which proves that she is alive. Bai Xingxiong also took a breath. He really couldn't understand. He knew very well what Joan's strength was. That's why when she insisted on leaving the city, he let her sign the contract, also to prevent causing trouble for others if she died. The moment he heard she had disappeared, although he felt regret, he also secretly felt relieved. If she hadn't fulfilled the contract, Fu Yunqing and the others would have suffered too. But now, he learned that she was completely fine. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Riyue was still shouting loudly. I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? A clear voice came. Lu Riyue froze in place, and everyone around looked over in unison. Joan! Joan! Joan is alive? They were all astonished to see the sudden appearance of the person. Lu Ru even screamed in disbelief. How is that possible? How could you not be dead? Why would I die? Joan glared coldly at the person in front of her, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. This woman had targeted her from the start, again and again, making it truly unbearable. This time, she had even tried to kill her. Even if Joan had a good temper, she could not tolerate this. You, a useless person who can't even use mental energy, would have fallen from the car and, if not dead, would have been crippled. How could you still be alive? Chapter 31, I am their wife. Let me handle this. Who told you I became disabled? I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? There's absolutely no way that could happen. You must not be Joanna. How can you be so sure? Because I was the one who pushed you down, I can guarantee that falling from the car would definitely leave you injured, if not disabled, then at least covered in wounds. You dragging your bleeding body would surely attract the beasts in the jungle. How could you possibly come back alive from the jungle? Just a couple of sentences, and she had completely turned the other's words against her. Joanna smirked with satisfaction. So you didn't know it was you who pushed me down. She lifted her eyelids indifferently, as if a hellish Azura was now staring intently at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue's friends, watching the exchange and overwhelmed with emotion, were too late to intervene. Riyue. Lu Riyue's face turned ashen. No, it's not like that. Her panicked and guilty gaze was drifting. But Bai Xingxiong, who had been listening closely, had already darkened his expression. Under her watch, she absolutely detested the sight of her kind killing each other. She believed that the beastmen had been forced into this state and should be more united. Moreover, she often issued various orders demanding unity among everyone, but evidently, some people had not taken her words to heart. Sir, we are having some trouble controlling the situation over here. Before Bai Xingxiong could respond, the troops controlling the iron cage could barely hold on any longer. Fu Yunqing and the others had completely lost their rationality due to their beastification. Bai Xingxiong had no choice but to restrain them. But it was clear they had reached their limit. Get the tranquilizers. Bai Xingxiong pondered for a moment and decided to use the tranquilizers. Lord Mayor, Joanna ran over. They have beastified. That's right. Bai Xingxiong glanced down at Joanna and then at the woman before him. She had clearly gained his favor. Being able to return safely from such a place in the jungle and being able to stand up after being framed proved she was quite a remarkable female. Not all like those useless males. Perhaps her combat ability was indeed lacking, but having such perseverance to survive and return certainly indicated her capabilities. Bai Xingxiong truly respected this. Let me do it. I am their wife. By rights, it should be my duty to comfort them when they beastify. Joanna stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. Bai Xingxiong was taken aback by her words. You, are you sure? It should indeed be you. However, you have been framed and barely escaped with your life. I admire you and feel pity for you. Your weakness is not your fault. I think I should not hide the truth from you. Stay alive, and you might have other opportunities in the future. Bai Xingxiong's attitude had changed significantly. Previously, he hadn't cared much about Joanna's life or death, thinking it was reasonable for her to take risks to comfort them. In comparison to the lives of several warriors, Joanna's life seemed negligible. But now he had shifted his perspective. Your telekinetic level is too low. Even if you go to comfort them, it might be ineffective because your telekinetic power isn't strong enough, which could lead them to misinterpret your comfort. You could be killed by mistake. Joanna was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. No wonder. There are such requirements. If she wants to go, let her go. As their wife, isn't that her responsibility? Her life is insignificant compared to Brother Fu and the others. Joanna's return had already twisted Lu Riyue's expression with anger, so naturally. She would not miss any opportunity to let Joanna die. Shut up, Lu Riyue. You are committing a grave sin by attacking your own kind in violation of the city's regulations. This matter, the city lord will definitely pursue. Even if you are from the Lu family. Bai Xingxiong scolded, causing Lu Riyue to shrink back in surprise. wanting to explain, but was stopped by her friends beside her. Ryua, let us not say anything. The more we say, the more mistakes we make. If the city lord finds our mistakes, what will we do? Lu Ryua had always had a smooth life. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she had what she wanted since childhood. Because of this, the things she couldn't have became an obsession. She believed her background and appearance were excellent, and she was unwilling to lose to someone who looked ugly and fat. This led her to desperate measures. Now, with her companion's reminder, she had become somewhat sobered. Although the Lu family was large and prosperous in the entire Falling Moon City, it was not that significant. The true decision-maker, who controlled everything, was still city lord Bai Shengxiong. Bai Shengxiong had always detested his kind killing each other. She had just revealed herself, and now she was still entangled in this. She feared the consequences would be even more severe. Her face turned pale, and she finally felt a bit of fear. Joanna glanced at her and rolled her eyes, ignoring Lu Ryue's words. Joanna continued to converse with Bai Shengxiong. I want to give it a try. The tranquilizer probably won't be effective anymore. Joanna hit the nail on the head with her words. Bai Shengxiong fell silent for a moment, glancing at the scattered syringes on the ground not far away. Initially, it had some effect. However, the after effects of this tranquilizer were significant. If they were not immediately calmed down, they would resist the effects of the tranquilizer even more. We truly have no other options. She concealed nothing, speaking the truth. Then let me do it. Joanna stepped out without hesitation. This time, Bai Shengxiong did not stop her. Even the troops controlling the cage couldn't help but glance at Joanna with newfound respect. The formerly cowardly, lazy, selfish, and utterly flawed Joanna, at this moment, as she walked towards them, seemed to radiate a glow. You all should leave quickly to avoid being accidentally injured. Joanna looked at the diligent soldiers and immediately spoke to them. They exchanged glances. As they prepared to retreat, they sincerely thanked Joanna. Miss Joanna, be careful. They meant this wholeheartedly. At that moment, they also admitted that their impression of Joanna had greatly changed. After the troops retreated, the fully beastified individuals struggled free from the cage. At this moment, they seemed to have locked onto their target, Joanna. They charged forward in an instant. Everyone dared not look, fearing that in the next second, Joanna would be torn to shreds without hesitation. The scene would surely be very bloody. Their breaths slowed for a moment, and they closed their eyes, feeling a bit reluctant. However, the bloody scene they had imagined did not unfold. Chapter 32, Is it a Second Awakening? The soldiers who were specially closing their eyes, afraid to see the bloody scenes, didn't hear any noise at this moment. They were very curious, but also afraid to open their eyes for fear of seeing a gruesome sight, so they could only tremble and ask in a shaky voice. What happened? Did she get torn to pieces? With such a large frame, Jiao An was covered in fat, and the scene of her being torn apart would surely be terrifying, with blood and chunks of flesh everywhere. No, you should open your eyes and take a look. A soldier beside him tugged at him. Curiously, he opened his eyes and found that the few people in the cage who had originally been beastified and out of control were now obediently huddled close to Jiao An. They were like well-behaved little beasts, intimately nudging Jiao An with their heads. The scene was too shocking, leaving everyone stunned. To calm for at once, how could that be possible? Her psychic power must be at least S level. But isn't Jiao An a useless F level? Right, I thought I was seeing things. Everyone was in shock. Also shocked and incredulous was Bai Shengxiong, along with Lu Ryue, who was shaking beside him. Impossible, how could this be? She murmured. Jealousy and anger were consuming her. Jiao An felt surrounded by several people, her energy being continuously drawn out. They were very close, and, in that moment, they were no longer behaving like themselves. Jiao An could distinctly feel their cheeks brushing against hers. The air around them seemed to become ambiguous. At this moment, Jiao An could not escape and could only allow their intimacy. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. For male leads favorability increased by 200. Fui Kang favorability, menos 670. Duan Chi's favorability, minus 780. Shen Tinjian's favorability, minus 798. Huaxi's favorability, minus 800. Congratulations on completing the joint increase task for the 4 people's favorability. earning 1 beauty pill. Gradually weakening, Jiao An heard the system's voice in her mind. But before she could react, she fainted from exhaustion. In her daze, it seemed that several large hands were holding her. As she closed her eyes, she saw several handsome faces speaking to her, but she could no longer hear what they were saying. The world fell into darkness. Jiao An did not know what had happened to her. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a cage. She bizarrely reached out to push the cage and heard a sharp, piercing sound. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" She suddenly appeared very anxious, desperately pushing against the cage while shouting for help. Finally, she heard footsteps coming from above. A cellar door slowly opened. A beautifully dressed young girl came down from above. Strangely, Jiao An could not see the girl's face at all. "Let me out, let me out." Jiao An's body suddenly became uncontrollable as she fiercely grabbed Yao Long, loudly shouting outside. But the girl merely stood coldly before her, looking down at her, gently lifting Jiao An's chin. "How can I let you out? Your existence is very valuable. You will become the most crucial stepping stone." After she said this, several guards in black clothing came down beside her. They violently opened the cage door, and seeing this, Jiao An immediately rushed out, only to be roughly pulled back. Don't touch me. Get away, all of you, get away." Jiao An screamed loudly, but those people seemed not to hear her, coldly taking a vial from a nearby box. They controlled Jiao An lightly and injected the potion into her body. "No." Jiao An suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, still terrified. She covered her heart with her hand, not yet recovered from the fear she'd just experienced. It was a dream, and a nightmare at that. But this was not her dream. She stretched out her hand and looked at herself. This dream was Jiao An's dream, the original host's dream. The faceless woman in the dream seemed to have done something to her. This shattered dream seemed to foreshadow some truth. The malicious female supporting character. Was she really a malicious female supporting character? In the dream, Jiao An was desperate and timid, crying and begging for mercy from the faceless woman. That scene was completely unlike what a malicious female supporting character would experience. Logically speaking, if Jiao An were the true malicious cannon fodder female supporting character in this world, then in that dream, the faceless woman outside the cage should have been Jiao An. She only felt a bit dizzy. She rubbed her head. Her body was still very weak. "You're awake?" A voice came from outside the tent. Jiao An turned her head and saw Bai Shengxiao. "City Lord, no need to get up. Your body is weak right now and needs to rest well." The other person held a delicate box. She walked over, opened the box on the counter, and took out a vial of bright purple potion. "This is a high-level recovery potion. Drinking some will restore your mental strength and psychic power." She generously handed the potion over. Jiao An dazedly reached out to catch it. "High-level potion? Isn't that very precious?" Upon hearing this, the other person laughed. "Precious? It is indeed quite precious, but compared to what you just accomplished, this potion is nothing." What she was referring to was naturally Jiao An successfully calming the beastified Fu Yunxing and the others. Once Jiao An came to her senses, she immediately asked, "By the way, are they all right?" "Don't worry, they are perfectly fine. However, it shouldn't be F-level psychic power. If it were F-level, you would have been drained long ago. You just fainted. When we went to rescue you, we found that you had merely fainted, and we found it unbelievable. Later, I thought, if you weren't F-level psychic power, then it made sense that you just fainted." As expected of Bai Shengxiao, nothing could be hidden from her. Jiao An had also prepared her words in advance. She raised her head with concern, looking bewildered. "To be honest, I don't even know what is going on. In the past 2 days, I've felt that the energy in my body has been continuously rising. This situation has never occurred before, but since I didn't know what was happening, I didn't pay much attention to it. After all, I didn't feel unwell." Jiao An spoke sincerely. Bai Shengxiong looked astonished for a moment. "Could it be a second awakening?" she murmured, looking deeply at Jiao An, then stepped forward to seriously ask, "Can you release your psychic power? Let me see if it works. If it really is a second awakening, your aptitude must be exceptional." Speaking of which, she was indeed a royal princess, with royal blood flowing through her veins. Chapter 33. Increased affection. Again, the current Beast King is a powerful figure, and the children of strong individuals are certainly not lacking. When the qualifications of the eldest princess, Jiao An, were tested, it shocked everyone. This shows that they have great expectations for the offspring of the king. The qualifications of the second princess are considered reasonable. However, many people couldn't understand Jiao An at that time. Now, Bei Xingxing has figured it out. If it's a second awakening, the results of the first test cannot be taken seriously. However, cases of second awakenings are exceedingly rare. If it is true, reporting this news will definitely cause a huge uproar. At this moment, Jiao An is also very nervous. She continuously connects with the system in her mind, inquiring about her current psychic qualifications. The system, a product of excellence, mechanically replied with 8 words. It sounded quite pretentious. Jiao An's mouth twitched. After asking for a long time, the responses were all nonsense. You just need to tell me the qualifications. Unable to help it, Jiao An bravely extended her hand, gathering a circle of psychic energy within the planet. A beautiful light purple energy halo flickered with brilliance, the color gradually deepening. But soon, it faded again. Just be level? Feeling the fluctuations of this psychic energy, Bei Xingxing still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, having soothed 4 male partners at once, her psychic qualifications should at least be a level to be possible. Otherwise, she would have been drained dry long ago. How about it, Lord City Master? The level should be between B and A, not too low. This second awakening is already quite good. You can go to the Federation's official side to register later. Become a member of the Federation, assist the authorities in dealing with infected beings, and gain a lot of resources and currency to stabilize your strength. This is also good news. You used to be self-destructive, but now that you've had a second awakening, you must cherish this opportunity. The other party spoke earnestly, clearly truly caring for Jiao An. As females, we are said to be born with weaker physiques than males. Our greatest value is our reproductive ability. But I refuse to accept that. Since childhood, my mother instilled in me the idea that what males can do, we females can also do. There are many females whose qualifications surpass those of males. Your qualifications from this second awakening are just like that, far exceeding most people. So, you must seize this opportunity and live out your true self. Jiao An saw the light in the other person, a powerful light that belonged to women. I will, thank you, Lord City Master. Jiao An's tone unconsciously became much more respectful. Bei Xingxing looked deeply at Jiao An, nodded, and then changed the subject. Regarding Lu Ruyue, she conspired with others to frame you. I will look into this matter thoroughly. We at Luoyue City absolutely will not tolerate such things. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation later. You should rest well. I will come back to see you later. Okay. After sending off Bei Xingxing, Jiao An finally relaxed and lay back on the bed. She looked at the ceiling and couldn't help but murmur to herself. In this world, there are also brave females like Lord City Master. Bei Xingxing, even his name, signifies everything. System, do you think I can become someone like Lord City Master? The system did not respond. After a moment of silence, it finally spoke. Host, please do not forget the main storyline of this world. As long as you complete the strategy, the system will help the host become beautiful and strong. Surpassing Bei Xingxing is definitely not a problem. This statement sounded quite pleasing, and Jiao An couldn't help but smile. But soon she realized something was off. Wait, that upgrade card has a problem, right? Didn't it say it would guarantee my qualifications to become A level? Why did Lord City Master say my qualifications are between B and A? Are you cutting corners? Ding dong, please do not slander this system. The other party did not detect the energy fluctuations because the host used a large amount of mental psychic energy to soothe 4 male protagonists, resulting in significant fluctuations in the internal psychic energy. At this time, the host is in a weakened state, so the other party certainly cannot detect it. Hearing this, Jiao An hesitantly withdrew her gaze. Really? Yes, this upgrade card is a growth item. Please continue to work hard to complete the strategic tasks to become stronger. Finally, Jiao An's heart was set at ease. She comfortably lay back on the bed, planning to sleep a little longer. Do. There was a sound from outside the tent. Someone was knocking on the tent door. Who is it? It's me. Outside, the voice of Huashu came through. Upon hearing it, Jiao An sat up abruptly in surprise. Guomin, a flamboyantly dressed Huashu walked in, wearing a red battle robe and holding some bottles and jars. After entering, he took a glance at Jiao An, his gaze lingering for a moment. Are you okay? His somewhat cold words were a stark contrast to his usual slick demeanor. Jiao An knew a bit about the person in front of her. He always appeared nonchalant, but beneath his slick facade lurked a significant murderous intent. If he intentionally flirted with you to provoke you, it was a sign that he wanted to use his pretty face to lower your guard and then take you down with him. At this moment, Huashu, if he set aside his usual antics, awkwardly and strangely inquired, "I'm fine. How are you all? Are you all okay?" Jiao An rolled her eyes internally. Spending all day outsmarting these guys, if it weren't for the system, she would truly feel like her brain wasn't enough. Yet, she could only tidy up her attitude and engage in a strategy with the other party. Hearing Jiao An's concerned words, Huashu's originally dull eyes sparkled a little. He handed over the bottles in his hand. "Healing potion. Although I don't know what kind of trouble you're causing, it seems to restore psychic energy. Even though I used to dislike you, you saved us this time, so it's only fair." Looking at the items he brought, Jiao An immediately smiled sweetly. "Thank you all. But this is what I should do. As your wife, I should have the responsibility to soothe you. I've caused you trouble in the past, so it's only right for you to dislike me. But I will work hard to change and not hold you back in the future." Her words were very sincere, their essay saying that sincerity is a killer move. It must be true. Huashu's expression unconsciously softened a lot. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Huashu's favorability has increased by 50. Favorability appears, -750. Affection has increased again." Jiao An's smile became even warmer. Meanwhile, Huashu, completely unaware of what Jiao An was thinking, casually leaned against the side. Chapter 34. Jiao An, your telekinesis. He lifted his eyelid to come here, seemingly with important matters. "We had nothing to do, after all. We hadn't been in the infected area for long. This infected area had lasted for a long time. The atmosphere was filled with the scent of slaughter, and the death of infected bodies would have a certain impact on our orc spirits. We were well prepared when we arrived, and the time of losing control was short. However, Shen Tingyan was different. He had been here for too long, and the time of losing control lasted for 3 days. So long?" Taking advantage of the words spoken by the person in front of him, Jiao An was taken aback. Yes, because he was a very rare warrior and naturally strong-bodied orc. So he survived for so long. But for this reason, he was still unconscious now. Huayu frowned while speaking, his clenched fists creaking. These damn infected bodies never had a moment of peace. Now, they had been hiding for a long time, only to be discovered now. And although it wasn't too late, the consequences were too serious. They had lost quite a few people because of it. A report was sent to headquarters, and although they dispatched support, it was uncertain when they would arrive. Moreover, there were other infected areas nearby. This meant that everything here was worse than imagined. "You called me here to calm him down again?" Jiao An was smart and understood Huayu's purpose for coming this time. Jiao An had already stood up. Although her body was still a bit weak, her complexion looked much better. "Aye." Huayu opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. According to their previous attitude towards Jiao An, it would be reasonable for them not to care about her life or death. After all, they had never cared about Jiao An before, although it was said that it was because Jiao An had gone too far. However, as the wife, and they as partners, no matter how excessive Jiao An was, they should obey her. At this moment, Huayu was also caught in self-conflict. Before he could speak, Jiao An had already packed up and was ready. She drank all the potions sent by the Lord of the City in one go. She felt that the energy in her body had recovered quite a bit. "What are you still dawdling for?" Jiao An glanced at Lu Su, who was standing aside, looking conflicted and lost in thought. She didn't know what he was thinking, so she simply called out, "What?" Huayu, who had come back to his senses, looked at Jiao An, who was about to leave, in disbelief. "You haven't fully recovered yet. My earlier request was actually a bit excessive. If you are unwilling, you can refuse." "Why refuse? Didn't you send me potions?" "I drank some and feel that I have almost recovered. Life is at stake. Shen Tingyan is naturally the most important. If you need me, it is only right for you to come find me. Let's go. You lead the way. I don't know where he is." Jiao An looked at Huayu with a serious expression, her beautiful and deep eyes shining at this moment. No evasion, no panic, just enough sincerity. Huayu withdrew his gaze, but his heart was racing. "Ding dong, congratulations, host. Huayu's favorability increased by 20. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Huayu's favorability increased by 20. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Huayu's favorability increased by 30. In her mind, a series of system sounds rang out endlessly. Joan was completely stunned in place, looking at him strangely. The current favorability of Huayu is -600. Congratulations, host, for completing the favorability critical hit task and obtaining a constitution pill. Joan didn't know what Huayu was feeling, but she was excited to the point of explosion. She hadn't done anything, and the favorability was rising rapidly. What on earth was he imagining? Although she didn't know what he was planning. If you are willing to be like this all the time, I can temporarily put aside what you did to me before and not pursue it. This proud little fox's face actually turned red. Joan stared closely at Huayu, not knowing if he was embarrassed. She understood and turned her face away, leading the way out of the tent. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go. Joan almost couldn't hold back her laughter and immediately followed. Outside the tent, the desolate environment still made people sigh. This infected area was indeed different. The surroundings were barren, and even a few meters away, one could see a pile of bones. The place they were stationed had been cleaned up. A special instrument had divided out a safe zone. A green energy halo enveloped the sky, protecting them within. Outside was a thick, dark fog. It seemed to signify danger. Joan looked over there, unable to help but be stunned. She was momentarily dazed, and then seemed to perceive a terrifying, hideous face within that black fog. Don't worry, they don't dare to come close. The lord of the city activated the protective energy, which would be greatly harmful to them. They don't dare to approach casually. Huayu quickly walked over to explain when he saw Joan frozen in place. Hearing these words, Joan nodded, but still felt strange inside. What kind of place was this? They were brought to a small tent not far away. Fu Yunqing and Duan Qi just happened to walk out of the tent. They were surprised to see Joan, perhaps not expecting her to really be brought over. How is your health? Fu Yunqing was the first to ask. Joan nodded and patted her chest. I'm fine. You sent me potions, and the lord of the city sent some too. I've almost recovered. What about Shun Tingyan? How is he? A bit troublesome. Although he's been pulled back from the edge of losing control, it seems he is about to lose control again. If he loses control again, the level of his transformation will definitely be higher than last time. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Joan frowned upon hearing this. Is it because of the source of infection? Huayu, who was nearby, also inquired. Duan Qi nodded. He has been here for too long, and before this, he must have gone through something, but we don't know the specifics. We must wait until he wakes up to find out. His body has already been heavily contaminated. Fu Yunqing and I catalyzed some, but the effect isn't significant. Only, Duan Qi paused here, then looked at Joan. Only the soothing energy from the wife will be effective. After finishing, it fell into a moment of silence. Joan, your telekinesis. Fu Yunqing suddenly seemed to think of something. They still retained a bit of rationality when entering the beastification. They were also clearly aware of Joan's soothing energy. Chapter 35, trying to morally coerce her. Dream on. But how could Jiao An, once a useless person, possibly comfort them? Everyone actually had their own suspicions in mind. But they still inquired. Second awakening. Jiao An did not hide it, and told them what the city lord had said to her back then. Second awakening? There's actually a second awakening? One of them murmured. Yes, some geniuses at the official headquarters of the Federation have also experienced a second awakening. However, the probability is extremely low, frighteningly low. Among tens of thousands of people, there might only be one. In recent years, there have been even fewer strong individuals with a second awakening. So what is your psychic ability now? The city lord tested me and said it's from B to a level. Joan also kept her system information to herself. She made a reservation. The system is her biggest trump card, and she can never reveal it. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. They weren't dismissing the B-level qualification as poor. They simply found it hard to believe. After all, Joan was just an F-level waste back then, transitioning from F to B-level cuts across several ranks. This is enough to astonish anyone. Is the second awakening really that powerful? If an S-level genius undergoes a second awakening, they reach the legendary SSS level. One of them gasped. Just the second awakening can cross so many levels. If the secret behind it could be uncovered, the country and the Federation headquarters would certainly conduct extensive research. By then, the strong individuals at the Federation headquarters could all undergo a second awakening. How would the infected dare to offend their orc race then? You are thinking too simply. The second awakening itself is incredibly difficult. Moreover, it arises from a mutation of heavenly qualifications and cannot be researched. If it could be studied, the headquarters would have implemented it long ago. That is true. The fact that only one appears among tens of thousands already indicates that the probability is extremely low. If everyone could undergo a second awakening, such a probability wouldn't exist. However, if you're only at B or a level, it's also unlikely that you can comfort 4 people at once. Duan Qi posed a soul-searching question. He stood by with a serious expression, gazing deeply at Jiao An. The others also nodded in agreement. B or a level is too improbable. Our qualifications are extremely high, entirely at S level. No matter where we are strong individuals. Logically, those who would take them in must be powerful female partners at S or SS level. Yet, by a twist of fate, they ended up with an F-level waste. As a result, they had never felt spiritual comfort for so many years. It's not that they weren't willing to be comforted. It's just that a waste of wealth level simply couldn't provide comfort. Whenever psychic power was used, the comfort would be instantly sucked dry. That meager psychic energy was simply insufficient. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe it's because of the second awakening? Jiao An mentioned the second awakening again. After hearing this, a few of them felt it made sense. Jiao An turned around and was about to enter the tent. Just as she was about to step inside, a woman walked out from within. The woman was dressed in a plain dress, her eyes red as if she had been crying. As soon as she saw Jiao An, she immediately reacted, lunged forward, and knelt on the ground. "Miss Jiao An, I finally see you. I beg you, please let Tingyan go. His situation is very dangerous right now. Please let him go and let me save him." The sudden outburst left Jiao An stunned, unable to respond. She was at a loss for words after being hit with such a direct plea. "What are you still doing here? We will handle things. You should go rest." Fu Yunxing immediately stepped forward to pull the woman up. However, the woman continued to cry and shout, refusing to get up. "I know my identity isn't respectable, but I've always been by Tingyan's side. I can't bear to see him like this. Miss Jiao An, it's all my fault. Please, I beg you. Have a heart and let Tingyan go. Dissolve the contract with him, and let me save him." After listening for a while, Jiao An finally understood what was going on. The expressions of the others standing nearby were somewhat peculiar. They all looked at Jiao An, but found her rather indifferent to the situation. She simply stood there, watching the woman with an apathetic expression. "Who are you?" Jiao An asked calmly. This caught everyone off guard. Logically, if a woman suddenly appeared like this, Jiao An would have made a fuss in the past. Aye. The woman was taken aback by the sudden question and couldn't respond. "Are you the woman outside of Shintingyan?" Jiao An continued to press, her tone very assertive. Some people's expressions changed upon hearing this, and they immediately shook their heads in denial. No. She didn't dare to admit this relationship. She knew full well that if she betrayed the female partner had the right to disregard her male partner's life. This woman was clearly aware that if she angered Jiao An and the latter refused to dissolve the contract, Shun Tingyan would be left to die, and there would be nothing she could do about it. If it's not that relationship, then how can you ask me to let him go? I just heard that Miss Jiao An doesn't have the ability to provide comfort. I am B-level in psychic power, and I'm willing to give it a try, even at the cost of my life. How noble. Jiao An suddenly smiled. Who in this entire camp doesn't know that I saved him by providing comfort? If I hadn't been there, he would have died long ago. Were you back then? Why didn't you volunteer to comfort him with your life? Jiao An's words were so sharp that they left the woman speechless. The woman clenched her fists, perhaps realizing she had no justification, and began to weep again. "I know Miss Jiao An doesn't like me, but I really mean no harm. I just want to save him. If, Miss Jiao An, you really can't stand me, after I save him, I'm willing to leave him and never appear before him again. Miss Jiao An, please have mercy. I beg you." This woman was clever and cunning. Jiao An didn't say anything but immediately assumed the victim's stance. She was now kneeling on the ground, bowing her head, and reaching out a tug at Jiao An's clothes. She lowered herself to an extremely humble position, even giving off a hint of moral coercion. Jiao An's brows furrowed at this moment. Trying to morally coerce her? Dream on. I didn't stop you. If you wish, you can go at any time. Besides, Before coming here, I made a contract and unraveled the fate with my beast husbands. So as long as you're not in a beastly state, you can go provide comfort and treatment without any backlash. Please go ahead. Chapter 36. The green tea begins again. Jiao An's super relaxed attitude not only left the woman in front of her speechless, but also made the expressions of Fu Yunqing and the others behind her look increasingly pleasing. Yet, everything Jiao An said was reasonable. There was no excessive harshness, nor any hindrance or insult. Her calm demeanor deftly peeled away the other party's delicate pretenses, which were clearly put on. It was truly astonishing. This was nothing like the impression of that unreasonable, brainless, wasteful fat woman I had. Yunin, fully prepared, stuttered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Jiao An stood there, looking down at her from a superior position. The stance was both strong and gracious. What's wrong? Do you have something difficult to say? Didn't you say you could give up everything for She Tingyan, including your life? I agreed. So why are you suddenly backtracking? Afraid of death? Jiao An's light words stimulated the other party's nerves. Yunin suddenly stood up. Thank you, Miss Jiao, for your understanding. I just didn't react in time. I didn't expect Miss Jiao to be so kind and generous. I am willing to sacrifice everything for Tingyan. So, there's no way I would back down, even if it cost my life. This woman is indeed not easy to deal with. She is smart and very scheming. She could quickly transform from an uncomfortable emotional state. Immediately, she put on a pitiful look. At this moment, speaking in such a tea-like tone undoubtedly made people feel sorry for her. However, Jiao An stood there, not stopping her, just watching her calmly. The people behind her, including Fu Yunqing, seemed to be stunned. Therefore, at this moment, they didn't speak up to stop it. They were clearly more interested in Jiao An's sudden change of attitude. Each person was guessing to varying degrees, naturally not paying attention to Yuan An's green tea speech. Yunan stood stiffly in place, her face paler. She thought that after saying this, no matter what, Fu Yunqing and the others would at least say something for her. After all, they were aware of her relationship with She Tingyan. In the past, she appeared pitiful, taking on the posture of the most lowly victim. Thus, her image was crafted very deeply. Typically, when someone took such a retreat to advance tactic, they would support her with words. But now, outside the entire tent, not a single person spoke. She couldn't move forward or retreat, clearly being placed at the center of attention, frozen in place. Shouldn't someone come to help? With such hesitation, isn't she afraid She Tingyan will die inside? Jiao An had no time to indulge this woman's antics. Her cold words carried a hint of sarcasm. The other party finally withdrew her gaze, resolutely turning to enter the tent. Jiao An followed her in, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Inside the tent, She Tingyan lay unconscious on the bed, looking rather unwell. He seemed to be having nightmares, his emotions fluctuating greatly. At this moment, Yin had walked over. She carefully knelt beside She Tingyan. Tingyan, don't be afraid. Yin is here to save you now. She spoke with deep emotion, as if they were a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, Jiao An, standing silently to the side, appeared more like an outsider. Jiao was not angry. She just stood there watching calmly, under everyone's gaze. Even if Yunan was initially just putting on an act, she was now forced to take action. She leaned closer, her hands already gathering energy, slowly covering She Tingyan. In the next moment, she felt the energy within her being continuously drained away. Her face began to show panic. She struggled to control it, but found it useless. Watching her energy source near depletion, Jiao An approached, pushed Yunan aside, and continued to provide comfort. The dense, rich energy fluctuations were worlds apart from Yun's energy. At the moment the other party released energy, Fu Yunqing and the others watching felt a certain part of their bodies soothe, and their whole beings felt much more comfortable. She Tingyan, on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Yunan, who had just been pushed aside, fell heavily to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly. However, as soon as She Tingyan woke up and saw Yunan fall, he immediately got up. Yunan, he shouted as he pushed away the detested Jiao An in front of him. Just as Jiao An, who was helping to soothe him, felt more than half of her energy dissipate, she was suddenly shoved and, unable to steady her fat body, fell backwards. Fortunately, Fu Yunqing and the others were there. Seeing Jiao An about to fall, they instinctively reached out to catch her. Thankfully, they were there. Otherwise, this 300-pound weight would have fallen, making a mess and likely causing some serious injuries. Shen Tingyan, what are you doing? Everyone was caught off guard, only seeing Shen Tingyan wake up and suddenly push someone away. Yinan, are you all right? The awakened Shen Tingyan didn't even glance at Jiao An. He only concerned himself with helping Yinan, who was on the ground. Tingyan, you're awake. That great Yun An's face was pale, weak to the point of swaying. She weakly fell into Shen Tingyan's embrace. It's my fault. My ability is limited, even using all my strength. I couldn't soothe you well. Don't blame Miss Jiao. She didn't push me on purpose. What a good green tea performance. Fu Yunqing, who had never thought Yin had any issues, frowned slightly, including Duan Qi and Hua Su. They all looked over somewhat uncomfortably. The way she spoke was very clever, always leading to different misunderstandings. Clearly, Jiao An had acted to save her when she was in danger. Moreover, it was evident that Jiao An hadn't used much force, and they had no idea how she ended up falling. Since she fell, she didn't explain and instead deliberately spoke such ambiguous words. It was indeed suspicious. As the saying goes, those involved are confused, while bystanders see clearly. Shen Tingyan, clearly caught up in the situation, didn't find anything wrong with her words. After comforting Yunan, he turned to look at Jiao, and underneath, there was still an inerasable disgust and hatred. He hated Jiao An to the extreme. Therefore, even though he had a hazy memory of Jiao An saving him, it hadn't changed his opinion much. Now, with Yunan's words, the disgust in his heart was vaguely rising. You're all here. What is going on? What did you get so close to this fat woman? Shen Tingyan frowned even deeper upon seeing Fu Yunqing and the others. Chapter 37. Or confection, this title actually means nothing. After all, they used to call each other that. However, at this moment, Fu Yunqing and the others felt it was quite inappropriate. Even thinking Shen Tingyan was a bit excessive. Jiao An saved you, no matter what. You need to clarify things before handling it. And this title you used, Shen Tingyan, is a bit unpleasant. Fu Yunqing walked over, his cold voice carrying a hint of protection. Shen Tingyan thought she had misheard. She looked at the few people in front of her strangely, as if to say, "Are you all okay? She saved me, but can this really settle the debt we owe her?" Shen Tingyan replied coldly. Then she looked at Jiao An. "You'd better stay away from me. I can overlook your past actions because you saved me this time, but remember, we have nothing to do with each other. So don't keep challenging my bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Jiao An, feeling weak, found it hard to suppress the anger rising in her heart upon hearing these words. Yet, the system voice in her mind kept reminding her to stay calm. This was a world of strategies. No one could have everything go smoothly. She was no exception. Jiao An's eyes were too cold, causing Shen Tingyan to unconsciously frown. "If you feel wronged, you could divorce me anytime. As long as the contract is dissolved, you won't hear me say these things again." Jiao An still couldn't do it. She struggled to suppress the anger inside her. "You want me to divorce? So that this mistress can take my place?" She straightened up, glancing coldly at Yun and beside her. The latter still looked weak, hiding behind Shen Tingyan, pitifully revealing her eyes and quietly pleading. "No, Miss Jiao. My relationship with Tingyan and the other brothers isn't what you think." Then who is that Miss Yin just leaning against? What is done is done. Don't play both sides, it's disgusting. A mistress is a mistress. Having done this, how can you expect to shed that identity? There is no such good thing in the world. Jiao An didn't spare anyone. She lashed out at whoever was in front of her, already on a rampage. "Jiao An, Yuna hasn't said anything. Why are you being so harsh? If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me." Shen Tingyan was very dissatisfied with Jiao An's attitude and once again defended the woman behind her. "You're the same. Had I known this would happen, I'd rather save a dog on the street than save you. Want a divorce? Dream on." With that, Jiao An left without looking back. The tent fell silent instantly. She. Shen Tingyan was shocked and then filled with anger. Did she want to die, daring to provoke me like this? "Tingyan, don't be angry. Your health is the most important." Yunan, seeing the tension between the two about to explode, immediately jumped in to comfort. Her purpose had been achieved, and she felt happy inside. I made you some food. I'll go get it. You should rest well. Yunan smiled at her, still in that delicate and obedient manner. After she left, the tent fell silent again. The few people looked at Shun Tingyan strangely. The latter felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong with you all?" Jiao An didn't mind that there were other women around you. "We all know your relationship with Yunan. Just now, Yunan insisted that she comfort you, but clearly, her abilities were lacking and nearly caused an accident." It was Jiao An who reacted quickly and pushed her away, preventing Yunan from dying. "You hate Jiao An, and so do we. But she has changed a lot. At least in this matter, she saved you and saved us." Fu Yunqing's voice was still cold, but the protective tone in his words was still noticed. "What's wrong with you all? Didn't you all hate that fat woman the most? Hasn't she done enough disgusting things in the past? I was only out of the city for a few days, and you all seem like different people." Shen Tingyan was indeed feeling weak. While she was indignant, she could only walk to the bed to rest. The others chose to remain silent upon hearing this. They had noticed it themselves. Jiao An had undergone a significant change, and their dislike for her had indeed lessened somewhat. At least this woman was not as foolish as before and had not continued to do those disgusting things. Forget it. There is no need to say so much to him. He wouldn't listen anyway. And who knows if that woman is just pretending. Let us get to the point. Suddenly, Duan Shi, whose expression had turned serious, spoke up. "Fu Yongking switched the topics. What situation did your team encounter?" "Infected beings. They are no longer those disgusting alien beasts. They are truly part of the orc race." Shun Tingyan leaned back, and the bystander Huashu walked over with a recovery potion. He reached out, took it, uncorked the bottle, and drank it all in one go. His body felt much better, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Orc infection? Upon catching this crucial piece of information, everyone's expressions changed instantly. That's right, but they look very different from normal orcs. Their postures are strange, they make roaring sounds, and their faces are abnormal. Gray and lifeless, like the dead suddenly rising from the grave. Moreover, they have tusks that don't belong to orcs. They don't have an orc-like form. We've discovered this after dealing with them for a while. This is definitely the most significant news, and it has exceeded our expectations. The expressions of everyone present turn heavy. Are there any other key pieces of information? If a major change has indeed occurred, this matter must be reported to the official headquarters. The official must send more personnel to handle it. The manpower station at the inspection office in Luoyue City is probably not enough. Your skills are among the best among us four. You brought an elite team, and they nearly faced annihilation. This matter is serious. Everyone agreed with Fu Yunqing's words. Such a transformation was indeed unexpected. If it were just dealing with those infected alien beasts, it would be manageable. However, fully functional infected orcs blending into the crowd, it would be hard to guard against. What I want to say is this, because we discovered a very crucial point. Shen Tingyan's face turned much worse. Anyone bitten by those infected orcs will be rapidly infected. What? This sentence struck like thunder. At this moment, Huashu also reacted. Could it be that the infected beings in the Western residential building are because? Chapter 38, is this world also insane? If bitten by an infected beast, it would lead to a local infection in the human body, forming an infected entity, but generally, one wouldn't survive long and would die. They discovered surviving residents in the residential buildings of the West District. Moreover, they detected infected entity information from them. The individuals were always in a drowsy state, and their officials had been inquiring and investigating, but there were no results. At that time, they were curious about how the surviving infected entities were formed. Now, hearing Shun Tingyan's words, they finally understood. The infected entities were continually strengthening. They wouldn't die, but would become mindless monsters. Shun Tingyan, I should first contact the official headquarters. Report what you know, as this matter is of great importance. Fu Yunqing spoke first. Shun Tingyan nodded, feeling it was fine. On the other side, a furious Jiao An returned to her tent. The system's voice in her mind was continuously alarming. All right, stop making noise. Ding dong, detected abnormal behavior of the host, warning once. Host, please seriously and clearly complete the mission of this world and carry out the correct strategy. Otherwise, you will remain in this world forever and cannot escape the fate of a vicious female supporting characters cannon fodder. Currently, you have only achieved a small part of changing the original world's cannon fodder female supporting character's fate, meaning if you still do not behave cautiously, you will still die. What a powerless system. Jiao An sighed softly. It's so frustrating. I'm here to strategize, not to be a sycophant. With that kind of attitude, I might as well not strategize. Jiao An's attitude was strong. Seeing this, the system, with no other choice, could only give a small reminder. Ding dong. Detected that the host's strategy task difficulty is very high, rewarding the host with a charm pill. After taking it, the host's charm value will significantly increase. Combined with a weak white lotus image, it can greatly gain the trust and affection of others. Host, you can act weak too. Please keep it up. Jiao An almost laughed out loud. It seemed the system also knew that Jiao An was a proper little white lotus. She shook her head helplessly. Now, the system's backpack was already filled with several pills, beauty, weight loss, detoxification, and now another charm one. She simply took them all out and swallowed them. Her body began to heat up. The detox pill took effect again. This time, the impurities expelled from Jiao An's body were even more than the last time, and there was a lot of grease. Jiao An took off her clothes and went to the shower room. The conditions here were limited, but there was no shortage of water. They camped near a small lake, making it convenient to fetch water. Jiao An quickly took a shower. After rinsing off all the oil and dirt, she took a bag of body wash to clean herself. After finishing, she looked down at her fat body and found that her originally very fat belly seemed to have slimmed down a bit. At least now, she could see her feet when she looked down. She changed into the newly distributed casual clothes in the tent. After putting them on, Jiao An stood in front of the mirror, looking at her smooth skin, her round little face, and her now visibly exquisite features. The original owner's eyes were large and bright, making people fond of them at first sight. Her features were three-dimensional, with red lips and white teeth. Before this, she must have also been a beauty. Now, her weight had reached 250 pounds, having lost a full 50 pounds. Although her figure was still fat, it was basically possible to see her shape. This detox pill was so effective. Not only did it make her beautiful, but it also helped her lose weight. The beauty pill was also good. The original owner's skin had become fairer, not just by 1 degree, and it was much smoother. Jiao An stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself. She was quite satisfied. Those previous unpleasant experiences had disappeared, leaving her mind. The sky outside was gradually darkening. The campsite lit up. The Lord seemed to have brought a team to inspect the nearby area. Based on proximity, they also checked the nearby contaminated area. At this moment, the campsite was very quiet. Jiao An felt stuffy staying in the tent and wanted to go out for some fresh air. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she saw a figure cast on the outside of the tent. Who is it? Jiao An watched the figure move, strangely and curiously followed. A soldier in military uniform was limping toward a nearby tent. When Jiao An came out and looked at him, a panel suddenly popped up in front of her. Detected infected entity. Infected entity? Jiao An was taken aback. How could a living person become an infected entity? Although she found it strange, curiosity clearly took over, and she unconsciously followed. She found that he was wandering aimlessly until she heard a voice coming from a nearby tent, at which point he suddenly had a clear target and rushed toward that direction. His speed suddenly increased, and upon seeing this, Jiao An silently cursed. The next second, the sound of Jiao An's footsteps immediately attracted his attention. Jiao An hurriedly hid, her breathing quickening. Tap, tap, tap. Was he getting closer? Jiao An tried to calm herself. If she wasn't mistaken, he didn't look like a normal person. A grayish face, full of fangs and white eyes. He resembled the zombies she knew from her previous world. The only difference was that he had sharp fangs, and it felt like if he pounced, he could bite her to death in an instant. What is going on? Is this world also insane? In the beast world, how could there be zombies? Jiao An took a breath. The term zombie was just her way of calling it. That guy was very strange and probably not that simple. He was still wandering nearby. It seemed he could really discern direction by sound. Thinking of this, Jiao An picked up a stone from the ground. Watching him get closer, she threw the stone away. Bang! The sound indeed attracted his attention. They turned their direction toward the source of the sound. Jiao An took the opportunity to slip into a nearby tent. As soon as Jiao An entered, Shun Tingyan, who was inside, raised his head upon hearing the sound. Seeing her, his expression immediately darkened. He opened his mouth to scold her, thinking Jiao An was trying to scheme against him like before. "Shut up." But before he could finish, Jiao An had already sternly hushed him. At the same time, there was some movement outside the tent. She Tingyan naturally heard it. He frowned and looked towards the tent. Jiao An also slowed her steps, moving closer while lowering her voice. An infected person, an infected entity in beast form. He is very sensitive to sound. With Jiao An's words, the other party was also shocked and raised his head. Infected entity? She Tingyan inquired. Does it have a grayish eye and fangs like a corpse? Chapter 39. What a tough guy. Jiao An looked at him strangely. Do you know what that thing is? Have you encountered it before? She Tingyan furrowed his brows slightly. After confirming it was that ghastly thing, he felt an ominous premonition. What we encountered when we went out was this thing. He instinctively explained, but after finishing, he felt something was off. He and this fat woman. No, he took a deep look at Jiao An. Why did Jiao An look so different from the day he saw her? How had she suddenly lost so much weight? And her face, her skin, were those disgusting sores. The filthy hair that seemed to attract flies, the rough skin covered in dirt, had all completely vanished. They were standing very close to each other. So She Tingyan could clearly smell the faint scent of shower gel on Jiao An. He momentarily lost focus, staring intently at her, not knowing what he was thinking. What are you looking at? Jiao An asked. How strong is that thing? You need to control it quickly. Jiao An felt the heat of his gaze was too intense. Turning her head, she found him looking at her oddly. She Tingyan snapped back to reality, retracting his gaze. This thing has a strong life force. Even after its hands and feet are cut off, it can still move. And it's very fast. His tone was evidently much better than during the day. Jiao An was contemplating seriously. This thing was so similar to the zombies from her previous world. Sensitive to sound. Would it have poor vision? The most serious issue was that if it injures someone, they would quickly become infected. Unlike those infected beast variants did not have a transmission effect. A bite would cause the person to fall into a coma and eventually die. Only this type of infected beast man carried infectious traits. Once encountered, it could spread rapidly, leading to annihilation. At that point, there would be no other way. Listening to this, Jiao An felt more and more convinced that this was simply a version of zombies. Infection, transmission, with such strong life force, able to survive even after losing hands and feet, that meant its fatal weakness was in the head. With this thought, Jiao An's gaze landed on the dagger at She Tingyan's waist. She reached out to grab it. She Tingyan immediately seized her wrist. Jiao An, are you that desperate? It's that time, and you're thinking about this. Have you gone mad? He scolded her harshly. It wasn't because of his narcissism, but rather due to being tormented in the past. Yes, there was a psychological shadow. Just seeing some of Jiao An's actions would immediately remind him of those bad memories. Clearly, this time, his tone was already considered mild. After all, she wasn't wearing a face that made him nauseous. But that didn't change his disgust and aversion towards Jiao An's actions. What are you thinking? Give me the weapon. Jiao An rolled her eyes. Was she that desperate? Even at this time, she was being associated with such thoughts. She pointed to the weapon behind him, and after he realized, he awkwardly pulled out the dagger and handed it over. What are you doing? I have a suspicion and plan to test it. There hadn't been any commotion yet, and this guy hadn't acted yet. Before that, they needed to deal with it. Otherwise, once infection spreads, their entire camp might be wiped out. Jiao An analyzed wisely and rationally. Hearing this, She Tingyan couldn't help but glance at Jiao An a few more times. She really seemed different, not just in appearance, but also in tone and thought. She was smart, more than just a little. It felt like she had been completely replaced. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. She Tingyan's favorability has increased. Current favorability is minus 700. Suddenly, a system notification startled Jiao An. She turned to look at She Tingyan beside her, not understanding how this guy's favorability could inexplicably increase. He had just suspected her of having ulterior motives. She shook her head, too lazy to think about this mess. Holding the dagger in her hand, she made some noise nearby. The creature lurking outside indeed heard the commotion and charged into the tent. The two of them immediately stepped back half a step, distancing themselves. She Tingyan was astonished at Jiao An's bold move. What do you plan to do? Jiao An merely gave him a look, and She Tingyan seeing this, didn't continue to stop her. The creature that had burrowed in was clearly still searching around. Jiao An cautiously approached it, slowly raising the dagger in her hand. Just then, unexpectedly, someone came from outside the tent. "Brother Tingyan." The voice rang out, and the creature suddenly turned its head. Jiao An swung the dagger down, but due to the unexpected timing, she missed slightly. The dagger struck the creature's shoulder. Jiao An had clearly used her psychic power, so the dagger cleanly severed the creature's right arm. However, the monster merely let out a painful howl and lunged forward. Not good. Yun had come at the worst time. She entered and was startled by the scene. Shen Tingyan frowned upon seeing this and rushed forward to pull Yun away. "Get out of here," he coldly ordered. Turning back to look at Jiao An, he intended to help. But Yun seemed to sense his thoughts and huddled fearfully in his arms, tightly holding on to him. "Brother Tingyan, I'm scared. Don't go, protect me," she whined. At this moment, Shen Tingyan, clearly understanding the importance of the situation, couldn't care about anything else and abruptly pushed Yun away. "I told you to leave. Didn't you hear?" His sudden change in attitude left Yun An's expression frozen in place. "Hurry and go. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." He knew Yun An's abilities. Staying would only bring trouble. If the monster got the chance to infect her, it would be a big problem. Meanwhile, Jiao An was still dodging the creature's attacks. Fortunately, she was holding a weapon, avoiding being bitten or scratched. "Jiao An, take her to the back. There's a lake behind. Keep her away from the crowd." Shen Tingyan shouted towards Jiao An. He then immediately opened his smart device, urgently reporting the critical situation and contacting Fu Yunxing and the others. Hearing his words, Jiao An didn't hesitate and immediately led Yun and towards the lake. The creature was incredibly strong. Jiao An felt her arms, holding the dagger, numbing from the strain. The creature's physical strength was formidable. The main issue was that even with severed limbs, its speed was astonishing. Who could imagine? A creature with a severed leg could still leap quickly. Jiao An pushed herself to speed up, bringing the creature to the lakeside. "What tough guy." Chapter 40. We fell off the cliff and didn't die. Joan tore off the fabric of her outer clothing, gripping the dagger tightly, wrapping the fabric and the dagger securely around her right wrist. She was well aware of her weaknesses, insufficient strength, and only a powerful mental force. However, her opponent was immensely strong and incredibly fast. Several times, she couldn't withstand the pressure, and it was only by securing the weapon to her hand in this way that she could avoid any accidents later on. The creature before her had already identified a clear target for its attack. However, it wasn't in a hurry. Instead, it circled around, seemingly observing Joan. Joan looked at it, vaguely sensing that the creature seemed to be wary of something. She tightened her grip on the dagger, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, Shen Tingyan had also arrived. The two stood face to face, with the monster trapped in between them. The creature had its back to Shen Tingyan and was unaware of his presence behind it. Shen Tingyan didn't speak, but his intense gaze on Joan seemed to convey a message. As two people bound by a contract, they naturally had a certain understanding of each other's thoughts. Joan quickly grasped his meaning. She began to pace slowly in place, making some noise to cover the sound of Shen Tingyan's approaching footsteps. Sure enough, the creature in front of her did not hear the movements behind it. Instead, it appeared very tense and was hesitating. Joan had initially thought that making such noises would provoke an attack from it. This way, Shen Tingyan could seize the opportunity to swiftly strike a fatal blow to the creature's head. However, the creature continued to hesitate repeatedly, not knowing what it was struggling with. Feeling strange, Joan boldly made a louder noise, dragging her long dagger across the ground, producing a harsh, grating sound. Roar! The monster let out a similarly anxious roar in response to the noise. Yet, it still did not take action. Shen Tingyan had already drawn close, and with a swift motion, he struck down the creature's head. Thud! It was completely unexpected. The creature collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly, then ceased to move. What was wrong with this creature? Why didn't it attack? Shen Tingyan frowned as he looked at the corpse on the ground, then raised his eyes to glance at Joan. Just as Joan was about to say something, an unknown object suddenly wrapped around her ankle. She looked down to see a disgusting tentacle pulling her toward the deep lake. "Joan!" Shen Tingyan shouted immediately upon seeing this. Joan quickly reacted, swinging her dagger at the tentacle around her ankle. The disgusting slime splattered everywhere. After the octopus-like tentacle was severed, it finally released its grip. Joan quickly retreated, but in the process, another tentacle leaped out and tightly wrapped around Shen Tingyan. Shen Tingyan. Seeing this, Joan hurriedly reached out to pull him. At that moment, Joan's weight played a crucial role. The tentacle that had grabbed Shen Tingyan did not immediately pull him into the lake. He was completely covered in slime, the massive tentacle wrapping around his body, preventing him from using any mental force. This thing isn't right. Let go of me. Go find help. As both of them were gradually being dragged into the lake, Shen Tingyan still intended to face the threat himself. Let's talk. Joan grabbed onto him, and at that moment, her mind was devoid of any other thoughts. Saving him was almost an instinctive action. Thus, Joan ignored her previous displeasure. All she wanted was to rescue him. Clenching her teeth, both of them leaned back, desperately fighting for each other. Shen Tingyan looked at Joan. Her stubborn face and fearless determination made his heart skip a beat. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shen Tingyan's favorability increased. Favorability changed to -600. Joan completely ignored the system message in her mind. With increasing force in her hands, as the tentacle drew closer, her right hand swung the dagger without hesitation toward the previous direction. The tentacle was instantly severed. Both of them lost their balance in an instant and fell off the small cliff by the lake. Shen Tingyan, Joan, urgently rushing over. Fu Yunxing and the others watched as the two fell off. They immediately rushed forward, wanting to reach out and pull them back, but it was too late. A thick white mist rose at the edge of the cliff. From above, everyone looked down, barely able to see any figures. Quick, split off an elite team and go down to find them. It hurts. In a daze, Joan felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. Everything before her was dark, almost indistinguishable. She made an effort to get up. The sensation beneath her was very strange. She groped around until she touched a particularly obvious feature. Both bodies instantly stiffened, and their faces turned red. Joan, are you trying to die? Still trying to take advantage of the situation at this time? Sure enough, a weak yet angry voice came from beneath her. Joan was startled and immediately bounced off him. Ignoring the pain in her body, she rolled away to create distance. Shen Tingyan, what are you doing? Indeed, it was Shen Tingyan. It was too dark to see clearly. Joan looked around but couldn't figure out where they were. We didn't die. We fell off the cliff and somehow survived. Wait, how'd you fall down too? Just in that position, Shen Tingyan could have pushed her and fallen to the ground. The surroundings fell into a prolonged silence. Joan didn't have time to think about it. She groped around again and found some branches. She focused her mental force and ignited the branches. The moment the light appeared, it finally dispelled the surrounding darkness. Joan let out a sigh of relief at this moment and turned to look in Shen Tingyan's direction. She found him lying there, covered in injuries. He was in his beastman form, with a pair of dragon horns on his head and blood-red pupils against his white hair, looking quite shocking. No wonder he was still alive. It seemed he had transformed into his beastman form in midair, saving both their lives. However, with Joan's weight of over 200 pounds pressing down on him, it must have caused quite a bit of damage as well. Thinking of this, Joan felt even more embarrassed. She stammered, unable to articulate a word. Shen Tingyan was indeed very weak and didn't pay attention to her. It wasn't until he felt warmth spreading through his body that he incredulously opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Joan was kneeling beside him, her hands clasped together, channeling her mental force as she tried to heal his injuries. Are you crazy? Your condition is no better than mine. Chapter 41. Are you really Joan? I know that when you fell, you protected me with your beast form, so I didn't get hurt much. With my build, if I fell, half of your injuries are because of me. Since that's the case, I owe you, so you don't need to say more. Joan's stubborn expression and words left Shen Tingyan speechless. His clothes were already torn, revealing his strong physique, and the small wounds on his body were visibly healing at a fast pace. He could finally breathe heavily, feeling relieved and obviously much more comfortable. Joan still knelt beside him, but her expression grew increasingly grim. Seeing this, Shen Tingyan reached out and firmly grasped her arm, stopping her next move. That's enough. If you exhaust your mental energy and faint, I still have to carry your several hundred pounds. I really don't have that strength. Quite a harsh thing to say. The corner of Joan's mouth twitched, silently labeling him as sharp-tongued in her mind. She didn't press further, seeing that he could speak so normally. He must be feeling much better and wouldn't die immediately. Joan withdrew her hand and rested against the wall for a while. This should be a valley bottom. The surroundings were dark and damp, with no living creatures in sight, but it was very eerie. A small fire illuminated a small area. As for the surroundings, they were still shrouded in thick black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. What kind of ghostly place is this? Can we get out? Joan anxiously looked around. The thick black fog always gave her a strange feeling, as if it were very dangerous. I have never been to this valley bottom, and the untested environment is all unknown. She Tingyan leaned against the side and slowly spoke. Hearing this, Joan frowned. Suddenly, the smell of blood wafted over. Joan quickly turned her head to look at Shun Tingyan. Do you still have serious injuries? After saying that, she disregarded everything and rushed over to tear off his clothes. Joan, what are you doing? This sudden action triggered Shun Tingyan's fearful memories, so his expression also became quite ugly. You have injuries. Can't you smell such a strong scent of blood? Injured Shun Tingyan was no match for Joan. After a brief struggle, he was ruthlessly stripped clean. The already tattered shirt was thrown aside. The exposed muscular body made one stare in awe. But clearly, Joan didn't pay any attention to that. Shun Tingyan's expression was also exceptionally grim, staring at Joan, as if silently vowing that if this woman dared to act recklessly and showed him any disgust, he would immediately reach out and strangle her. However, he did not. Joan was very serious as she examined the injuries on his body. She discovered a very serious wound on his left abdomen. You have such a serious injury. Why didn't you say anything? Joan was truly taken aback. How could this man endure so much? With such a severe injury to his lower abdomen, it felt almost like it had been penetrated. Blood was flowing continuously, yet he could still remain silent. As a descendant of the Dragon Clan, a little blood won't kill me, Shun Tingyan said lightly. At this point, he also put away his grim expression. Noticing that Joan was genuinely concerned about his injuries, all his previous thoughts vanished. He was curious why the previously disgusting Joan, who always resorted to underhanded tactics, suddenly changed like this. Joan suddenly shouted his name. At this moment, Joan was taking off her outer coat, tearing it into strips to bandage him. Being called out so suddenly, she responded oddly, What? Are you really Joan? Still, without any emotional fluctuations, it seemed like just a casual question. Joan's hand paused, and her heart skipped a beat. Although feeling guilty, Joan performed remarkably well. Pretending to be calm, she glanced at him. I'm not Joan. Are you Joan? What nonsense are you talking? Really? Then why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Not only can you take care of yourself, but your ugly appearance has also disappeared. It seems like you've lost a lot of weight, and your personality, speech, everything has changed. He continued to press forward, his burning gaze fixed on Joan, as if he wanted to find some clue on her face. People always grow. It's a sudden realization, I guess. You all hate me so much. I can't continue like this. I was once a royal princess, living such a miserable life now. I naturally cannot accept it. Joan continued to explain calmly. She didn't know if he believed her, but Shun Tingyan didn't continue to question. Joan skillfully and expertly bandaged his wounds. Naturally, this meant getting close to him. Joan tried hard to turn her head to the side, but she could still feel the warmth of Shun Tingyan's breath on her face. The atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Joan was also extremely nervous, causing the cloth in her hand to fall as it wrapped around his back. What are you nervous about? Shun Tingyan looked at her and suddenly laughed. Joan pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. Just do it yourself. Just wrap it up and tie it. She distanced herself from him, and the surroundings fell silent again. The fire continued to burn, crackling, making sounds in this quiet environment. The night was still long. Joan planned to find some firewood nearby. Just as she got up, she heard Shun Tingyan's voice behind her. Don't move. Joan was startled by this command. She froze in place, not moving. What's wrong? She asked in a lowered voice. Something is approaching nearby. Hearing this, Joan strained to listen. She realized that there indeed seemed to be footsteps coming this way. Thinking of this, Joan immediately grabbed a stick from the fire. She picked up the dagger that had fallen nearby and held it tightly in her hand. Yes, it's a large group of infected beasts. Looking at the pack of beasts gradually approaching, Joan's face visibly turned pale. These beasts were no longer like normal creatures. Their bodies showed a lot of deformities, with fangs protruding from their bodies, exuding an eerie and deadly aura. They were the epitome of infected beings. Get out of here! Shun Tingyan had appeared behind her at some point. Despite being seriously injured, his arms had already gathered mental energy. Without waiting for Joan to speak, the two of them dashed forward like a flash of lightning, plunging into the mass of infected beasts. Shun Tingyan was extremely skilled, even with his injuries. He could effortlessly navigate through the entire horde of beasts. Chapter 42, I'm afraid you won't make it through tonight. He conjured a bright red spear with his psychic power. At that moment, with each thrust of the spear, every movement could precisely pierce the heads of those disgusting beasts. The stench of decay and the nauseating smell of blood grew increasingly intense. Jiao An withdrew her gaze and stopped staring blankly. She grabbed a torch and began to retreat, urgently searching for a place to escape. She ran backward. Shun Tingyan naturally noticed Jiao An's departing figure. He merely cast a deep glance without blaming her. At such a critical moment, anyone would choose to flee. After all, one's life is the most important. Clearly, he thought Jiao An had already escaped. The battle amid the beast horde became increasingly fierce. After all, due to excessive psychic power consumption and severe injuries, he soon began to feel overwhelmed. Shun Tingyan, hurry, and leave. There's a cave over here. Lead them this way. I'll set fire from below and burn them to death. Jiao An's voice suddenly came from above. She didn't know when she had run up the slope, holding a torch in one hand and a large chunk of grease in the other. Seeing that she hadn't left, Shun Tingyan was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly reacted and began to lead the horde of beasts to retreat as Jiao An instructed. Jiao An was waiting for the right moment, watching as the beasts gradually drew closer. She ignited the grease with the torch and threw it down instantly. At the same time, Jiao An quickly activated her psychic power, causing the burning grease to explode. Sparks flew everywhere. The flames touched the beasts, and they ignited immediately. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Jiao An's face. Sure enough, these disgusting creatures had deep fur on their bodies, smeared with something akin to corpse oil. With fire, they should catch a blaze instantly. After running out, she specifically broke off a large piece of grease from a towering grease tree. This stuff burns quickly and is hard to extinguish. She clearly thought of some clever ideas to make this plan so perfect. When Shun Tingyan reached the slope, he caught sight of the burning beast horde below. His crimson pupils flashed with disbelief as he looked at Jiao An, who was about to collapse from exhaustion. Shun Tingyan. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiao An rushed over. She quickly helped him up and supported him into the cave she had discovered. The entrance of the cave was narrow, but it was spacious inside. Jiao An gathered some branches nearby and reignited the fire, illuminating the entire cave. They should be safe for now. The cave wasn't too large, and the small entrance prevented the beasts from entering. Shun Tingyan, how are you? Jiao An rationally assessed the situation. She glanced at Shun Tingyan and noticed his complexion was really bad. She immediately approached, looking at his somewhat strange face, and quickly reached out to check his forehead. So hot. Why is your temperature so high? Could it be that the wound is infected? Thinking of this, Jiao An didn't hesitate to pull up his shirt. The already tattered clothing was repeatedly pulled aside. Shun Tingyan hadn't completely passed out yet, so seeing the woman's actions, he immediately stopped her. What habit is this, pulling off clothes endlessly? His tone was somewhat weary, looking genuinely weak. Jiao An's face flushed from being scolded. I just wanted to check your wound. If it's infected, that would be a big problem. Don't misunderstand. Jiao An explained, and finally, Shun Tingyan let his hand drop. At this moment, he lay there like a fish on a chopping board, appearing inexplicably comical. He was indeed tired and had already drifted into a daze. Jiao An glanced at the sky outside, then at Shun Tingyan. There was nothing here, and they couldn't get out. They could only wait for someone to rescue them. However, Shun Tingyan's condition was obviously not good. In his dazed state, Shun Tingyan dreamt. When he woke up, the fire was still burning beside him, and his body felt extremely weak. The exhaustion of psychic power combined with his injuries meant that resting for a while wouldn't be very useful. What he needed most now was treatment. The cave was quiet. Not seeing Jiao An's figure, Shen Tingyan immediately sat up. "Jiao An?" he called out, but aside from the echo, there was no response. Realizing this, Shen Tingyan's expression changed. That damn woman wouldn't have gone out and been eaten by those beasts, would she? Thinking this, Shen Tingyan prepared to get up, but at that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Jiao An rushed in, out of breath, carrying a pile of things. Seeing Shen Tingyan awake, she was about to speak when he suddenly scolded her. "Where have you been? The outside environment is unknown, and those beasts might be lurking somewhere. Are you not afraid of dying outside by running around alone?" His voice was cold and uncompromising. After being scolded, Jiao An stood there in a daze, then innocently set down the herbs she had gathered. "I went out to find you some medicine. I was afraid you wouldn't make it through tonight. Luckily, I found some useful herbs nearby, and I also brought some water." She had filled 2 bamboo tubes with water, along with some red wild fruit she had picked. Shen Tingyan was suddenly stunned at the sight. Jiao An didn't mind his earlier scolding, quickly picked up the herbs she had gathered, and found a clean stone to crush them. "Are you feeling any better? Still running a fever?" she turned to ask. Shen Tingyan looked at Jiao An, who was seriously preparing the herbs, and swallowed the words he was about to say. He opened his mouth, but found that his throat felt like it was being choked, unable to utter a single word. Noticing his silence, Jiao An stepped forward to feel his forehead. So hot, even hotter than before. After saying this, Jiao An looked at Shen Tingyan with a strange expression. Shen Tingyan seemed to notice, frowning slightly. "Don't worry, I won't die anytime soon. The physique of a dragon descendant is strong. It's not something to be taken lightly. In this condition, I can hold on for a few more days without any problem. I'll just be a bit weaker than usual." Having her thoughts seen through, Jiao An shyly smiled, then seriously shook her head. "I didn't mean it like that. Really." Shen Tingyan stopped talking. Jiao An turned back to continue working on the herbs. After crushing all the herbs and adding some water to make a paste, she smeared a little on her hand to smell it. Thinking it was about right, she picked up a clean leaf nearby and placed the herbs on it. Chapter 43. Jiao An, you really have a secret. Who are you really? She was extremely grateful that she was studying medicine, understanding these things. Otherwise, if she had crossed over to this world in ignorance, she would be unable to treat the person in front of her in a state of mental exhaustion, and could only watch him grow weaker. If any special circumstances arose, both of them would likely suffer. Holding the herbs in her hands, Jiao An walked over and glanced at the man leaning against the wall, resting his eyes. "Shen Tingyan, let me treat your wound with some medicine." This time he was obedient. He did not refuse and actively took off his shirt. He opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on the greenish herbs in Jiao An's hand. They looked disgusting, slimy, and she didn't know what they were made of, although he felt a resistance in his heart. After going through so much, he had clearly accepted Jiao An a lot more. He was no longer as disgusted and resistant as before. The exposed wound had already left behind tainted blood, and an unpleasant odor could even be detected. Jiao An used the clean water she had brought to help clean it up, then directly applied the herbs to his wound. Hiss! The stinging pain made Shen Tingyan frown. But soon, he felt a warmth coming from the wound. He widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Jiao An in front of him, increasingly certain of his suspicions. "Jiao An, you really have a secret. Who are you? Why did you appear?" Shen Tingyan's heart was filled with confusion, and his gaze towards Jiao An became increasingly intense. This night passed particularly quietly. After Jiao An finished applying the medicine, the two shared some fruit to eat. They leaned against the wall to rest. One night passed. As dawn broke, Jiao An felt her face itching all over before she even woke up. She was already a bit grumpy in the morning, and after a night of poor rest, she had only fallen asleep just before dawn. So now, being disturbed, she was even angrier. "Who is it? Don't touch me." She waved her hand to swat away whatever was bothering her, but it landed solidly on flesh. In an instant, Jiao An woke up completely. What came into view was an enlarged, handsome face. Startled, Jiao An let out a scream and reached out to push the person in front of her, only to realize her waist was tightly trapped. She couldn't push him away at all. Jiao An was immediately dumbfounded, looking at Shun Tingyan in front of her, noticing that his condition seemed a bit off. His face was flushed with an unusual redness. Jiao An opened her mouth. Shun Tingyan, what is wrong with you? You, let go of me. Jiao An struggled, but found that this guy had regained his strength at some point, tightly holding her without letting her escape. Jiao An, you seem quite pretty like this. Shun Tingyan's voice came from beside her ear. Jiao An involuntarily shivered, then looked at the person in front of her in horror. It seemed like he was saying he was really hungry. How could he feel this way looking at a 200-pound fat man? Are you out of your mind? Your taste should be like that woman, Yunin. How could he say she was good-looking? Although she had to admit that her body had changed a lot. Yunin was delicate and had a great figure, truly qualifying as a beauty. Comparing herself to her was simply self-deprecating. Jiao An thought Shun Tingyan's taste shouldn't have any issues. But hearing such praise from him, she fell into deep contemplation. Just as Jiao An was at a loss, Shun Tingyan suddenly leaned closer, his cool lips kissing her cheek. Are you rejecting me? In the past, you loved it when we took the initiative to find you. Why are you unwilling now? His magnetic, hoarse voice still lingered in her ear. Jiao An finally realized something was off. You can't be in heat. The beastman's heat period is generally not easy to determine. However, in the original owner's impression, there was indeed no time when Fu Yunqing and the others were in heat. Although they were beastmen, they possessed powerful mental control and strongly disliked Jiao An, so they had never actively approached her to resolve such situations. On the contrary, the original Jiao An used various means to get close to them. Jiao An's mouth twitched wildly. She never expected to win the jackpot like this. If the original owner were here, she would probably be extremely excited. But she was only here to complete a strategy mission and then return to her original world with a reward. She didn't want to deal with such messy situations. Shun Tingyan, listen to me, calm down a bit, and let go of me. Jiao An took a deep breath, trying to soothe his emotions. His body was frighteningly hot, and his breath was warm. Shun Tingyan basically didn't listen to Jiao An's words. The two were almost buried in Jiao An's embrace, nearly pressed together, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. His kisses were still relentless. Jiao An felt as if she was being electrocuted all over and finally couldn't take it anymore, pushing him away with all her strength. She used almost all her might to break free, then scrambled to her feet like a chaste young girl who had lost her virginity, glaring at Shun Tingyan with frustration. He didn't seem angry when pushed away. He lazily sat on the ground, one hand propped on his knee, casually glancing at Jiao An. His gaze carried a hint of excitement and perhaps a strangely penetrating understanding, as if he had seen through her. In the next moment, he used the mental power within him to instantly suppress the sudden release of male pheromones. Sure enough, he was pretending. His powerful mental level and combat capability allowed him to easily use mental power to suppress the unexpected heat. This was not difficult for them at all. But he hadn't done so at first, even letting everything happen, deliberately teasing Jiao An, watching her emotional changes with an appreciative posture, like a perfect prankster. Jiao An tightened her fists, faintly sensing something. She turned away, no longer looking at him. But she was extremely tense inside. Strangely, he didn't speak to expose her or ask anything more. The cave was so quiet that they could almost hear each other's breathing. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shun Tingyan's favorability increased. Current favorability, minus 400. Just like that. In one night, the favorability rose by several hundred. Jiao An had a vague premonition. Shun Tingyan should have sensed that her identity was not right, but he didn't continue to expose it. However, she still secretly breathed a sigh of relief. An increase in favorability was at least good news. Since he didn't ask, she would just pretend she knew nothing. Chapter 44 Worry. Getting closer, I'll go out and find something to eat. Let me see how things are outside. It's too quiet. Jiao An really couldn't sit still, so she got up and decided to take a stroll. Just nearby, she wouldn't go far. If something happened, she would shout loudly. Shun Tingyan didn't refuse, but he especially reminded her before she left. Jiao An casually agreed, but her footsteps were quick, as if she was eager to escape the scene. Once outside the cave, it was still a white mist all around. It was somewhat better than last night. The mist was white, at least proving that it was bright outside. There was some light, but she still couldn't see the surroundings clearly. Walking into the mist, she couldn't see the path at all. For safety's sake, Jiao An found a vine and tied it at the entrance of the cave to ensure she wouldn't get lost nearby. At this time, she Tingyin was meditating in the cave. He was channeling the energy of his inner thoughts and loosening his muscles and bones. Time passed second by second. After a long time, Jiao An hadn't returned. She Tingyin finally couldn't sit still anymore and opened his eyes, glancing outside the cave. This woman wouldn't have died outside, would she? He muttered to himself, preparing to go check. Just then, Jiao An rushed back in. She had a chicken in her left hand and a duck in her right, her face full of joy. Are you going out? Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? The two of them collided face to face. Seeing that he seemed to be going out, Jiao An immediately asked. She Tingyin opened his mouth and, seeing that she was fine, slowly withdrew his gaze. No, I just got up to stretch. He concealed the truth and lied. It didn't seem like he was worried about her. Jiao An didn't pay much attention to it either, but was excitedly holding the wild chicken and duck. I'm so lucky. Although the fog is thick and I can't see clearly, those wild chickens and ducks in the mountains are all lethargic. I caught two without any effort. Finally, I can eat some meat. Wait for me. I'll prepare it right away. Jiao An was already very hungry, and now that she found food, she was extremely excited to quickly prepare and cook it. However, as soon as She Tingyin heard that she was going to prepare it, his expression changed instantly. You? Forget it. Let me do it. Can you even cook? A pampered princess, even if demoted, has never touched a drop of water. She was lazy and selfish, always having others do things for her. Let her cook. There was one time she almost set the kitchen on fire. She Tingyin had been outside and clearly didn't know Jiao An had good cooking skills. After all, he hadn't tasted that meat soup either, except for Duan Qi. Jiao An was taken aback, opened her mouth, and was about to defend herself when she saw him already taking the chicken and duck to pluck their feathers and prepare them. He handled it cleanly and effortlessly. The fireball he conjured immediately burned all the feathers off. After he finished, he fell into deep thought. He wasn't particularly good at cooking, but he figured it should be enough to just get it cooked. With that thought, he reignited the fireball, planning to burn it directly. Seeing this, Jiao An quickly stepped forward to stop him. What are you doing? Just burning it like this? What else? She Tingyin looked at Jiao An strangely. You haven't even removed the entrails. Just burning it like this, the outside will be charred while the inside is still raw. Just wait, I'll do it. Jiao An dared not entrust this task to anyone else anymore. She took the two already plucked chicken and duck to the side, cleaned out the entrails, and then picked up a sturdy branch to skewer them. She placed them beside the dying fire, where only some hot coals remained to roast. Then, she took the chicken fat and fried it on a board. The fat was quite abundant. After doing all this, Jiao An found some edible herbs from the medicinal ingredients she brought back yesterday. Mixing the herbs with the fat, she brushed them repeatedly onto the roasting chicken and duck. Instantly, the cave was filled with a fragrant aroma. She Tingyin, watching Jiao An's series of actions, was completely stunned. His eyes widened as he smelled the aroma and walked over in disbelief, staring intently at the two chickens and ducks. Are you hungry? It'll be ready soon. Seeing She Tingyin come closer, Jiao An smiled at him. Before long, the two chickens and ducks were thoroughly roasted. The skin was crispy, and because of the oil, they looked shiny and appetizing. Jiao An handed the larger duck over. You eat the big one. She Tingyin reached out to take it, glanced at the roasted duck in his hand, casually tore off a duck leg, and took a bite. The duck was roasted perfectly, juicy inside. With one bite, it seemed to burst with juice in his mouth. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed to stimulate his taste buds. She Tingyin sat quietly, eating the duck clean without saying a word. Jiao An was also tasting her handiwork. The chicken was roasted well. However, perhaps due to the detox pill, her appetite wasn't as good as before. She was already full after eating half a chicken. Do you want to try some of mine? Jiao An turned to look at She Tingyin, seeing him eating so happily, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Hearing her voice, She Tingyin turned to look at Jiao An. Seeing that she had only eaten half a chicken after a long time, he frowned. Aren't you hungry? I'm almost full, Jiao An replied. She Tingyin couldn't believe it. In the past, you would at least eat 10 to 20 pounds of meat before being satisfied. Now you're full after just this little bit, which is probably less than a pound. Jiao An almost choked on those words. She coughed violently a couple of times, looking at Shun Tingyin with twitching lips. Can I lose weight? It was a very assertive statement, but to Shun Tingyin, it seemed somewhat funny. Eat. Losing weight depends on the timing. How can you lose weight in this situation? You need to eat more to ensure your strength. He tore off the other duck leg and handed it over to Jiao An. Jiao An looked at him with slightly flickering eyes. I really can't eat anymore. You eat it. Shun Tingyin seemed not to hear, holding the duck leg in his hand, and directly brought it to Jiao An's face. Just take a bite. At this moment, he inexplicably resembled a parent coaxing a child to eat. Jiao An couldn't resist him any longer, took a bite obediently. Just then, a voice came from outside the cave. A group of people hurriedly arrived and happened to see this scene. Jiao An also looked towards the cave entrance. She found it was Fu Yunxing and the others and immediately stood up excitedly. You're here. Are you okay? Were you hurt? Fu Yunxing walked over, looking at the lively Jiao An, then at Shun Tingyin, and asked, Chapter 45, A heavy slap for Yunan. I'm fine. Shun Tingyin is hurt, although I dealt with it urgently. It's best to check again. Jiao An immediately explained from the side. At that moment, Huashu walked over and saw the two sitting by the campfire eating and drinking, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. You guys seem to be doing well here, still able to eat and drink. Otherwise, we were lucky and caught a couple of ducks and a chicken nearby, so we could eat our fill and have the energy to find a way out. But how did you get down here? I see that the area is covered in white mist. Jiao An clapped her hands and looked outside. It was still a vast expanse of white, curious about how they could find their location so precisely. People have already arrived from headquarters. They've used special means to locate your brain information. They will find you soon. There are significant problems in this valley. We encountered quite a few infected creatures along the way. I was worried you would be in danger, but it seems you were lucky. Enough talking. Let's leave quickly. Fu Yunxing explained slowly. Jiao An didn't hesitate and prepared to leave the mountain with the main group. Yunan also came over to Shun Tingyin. Upon entering, she saw Shun Tingyin and Jiao An's actions, and her expression instantly stiffened. She walked over to Shun Tingyin like a little bird, her eyes red with worry, expressing various concerns. Tingyin Gij, are you okay? I'm fine. Shun Tingyin shook his head, but his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Jiao An. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you and Miss Jiao wouldn't have encountered such things. She secretly wiped away her tears. Hearing this, Shun Tingyin didn't comfort her like before. His tone was cold. After glancing at her, he simply spoke. It's okay. The incident has already happened. Moreover, you were unaware, so there's no need to take it to heart. Although it was still comforting, Yunan sensed a difference in his tone from the past. Her heart sank slightly. She vaguely felt she was losing something. She became nervous and then acted even more grieved. You must be blaming me. I should apologize to Miss Jiao. Saying this, she took the initiative to approach Jiao An. At this moment, Jiao An, who was walking ahead, was nervously observing the surrounding thick fog. Although their group's combat capability was indeed strong, the thick fog gave an ominous feeling. Therefore, she was even more cautious. She even vaguely felt that there might be something in the fog, as the feeling of being watched was very strong. She always trusted her sixth sense and didn't dare to take it lightly. Miss Jiao. Just as Jiao An was focused, a voice pulled her thoughts back. She turned to look at Yunan beside her, not knowing when this woman had come to her side. Is there something? She wasn't in a mood to chat with others, not daring to let her guard down. Miss Jiao, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. I didn't know what was going on, and when I suddenly saw that monster, I was startled and screamed. That caused you and Tingyin to run into danger. Can you forgive me? As she spoke, she took the initiative to grab Jiao An's arm. Jiao An found the other person inexplicable. Sometimes she wanted to shake off the hand, but she found the other person's grip very strong. Let go of me. I didn't say I blame you. If you want to apologize, go to Shun Tingyin. After finishing, Jiao An firmly pulled her hand back. Upon hearing this, Yunan suddenly began to cry. I really didn't mean it. If you won't forgive me, Tingyin Gij won't forgive me either. So am I just a mistake? Jiao An never expected this woman to be so troublesome. She sighed and was about to speak when she heard some commotion inside the house. Shut up, stop shouting. She turned to scold Yunan. However, the other party, like a stubborn adhesive, became even more aggrieved upon hearing Jiao An's words. At this critical moment, Jiao An tightened her grip on the dagger and shot it towards a certain direction in the fog. Thud! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh came through. At this moment, everyone around immediately became vigilant, looking towards the thick fog. Jiao An, what happened? Fu Yunqing walked over. There is something in the fog. Jiao An turned to Fu Yunqing and said. After her words, a sound of footsteps came from the fog. Soon, everyone saw the newcomer, a tall man in military uniform, looking very valiant, casually carrying an infected creature and throwing on the ground. These infected creatures are sensitive to sound. Don't you know that? The man approached and asked coldly. The expressions of the few people changed slightly. Fu Yunqing, seeing the insignia on his military uniform, stepped forward respectfully and called out, Major. The other party did not respond, but fixed his gaze on Jiao An. You are very clever, and your observation skills are decent. People from these lower-tier cities, theoretically, should have little awareness of these infected creatures since they haven't opened their spiritual orifices, yet you could accurately detect it hiding in the fog, wanting to strike you fatally. What is your aptitude? The man, looking down at her, asked with a hint of admiration. Jiao An sensed the powerful aura from the person in front of her and realized this guy was quite formidable. B grade. She naturally concealed some information. The system informed her that her aptitude was growing, but the application card wouldn't have issues, meaning her mental power aptitude was at least A grade. However, due to the lack of a qualified testing instrument, the Lord had only estimated roughly. She followed along with this line of thought to respond appropriately. Upon hearing this answer, the man clearly seemed dissatisfied. He slightly raised an eyebrow. Impossible. He answered with 3 words, his tone very confident. Your aptitude is definitely not low. I suppose those lower-tier cities can't measure much. We'll talk about it when we return. Perhaps this trip will be very worthwhile, and we can find some treasures. After saying this, he cast a deep look at Jiao and didn't like the gaze of the person in front of her. Feeling as if she were being seen through from top to bottom, she slightly lowered her eyelids and remained silent. After the man withdrew his gaze, he finally turned to Yunan beside her. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and directly slapped her. The force of this slap was immense. Yunan was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 46 Breaking News. A beautiful disaster, accomplishing little, causing much trouble. At such a critical moment, how dare you shout loudly? Almost the entire army suffered because of you. How could someone like this be part of the military? Fu Yunqing, you're the person in charge. Is this something to joke about? The suddenly named Fu Yunqing walked over. He glanced at the unconscious Yun and on the ground. We will handle it immediately. I hope so. After saying this, he vanished again into the thick fog, seemingly disappearing without a trace. Shen Tingyan had heard the commotion and approached. He glanced at the departing figure, his expression shifting slightly. Is it someone from headquarters? Yes, that's right. The other party is a major, and they look quite formidable. Sending someone like this indicates that the situation in Luoy West City is even more serious. We just need to cooperate actively. Additionally, regarding Yunan, I will handle it. She is indeed not suitable to accompany the troops. Initially, I wanted to settle her down, but I never found the opportunity. This time, finding a good place for her is indeed the most suitable option. Yunan had been saved by Shen Tingyan outside. She had fled from another town, nearly killed by those strange beasts along the way. Shen Tingyan intervened and resolved the threat after discovering her. She had been following him ever since. Shen Tingyan felt more pity for her. After all, she was left alone in the world after her parents perished. It was truly pitiful. Most importantly, Shen Tingyan's own background was quite similar to hers, which made him unconsciously feel closer to her. However, apart from that, Shen Tingyan had no other thoughts. This incident made him realize that the military was dangerous, and Yunan was just an ordinary person. Although her aptitude was not bad, her vigilance was insufficient, and she almost lost her life. In comparison, Jiao An indeed seemed excellent. She had been quite incapable back then, but now she had transformed, showing remarkable vigilance and intelligence, able to quickly sense danger. Just this point alone could rival that of veterans who had trained in the military for years. It's good that you have thoughts. Plan ahead. Fu Yunqing nodded and said nothing more. A small episode came quickly and went just as fast. The group finally emerged from the valley. Jiao An gradually watched the white mist dissipate, her surroundings becoming clearer, and she finally relaxed. The white mist in the valley had felt oppressive, and now that they were out, that feeling had significantly diminished. Once they all exited, they noticed that there were people escorting them along the way, including the major who had just appeared. They were covered in blood, indicating that they had fought inside the white mist. Fu Yunqing and the others had also left midway and entered the mist, and now they came out with some blood on them, but they looked quite composed. The major couldn't help but regard these few people with higher esteem. Your qualifications shouldn't be seen in such a low-tier city. You could easily go to a higher-tier city. Do something minor, and your status would definitely be higher than mine. His words were not flattery. He had observed their performance closely. He was straightforward and never cared for pretense. He said what he meant. Fu Yunqing didn't speak. He withdrew his gaze and finally looked at Jiao An. He was most interested in this woman. The group returned to the protective city and began to prepare for rest. Most of the beasts around had been cleared away. In a conference room at that moment, a robust man introduced himself. My name is Zhong Tian. I received orders from higher-ups upon learning of the existence of the living dead, so I came specifically to handle it. Jiao An sat in the center. She still didn't understand why she was at this meeting. Living dead? She caught the key point and murmured to herself. That's what you just saw. Something that is neither human nor ghost. You call a monster. We have officially designated it as the living dead. They're walking, living things that resemble corpses. We have initially discovered that they transform from living humans due to infection. Living dead lack intelligence and thought, but their physical abilities are greatly enhanced. Though they are riddled with viruses, anyone bitten or scratched by them may become infected. Moreover, our headquarters has identified a more common type of living dead, which we refer to as the living dead king. The existence of the living dead king is 100 times more terrifying than regular living dead. It possesses independent thought and even a certain level of intelligence, using tactics to deceive beastmen. Our organization has suffered significant losses as a result. We paid a heavy price in blood to acquire this crucial information. We initially thought these creatures would only break out in higher-tier cities, where we had maintained strict control. We didn't expect that lower-tier cities would gradually discover them as well. Among them, Luoyue City was the first to report. So, the situation in Luoyue City is better than expected? At this point, a bystander suddenly asked. The man was momentarily stunned, then nodded. I must say, compared to the higher-tier city Qingyue City, the situation here is indeed much better. Additionally, I called this meeting to discuss an important matter. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a white stone from his pocket. The stone flickered with a faint glow. As everyone looked at it, they could distinctly feel it resonating with the mental energy within them. Following the emergence of the living dead, the authorities discovered that these creatures contained such spiritual cores. These cores are of immense value, capable of producing vital resources to combat the living dead and creating specialized weapons against them. It is a rare treasure. The organization has opened a marketplace on the intelligence network. Obtaining these cores allows one to exchange for items needed to counter the living dead's attacks in the marketplace. If it were just this, it wouldn't seem too enticing. But then the man revealed a bombshell. The items available include everything you could need, even things that can enhance your own strength. Most importantly, when the number of exchanges reaches a certain threshold, you can obtain military ranks. With this statement, all eyes turned toward him. Even Jiao An unconsciously looked up. Military ranks. This was a treasure worth its weight in gold. Back when Jiao An's people were demoted to a lower city, their status was that of commoners. And commoners could not enter higher-tier cities. This was an ironclad rule. Yet now, there was an opportunity to shed that identity and obtain military ranks. Once military ranks were obtained, nothing could stop them from going to higher-tier cities. This news was indeed like a bombshell. Is that true? The first to break the silence was Shun Tingyan, who seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his face darkening ominously. Chapter 47. Re-examination. I have no need to deceive you. This time, I naturally bring the best official news. So far, the number of living corpses is gradually increasing, and we are also very short on manpower. People like you, with such good skills, are naturally valued by our officials. After he finished speaking, he operated the smart brain and then raised his eyes. You can see that the smart system has completed its update, and there's an official mall on it. You only need to obtain this spiritual core to exchange for items. After he finished speaking, he spread out his palm and clicked the 0 box in his hand on the smart brain mall. Immediately, a bottle of white medicine fell into his hand, and the previous spiritual core had disappeared. High-level recovery potion. Such a person naturally recognized what the other party was holding. At this point, their eyes became fiery. Jiao An, on the other hand, opened the smart brain and began to search through them all. One valuable item after another dazzled her, and tears of frustration streamed down from the corners of her mouth. Everyone here is smart, and it seems you all understand now. Next, you can all disperse. Of course, Miss Jiao An is the exception. Zhong Tian's gaze fell on Jiao An. At this moment, the young girl was still flipping through the smart brain, her face filled with stars. Looking greedy. Seeing this, the other party couldn't help but laugh. They became even more interested in the person in front of them. Fu Yunqing and the others did not get up, and Shun Tingjian's tone was also quite strong. She is our mistress. Logically, she should be protected at all times. Remember these 2 words. It does seem a bit abrupt. It's not something they would say. I'm just checking her qualifications as usual. Don't you trust me? Zhong Tian raised his eyebrows and retorted. Jiao An realized that something was off and immediately stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine. I'm willing to cooperate with the check. With this statement, Fu Yunqing and the others finally left. Shun Tingyan shot a sideways glance at Jiao An, seemingly blaming her for not recognizing good intentions. After everyone left, the entire conference room fell silent. Zhong Tian sat in front of her, still looking at Jiao An with a scrutinizing gaze. Miss Jiao An, no, it should be called Your Highness the Princess. He held documents in his hands, clearly having checked Jiao An's identity thoroughly. Jiao An, upon hearing this title, was not flustered. The other party, wearing the rank of major, could easily check her identity. There was nothing strange about it. In a sense, I am no longer a princess. Jiao An replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the other party smiled. Whether or not she is still a princess is indeed open to question. This not a princess clearly contains 2 layers of meaning. One refers to her status as a princess, and the other refers to her as a person. Jiao An was clearly not intimidated by these words. She remained seated, unmoved, her expression calm. The other party flipped through the documents and continued speaking. A few years ago, it was detected that Your Highness the Princess had an F-level qualification, the lowest rank, deemed useless by others. Later, she displeased the Beast King and was sent to this lowly city. In this city, the princess let herself go day by day, showing no ambition whatsoever. Various rumors of her misdeeds were countless. However, just a few days ago, the princess suddenly seemed like a different person. This indeed raises many questions. People will always grow. So even if one suddenly changes character, it's nothing unusual, right? Jiao An still appeared lighthearted. It seemed that no matter what the other party said, she wouldn't show any signs of being flustered. Zhong Tian stared at the person in front of him for a long time, seemingly unable to find any flaws, and thus stopped speaking. At this moment, an aide walked in from outside the conference room. Sir, the inspection team has arrived. Hearing this, he slowly stood up and then looked at Jiao An. Well, Your Highness, please follow me. Jiao An followed him out of the conference room. Afterward, she didn't know where she had arrived. She only saw a huge instrument placed in the center of the room, looking very high-tech. Standing in the center was a beautifully dressed young girl. She was stretching and seemed very tired, yawning continuously. Finally, hearing the noise, she turned around and saw Zhong Tian and the others coming in, then began to complain. What is so urgent that I had to be called over immediately? Even if a good seedling was encountered, it could have waited a bit longer. Sorry to bother you, Afu, but the situation is urgent, so I specifically asked you to come over. Zhong Tian's gentle words finally appeased the not-so-happy girl. She waved her hand. Forget it. Who told it to be you? If it were someone else, I wouldn't have bothered. So, what kind of seedling did you discover? Back to the point, her gaze finally landed on Jiao An. Not a newly discovered seedling, but a qualification mutation. He casually explained, then pointed to Jiao An beside him. The other party was somewhat surprised to hear about the qualification mutation. A second awakening? A genius capable of a second awakening even in such a small place. It can indeed be called a genius, because second awakenings are extremely rare. Basically, a second awakening will enhance one as qualification. Describing her as a genius is not an exaggeration. Who knows? However, this person is not from a low-level city. She is a royal princess. The other party explained Joanne's identity with a smile. This time, the girl had nothing more to say. The story of the royal princess being demoted spread widely. But who would have thought that the princess would undergo a second awakening? Then, come over here, sit down, and extend your hands. Joanne followed the instructions and walked over to the instrument, sitting down. After extending her hands, they immediately stretched out claws, binding Joanne's hands. Soon, a cold instrument gradually descended onto her forehead. Joanne looked around curiously, feeling a bit nervous. System, this thing won't detect you, right? How could low-level items be compared to this system? The system's voice echoed in her mind. After hearing this, Joanne breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. This instrument will only detect the host's A-level qualification and cannot detect that the host has a growth-type qualification of SSS level. Since the system said so, it should be correct. Joanne completely relaxed. Now, she was waiting for the instrument's answer. They operated for a long time, and the girl stared intently at the instrument. Then her expression changed as if she had discovered something. A-level. No, it should be A. I remember that the princess's initial awakening was not an F-level psychic power, right? Chapter 48. It's all a conspiracy, isn't this shocking? Jiao An said with a smile. But then his gaze fell on Joanne again. Just an A. He muttered to himself, and this remark was overheard by the girl next to him. What do you mean just? From F rank to a rank, that's several levels apart. This second awakening already counts as a genius among geniuses. Why does your tone sound like you're not satisfied? Jiao An was indeed not satisfied. After all, he had high expectations for Joanne. Being able to quickly react to the anomalies appearing in the white mist under such circumstances surpassed many others. Among the team present at that time, Fu Yunxing and the others were cautious, but that was because they had excellent qualifications. And Joanne, if she was just an A, that would be too unbelievable. Her actions made me feel that it wasn't that simple. So naturally, expectations were raised. Is it really just A? The other party confirmed once again. The girl in front of him was a bit angry. If you don't believe me, you can test it yourself. This is an instrument sent from headquarters, and there will be no issues. I would say it's just a lucky coincidence. The girl was dismissive. At this moment, Joanne was sitting on the instrument, watching the two argue. Just then, a task was issued in her mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Please reveal your special ability. Successfully enter the military. Obtain the source of the spirit core. Gain military rank, and return to the royal family in the central city. The bold yellow font appeared in her mind. This is the core main quest. There is no time limit. In other words, what Joanne needs to do now is to return to the royal family. She is the lost grand princess. For some reasons, she was demoted, and clearly, the truth is not that simple. The nightmare she experienced that day, Joanne had dreamt of repeatedly afterward. This dream was like a story, and after it ended, the next dream continued from where it left off. Although she is not the original host, she could personally feel the original host's collapse and helplessness. So perhaps everything is an illusion. The so-called vicious female supporting role. The cruel thoughts of a grand princess of the cannon fodder level are also false. It's all a conspiracy. Are you ready? Joanne pulled back her thoughts and raised her head. Jiao An was talking and heard the voice coming over. It has been tested. You are indeed a second awakening. But I'm still a bit curious. If you were just an A-level qualification, how could you have such reaction speed? I am an ability awakener, Joanne replied calmly. Raising her eyes, her expression very cold. Upon hearing this, the girl next to her stiffened in place. What did you say? Special ability. You awakened a special ability. How is this possible? A second awakening is already an astonishing thing, and the probability is terrifyingly low. A special ability is below a second awakening. How could such a thing happen to one person at the same time? Is this a blessing from heaven or a joke? Ha ha ha. Jiao An suddenly laughed loudly, his excited emotions surprising everyone. The girl next to him didn't find it strange. She seemed to understand Jiao An's feelings at this moment. She also fell into silence. Biting her lip, her eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Afyu, go fetch the special ability monitor. Hurry! After the excitement, Zhong Tian immediately instructed the girl next to him. The person in front of him did not delay. She was equally curious about how absurd it must be for a woman to simultaneously experience a second awakening and a special ability awakening. She hurriedly ran out and soon returned with a small device. Compared to the homemade testing device in the room, this one was clearly much smaller and seemed very portable. You just need to stretch your hand and release your special ability towards the device. That's all. Zhong Tian walked over, his eyes full of enthusiasm, and the tone he used to speak to Jiao An softened a lot. Jiao An stood up, walked over, and placed one hand on the device. A circle of green energy blossomed from her palm. SSS level healing energy. However, the test showed a big question mark. The device couldn't detect the level. Jiao An couldn't help but praise the system in her heart. The things this system provided were indeed top-notch. Even this world's device couldn't detect it. How could this be? This is already a high-level device. Why couldn't it detect it? The girl next to her thought the device was broken and walked over to pat it. Zhong Tian saw this and immediately reached out to stop her. His breathing quickened, suppressing the shock in his heart. He slowly spoke. The device cannot be wrong. If it cannot detect it, there are only two possibilities. Either the special ability level is very low and completely not recorded in the files, or the skill level is extremely high, a level that has never appeared before and is also not in the files, so it cannot be detected. Obviously, Zhong Tian's excitement leaned more towards the latter. After all, the strength Jiao An displayed was definitely not like that of someone who awakened a low-level special ability. This matter must not be publicized. Immediately edit the top secret file and send it to the highest commander of the official command. In his excitement, Zhong Tian also calmed down a lot. He slowly spoke to the girl next to him. She nodded, glancing at Jiao An, who still appeared calm and indifferent, making her even more jealous. This was clearly a major turnaround. Why is this woman not excited at all? If she were an ordinary person, she would probably be so happy that she would faint. She really couldn't understand. Could it be that as a royal princess, her mindset has always been like this? Jiao An, could you tell me about the function of your special ability? It should belong to the auxiliary healing type. Just healing? Zhong Tian clearly found it unbelievable. Just healing, but the targets of healing are not ordinary injured people. Jiao An spoke with a hint of breathlessness, and Zhong Tian felt like his emotions were on a roller coaster, rising and falling, making him extremely nervous. My healing ability works on infected beings, Jiao An slowly replied, extending her hand, and the green energy in her palm felt very warm. Zhong Tian was completely stunned in place. You mean infected beings? The person in front of him suddenly jumped back, startling Jiao An, who thought something was wrong with him. But is it really? He swallowed hard. His fiery gaze seemingly wanted to swallow Jiao An whole. Jiao An instinctively pulled back a little distance from him. There have been experiments before. As long as the other party has not completely turned into an infected being, I can perform healing. However, the previous experiments were all on those who were harmed by infected beasts. Chapter 49. The mettle of joining the military. Jiao An paused as she spoke. As for the zombies, the infected living people were still unclear about the effects. She almost referred to them as zombies, but quickly changed her wording upon realizing it. Just this point was already enough. The other party was pacing back and forth, seemingly excited about something. Do you want to join the military? The other party suddenly asked. Jiao An had been waiting for this question, and even though the graveyard was completed, she still appeared nonchalant. She seemed to ponder seriously for a moment, during which Zhong Tian stared at her intently, as if afraid Jiao An would make the wrong choice. I was demoted by the royal family and carry the identity of a commoner, so I can't go to the higher cities, not even to the central royal capital. Can joining the military help me shed this identity? She asked earnestly. The other party immediately smiled upon hearing this. The military and the royal family are two separate powers. Although they complement each other, they do not interfere with one another. While we cannot disobey the royal family's orders, if you have a military identity and earn a rank, who would dare to say you are a commoner? Though he didn't answer directly, this statement already explained everything. Jiao An smiled upon hearing this. If that's the case, then I'm willing. Great. You've made a very wise decision. A genius like you, with a second awakening, should be in the military. After joining the military, if you deal with those living corpses, The exchange value of the spirit cores you obtain will be different from that of ordinary people. There's that too. The previous guy hadn't mentioned anything about it. It seems he was hiding something. After all, Joan was present at the scene, and he didn't consider her one of his own, so he didn't bring it up. He didn't expect Joan to join the military. No wonder the system issued a mainline task for him to join the military. Clearly, the benefits of joining the military would be greater, such as this exchange value. The exchange value for ordinary people is 1-to-1, but for military personnel, it's 1-to-2. This means a spirit core is worth twice as much as for others. He smiled, revealing a cunning expression. Moreover, because you're an ability user with such strong powers, if you provide assistance in the military, they will also reward you. There are no other benefits in the military, but the greatest benefit is fairness and justice. You will definitely receive the rewards you deserve. In fact, just this statement was enough. Joan nodded. Jiao An reiterated some matters to Joan before letting her leave. After stepping out of the room, Joan took a deep breath. In her palm lay a medal, representing her identity in the military. She smiled satisfactorily. Things went much smoother than she had imagined. Brother Tingyan, I don't want to leave. Don't send me away. You can't treat me like this. The entire protective city was quiet. Suddenly, a crying voice sounded particularly piercing. Joan couldn't help but notice. Looking into the direction of the night, she saw Yun crying and pulling on she Tingyan, her face covered in tears. She was heartbroken and unwilling to leave. She Tingyan frowned tightly. The military is more dangerous than you think. You've seen that. When I saved you, I hoped you could live well. I didn't have time to arrange things for you before, but now I've made arrangements, and you should leave. Staying with me will eventually lead to trouble. She Tingyan spoke earnestly but gently. Because of this, Yin was given one illusion after another. She thought that by staying by she Tingyan's side, she would eventually become his woman. But now, seeing him prepare to send her away without any reluctance, she realized how wrong she had been. She inadvertently caught sight of Joan not far away and suddenly rushed over, kneeling in front of Joan. Miss Joan, I know it's because I upset you that you asked Brother Tingyan to send me away. I beg you, let me stay. Even if I have to be a servant, a lowly maid, I'm willing. As long as you let me stay and serve you and Brother Tingyan well, I'll do anything. As she spoke, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. It seemed she didn't feel pain, even though her forehead was already bloodied. Joan had never liked being morally blackmailed. Clearly, she hadn't done anything wrong, yet the person in front of her was fixated on her. Joan was becoming more capable. She heard that after returning with the military, her identity and status had changed. Really? I see she seems to have changed quite a bit. I thought I was seeing things. I heard she awakened her telekinesis for the second time. She is no longer useless. Someone from the official headquarters came, and that lord even called Joan during the meeting. It's truly unbelievable. No way. Will Joan come settle scores with us? I only mocked her before. I didn't bully her. It should be fine, right? A group of females from a supply team nearby chattered. They had clearly noticed Joan's change in identity and gathered to discuss it. Especially now, seeing someone kneeling and begging her to stay, they found it utterly astonishing. If it were in the past, it would have been Joan kneeling and begging. Now the roles had reversed. Stop kneeling. This has nothing to do with me. Perhaps unable to bear watching the woman in front of her bang her head to the point of injury, she reached out and pulled her up. She glanced at she Tingyan, who was leaning against the door frame, watching her with a hint of amusement. This guy. Joan frowned. She knew the person in front of her had begun to harbor suspicions about her and was observing her at every opportunity, even more cunning than a fox. Tingyan, this person is yours. Handle it yourself. Don't involve me. Angrily, she stepped forward and shoved Yun into his side. She Tingyan smiled at her. What are you saying, my wife? I belong to you. There shouldn't be any other females around me. So, naturally, this is related to you. He kept calling her wife, sending chills down Joan's spine. She took a step back, looking at she Tingyan strangely and pointing at her head. If there is something wrong with you, go check. After saying that, Joan left without looking back. At this moment, Duanqi walked over with 2 soldiers. The vehicle back to the city is ready. She Tingyan quietly withdrew his smile and looked at Yun and beside him. Chapter 50. As long as we join forces, she will undoubtedly die. The other party seemed to have accepted their fate, lowering their eyelids and turning to leave. What did you find out? Duan Qi walked over and stood beside Shen Tingyan, asking quietly. The other party lifted their eyelids slightly. Didn't you all notice? It shouldn't just be me. She has indeed changed quite a bit. But I tested her in secret. Neither her soul nor her body has changed. He spoke lightly, but what was unexpected was that he had acted so early. Shen Tingyan raised an eyebrow with interest. Is that so? Things seem to have become much more interesting. Yunan was taken to a car. She remained silent, appearing particularly quiet. At this moment, the two soldiers preparing to take her away suddenly clutched their stomachs in pain. What's going on? A clear female voice came from outside. It's Miss Liu. We were preparing to send her back, but suddenly our stomachs hurt so much. You should go take care of it. I'll watch her for a while. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances, but thinking that the person they were about to send away was not someone important, they repeatedly thanked her and left. The car door was pulled open. Lu Ryue walked in. It was not difficult to see that her left hand was wrapped in bandages, as if she had suffered a serious injury. At this moment, her face no longer had the usual liveliness and cheerfulness, but was filled with dark resentment. Hearing the noise, Yunan slowly raised her head. Upon meeting Lu Ryue's face, she frowned in confusion. Who are you? Let's get acquainted. My name is Lu Ryue. I'm someone who resents Jiao An. We should be considered allies. She extended her right hand, looking at the other person with a smile. However, Yunan sensed a hint of danger from her. She did not move, sitting still and silent. You really are pathetic. I thought you had some ambition. No matter what, you should be unable to endure humiliation and suffering. Not receiving a response, Lu Ryue was not angry. She casually took out some medication from a nearby suitcase. She sprayed it onto the bandage, deftly helping to treat the wound on the other person's forehead. The moment the medicine touched the wound, Yunan couldn't help but hiss in pain and flinched away. Lu Ryue smiled at this, not lightening her grip, but instead applying even more pressure. Does it hurt? It should hurt. All the pain you're suffering now is because of that woman. It's all her fault. Lu Ryue's words echoed like a curse in Yun An's ears. Yunan tightened her fists, a flash of unwillingness appearing in her eyes. A moment later, she relaxed her hands and sighed softly. What can she do? I was just holding on to a fantasy from the beginning. Shen Tingyan has never liked me. It was just my one-sided wish. In the past, I heard that Shen Tingyan did not like his wife and thought I finally had a chance. But now it seems that's not the case at all. Shen Tingyan clearly does not see her that way. I no longer have any last chances. Her voice was hoarse, as if she were completely exhausted. So, she shouldn't be living in this world. Lu Ryue shouted in anger, her words filled with resentment towards the other person. Yunan looked at the person before her in surprise and confusion, not understanding why this person had such an attitude towards Jiao An. Lu Ryue seemed to notice the look in her eyes. She slowly raised her left hand. It was evident that one of her originally beautiful and slender fingers had been severed, leaving only 4 fingers. Because of her, I lost a finger. If she doesn't die, I will never let it go. Because of the framing of a female, the city lord reported it to the head of the Bai family. Her father, upon hearing this, was furious but had no choice but to propose a solution under the city lord's pressure. Ultimately, weighing the pros and cons, they spared Lu Ryue's life but severed one of her fingers. Lu Ryue watched as her finger was severed, her heart bleeding. She broke down and went mad. But she had to endure. The city lord has always been fair and just. Making Lu Ryue lose this finger could never be restored. This means that her deformed finger will accompany her for the rest of her life. This is an absolute humiliation, a monumental disgrace. All her sins fell on Jiao An. Again and again, she screamed inside her heart, asking, why did Jiao An not die outside but returned? Why can't she die? Yunan seemed to be drawn into the emotion. She bit her lip and then asked seriously, you came to me. What do you want me to do? You finally understand. As long as we join forces, she will undoubtedly die. You've been close to Shen Tingyan, so you must have his personal belongings, right? What do you need his personal items for? They are husband and wife, blood-related. As long as you have Shen Tingyan's personal belongings, you can lock on to Jiao An. Once locked on, my plan can proceed. Miss Yunan, I have no reason to harm Shen Tingyan. Moreover, with Shen Tingyan's strength, I can't harm him. My only goal has always been one person, and that is Jiao An, don't you understand? Fine, I'll give it to you. Night fell. The bonfire in the protective city was lit. Jiao An wandered outside, seeing a group of females in the small kitchen preparing dinner. They were roughly throwing chunks of meat into boiling hot water to cook, then taking them out directly. After cutting them into pieces, they looked utterly flavorless. Wait, is this enough? She walked over. One female's expression changed upon seeing Jiao, and out of respect for Jiao An's current status. They did not act as rudely as before. This is dinner. Did you come early to take it? If so, help yourself. They thought Jiao An had come to get food. No, I mean, is this meat just boiled like this? Yeah, why not? Isn't this how it's cooked? As beastmen, eating raw meat is quite normal. To enhance the flavor, they casually cook the meat. Besides premium beast meat, ordinary beast meat isn't particularly tasty. The energy it provides isn't as strong as those potions. But right now, especially, most of the supplies transported are beast meat. It's not so extravagant as to distribute potions to drink. Therefore, these females in the kitchen are responsible for cooking the food. How can this be eaten? Let me do it. Jiao An is someone who absolutely needs to satisfy her appetite. She cannot eat tasteless, casually cooked chunks of meat like this. She walked over, rolled up her sleeves, and took the casually boiled meat chunks. Chapter 51. Duanqi's little thoughts the others were puzzled, but seeing Jiao An's momentum, they took the initiative to step aside and stand quietly. The kitchen was quite large, with a considerable amount of beast meat piled nearby. Jiao An noticed some fat set aside to be discarded and immediately stepped forward to cut a piece with a knife, placing it in the pot to start frying the oil. Once the oil residue appeared, she took it out. The pot was filled with boiling hot oil. Only then did she add the previously boiled meat chunks into the pot for stir-frying. There were no seasonings around, so she nodded and asked the few females standing there in a daze, "Do you have any seasonings? Go find some for me." They snapped back to reality, smelled the delicious aroma of meat filling the room, swallowed hard, and immediately ran out. Soon after, they returned with a pile of seasonings. Is this it? These seasonings were not used during cooking. Instead, they were usually dipped in after the meat was cooked. The taste was hard to describe. Jiao An saw that they had the basic seasonings and quickly took them. Her skillful techniques dazzled those watching. At this point, the aroma of the meat being cooked in the open kitchen had attracted quite a few onlookers. Soldiers who had originally been resting inside the house came out one after another. They smelled the delicious scent, their stomachs growling, unable to resist swallowing hard. It smells so good. What is that smell? It seems to be the smell of meat. How can meat smell so good? It looks like Jiao An. She's amazing. Look at her. Is she cooking meat chunks? I want to taste it. The number of soldiers watching grew, and they kept swallowing hard as their discussions grew louder. Jiao An was completely immersed in her cooking and didn't notice the crowd outside. Hearing the commotion, Fu Yunqing and others came out. They saw Jiao An busy in the kitchen not far away, their expressions changing slightly. Jiao An is cooking. That's great. I've been thinking about that meat soup since the last time I had it. Huasu also peeked out, smelling the delicious aroma in the courtyard and swallowing hard. Have you all eaten it? Shun Tingyan asked with a frown. From what you said, you've eaten it too? Oh, right, when you fell into the valley. It was Jiao An who made the food, right? How was it? It tasted good, didn't it? Huasu floated over to ask. Shun Tingyan had to nod. That was indeed the best food they had ever eaten. Before that, they had never imagined that the meat of these wild beasts could be cooked so deliciously. Even those premium beast meats only tasted a bit better, but they couldn't be so rich in flavor and aroma. Among them, only Duanqi's expression looked the worst. After all this time, he had never tasted it. He snorted and turned back into the house. The other three exchanged glances, looking at each other. After a while, Huasu finally asked, "What's wrong with him?" Fu Yunqing laughed upon hearing this. Last time, Jiao An gave you and me the meat soup, but he didn't get any. So he's feeling a bit unbalanced. This time, Shun Tingyan got to eat it too, but he didn't tea. He must be feeling even more unbalanced. Thinking about it this way, Duanqi did seem quite wronged. Ding dong, Duanqi's favorability decreased, now at -900. Please keep up the effort, host. While busy cooking, Jiao An suddenly heard the system voice in her mind and was startled. What's up with Duanqi? I've never had much contact with him. Why does he keep losing favor inexplicably? She cursed silently in her heart. I really don't understand these men. Why are they all so inexplicable? While feeling indignant, she continued to prepare the delicious food. Since there were enough people, she made 2 large pots of braised meat. She also grilled some beast meat and had someone fetch a bit of vegetables from the supply cart. Normally, these beastmen disliked eating leafy greens, finding them tasteless and lacking in energy. However, at this moment, Jiao An introduced them to a new way of eating. Wrapping the meat chunks in vegetables and taking a bite brought a fresh flavor. Others followed suit, and after tasting it, their expressions changed entirely. Seeing Fu Yunxing and the others, Jiao An immediately walked over. "You all should go eat." As she spoke, she noticed that Duan Qi was missing and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Duan Qi? That guy mysteriously lost favor and isn't here?" "He's inside, feeling down," Fu Yunxing replied with a smile. Jiao didn't think much of it, turned around to grab some food, and planned to personally deliver it. So far, Duan Qi had the highest level of dislike. It seemed she needed to manage this, otherwise it wouldn't do. Inside the house, Duan Qi was sitting on the sofa, polishing his long spear. His expression was cold. When he heard a knock on the door, he simply said, "Come in." Jiao An walked in holding a plate. Smiling at Duan Qi, "Oh, it's so hot, so hot." She quickly placed the plate on the table, her hands burning, unable to help but pinch her ears. Duan Qi looked at her, his expression still indifferent. "What is the matter? I heard you're feeling down, so I made a lot of food. Last time, due to some reasons, I couldn't deliver it to you, and you missed out. This time, I specially prepared a little something just for you, something that only you have." Jiao An had to admit, sharing the food equally was very cleverly done, and she knew how to handle people well. Her words almost coaxed him into submission. Duan Qi indeed stopped his movements, looking at her in disbelief. Jiao An still wore a cheerful face. She opened the plate to reveal some grilled meat and a large bowl of braised meat. The grilling took quite some time. She had only simply grilled the meat for them. However, the grilled items, interspersed with different vegetables and brushed with oil, smelled the best. "Here, have one." She picked up a skewer of beast meat. The aroma wafted to his nose, making it hard to resist. Duan Qi coldly reached out to take it. He took a bite, and his previously stubborn expression finally changed. "How is it? Is the taste okay?" "It's fine," he replied lightly. But the action of eating did not stop, which was enough to show he was just being stubborn. Jiao An sat beside him, watching him eat. The psychology of a chef is easy to understand. Seeing others enjoy their food and be happy is the greatest affirmation of their skills. At that moment, Jiao An felt this way. Watching him eat in silence, she kindly took a tissue from the side and wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth. The action was almost instinctive. Realizing this, Duan Qi was already looking at her. Jiao An quickly withdrew her hand, fearing it would provoke his dislike. Just as she was about to apologize, she heard the system voice in her mind. "Ding dong, congratulations, host. Duan Qi's favorability has increased. Current favorability is -600. Chapter 52, Exchange Your Freedom. For everything, Joan stepped out of the room, feeling quite pleased as she noticed her rising popularity. She smiled slightly, feeling that her luck had been quite good lately. Despite doing nothing, her popularity was increasing rapidly. Just as she was contemplating how to continue this trend, she was suddenly surrounded by a group of people. Joan was startled. It was only when she realized that it was the group of females responsible for supplies that she inquired curiously, "Is there something you need?" The leader was a dark-skinned woman, her face full of eagerness. Looking at Joan, her tone became polite and respectful. "Your Highness, the food you made is delicious. Could we ask you to be our teacher and teach us?" Joan was instantly frozen in place. Teach them? She opened her mouth to say something, but they were quite aware of the rules. "Don't worry, we know this skill is precious. From now on, if you need us for anything, just command us directly. As long as we meet your wishes, we hope you'll be willing to teach us later." Most of these females spent their time idly at home, having good relationships with their male partners. Now that they had tasted such delicious food, their first reaction was to hope to learn how to make it for their partners. The food they used to eat could no longer satisfy them. Once a person tries something new, they're often unwilling to go back. "No problem. I'll teach you the next time I have the chance. It's just cooking a dish," Joan readily agreed. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Highness. We have said some unkind things about you in the past. It was truly our grave sin. Your Highness, you are magnanimous. We were indeed narrow-minded." Hearing Joan's words, the The group suddenly knelt down, expressing various forms of repentance. Joan was taken aback. She hadn't expected these people to be so sincere. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lu Riyue, who was hiding in shadows. She clenched her fists tightly, filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. Yunan, standing beside her, seemed to sense Lu Riyue's emotions. How strange. When I first heard, Joan was a complete waste, lazy, arrogant, rude, and scheming, with a hideous side behind closed doors. Why is she so different now from what I saw? After collaborating with Lu Riyue, Yunan chose to stay. Lu Riyue used some means to have Yunan, who was leaving, sent away without anyone knowing. Don't say it's unbelievable. Even I think the Joan before me seems like a different person. Lu Riyue coldly replied, pulling back her gaze. Yunan was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? I see her every day in the same city. I know exactly what her habits were. In front of outsiders, she was meek and didn't dare to breathe. But privately, she vented all her displeasure on Fu Guo and the others. So, Fu Guo and the others had long since grown to despise her. But suddenly, she seems like a different person, not meek in front of outsiders, and even daring to spar with me. She no longer harasses her partner. It's as if her character has changed entirely. As she spoke, Lu Riyue squinted, seemingly unwilling. Why did she change suddenly? If she had always been like that, it would have been great. Then I wouldn't need to intervene. She would be completely abandoned. She truly deserves it. Yunan remained silent, pondering the meaning of this statement. If such a thing really happened in the world, it would be too strange. What should we do next? Yunan asked softly, although she had successfully stayed behind. She couldn't return to Shen Tinji inside. This feeling was unpleasant. If Lu Riyue hadn't told her that she could go back once Joan was eliminated, she would have dared to take the risk. Don't rush. It will be here soon. Lu Riyue replied, glancing at the time. After waiting patiently for a while, she finally heard some movement behind her. Lu Riyue suddenly turned around and saw a figure merging into the darkness, completely obscured. You, Miss Lu, it's an honor to work for you. It's you. Your people contacted me, saying that I just need to pay a small price to kill anyone I want. That's correct. The other party replied in a hoarse voice. Lu Riyue was not scared by the eerie presence. In fact, she felt a thrill of excitement. Then tell me, what price do I need to pay? The other party did not answer immediately, but silently took out a vial of potion. You only need to drink this, and all your troubles will be resolved. A tube of blood-red potion, looking very strange. The red liquid was thick, resembling plasma. Lu Riyue's expression changed upon seeing it. What is this? This is a strengthening potion newly developed by our organization. Drinking it will make you stronger. But the price is that you must be eternally loyal to our organization. You exchange your freedom for all of this. Additionally, the people you dislike will also be dealt with by our organization. What do you think? Lu Riyue did not hesitate at all. She took the potion and drank it down in one go. Isn't it just freedom? No problem. I can become stronger and kill Joan. There is no better choice than this. Her eyes turned red, clearly indicating her obsession had reached its peak. Yunan, watching the scene unfold, took a step back in fear. But Lu Riyue suddenly grabbed her. Where are you going? Lu Riyue, you don't even know what this potion is. How dare you drink it? What could it be? Look, I drank it, and nothing happened. In fact, I feel like I've become much stronger. Are you going to run away at the last minute? You forgot. You've already been abandoned. It's just sacrificing your freedom. What does being loyal to an organization matter? If you weren't weak, how could Shen Tingyan have sent you away? Now we just need to drink this, and we can become strong. Even the detestable Joan will disappear from our sight forever. Isn't this what you wish for? Lu Riyue's words wormed into Yun An's mind like poison. Her initial fear gradually faded into confusion. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure in the darkness said nothing, only grinning as it took out another vial of the same blood-red potion. She's right. Just drink it, and you'll become stronger. Only the strong have the right to speak. Chapter 53. With looks like yours, how could I possibly be interested? The wind picked up. Joanna frowned as she looked at the suddenly swirling, strange wind. The sky darkened instantly. Endless darkness enveloped the area, making it hard to breathe. Clearly, the protective city was brightly lit, with soldiers guarding the watchtower and various patrol lights set up around. However, Joanna felt that the surrounding darkness was different, tightly wrapping around the entire protective city. She looked up at the sky. Logically, Even if the night sky was dim, there should be some light, like stars or the moon. But now the entire sky was a thick black, like ink. It was so bizarre that it made her scalp tingle. Joanna turned back to her room and closed the door. This kind of unease couldn't be considered good news. So she decided not to wander around and stayed in her room, planning to wash up and sleep early. The entire protective city quieted down. After Joanna finished washing up, she climbed into bed. There was a strong light outside, indicating that the patrol lights were still on. She felt herself slipping into a half-asleep state when suddenly the entire room fell into darkness. At first, she didn't think much of it. Then she heard the system in her mind sounding alarms frantically. Ding-dong, danger is approaching. Ding-dong, danger is approaching. Joanna jolted awake and vaguely sensed that there seemed to be someone in the room. She remained calm, but gripped the dagger under her pillow tightly in her palm. The person in the room was getting closer. Joanna regulated her breathing and showed no signs of unusualness until the person stood by her bed. She seized the opportunity and stabbed the dagger forward without hesitation. Ah! The intense scream was particularly piercing. Joanna knew she had hit her target. Without hesitation, she flipped over and stepped on the person. At that moment, the surrounding lights finally appeared. In no time, the door was pushed open and the room was instantly brightened. To her surprise, the first person to burst in was Lu Ruyue. It had been a long time since she last saw her, and Joanna was a bit taken aback to see her again. Before Joanna could say anything, Lu Ruyue took the initiative, looking at Joanna with terror and then questioning her angrily. Joanna, what are you doing? What do you mean? Joanna frowned in confusion, not understanding what this woman was going on about. Just as she was about to respond, several people began to rush in from outside. They pointed and murmured upon seeing the scene in the room. Heavens, how could Joanna be with Lu Ruyue's male partner? Looking at this scene, could it be that they were caught in the act? No way. Did they get wrong? Can't you see? The two of them are disheveled and in the same room. There was such a big commotion. Anyone with a bit of sense would understand what was going on. Joanna was bewildered by this discussion. She turned around and realized that she was stepping on a panting, disheveled man. If you were to say he was disheveled, that was indeed true. The man was bare-chested and only wearing underpants. Looking around the room, there were scattered clothes belonging to the man. At first glance, anyone would misunderstand. Meanwhile, Fu Yunqing and the others also heard the commotion and rushed over. Joanna frowned. Perhaps someone would be pinned with this accusation, but she wouldn't be among them. What is going on? Seeing the situation, Fu Yunqing stepped forward. This guy sneaked into my room, and I dealt with him, Joanna said, tossing the dagger in her hand, which was still stained with blood. Nonsense. Clearly, you wanted to force yourself on me. Since I didn't comply, you wanted to teach me a lesson. Luckily, I was clever enough to free the cloth in my mouth to make a sound which attracted people here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have let down my wife. The man looked pitiful, glancing at Lu Ruyue. Wife, you have to stand up for me. Joanna. Lu Ruyue seized the opportunity to speak. However, Joanna didn't hesitate to kick the man who was reversing right and wrong back to the ground. Then she walked over, stepping on his head. You mean, I want to force myself on you? What looks like yours? Joanna looked at the person in front of her with a disdainful expression, making those around her stunned. What do you mean? The man seemed to be a bit rattled. Joanna smiled. Look over there. She pointed toward Fu Yunqing and the others. My male partner looks like this. They have looks, they have figures, and they have strength. With a face like yours, how could I possibly be interested? Who do you think you are? Such harsh words. However, the others all shut their mouths, unable to suppress their laughter. It was indeed the case. Although Joanna was a 100-pound fat woman, she was fortunate to have 4 male partners, each one better than the last. Different types of handsome guys, and each with high combat strength. No matter what, she wouldn't be desperate enough to be interested in Lu Ruyue's beast of a husband. Compared to Fu Yunqing and the others, this guy was simply low tier. When Fu Yunqing arrived, his expression was not good after hearing that something had happened to Joanna. However, hearing her words, the expressions of several people changed. Joanna was indeed lecherous, but what she said was not wrong. Apart from them, it was not evident that she had taken a liking to anyone else. After all, her taste was there. His words were not very damaging, but they were extremely insulting. The man who had firmly accused Joanna of assaulting him now fell silent, his face changing colors like a painter's palette, quite a sight. Joanna observed the man's behavior. The next second, he suddenly lunged at her. Joanna reacted quickly, seemingly having been waiting for this moment. As he charged forward, Joanna's prepared dagger went straight for his head. Thud! Everything happened too suddenly. Everyone was caught off guard, only to see Joanna squat down, coldly pulling a shiny spirit core out from the man's head. Is this a spirit core? An infected one? Shen Tingyan walked over, looking at the dead man on the ground, asking. We had already noticed something was off, but we sensed that this infected being was a bit different from the ones we encountered before. That's why we killed him right away. We wanted to see what was different. Joanna replied lazily. Chapter 54, just sharing a room, nothing more at this moment. The crowd that had originally gathered to watch was now showing expressions of fear. The previous discussions had completely vanished without a trace. When Zhong Tian rushed over and saw the bloody scene in the room, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately instructed those nearby to clear the crowd. Jiao An scanned the surroundings and did not see Lu Ruyue. That woman had vanished in the blink of an eye. It must be related to her. Jiao An narrowed her eyes at this point. The outside crowd was cleared away, and the area quieted down, leaving only some internal personnel. Jiao An, are you hurt? Zhong Tian looked at Jiao An. She shook her head, opened her palm, revealing that the dagger had already broken. What on earth is going on with this person? Infected, Fu Yunxing answered from the side. Infected? How could that be? Zhong Tian said as he walked over. The other person's head had already been cleaved open. It was possible to clearly see the face. The person's complexion, appearance, and skin were basically no different from a normal person. Jiao An knew the other party was shocked, so she took out the spiritual core she had just retrieved. Captain Zhong, this should be the spiritual core you mentioned. She casually tossed it into the air. The other person reached out to take it, glanced at it, and frowned. Where did you get this? Right here, I dug it out of his head. I heard you say that living corpses have this thing inside them. I struck his head with one blow, and it broke my dagger. The human skeleton shouldn't be that tough. I searched through his brain and found this thing. Judging by its appearance, it's pretty much what you described before. Jiao An replied nonchalantly. She still had some blood on her. To kill someone similar to a normal orc and remain so calm was both exciting and astonishing for Zhong Tian. He handed the spiritual core over. Yes, this is the spiritual core I mentioned. However, there are specific standards for its appearance. This guy is similar to a normal orc. How did you discover it? Is it your ability? A girl walked in from outside. It was a Fu. She eagerly ran up to Jiao An, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiao An felt a bit overwhelmed by the girl's outgoing personality and could only take a step back to distance herself. Yes, it should be because of my ability. I can sense the presence of infected bodies. Upon hearing this, the crowd's breathing quickened, especially Zhong Tian, who looked at her with increasingly fervent eyes. Your ability is definitely beyond all other supportive abilities. This is too powerful. After his excitement, Zhong Tian's expression became serious again. The scope of the fire had expanded even further. Now, it could quietly hide among normal people. This matter must be reported. Jiao An listened to Zhong Tian's words and immediately spoke up. Lu Ruyue, find her. I feel this matter is related to her. If we can find her, perhaps we can get answers from her. Jiao An's reminder left Zhong Tian momentarily stunned. Who is Lu Ruyue? After he asked, those nearby also looked around. She was just here. How could she suddenly disappear? Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian immediately sensed something was wrong. Go find someone. He commanded the soldiers behind him. A Fu took a deep look at Jiao An before speaking to Zhong Tian. Jiao An's ability exceeds our imagination. I think the most important thing now is to ensure Jiao An's safety. A Fu is right. Zhong Tian nodded. He then looked at Fu Yunxing and the others. You are Jiao An's beast husbands. Why don't you all rest together? His question was like a soul-searching inquiry. Some people's expressions changed upon hearing this. Jiao An, who was taking a sip of water, nearly choked on Zhong Tian's words. Cough, cough. Well, Captain Zhong, I'm used to sleeping alone. How can that be? This time, it's fortunate that you reacted quickly. If more than one person had come, you would have been in danger. You all, I command you in the name of the highest authority. No matter how you negotiate, someone must always be there to protect Jiao An's safety. As her beast husbands, this is your duty. Notifuse it. Jiao An was serious. Afu couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Then she gave Jiao an knowing look, as if to say, "See, this approach suits you, right?" Jiao An's mouth twitched, almost unable to contain her laughter. So far, her favorability had finally increased a bit. If they were forced to stay in the same room, Jiao An was genuinely worried that they would start thinking wildly, and that might cause her favorability to drop again. Captain Zhong. At this moment, Jiao An still wanted to negotiate further, but the other party didn't give her a chance. "All right, it's getting late. I also need to report urgently. The rest is up to you to decide. Make sure to guarantee Jiao An's safety." After saying this, he left without looking back, leaving Jiao An in a state of confusion. Just then, the system notification in her mind rang out again. Ding dong, trigger strategy task. Spend a wonderful night with any one of the male leads. Successfully completing the strategy will reward you with a supreme level weapon, Ice Soul Blade. A weapon? Jiao An immediately searched her mind for the weapon quality levels in this world. White grade is basic, green grade is advanced, blue grade is rare, purple grade is collectible, and colorful is supreme. In other words, the system is giving the highest level weapon right away. Jiao An immediately became excited. What she needed most right now was a reliable weapon. The Ice Soul Blade came at just the right time. She immediately changed her previous refusal and smiled brightly at the 4 people standing still in front of her. "Well, you all heard that. This kind of thing can't be refused. Do you 4 want to discuss who stays?" Jiao An. Just as Jiao An finished her sentence, a voice of exasperation came from behind her. "I just said you've improved, and now you have that lewd smile on your face. What is going on with you? You really haven't changed at all." He was furious, always looking like he was losing his purity. Jiao An listened to this sudden tirade and twitched her mouth. Military orders cannot be disobeyed. Besides, it's just sharing a room, nothing more. "Where are your thoughts going?" "Do you really think I care?" she said, tossing her head proudly. The 4 of them looked at Jiao An's demeanor and fell in a deep thought. It was as if they were trying to discern whether what Jiao An said was true or false. "Forget it, do as you please. After all, it's not me getting scolded." Jiao An mumbled to herself and planned to go back to sleep. Chapter 55. Are you in heat? "I'll stay. As the captain, I know very well that military orders are hard to defy. Moreover, Joanna is indeed not very safe at the moment. I'll guard her. I want to sleep tonight. You all can go back." Fu Yongkang stepped forward. He is the most stable one. As the captain of the inspection team, he understands military orders better. It is indeed most appropriate for him to stay. Although it is evident that he is somewhat resistant to being alone, he also said he could stay awake all night. Joanna listened to the discussions behind her about who would stay. Her lips twitched. Indeed, the harm caused by the original owner is still too great. It should be noted that the former Joanna was trying all sorts of ways to coexist with them in one room. Then, she played all kinds of tricks and used despicable means to have relationships with them. Afterward, she relied on the soul contract to express her dissatisfaction and resistance, leading to various beatings and scolding. It could be said that the actions of the original owner were truly outrageous. "No, you're easy to talk to. Recently, you have been getting closer to Joanna. You could easily be deceived by this woman. If she acts like she did before, you might not even react in time. I know her methods very well. I'll stay. Anyway, I've been all in before. As long as she dares to act like she did in the past, I will not hesitate to perish together with her like last time." A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Huashu's face. Mentioning this matter, everyone's expression was not very good. Joanna felt overwhelmed. At this moment, the system sound in her mind kept reporting. The favorability of several people was gradually decreasing. As expected, it's best not to mention the past. She said nothing more and slipped away early. After entering the room, she grabbed a blanket and laid it on the sofa. The few people outside were still discussing. She came out at a critical moment. "I've laid a blanket on the sofa. No matter who stays. Just go rest on the sofa. I'm going to sleep." At this moment, it was most important to appear calm, no matter how they speculated about her. She had to show an expression of absolutely no improper thoughts. Sure enough, after Joanna finished speaking, she turned and left. The few of them looked at each other. Slightly strange. "You all can go back. I'm curious to see what this woman is up to." Huashu said nothing and turned to enter the room. Shin Tingyan couldn't help but smirk. How come Huashu is so proactive now? That S because you don't know, he went crazy once before. On the way, Joanna ran away. So he thinks Joanna is afraid of death and doesn't he dare to act recklessly. Let us go, we're going back. The room was quiet. Joanna had already returned to bed and fallen asleep. Huashu, who came in, squinted and glanced at Joanna on the bed. He found that she was indeed behaving honestly and did not show any abnormal behavior. He turned to look at the sofa beside him. The bed was neatly made. His expression became slightly strange, but he didn't say anything and walked straight over to sit on the sofa. Joanna actually couldn't sleep at all. Lying in bed, she listened to the sparse sounds behind her, not knowing what they were doing. Until she felt a strong sense of pressure behind her, she cautiously turned her head. Huashi was standing in front of her, having already taken off his outer coat. The white shirt revealed his strong arms. The light fell down, and he was backlit, making it impossible to see the emotions on his face. The moment Joanna saw this, she immediately averted her gaze. She asked strangely, "What are you doing standing behind me? Don't you want to?" Huashu's magnetic voice came, carrying a hint of seduction. Joanna's scalp tingled. She didn't know what this guy was thinking, feeling like he was tempting her at every moment. "I can't understand what you're saying." The temperature in the room seemed to rise. Although Joanna deliberately changed the subject and didn't want to discuss these matters, Huashu, this cunning fox, was very bad. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. In reality, he harbored a belly full of schemes, and if one wasn't careful, they could easily fall into his trap. The favorability was there. With the negative favorability completely eliminated, Joanna didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, if her life was lost, it would feel inexplicable. "Wife, you used to love my body the most. Now that there's no one here, and I'm so proactive, don't you really want it?" His warm breath sprayed in her ear. Joanna trembled and then suddenly jumped up from the bed, putting a considerable distance between them. "Why, you could just talk. Why are you breathing in my ear? The past is the past. Now is now. I'm abstaining from lust. Okay? Are you going to sleep or not? It's almost dawn." She was obviously anxious, her face red as she tried to calm herself, but her stammering words proved she was nervous. Huashu suddenly laughed. He was already beautiful, and with this smile, he seemed to make the whole person tremble, making it hard for others to take their eyes off him for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't take any further actions afterward. After giving Joanna a deep look, he turned back to the sofa. Joanna stood still, watching him. When she felt there was no other unusual behavior, she let out a sigh of relief. The surroundings became quiet. Joanna returned to bed, feeling extremely sleepy. Huashu on the sofa also seemed to have no movement, lying there as if he had fallen asleep. Joanna gradually relaxed and fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know if she was dreaming. In the latter half of the night, Joanna felt an unbearable itch on her neck. Gradually waking up, she realized it was not a dream. Looking down, she saw Huashu, who had come over at some point, now buried in her neck. His warm breath was ticklish. Joanna's expression changed slightly, genuinely startled. "Huashu, what are you doing?" She reflexively tried to push him away. Huashu, who didn't respond, held on tightly to Joanna with great strength, his heavy breathing still in her ear. His body temperature was very high. This appearance was completely like being in heat. "Are you in heat?" The questioning voice received no answer. Joanna frowned, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Stop pretending. Quickly use your mental power to control it." For advanced telekinetics like them, even a mere heat could be completely suppressed with mental power. The last time, Shen Tingyan was an example. However, after saying so much, Huashu in front of her still showed no reaction. It was as if he was gradually heading toward the edge of losing control. The next second, the person in front of her sprouted fox ears and a foxtail. The furry tail curled around Joanna's arm, and the touch was surprisingly nice. Joanna felt both astonished and incredulous, but the movement in her hands was very intuitive. She had naturally started to indulge. This flirty fox actually had such smooth fur. She muttered. Chapter 56, either soothe or, A comfortable sigh suddenly floated into her ears. Joanna was taken aback. After regaining her senses, she quickly withdrew her hand. "No, Waksu, can't you control your heat?" She finally saw the essence of the situation and urgently asked. Underneath the half-human, half-beast state, Huashu's eyes were filled with desire. He had completely succumbed to his heat. Clearly, he hadn't heard Joanna's words at all. At this moment, Joanna realized that things were not looking good. So hot, so hot. Huashu, who had fully entered his heat, was clearly beyond rational control. His gaze toward Joanna was like a flame. Joanna also sensed something was wrong and immediately wanted to escape. But for some reason, this guy reacted so quickly that he pounced on her, unhesitatingly tearing off his clothes. Huashu, you calm down. You have to understand, I am Joanna. The woman you hate the most. Don't get confused. Joanna's voice trembled, showing that she was genuinely trying to help him regain his sanity. Ding dong, host. Don't waste your efforts. The male lead Huashu has released an excess of pheromones, causing him to be completely unable to control himself during his heat phase. Unless you soothe him quickly, or this system only spoke halfway. Joanna's mouth twitched. She could guess what the second option was just from the implication. She immediately shrank her neck and decisively refused. Not to mention whether he would agree, she had been a pure girl in her previous life, and had never even had a boyfriend. Now she inexplicably found herself in this world, tasked with winning over the so-called male lead, who hated her so much. Even if everything went smoothly, once he regained his senses, he would definitely turn against her. By then, he might even want to strangle her. She would absolutely not choose such an unsafe option. Nothing was more important than her life. She had already died once. Now that she had finally caught a chance, she still wanted to go back. Huashu, calm down, calm down. Joanna's hand had already touched his face. The previously restless Huashu seemed to have found salvation. He raised his eyes, those beautiful fox-like eyes deeply gazing at Joanna, rubbing against her hand in a delicate and dependent manner. He seemed very comfortable, gently resting his head on Joanna's hand. Feeling the person in front of her gradually relax, Joanna intensified her mental power, starting to soothe him. The eyes of Huashu, which had been stained with desire, gradually cleared. He raised his eyes and saw Joanna sitting in front of him. Because mental soothing was very consuming, Joanna's complexion gradually worsened, becoming paler. But she did not let go, continuing to try to soothe him. Huashu watched her. His ears twitched, his gaze shifted to himself, then back to Joanna. Wife, Huashu just needs you to love me to alleviate this. Wasting this mental energy will make you weak, his gentle voice came through. Joanna suddenly raised her head and met his eyes. She saw that he was quite clear-headed, but his words still carried a tempting undertone. For a moment, Joanna couldn't tell if he was awake, so she had to continue soothing him with a stiff upper lip. You men always say one true thing. If I really did that, I'm afraid the first person you want to kill when you wake up would be me. She muttered, and upon hearing this, Huashu suddenly laughed. Joanna looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he found funny. But seeing his reaction, she vaguely sensed that he had already regained some clarity. Slowly withdrawing her hand, Joanna was panting heavily, feeling somewhat weak. She had taken several detox pills, but the fish toxin in her body had not been cleared. Although her mental power had upgraded, the system said that due to her poor constitution, even with strong mental power, she couldn't hold out for long. This was a very critical point. You're awake? Why didn't you say so earlier? Joanna glared fiercely at him. If he had said he was awake earlier, she wouldn't have wasted so much mental energy and wouldn't be in such a weak and messy state now. If I don't kill you, I'll be willing. Would you? He was indeed awake now, wagging his tail, that snow-white fluffy tail wrapped around Joanna's waist. Joanna looked at him in disbelief. Due to her weakness, she could only lean against the headboard, unable to move. At that moment, he looked like a fox spirit that had absorbed enough energy, seemingly still not satisfied and continuing to tease her. Watching his increasingly handsome face, Joanna used all her strength and pushed him away. Dream on, if you're willing. I'm not. Hurry up and get off my bed and sleep on your sofa. Joanna had no mood to flirt with him. She was currently feeling weak. Moreover, this fox had been holding back a lot to say for so long. She wasn't clueless about that. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Huashu's favorability increased. Current favorability, minus 400. This guy's favorability increased again? What's going on? She and T given him a good face, yet his favorability kept rising. Did this guy have some special kink? Joanna thought, and couldn't help but glance at him with disdain. Huashu chuckled. Suddenly, he pulled Joanna over, pricked his fingertip, and let a drop of his blood fall into Joanna's lips. Joanna didn't react at all. It wasn't until she felt her body becoming less uncomfortable that she realized he had helped her. The room fell silent once more. Huashu, having retracted his fluffy ears and tail, casually lay on the sofa as if nothing had happened. He rested his hands behind his head, comfortably closed his eyes, and fell asleep, appearing to be in a good mood. Joanna glanced at him and didn't pay much attention. Although she felt much better after drinking his blood, she was still very tired. Eventually, she fell into a deep sleep, not even hearing the system's reward notification in her mind. The night passed until dawn. The bustling sounds outside finally woke Joanna up. Rubbing her eyes and stretching, she opened her eyes to find the sofa behind her empty. Groggily, she got up and looked outside. It was already bright. However, it was still early, just 7 in the morning. The cold touch beneath her hand made her glance over. She found that a beautifully crafted white blade had appeared beside her at some point. The entire blade resembled a piece of long-sealed ice. But this ice was strong enough and appeared very sharp. What is this? Ding dong, congratulations host, task completed, reward, Ice Spirit Blade. Is this the legendary Ice Spirit Blade? Supreme level. Chapter 57. Advanced Secrets. Jiao An caressed the weapon in her hand with great affection. Due to the exceptionally sharp blade, just a gentle touch caused her fingertip to be cut, and fresh red blood dripped onto the blade, which was absorbed in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Jiao An was startled by this scene, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at the blade in her hand. In that moment, she felt a connection to a spirit of the weapon in her mind. A sentient weapon? Indeed, it was worthy of being a divine artifact. System. Did that just count as blood recognition for the master? Just like in novels, where the protagonist uses their own blood to establish a connection with a divine artifact. Ding dong, host, the product from this system are high quality. Generally speaking, artifacts issued by this system automatically bind to the host without any need for blood recognition. Rewards issued by the system are absolutely exclusive to the host. So domineering. Truly, this system is known as the top-tier golden finger in the novel circle. This statement was exhilarating. Jiao An pondered over the treasure in her hand for a moment, and with a thought, the ice soul blade disappeared into her palm and appeared in the system's space. Very convenient. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound from outside the door. Jiao An snapped back to reality, quickly got out of bed, put on her coat, and hurried to open the door. Are you up? Huashu stood outside the door, looking somewhat anxious. What's wrong? What happened? Quickly pack up. We need to leave here immediately. He didn't explain further, just left that sentence and hurried away. At this moment, Jiao An noticed that everyone in the protective city was hastily packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to retreat. Without delay, she returned to her room to gather her things. When she came out again, she saw Jiao An not far away. He seemed to be communicating with someone, his expression very serious, with his brows tightly furrowed. After a while, the other party left, and he stood there, lost in thought. Captain Jiao An walked over. Jiao An, coming back to his senses, saw Jiao An, and his expression softened considerably. Princess, I've told you not to call me that. My current identity is indeed not suitable. Then I'll just call you Xiao, and in the future. After all, I'm only a few years older than you. Jiao An didn't hold back, immediately addressing her as an older brother. Jiao An didn't argue, but it was clear that she was more concerned about what had happened. Why do we need to retreat suddenly? Didn't we plan to stay for a few days and see if the area was cleared? We received a distress signal. We contacted headquarters, and Qiushui City, not far from us, has already fallen. He said, his brow furrowed. He sighed softly. There's an old friend of mine there. Given his strength, he shouldn't have fallen so quickly. So I suspect the number of living corpses is continuously increasing. Perhaps some have already successfully evolved. Evolved? Jiao An listened to this unfamiliar term and curiously asked. They're a group of living corpses that look no different from ordinary beastmen on the surface. Headquarters has also received the news, and the official emergency plan has been activated. They dispatched a powerful individual with awakened special abilities for assistance. He can quickly identify these living corpse groups. His ability is comparable to yours. This individual is a rare genius. However, he was sent to assist Qiushui City based on headquarters orders half a month ago, but the city still fell. There's nothing we can do. Headquarters can only send nearby troops for support, so we need to hurry there. Jiao An, you've just joined the military, and logically, such a dangerous mission shouldn't force you to go. However, your abilities might be crucial. So, if you're willing to go, I'm willing to offer a 30 reward of the Spirit Core for this mission. Is that okay? 30%. Jiao An's eyes lit up at once, her greed evident. Of course, no problem. The Spirit Core reward doesn't matter. I was born to love my country. Serving the people is my duty. She spoke with such conviction, it almost sounded genuine. Jiao An smiled without saying a word, clearly taking note of her little thoughts. By the way, the person you asked me to investigate, Lu Riyue, is no longer here. Jiao An recalled the serious matter, his expression becoming solemn. Is that person really problematic? I'm just speculating. After all, the person who suddenly infiltrated my room yesterday and staged such a scene was her beast husband, and the other party appeared to be an ordinary living corpse. Failing to assassinate me, they immediately staged a play, and coincidentally, Lu Riyue was the first to barge into my room. This made me think too much. Besides, Lu Riyue and I already have some conflicts. She should hate me to the bone. After all, when Lu Riyue attempted to frame me and failed, she was punished by being forced to cut off a finger. I know this news, but since she was punished, I didn't delve deeper. I completely regarded her as a madly provocative villain NPC, not paying much attention. Moreover, in the original world, Lu Riyue was not an important character. Now, due to my rebirth, I'm gradually changing the course of this world's ending, thus triggering a butterfly effect and involving many unknown factors. This is unavoidable. Don't worry, I've already issued a wanted notice. As soon as that woman appears, she will be immediately arrested. As for the Lu family, they have almost been controlled. If there really are traitors among the beastmen, we will definitely clean them out. Traitors? What does that mean? Jiao An was even more curious. Jiao An always brought unexpected information. This is actually a high-level secret, but since you're one of us, it's fine to share it with you. We suspect that this outbreak of fire was man-made. The cult hidden in the dark corners might be behind it. What kind of people are they? Jiao An's eyes widened, realizing that man-made was quite strange. Some antisocial evil elements. What do you think they are? They're simply villains who want to oppose the authorities at all times and places. They are dissatisfied with the power of the beastmen. They have been secretly researching and developing the maximum beast energy of their bodies. Thus, they are willing to abandon their human form and have taken the evil of beasts to the extreme, becoming a grotesque monster. At this point, Jiao An couldn't help but pull out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a puff. He always had some bad habits when anxious, trying to calm his mood. Chapter 58, I want to return to the Imperial City Captain. It's almost all packed up, let's go. Afu ran over, looking quite pleased. All right, let's set off, Jiao An. He turned to look at Jiao, and Afu was momentarily stunned when she heard that Jiao An was going too. Captain, Jiao An just joined us. According to the rules, she should undergo special training first before going on missions. This doesn't seem to comply with the regulations, does it? What regulations? We're short on manpower, and Jiao An's abilities will help us. Besides, if I called her my team member, that means she's one of us now. If the higher-ups ask later, I'll take the blame. He was quite forceful about it. Afu sighed helplessly. Ever since they discovered that Jiao An was a top genius with special abilities, Jiao An couldn't wait to bring her in. He had repeatedly instructed her not to call him Major General, but Captain. Jiao An obediently followed. At that time, Afu was curious about why he was in such a hurry. It turned out he was waiting for this moment. His method of making decisions after the fact was becoming increasingly adept, yet it left others with no choice. All right, Major General, when the Commander-in-Chief questions us later, please consider that I'm your first team member and quickly kick me out. I don't want to face any penalties. Afu suddenly spoke in a teasing tone. Jiao An laughed heartily and rubbed the little girl's head. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Are you also going to Qiushui City? Just as Jiao An was moving her luggage out, she saw Fu Yunqing and others surrounding her, looking questioning. Yes, what's the matter? That place has been surrounded by zombies. It's very dangerous to go there. You should know that, Shen Tingyan explained from his side. I know. Major General Zhong has already told me about it. I've joined the military, and he hopes that I can participate. My abilities may be of help. After saying this, she directly pushed her luggage over. The soldiers took it and loaded it onto the armored vehicle. You all should be planning to go too, right? The official announcement has issued new rules. Killing zombies to obtain spirit cores gives a chance to gain military ranks, allowing us to escape our current identities and move on to higher cities. I want to return to the Imperial City. You all shouldn't be willing to stay here either. Wanting to leave is one thing. If we die, we'll have nothing. Someone said, Jiao An, your top priority should be your own safety. If you die, everything you've done is in vain. She unceremoniously poured cold water on her. Jiao An wasn't angry. She smiled. That's why I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. She confidently curled her lips. The expressions of the others changed slightly upon hearing this, clearly puzzled about what Jiao An intended to do. What do you mean? Fighting consumes a lot of mental energy, and if you're not careful, you could fall into beastification. As your wife master, I can naturally soothe your spirits. With me around, you can ensure your personal safety. All you need to do is protect my safety, and that would be a win-win cooperation. As she spoke, she blinked her beautiful eyes. For a moment, the others were taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they averted their eyes, remaining silent. They had witnessed Jiao An's soothing abilities, so her proposal for cooperation sounded quite appealing. Moreover, even if Jiao An hadn't said this, they would still need to ensure her safety. Otherwise, if she died, they would face repercussions as well. The situation wouldn't be much better for them. Are you sure you want to go? Fu Yunqing, who had been silent, finally stood up. Jiao An, also dropping her earlier playful demeanor, looked seriously at Fu Yunqing. Yes, Fu Yunqing, I'm serious. I want to join the official forces and obtain a military rank. I want to return to the Imperial City. I must do this. Perhaps because of her unwavering determination, or for other reasons, no one refuted her after that, seemingly agreeing to her request. Ready to set off, Zhong Tian called out after packing up and preparing. At 9 a.m., they officially prepared to depart. Jiao An chose not to ride in the vehicle. Instead, she changed into sportswear and ran over to Zhong Tian. I'll run with the convoy to increase my exercise. Running? Are you trying to lose weight? Zhong Tian looked Jiao An up and down. He had long gotten used to her appearance. Plus, Jiao An had taken quite a few detox and beauty pills, so her face was quite delicate. Furthermore, she was particularly attentive to her hygiene now, washing herself clean every day with no unpleasant odors. Even if she weighed a bit more, around 200 pounds, it didn't bother Zhong Tian at all. Her body was strong, and there was no need to lose weight. He was really talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. Jiao An's mouth twitched. Captain, I weigh over 200 pounds. I used to weigh 300 pounds. This body is too heavy. I need to lose weight to fight better. She had always felt that her body was a burden and had decided to lose weight from the very beginning. Zhong Tian looked her over again and said, I still think you look good this way, but if you really want to lose weight, then go ahead. I'll have the 2 vehicles behind you to ensure your safety. Okay. Jiao An started running along the mountain road. Fu Yunqing and the others in the truck watched her figure and showed strange expressions. By the way, what happened last night? Shen Tingyin suddenly asked, turning to look at Huaxiu with a hint of gossip. Huaxiu, sitting in his seat and cleaning his weapon, raised his head lazily. What about it? What do you think? Shen Tingyin chuckled. If something really happened, do you think we could still be safe? His meaning was obvious. If something disgusting had really happened, the 2 of them would have been done for. Shen Tingyin smirked. Is that so? I feel like she's not the same Jiao An as before. It's like she's a different person. You're not the only one who thinks that. But is there any evidence? Aside from her change in temperament, nothing else is different. Fu Yunqing's voice came through. Clearly, all 4 of them had noticed. But as Fu Yunqing said, aside from her temperament, nothing else had changed. She was still the original Jiao An, the real Jiao An. Her body hadn't undergone any changes at all. She actually wanted to return to the Imperial City. Back when she was punished, she had been timid and fearful, pleading for the Beast King to spare her life. Chapter 59. Soul Swap. I still remember that scene vividly. It really didn't seem like Jiao An was planning to go back. That's right. When the Imperial City was mentioned back then, her reaction was quite intense. Clearly, she had no intention of returning. Moreover, it was evident that she was very afraid of going back. But now everything has suddenly changed, and it all feels strange. Huaxiu continued to discuss after this statement. Duan Qi remained relatively silent. However, upon hearing these words, he seemed to be contemplating as well. Soul swap, he suddenly spoke up, startling everyone and causing them to look up. What did you say? Back in the family library, I found a secret scroll. The scroll contains detailed records of the soul swapping technique. One person's soul is replaced with another's, even if the body remains the same. The soul is no longer the same as before. It's just like becoming a different person altogether. The previous Jiao An was merely a level F waste. She was self-destructive, ruthless, and had done countless bad deeds. She was cunning and would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. But the current Jiao An is smart, patient, powerful, and has her own opinions. She has nothing in common with the former Jiao An. His explanation was logical, which quieted the entire carriage. This is too far-fetched. Soul swap. Whose soul is it? Huaxiu chimed in, and then memories flooded back to her of when she had planned to lure Jiao An to her demise. But Jiao An had suddenly run away, insisting it wasn't her. At that time, Huaxiu hadn't thought much of it. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed there were indeed some issues. Even when she actively seduced Jiao An, the latter could still refuse with righteous indignation. Could it really not be Jiao An? He couldn't help but murmur. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the only thing that could be confirmed was that Jiao An definitely had a secret. But that wasn't important. The current Jiao An was at least much better than the troublesome, foolish pig from before. I'd rather believe she has become a different person, Shun Tingyan slowly spoke. Lazily leaning against the car seat, gazing out the window, Jiao An was still running. Watching her sweat profusely, she showed no signs of giving up. Just from this point, it was clear that this was not something the previous lazy and honest Jiao An would do. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The favorability of the 4 male leads is all on the rise. Current favorability is negative 200. All of a sudden, it increased so much. Jiao An almost stumbled over a stone. Hearing this system notification, her body, which was on the verge of giving up, seemed to suddenly get a boost of energy. How long has it been? From originally spending 1,000 to now, only spending 200. It's really not easy. Congratulations to the host for completing the favorability task. You have received a top-grade weight loss pill. Effect: it is twice as effective, and the user will immediately lose 20 pounds. The calories burned during subsequent exercise are double that of an ordinary person. A top-grade weight loss pill. It was indeed a timely gift. Jiao An happily consumed it. Losing 20 pounds immediately wouldn't show much on her larger frame, so she wasn't worried. What she cared most about was the effect following the weight loss pill. After exercising for 2 or 3 hours, it was just noon. Zhongtian had people set up camp in the front to rest for a while and eat something to recharge. Jiao An went to her tent, drew water from the nearby lake, took a shower, and changed her clothes. After coming out, she felt refreshed. At this time, her personal panel showed host, Jiao An appearance, fairly decent. Weight, 180 pounds, little dynamite. Psychic aptitude, SSS level growth type. Currently, awaiting awakening. Psychic level, level 3 main task completion, 3. Favorability task completion, 20. Looking at the system panel in front of her, Jiao An took a deep breath. Especially seeing that the completion rate was only 3, she instantly felt a wave of darkness. It seemed the main quest hadn't progressed much, which was why the rate was so slow. However, having 20 completion for the favorability task was quite good. She could only press on. When Jiao An finished washing up and went out, everyone was resting, each with a nutritional bar, which looked quite bland. Jiao An took the initiative to grab the small cooking utensils she had brought from the protective layer. Setting up a pot, she started to cook lunch, simply boiling some meat soup. It immediately attracted the attention of nearby soldiers. Come eat. Those nutritional bars are so tasteless, just like that nutritional agent, she enthusiastically called. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes lit up and they rushed over. What's going on? Zhongtian hurriedly ran over upon hearing the commotion. Although military food is unappetizing, it is excellent for restoring energy. Don't you know? As soon as Zhongtian's words fell, the soldiers lowered their heads and immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks. Captain, you should come eat too. This freshly boiled meat soup is much better than those nutritional bars. If you don't believe me, come try it. Jiao An called to Zhongtian. Shin Tingyan and the others were quite proactive. They didn't choose to eat the nutritional bars and immediately flocked over to Jiao An when they saw she was cooking. Now, everyone had a bowl and was happily eating the meat soup. "Captain, this is delicious," Afu excitedly recommended to Jiao An. She had tasted Jiao An's cooking before. Last time, Jiao An had to attend an urgent meeting from headquarters and had missed out, so he didn't know Jiao An had this skill. Seeing Afu eating so joyfully, Jiao An approached curiously. "It's just meat chunks cooked in plain water. It's not like those spiritual chef's delicacies." "No, what Jiao An made is even better than what those spiritual chefs make." "Really?" Jiao An was skeptical, but as he got closer and smelled the aroma of the meat, he couldn't help but swallow. Afu immediately understood and scooped a bowl of soup to hand to him. He reached out to take it and took a sip. His eyes immediately lit up. "Jiao An, did you make this?" he asked while gulping it down clean. Then he eagerly went to serve himself another bowl. Seeing this, Jiao An smiled. "I made quite a bit. Captain, if you like it, feel free to have more." "Who would have thought? You brought me so many surprises," he muttered to himself, but his mouth never left the bowl. In this way, Jiao An downed 3 large bowls, and finally he couldn't eat anymore. So he sat back in a chair, holding his stomach and resting. "So delicious, since being demoted to this godforsaken place. I haven't eaten any delicacies from spiritual chefs, but as a soldier, I have to suppress my cravings. But actually, I am someone who loves to eat a lot. After all, having grown up in a good family environment, I've had my fair share of delicious food, so my tastes are quite discerning." Chapter 60. General, you are late since being assigned to this small place for a mission. He hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. He even had a momentary illusion that he was dreaming. But after confirming repeatedly, he became quite proud, knowing he had recruited an impressive young girl. "Sir, sir," an urgent voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. A flustered soldier jogged over. Jiao An, who was sitting down and preparing to rest, frowned and stood up. "What's the rush?" "We were patrolling the area and discovered a severely injured woman." "A woman found in the wilderness?" Sure enough, Jiao An found this news unbelievable. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Where is she?" "The woman fell into a deep pit, and we don't know the situation, so we dared not act recklessly. There are living corpses among the orcs, so the army has special orders against unauthorized actions to ensure everyone's safety." Jiao An nodded in agreement with the young soldier's words. "Well done. If you don't know whether the other party is a living corpse, don't act recklessly." "Where is she? Take me to see," he said, then suddenly thought of Jiao An, turning around and shouting in her direction. "Jiao An, what's going on?" Jiao An ran over, looking at Jiao An's anxious expression, and asked, "What is wrong?" "Their SA situation. Come with me to take a look." Jiao An didn't refuse and nodded, following him. They were led by the soldier to the outskirts of the resting area. In a pit that seemed to be a trap made by hunters, lay a young girl with a pale complexion, looking weak and on the verge of death. "Oh no, this pit is so deep. How could this girl end up here?" "Jiao An, see if there's anything unusual." Jiao An gasped as he saw the girl alone in the deep pit. Her attire looked exquisite, and she seemed quite young, but she had sustained severe injuries, with blood all over her body, which was truly alarming. Jiao An understood Jiao An's intention and had already moved closer to scan the girl in front of her. No anomalies detected. She should be fine. Jiao An turned to Jiao An and said. The person before her nodded. "Good, get her out first," he ordered, and the soldiers behind him immediately went to rescue her. By the time the girl was brought up, her body had gradually begun to cool. Looking at her faint breaths, it was feared that she wouldn't last much longer. "Quick, get the healing potions." Jiao An frowned at the girl before him and immediately ordered those around him. Jiao An followed closely behind, watching as the girl was taken back. Lost in thought. "System, my abilities should be 100 accurate, right? There shouldn't be any cases of detection failure." In this deep mountain, the sudden appearance of a girl felt odd, yet the scan showed no problems. Jiao An unconsciously fell into confusion. Ding dong, don't worry, host. SSS level abilities are extremely rare. With such powerful capabilities, there will never be any issues. What about that Lu Ryue before? Clearly, there were many doubts about that woman, yet I didn't detect any anomalies. She is not a living corpse. Upon hearing this response, Jiao An felt a moment of daze. So that was it. Lu Ryue must be hiding some secret, but unfortunately, she couldn't find her. Jiao An murmured to herself and had already returned to the camp. The girl was taken into a tent for treatment. After administering 2 vials of potions, her breathing finally stabilized. However, the woman was severely injured and required a powerful healer with high mental energy levels. Fu Yunqing and a few others were called over. The benefit of multiple healers is that they can share the mental energy consumption. After all, they were out here, and the only thing they needed to ensure was their combat effectiveness. When Zhong Tian came out, his expression was very serious. Jiao An had been waiting outside and approached him upon seeing his face. "Captain, why do you look so grim? Is the person not saved?" "No. With Fu Yunqing and the others here, it should be fine. I'm just wondering why the daughter of the Lord of Qiushui City is here," he explained, inadvertently revealing the girl's identity. "The daughter of the Lord of Qiushui City? How do you know? Do you know her?" Jiao An was surprised. "I don't know her, but the girl is dressed elegantly, and she bears the insignia of the Lord of Qiushui City. Anyone with this insignia must be the Lord's daughter. I heard before that the Lord of Qiushui City has a little girl, not very old, just coming of age. Given her attire and that insignia, I can roughly guess her identity. As a military person, one should have this level of insight. So it's not surprising." Jiao An nodded after hearing this, understanding the reason for Zhong Tian's emotions. If even the daughter of the Lord of Qiushui City ended up like this, it was likely that the entire Qiushui City had fallen, and the situation was worse than imagined. "Don't rush. We'll ask her clearly when she wakes up. We came here for rescue. If the situation weren't bad, it's likely we wouldn't have been called, and the higher-ups wouldn't issue such an urgent decree." At this time, Ah Fu walked over and spoke slowly. Zhong Tian didn't say anything more and nodded. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Fu Yunqing and the others were channeling their mental energy and had already healed the girl's external wounds. She slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the handsome faces of Fu Yunqing and the others, her heart skipped a beat, and she stared blankly. As soon as the others saw her awaken, they immediately shouted outside, "Major General, she is awake." Hearing the call, Zhong Tian hurriedly rushed in with the others. The girl, regaining her senses, suddenly looked over at them. "Who are you?" She fiercely drew a thin whip from her waist, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing such a fierce little girl, Zhong Tian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed she was fine after all. "I am Zhong Tian, a second-class Major General of the Official Investigation Department. We received official orders to go to Qiushui City for support." "Little girl, you are from Qiushui City, right? Are you the Lord's daughter?" Zhong Tian introduced himself. The girl looked at him suspiciously, then glanced around as if she began to believe them. She gradually relaxed. Then she looked at Zhong Tian and spoke. "Major General, you finally came, but I fear it might all be too late." Chapter 61, They need to protect their mistress. What does this mean? What exactly happened? Speak plainly. Zhong Tian felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing the news and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire in detail. The young girl sat down. "My name is Feng Inshan, and my father is the Lord of Qiushui City, Feng Haitian. Half a month ago, the city was suddenly besieged by beasts. My father took a group of his men to resolve the issue. That night, it rained heavily with thunder and lightning. Every household stayed indoors, but we could often hear the roars of various wild beasts outside. The next day, my father returned, but he was the only one who came back. After he returned, he seemed like a different person. He used to care for me the most, but ever since that day, he has ignored me, and I could often see the indifference in his eyes. Since that day, he has been elusive, making people feel very uneasy. Soon after, people in the city started dying. At first, we thought it was just from illness or accidents. After all, people die every day in the city, which wasn't particularly curious. But later, the number of deaths gradually increased. Other citizens in the city began to panic and came to the Lord's residence to ask for answers. However, my father still refused to come out. He has never been like this. He has always been particularly attentive to his subjects and the entire city. Now, with so many unusual deaths, the Oldham would have already gone out to investigate. He continued to be elusive, leaving people puzzled. As the number of deaths increased, the entire city became unusually desolate. I noticed something was wrong with my father, so I secretly followed him. Later, I found out he met with a man in black and was discussing something with him, but before I could hear clearly, I was discovered. My father actually wanted to kill me to silence me. I fled and ended up here but fell into a hunter's trap, and after that I lost track of everything. Could it be those cults? Fu Yinshun suddenly turned to Zhong Tian beside him. For what the girl said, they could all tell something was off. It could be. But to know exactly what it is, we have to go to Jiao City. We're not far now. We'll set off in 10 minutes after a short rest. Zhong Tian issued the order. Meanwhile, the girl eagerly looked up and spoke. Sir, I want to go with you. I know some situations in the city, and I want to see my father. You naturally have to come with us. Otherwise, you won't be able to go anywhere else. Zhong Tian had no intention of leaving the girl behind. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled happily and then unconsciously glanced at Fu Yinshun and the others. I really am weak, sir. Could you send a few warriors to protect my safety? No problem. Zhong Tian agreed without a second thought, feeling quite generous. He originally intended to send his adjutant to protect her closely. However, the woman in front of him directly started choosing. Can those few do? Fang Yinshan pointed at Fu Yinshun and the others, her face slightly flushed, seemingly shy. Zhong Tian looked in the direction she pointed. After realizing what was going on, he chuckled. I can manage other things, but you can choose any soldier of mine. However, these few, what's wrong? Are these few not willing to protect me? Upon hearing the hint of refusal in Zhong Tian's tone, Fang Yinshan immediately became unhappy. She was a pampered young lady who usually got whatever she wanted. Now, with such exceptional males, she found it unacceptable that they were associated with such an unappealing female and refused her. Brothers, do you agree? With your looks, how could you be with such a mistress? Is there something you can't say? You can tell me. I am the daughter of the Lord of Jiao City. Once we return and find my father, resolve this series of matters, I can help you. Truly a naive young lady. Indeed, having lived a smooth life, she thinks everything she desires should belong to her. Therefore, she is quite outspoken. Seeing this, Jiao An did not stop her. After spending so much time together, she had long figured out these guys' habits. They were unfriendly to her, and similarly to others. As expected, as Fang Yinshan's words fell, Fu Yinshun and the others maintained indifferent expressions, showing no favorable reactions. Seeing this, her smile froze on her face, and she glared angrily at Jiao An. Clearly, she blamed all the faults on Jiao An, who didn't take the matter seriously, left expressionless. Zhong Tian, after all, considered her status and thought her capriciousness could be understood. He could arrange for someone to take good care of her. However, this young lady was evidently much more difficult to deal with than anticipated. What is this? I won't eat. One of the adjutants specially brought over 2 jars of nutritional supplements. The girl merely glanced at them and disgustedly pushed them away. How can I take low-grade nutritional supplements? At the very least, you should give me high-grade ones. I would never have eaten this before. She was throwing a temper like a young lady, being picky. The adjutant's face looked somewhat displeased. We are going to rescue. Originally, the supplies are limited, and we only have low-grade nutritional supplements. Even the senior major doesn't have high-grade ones. Miss Fang, the situation is urgent. Please endure a little. Endure? You are military personnel. You should meet my requirements. Is that difficult? I can't eat this. You can't just watch me starve to death. Her shouting spread out. The crowd clearly had a poor impression of this young lady. Chapter 62, a loud slap. Several soldiers were driven out, their faces full of frustration. Yet they couldn't resist at all, given the status of the other party. And military personnel were not allowed to be rough with ordinary civilians. These were all rules within the army. However, they had never encountered such a willful and difficult-to-serve young lady. As they came out, they happened to see Jiao An not far away. Unconsciously, they compared and felt a sense of grievance. They had only heard of Miss Jiao An's various stories before, but now that they interacted with her, she was indeed much easier to get along with than the young lady inside. All right, enough said. If that young lady hears us, she might go complain to the Major General again. We can't afford to offend her. Can we hide from her? The two prepared to leave. Jiao An, seeing their dejected faces, couldn't help but ask what happened. Miss Jiao An, it's nothing. It's just that Miss Fang inside doesn't want the low-grade nutrient solution we brought. She asked us for high-grade nutrients. Given our current situation, how could we have such things? We can only report this to the Major General. I still have some meat soup left that I made. You could take it to her. Consider it completing the task, Jiao An said. She knew that Zhong Tian was cautious because Fang Yinshan was a lady from a prominent family, and her identity was indeed useful, so they didn't dare to neglect her. The situation in Qiushui City was still unknown, but Fang and Shan was very familiar with it, which might help them in their actions later. As for her willfulness, Jiao An decided to let it go. It was normal for a pampered young lady to have a bit of a temper. Fulfilling her needs was enough and not a big deal. Jiao An's offer to help brought joy to the two people in front of her. Really? Thank you, Miss Jiao An. They had all tasted the meat soup Jiao An made. That delicacy was comparable to what a spiritual chef would prepare. If they took it to the lady, she would probably find nothing wrong with it. Sure enough, the other party didn't continue to make a fuss. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the large group set off again. During this time, Zhong Tian contacted the headquarters. The headquarters provided the latest battle report. They had completely lost contact with any survivors from Qiushui City. This news was extremely bad for them. Therefore, they had no intention of resting and planned to head to Qiushui City for rescue as quickly as possible. Inside the carriage, Jiao An, Fu Yunqing, and others were in the same vehicle as the newly arrived Fang and Shan. Everyone was closing their eyes to rest, clearly aware that a fierce battle lay ahead. Pretty brother, what's your name? You seem really impressive. Are you interested in coming to our Qiushui City? My father is the city lord. I can have him make you a great warrior. You can enjoy a good life with me, and I won't treat you poorly. The quiet carriage was filled with Fang and Shan's incessant chatter. She would disturb Fu Yunqing one moment and then shun Tingyan the next, clearly trying to catch their attention. She was evidently interested in Fu Yunqing and was looking for ways to flirt with him, completely unconcerned about her father's safety, acting very willfully. Jiao An, detached from the situation, sat in the corner with her eyes closed, ignoring her. However, she realized that this young lady couldn't be underestimated for her level of willfulness. The carriage was quiet, with almost no one responding to her words. Perhaps feeling ignored, she suddenly became a bit unhappy. This broken carriage is so uncomfortable. The seat is so hard. It hurts my butt. She complained loudly about the bumpy ride, throwing a fit like a spoiled young lady. Yet, despite her complaints, no one responded to her. She huffed, then fixed her gaze on Jiao An, narrowing her eyes and speaking domineeringly. Hey, you fat one. I'm talking to you. Take off your clothes and let me sit on you. The seats are too hard. I've never sat on such a hard seat. What if I get hurt? The noise was unbearable. Jiao An pressed her fingers to her forehead, feeling she couldn't rest at all. She opened her eyes and coldly stared at Fang and Shan, who seemed startled but quickly regained her composure. What are you staring at? The Major General Zhong said that whatever I need, you must provide. Are you going to defy military orders? How arrogant. Jiao An smirked. Are you threatening me? I'm sorry, but I don't listen to military orders because I'm not a soldier. After saying that, she ignored her and prepared to find a comfortable position to continue resting. You're not a soldier. Then you have even less right to speak to me like that. Plus, you're so fat and ugly. Why do you deserve such a good male companion? Hey, give them to me, and I'll forgive your rudeness just now. Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud slap followed. The sound echoed throughout the carriage, and Fu Yunqing and the others clearly heard the commotion and slowly opened their eyes. They looked at the atmosphere in the carriage, merely smiling without intervening. The person who had been slapped covered her face in disbelief, glaring at Jiao An. You dare hit me. Qiushui City has fallen. Your father's life or death is unknown. What kind of lady do you think you are? If you were really that capable, why would we need to go support you? Without us, you would have died in that ditch already. Keep barking, and I'll throw you out of here. Jiao An was not someone to be trifled with. She had tolerated this woman for far too long. She had no princess privileges but acted like she had princess disease. Even a legitimate princess wouldn't have so many issues. Who raised this girl with such bad habits? Out in the world, she really thought everyone would indulge her. Jiao An rolled her eyes and shook her hand, feeling a bit of pain in her palm. She had underestimated the situation. She should have worn gloves before slapping her. You have such a big nerve. My father has never hit me in my life. How dare you hit me? Fang and Shan continued to shout. Yet, after a while, she didn't dare to take any action, only sitting there sulking and venting. My father will definitely be fine. He's so powerful. Even if everyone else dies, my father won't die. When I see him, I will definitely tell him what you did and have him punish you. This girl acted willfully and seemed not to have much sense. But her words piqued Jiao An's curiosity. Despite having fled Qiushui City in such a sorry state, she still firmly believed that her father would be fine. There must be something she was hiding. Chapter 63. Is that mask meant for this? Joanna lifted her eyes and coldly glanced at the other person. The previously loud Fong Yinshan immediately became obedient and lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Joanna's aura was simply too powerful, and the main reason was that no one in this entire carriage was helping him. No matter how willful he was, he could see the current situation and naturally did not dare to be reckless anymore. After that, it was finally quiet for a moment. Joanna didn't have time to play around with the other person. Now that she had some free time, she naturally wanted to rest a bit more. However, she suddenly heard a notification in her mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The favorability value with Huashu has increased. Current favorability is 0. Congratulations to the host for achieving the first strategy of transforming dislike into normal feelings. Reward: 1 set of N95 masks. Increased favorability again? But why was the reward a set of masks? Looking at the hundreds of masks in the system space, Joanna couldn't figure out why the system would issue such a reward. However, her gaze fell on Huashu. This guy, how could he inexplicably increase favorability? All right, she remembered. Huashu was a 1,000-year-old spirit fox, but came from a poor background, merely a side branch. Although he had quite good qualifications, he was still far behind compared to the young masters and ladies of his clan. The main family of the Hua family was clearly favored, especially in terms of resources for their direct descendants. And even if a side branch child had exceptional qualifications, they still wouldn't receive attention. This favoritism led to the main family's children consistently bullying and oppressing the side branch children. Those young ladies and masters looked down on the side branch people. Huashu had experienced such bullying in his childhood. Therefore, he particularly despised those high and mighty young ladies who were willful and unreasonable. This was also why, when he learned that his future wife was Joanna, a willful and malicious female who would always want to perish together with him, he felt so strongly against it. If the 4 people had a very strong dislike for him and wanted to perish together with him, Huashu was the only one who felt so intensely and recklessly. With her thoughts pulled back, Joanna couldn't help but look at Huashu again. His favorability had changed from dislike to normal. Now, when he looked at her, his gaze was no longer as cold as before. He was observing Joanna, the corners of his mouth curling up, looking deviously like a cunning fox. Joanna ignored him and slowly withdrew her gaze. However, unexpectedly, Huashu, for some unknown reason, switched places with Fu Yunqing beside him. Suddenly leaning over, he seemed to have pulled out a box of fruit from somewhere and eagerly asked, "Are you hungry? Have some fruit." His gentle smile made people feel goosebumps. Joanna frowned and pushed him away. "No, I'm not hungry." "Then have some to hydrate yourself. This apple is very sweet. I specially cut it," he said, opening the fruit box, taking a fork to pierce a piece of apple, and directly brought it to Joanna's mouth. The other 3 people were taken aback by his strange action and stared at Huashu in confusion, not knowing what he was doing. "No, I don't need it." Joanna still wanted to refuse, but the person in front of her directly stuffed the apple into her mouth. Joanna couldn't refuse and could only reluctantly chew and taste the sweetness of the apple. It was indeed very sweet. Looking at the fox in front of her with a gentle smile, Joanna felt even more that this guy was strange. Even if the dislike value had been completely eliminated, he shouldn't act like this towards her. Moreover, she hadn't received any notification about rising favorability in her mind. So what exactly was this guy up to? The vehicle entered the city. Suddenly, fog arose around them. Joanna came to her senses and looked out the car window, squinting. How could it be so foggy? As she spoke, the others also looked over, and indeed, the fog was quite heavy. It was similar to the fog they encountered in the valley before. The white mist was so thick that they could barely see the outline of the city. The vehicle had to come to a stop. Zhong An was the first to get out of the car. He took a pair of binoculars, seemingly observing the situation of Qiushui City not far ahead. Joanna also opened the car door and got out. The others followed suit. "Captain, what's going on?" "That should be Qiushui City ahead, but it's eerily quiet along the way." As we got closer, this thick white fog appeared. After observing for a while, there was black fog in the city, looking very strange. Most importantly, it's too quiet. I have a bad feeling about this. Not just him, Joanna felt the same way. The surrounding white fog gradually seemed to dissipate, revealing the original appearance of Chioshui City. Except for the sign hanging on the city wall, the entire city was wrapped in black fog. Team 1, go ahead and scout. Zhong Tian immediately turned and commanded the people behind him. Following that, a team of 4 stepped forward. Each person was leading a spirit dog. Their task was to scout ahead because these spirit dogs could detect many unknown situations. Be careful, Zhong Tian reminded, and the 4 members of the team set off towards Chioshui City. After the 4 had left, Zhong Tian quickly called out. Shortly after, Afu, carrying equipment from inside the car, hurriedly responded, coming. As she spoke, she adjusted the instrument, and the screen on the device clearly showed the footage from the cameras on the 4 of them, allowing everyone to see their actions clearly. Everyone gathered around, their eyes glued to the screen. When the 4 first entered, there was nothing unusual, and the entire city indeed seemed as empty as ever. After entering for a while, they hadn't seen a single person or living corpse. It was so quiet that it didn't resemble a normal city at all. Suddenly, the 4 on the screen froze, standing still for a long time without moving. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled and frowned. Is it stuck? Zhong Tian immediately asked Afu beside him. No. The signal and everything seems normal. Afu was also confused. She quickly checked the instrument and found everything to be normal, but it was still strange, causing her to frown. They have stopped moving. Just then, Joanna spoke up. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. What do you mean? That black fog is suspicious. It seems like they're being controlled, Joanna said, her gaze falling on the Chioshui City not far away. This black fog that was unclear and intangible couldn't have appeared for no reason. It was indeed problematic. Thinking of this, the reward mask issued by the system just earlier floated in her mind. Could it be that the purpose of that mask is for this? Chapter 64. No matter who she is, I want to uncover her true identity. Codename 007, codename 006, codename 005, codename 008. Please respond if you hear this. Afu seemed a bit unwilling and started shouting into the intercom. It was obvious that her voice was coming through the instrument's lens. But the 4 of them stood there frozen, as if someone had paralyzed them, completely ignoring their own shouts. How could this happen? We found nothing. Yet the team we sent out seems to be under someone else's control. What is going on in this Chioshui City? Afu was getting anxious. She tried to go in, but was directly stopped by Zhong Tian. Don't act rashly. Captain, that SA member of our team. You know their abilities. They haven't been attacked, and they haven't discovered anything. But now they seem to be controlled. We have to save them. Afu's emotions were a bit agitated. Losing a whole team right at the start would make anyone break down. I know this isn't good news, but precisely because of that, we should be more cautious. Do you understand? Zhong Tian scolded, and Afu didn't speak, standing there as if she was about to break down. Put on your masks. Just then, Jiao An walked over. Her words finally caught the attention of both of them. Even Afu looked up at her. Jiao An, do you have an idea? Afu placed her hopes on her. Even Zhong Tian looked at Jiao An. What did you notice? It should be related to this black mist. They encountered nothing after entering, but were controlled, so there's only this possibility. I have masks here. Putting them on before entering should help avoid it. She held a thick stack of masks in her hand. The others looked over in unison, seeming quite curious about the masks. Huashi was the first to step forward, picking one up and playing with it. Is this thing useful? For the beastmen, whose bodies had already been purified, these items were clearly outdated. So it was understandable that they were unfamiliar with masks. It should be able to block the black mist. Jiao An answered slowly. Actually, she didn't know if it would be effective, but since it was given by the system, or as a reward, it should have some effect. All right, then let me test the waters, Huashu said while stretching his muscles. He had been feeling stifled on this journey. Finally arriving at Chioshui City, but being forced not to enter, it was quite frustrating. Now that there was a way, he had to be the first to go in and take a look, see if there are a lot of living corpses. He just wanted to have a good fight. I'll go too. Duan Shi walked over. Clearly, he was also feeling stifled. How could I be left out with Fu Yinqing? Let us go. Just try to bring back the 4 inside. While speaking, he had already started to arm himself. Jiao An walked over and distributed the masks one by one. And then, how do you wear this thing? Huashu's voice reached her ears. Jiao An froze in place, suddenly turning her head, looking at him strangely. What did you call me? What kind of weird name is that? It makes my skin crawl. And don't you like it? Then, should I call you Xiao An? Xiao An? Or Master Wife? Stop. Be normal. Jiao An really didn't want to continue this conversation. Looking at his flirtatious eyes and his flirty demeanor made her shudder. So she decisively distanced herself, trying to make him come to his senses. Huashu just smiled upon hearing that. Jiao An could hardly take it anymore, so she quickly helped him put on the mask. Once it's on, don't take it off. If you sense anything wrong inside, come back quickly, Jiao An said, looking somewhat anxiously at the masks in her hands. Then she murmured to herself, I'm not sure if this thing is even useful. Don't worry, I believe in you. Huashu lowered his head, softly speaking in Jiao An's ear. Even though his entire face was covered by the mask, Jiao An could still see his charming smile. This guy was simply too creepy. Jiao An opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. She looked at the others who were already dumbfounded and hurried forward to help. Do you need my help? Don't mind them. They saw it clearly when you were putting it on. Huashu came over and directly blocked Jiao An's actions. His behavior of asserting dominance was really confusing. Soon, the four had finished putting on the masks and headed toward Xiaoshui City. There was not a hint of tension. What's wrong with you? Why do you have that kind of attitude towards Jiao An? Shun Tingyin quietly walked over. This was clearly directed at Huashu. It's nothing. I just find her interesting. She is not the Jiao An I used to dislike. So no matter who she is, I want to uncover her true identity. Don't you think that is an interesting thing? It was evident that Huashu had taken an interest in Jiao An, so he was feeling playful. The others didn't say anything, but it was clear that Huashu's attitude towards Jiao An had undergone a huge change, although they had all somewhat changed their attitudes. None were as cunning as Huashu. Let's talk about this later. This place is dangerous, so be careful. Fu Yunqing slowly spoke, covering the emotions hidden beneath. The few didn't continue the topic. The dense fog was indeed strange. After entering, they hadn't sensed any person. After walking for a while, they found the small team that had just entered. They saw that they were standing there with vacant eyes, as if they had lost their souls. There they are. Shun Tingyan walked forward, and just as he was about to touch a few of them, suddenly, a figure flashed over and attacked them. Shun Tingyan reacted quickly, instantly conjuring a ball of flame and throwing it out. The one who flashed over was a living corpse moving at extreme speed. After being burned by the flames, it began to wail and then turned to ash. A spirit core dropped down. Shun Tingyan coldly walked over to pick it up and put it in his pocket. It seems there's not nothing. These disgusting things are hidden in the fog. I don't know whether to praise him for being clever or to call him a jinx. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings turned dark, and a punch came at them. Huashu's face immediately sank. Shun Tingyan, did your mouth just jinx us? Looking at the living corpses swarming around them, their expressions clearly turned serious. Just in time, let us stretch. Chapter 65. Abilities of Wind and Fire. Huasu quickly entered the battle. He dashed forward, drawing two uniquely designed crescent-shaped scythes from his waist. Raging Shadow Twin Scythes. As a Wind-type ability user, Huasu possessed a pair of foldable crescent scythes. The scythe handles were embedded with a cyclone mechanism that could extend transparent blades when unfolded, and they could be folded into a dagger shape for easy carrying. In battle, they could instantly transform into long-handled weapons. He was soon engulfed in a crowd of living corpses, but his speed was astonishing. As a Wind-type user, he navigated through the horde without a single leaf touching him. Tornado Shred. The swarm of living corpses was too great, and without hesitation, he quickly spun his dual scythes. In an instant, 3 small tornadoes shot forth, sucking in the living corpses in their path, tearing them apart into fragments. Usually seen as a carefree and sly fox, Huasu's combat power was no less than the other 3 when he got serious. A multitude of spirit cores rolled onto the ground. After some activity, Huasu comfortably stretched his neck. This thing really multiplies the more you kill, but I must say, it's rare to have such an opportunity to stretch my muscles. I think it's great. He smirked, and just as he finished speaking, he was pulled back into the fray. Meanwhile, Shun Tingyan was equally excited and joined the battle. With a thought, He drew a pair of circular flames in the center, which instantly transformed into fiery wheel blades. He gripped the flaming blades with his fists, as if the flames were his closest pets, causing him no harm. Meteor fire rain. The next second, Shun Tingian's gaze darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his fiery red eyes. He threw the wheel blades into the air, which split into dozens of fireballs, instantly tracking the surrounding living corpses. The winds rose, igniting flames, and many living corpses began to burn, causing the surrounding black mist to recede slightly. Once the fireballs landed, they triggered secondary explosions, sending a large number of living corpses flying and causing countless casualties. These two guys really came in hot right from the start. Fu Yunqing watched as the living corpses were slaughtered, shaking his head helplessly. Duan Qi, standing nearby, also did not engage. He was the calmest and spoke little. Everyone knew he carried a long spear wrapped in white cloth on his back, which was his life weapon. However, despite knowing him for so long, no one had ever seen what his life weapon actually looked like. Only Fu Yunqing knew how formidable Duan Qi was. Just standing still in an explosive moment or using his weapon while burning his mental energy was enough for him to take on 100. He understood that there was no need for Duan Qi to act at this time, so he simply stood by and observed the battle. Fu Yunqing withdrew his gaze. He knew that if it really came down to Duan Qi needing to intervene, the situation would become very dangerous. First, they had to send these soldiers back. You two, don't get too caught up in the fight. Handle things quickly and return. Go report the situation first. Fu Yunqing rationally analyzed. Meanwhile, Huasu was engrossed in combat, reluctantly playing with his dual scythes. These disgusting guys just keep coming. I can't get enough of these free spirit cores. You guys go back first. Once we finish these guys, we'll join you. Fu Yunqing didn't insist further. Huasu and Shun Tingyan had very high mental energy levels, and with their rare fire and wind abilities, these living corpses truly posed no threat to them. Moreover, these guys had their trump cards. Fu Yunqing and Duan Qi brought their 4 teammates back. Zhong Tian, who had been waiting anxiously outside for news, was desperate to the point of wanting to rush in himself. Captain, we still don't know the specific situation inside. Please wait a moment. You're the core of this team. If anything happens to you, the team will be finished. Afu kept stopping him, which finally calmed him down. Look, it seems someone is coming out. At that moment, someone shouted. Everyone turned to look, including Jiao An, who had been waiting anxiously at the side. Fu Yunqing and Duan Qi emerged, each carrying a person. Seeing this scene, everyone rushed forward. Are you okay? Zhong Tian asked excitedly. We wore masks the whole time and didn't notice anything unusual. We found these 4 teammates and brought them back. What about the other 2? Huasu and Shun Tingyan? Jiao An approached. Noticing only the 2 of them had come out, her heart sank. They're behind us. In the city, there are a lot of living corpses. Fu Yunqing slowly spoke. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Living corpses. The living corpses are attacking the city. It has already fallen. Did you see any other survivors? Zhong Tian asked anxiously. They shook their heads. We didn't go far, and besides, it's all black mist inside, making it difficult to see the path. We don't know the city well and could easily get lost. What we can confirm is that there are a lot of living corpses inside. However, we found that if we clear the surrounding living corpses, the black mist dissipates, leaving only a faint white mist, which does not obstruct vision as much and allows us to see some of the surroundings. We suspect the black mist is the territory of those living corpses. For now, we can only clear a path. Fu Yunqing analyzed logically. Zhong Tian nodded in agreement. We must first go to the Lord's mansion. There's a large formation there and a survival passage. If there are any survivors, they should be there. But we can't see the path, and there are living corpses everywhere. How do we get in? Afu said from the side. Did we forget something? Jiao leaned against the car door, smiling, and casually knocked on the car window behind her. Everyone looked over in unison. They saw Fong and Shan, who had been hiding inside the car the whole time and hadn't come out. Right? They rescued the daughter of the Lord of Qiushui City along the way. Fong is the most familiar with Qiushui City. Isn't this the perfect time to use her knowledge? Afu grinned and immediately moved to open the car door. Hey, Miss Fong, we've arrived. Don't open the door. Close it quickly. Now that we're here, you should go in and find my father. Quickly save him. Also, leave a few people to protect me, to ensure my safety. She shrank timidly in the corner, looking at the open car door, and loudly complained. Everyone frowned at this bad-tempered young lady. Afu never indulged her. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and pulled her out. We are here to provide support. Since you are a survivor, you naturally have the obligation to assist. There is no reason to run away. Chapter 66. But are you really Jiao An? Are you crazy? Let me assist? What are you officials doing? How can you let a noble female go assist? I barely escaped with my life. My life is precious. Do you understand? The other party's arrogance was back. Upon hearing this, Afu didn't hesitate, stepped forward, and grabbed the other person's neck, pulling her over directly. Seeing this, the other party began to scream and curse wildly. Let go of me! Let go of me! How dare you? You're just a small officer. How can you treat this young lady like this? I will tell my father. I will have my father punish you. I will have the officials dismiss you. What a boastful person. Clearly, she was the one being rescued, yet she couldn't distinguish her own status and kept acting high and mighty, often shouting. How could such a person survive until now? It's truly perplexing. Jiao An looked at the other party's fierce expression and couldn't help but shake her head. Fortunately, Afu was basically the same kind of person as her. She wouldn't indulge these pampered young ladies at all. If you dare to shout again, I'll throw you in to feed the living corpses. Afu also had a bad temper. Before joining the officials, who wasn't a rich young lady, she had also been willful. But she wasn't as shameless as Fong and Shan. Sure enough, this remark had an effect. The other party obediently closed her mouth, her face filled with fear. Tears welled up in her eyes as she kept begging for mercy. Major General, please save me. I'm just a weak woman. How can I go to that kind of place? I barely escaped from there. I'm not an official. I have no obligation to assist. I never want to go to that place again. Don't you fear being punished by the official headquarters for doing this? Zhong Tian, who was involved, stood by and did not stop Afu's actions. Obviously, he had tolerated this young lady to the utmost. Hearing the words now, he just casually lifted his eyelids. Miss Fong, the officials are acting reasonably in requesting assistance. The lives of the masses are more important than anything. If sacrificing a person or two for the greater good is understandable, then this is also permitted by the officials. Zhong Tian's voice was calm, but his words sounded ruthless. The face of Fong and Shan turned pale with fright. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned to look, weapons in hand, ready for alert. It was Huashu and the others. They were back. The soldiers in the front row saw the situation and immediately reported. Upon hearing this, Jiao An also rushed over. Both of them were covered in blood. As Huashu approached, he staggered. Jiao An's eyes widened in shock, and she rushed forward. What happened? Are you hurt? She hurriedly inquired, and before Shun Tingyan could speak, Huashu had already lunged toward Jiao An. Jiao An instinctively reached out to catch him, and the man collapsed onto her. Jiao An caught him with both hands. Smelling the strong scent of blood on him, I became even more anxious. You're hurt. Did a living corpse bite you? Anan, I feel so bad. Huashu leaned his head against Jiao An's shoulder. Hearing this, Jiao An quickly checked him but didn't see any obvious injuries. Shun Tingyan couldn't take it anymore. Frowning tightly, he said sarcastically, he fights harder than anyone, and he is injured. How would I not know? His cold words stunned everyone. Jiao An quickly realized and looked at Huashu, noticing his sly smile. After realizing she had been tricked, Jiao An angrily pushed him away. Huashu, are you crazy? She really thought this guy was hurt, but he was just teasing her. Anan is still worried about me. Every word he said was flirtatious, exuding his ambiguous charm at all times. Jiao An tried to calm herself down. She couldn't figure out what this fox was thinking. Throughout, his affection hadn't increased. So, his current actions didn't seem to stem from any fondness. That means all of this was his disguise. So what exactly was he testing? Or rather, what did he want to gain? It's really frustrating. Why are these two targets so difficult to deal with? Jiao An took a deep breath, finally calming down. Then she saw Shun Tingyan and the others quietly take out the spirit cores from their pockets. There were a lot of them. We killed a whole bunch. At least a few hundred. But we couldn't kill them all. After killing this bunch, the smell of blood immediately attracted the next group. We had to retreat urgently. And when we left, I glanced roughly, and it seemed that all the people in this city had turned into living corpses. This sentence was quite heavy. It was something no one had expected. So many? Yes, otherwise Shin Tingyin and I wouldn't have collected so many spirit cores. That's true. They had at least a few hundred spirit cores in their bags, shining faintly and looking very tempting. Jiao An couldn't help but look over. The white pile was indeed eye-catching. Huashu seemed to notice Jiao An's gaze lingering in the corner. He immediately approached, tossing a bag of spirit cores in the air. "Anin, do you want some? What are you trying to do?" Jiao An watched him warily, knowing this guy had bad intentions, and she clearly wasn't easily fooled. So heartless, so cold. Why can't it just be a gift to please you? His magnetic voice was indeed pleasant to hear. But just like that, Jiao An wouldn't fall into this false tenderness. Please me? You'd love to kill me every moment, and now you say you want to please me. Do you think I would believe that? Jiao An stared unflinchingly at the person before her. Their eyes met, and they saw each other's reflections in each other's pupils. It was as if, in that moment, they were being honest with each other. At this moment, there was no one else around, and only they could hear what each other was saying. Huashu still kept his voice low, smiling as he looked at Jiao An. Yes, I hate Jiao An. I wish I could kill her. But you, are you really Jiao An? Who are you? What is your status? What is your name? Where do you come from? Can you tell me? Suddenly, a wave of temptation made Jiao An lose her focus for 2 seconds. If it weren't for the sudden alarm sound in her mind, she might have remained in a daze. She quickly averted her gaze and distanced herself from him. This damn fox is really dangerous. Indeed, one cannot let their guard down. Seeing that she wasn't deceived by his bewitchment, Huashu showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 67. Indeed, the things given by the system are never useless. This woman has already broken her own goo technique twice. The first time, she spared no effort to release pheromones just to achieve her goal. However, the originally bewitched Jiao An suddenly woke up and then escaped. Just like now, she has so many secrets on her, it's thrilling and interesting. Different from the excitement of the highlights. Jiao An forced herself to calm down, but in her heart, she scolded this guy dozens of times. A fox is indeed a fox. Its cunningness is shocking. If it weren't for the system just now, I might have fallen for it too. This guy is too dangerous. I am Jiao An, and Jiao An is me. I don't quite understand what you mean. Also, don't use goo techniques on me. Forcing the goo technique to stimulate the body's pheromones will greatly affect your mental power. By then, during your heat, you won't be able to control yourself, and you'll have to trouble me to soothe you. Aren't you afraid of me retaliating? Jiao An turned her head, her tone sinister. Huashu was taken aback for a moment. Then a gentle smile blossomed on his face. All right, I'm looking forward to it. A sly fox. Jiao An cursed inwardly and couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with him. Continuing would only invite more teasing from him. Jiao An. A voice came from behind. It was Zhong Tian. Jiao An came back to her senses and immediately walked over. Come and see what their situation is. Are they infected? The 4 team members were brought back and lay motionless on the ground. They had their eyes open, revealing a look of terror, as if they had seen something horrifying. Besides that, their breathing and pulse were present. They weren't dead, but it was like they were brain dead. Jiao An hurried over to check. A panel appeared before her. However, the displayed infection was surprisingly concentrated in one area. Jiao An was somewhat surprised and for a moment didn't know how to respond. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhong Tian asked nervously from his side. Jiao An didn't say anything, but her expression wasn't good. It seems there is something in their bodies. Jiao An slowly raised her head and spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. The 4 lying down had no external injuries, and, aside from their strange immobility, their breathing was normal, and their bodies were warm. What does it mean that there is something inside? Afu stood aside, astonished. I'm not quite sure. Jiao An shook her head. We'll leave the people to you. We trust you. Zhong Tian unhesitatingly placed this heavy burden on Jiao An. Jiao An opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. Then I will give a try. She was a doctor, and her skills were definitely not a problem. With Zhong Tian and the others there, using mental power to control the life signs of the others. And setting aside the examination of what the panel showed about the infection, it shouldn't be a problem. If there's anything you need from us, just do what you want. Everyone present had witnessed Jiao An's abilities, which is why Zhong Tian trusted her so much. Then you ensure his life signs. I'll see if I can take that thing out of his body. No problem. Jiao An got a large medical kit, which contained disinfectant and a scalpel. After all, this wasn't a strict operating room, so it wasn't possible to fully disinfect everything, but mental power treatment could prevent these issues. So there was no need to worry too much. Jiao An's hands were steady as she held the scalpel and began the surgery on the person in front of her. It was not too difficult to take something out. However, when she opened up the body, what was revealed made everyone completely puzzled. What on earth is this thing? Why does it look like a disgusting insect? No, it shouldn't be called an insect. It should be considered an insect egg. No one recognized what this thing was, and Jiao An carefully took out the insect egg and placed it on a plate. Only after ensuring the person in front of her was unharmed did she turn to ask the people nearby, "Do you recognize this thing? I've never seen it before. It's disgusting. What kind of insect is this?" Afu was the first to shake her head, then covered her mouth and nose in disgust and stepped back a bit. "It looks a bit familiar." Before Jiao An could respond, she noticed Huashu had quietly walked over and said softly. Jiao An obviously ignored him, thinking Huashu was just trying to tease her again like before, so she didn't respond. At this moment, Shun Tingyan also came over. He examined the insect egg expressionlessly. "It is indeed an insect egg. We saw it in the fog." "In the black fog?" The others were startled upon hearing this. They never expected that the dark room could be so dangerous. That's right. These things are very small and try to burrow into people's mouths and noses. When I discovered it, it was clinging to my mask. However, my mental power is relatively strong, so even the tiniest things can't escape my eyes. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention, but I can confirm that what I found was this thing. Except for Huashu, Shun Tingyan's words indeed added some credibility in Jiao An's eyes. She fell silent for a moment, turned her gaze towards the black fog behind her, and suddenly realized. Indeed, the things provided by the system are definitely not useless. At this moment, everything was clearly displayed. Everyone put on masks, and then we will enter. We need to find the city lord's mansion first. See if there are any survivors and understand the situation. This black fog couldn't have appeared suddenly. So, we must find survivors first. If the city lord of Qiushui City is still alive, that would be best. We could obtain first-hand information. I don't want to go in. I don't want to go in. What you're doing is illegal. You can't go against my will. I said I don't want to go in. Fong and Shan, who was captured, was still shouting loudly. Jiao An frowned, stepped forward, and unhesitatingly pinched her chin. Your father is missing, and you escaped from inside. We are here to rescue you. If you refuse to cooperate, we can just leave and inform the authorities that the situation here is critical and there are no defenses in place. We can wait for the authorities to send someone to rescue you again. During this time, the survivors inside, including your father, may not survive. If you don't care, then we don't have to care either. Jiao An had already tolerated this woman for too long. She had shown her good face too many times, and she always carried herself like a young lady. Normally, she wouldn't bother saying anything, but during such a critical moment, her lack of cooperation and loud shouting was truly irritating. Chapter 68. I really want to see what lies beneath the skin. What's inside is not their relatives. This young lady, while terrified for her life, is commanding the authorities to unconditionally help her save people. Is there such a good thing in this world? If you refuse to cooperate properly, don't blame others for slacking off too. You dare. Your task is to protect the masses and then save people. You actually dare to threaten me. Fong and Shan clearly still doesn't understand the current situation. Jiao An sneered at this remark. Without hesitation, she dragged her directly toward the city behind them. The onlookers were taken aback. Zhong Tian was about to say something, but Afu stopped him. Our identities are special. We are indeed in a bind because of this young lady. However, Xiao An is different. She is not part of the military personnel and does not have to follow military regulations. She has the right to choose whether to save people or not. Right now, we are all relying on Xiao An. If someone doesn't cooperate and she's dissatisfied, then if she wants to teach a lesson to that person, we will be powerless to stop her. Right, Captain? Afu, being clever, could see that she was also dissatisfied with Fong and Shan, which is why she said so. Don't worry, Major General. Xiao An knows her boundaries and won't act recklessly. Compared to Zhong Tian's anxiety, Fu Yunqing and the others don't seem to think Xiao An will really go out of control. Therefore, they maintain a state of watching the show. Yes, this woman seems like a different person, Some of her methods are undeniably cool and impressive. The bystander, Huashu, also laughed and spoke, his deep-set eyes fixed on Jiao An, with increasing interest in his gaze. I really want to tear off this woman's disguise. I want to see what kind of face lies beneath this skin. He licked his lips, excitement making his breath a bit hurried. Ah. They're killing people. Help! Let go of me. Let go of me. You wretched maid. Who do you think you are? How dare you treat this young lady like this? Let go of me. I want to let you off. Once I find my father, I will definitely have him skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Fong and Shan struggled desperately, her shouting growing louder. Jiao An, however, was indifferent. She tossed Fong and Shan like a toy toward the city gate. As she was about to enter the black mist, Fong and Shan turned pale with fear and nearly fainted. No, I was wrong. Don't throw me in there. Don't throw me in there. Will you lead the way? Seeing the woman who was nearly scared silly, Jiao An curled her lips. It turns out, dealing with these young ladies requires some tough measures. Otherwise, they will only think they can negotiate. The authorities can negotiate, that's another matter. But I don't have the leisure to indulge this person. I'm not this young lady's parent, so why should I spoil her? I'll lead the way. I will definitely guide you well. Just don't throw me in there, I will die. She trembled as she begged for mercy, completely losing the arrogant demeanor she had just moments ago. Hearing what she wanted to hear, Jiao An stopped and released her grip. Fong and Shan immediately dashed away, her terrified face completely pale. She stumbled and was in a sorry state. The others were surprised and laughed at the sight. I really didn't expect Jiao An to have such a trick up her sleeve. She is always the most decisive. I noticed that long ago. Afu said from the side, her eyes sparkling with admiration, clearly like a little fan. She cured this young lady. The team then prepared to enter. After everyone donned masks, they were also tied with special ropes. This was to prevent everyone from getting lost in the black mist, so they could adjust promptly if any situation arose. The other end of the rope was tied to the vehicle. They were to go deep inside, but didn't know how much the black mist would affect them. So if anything went wrong, the best method was to return the same way. Fong and Shan was in the center. No matter what she said, she refused to go ahead. She only dared to guide them from the center. Seeing her nearly scared out of her wits, Zhong Tian no longer pressed her and simply agreed to her request. The group began to enter the black mist. The moment they entered, visibility was completely obscured. This black mist was quite strange. Jiao An was several rows behind the crowd, followed by Fu Yunqing and the others. Jiao An reached out and grabbed something in the black mist. The obvious texture made her frown. There was indeed something in this black mist. Perhaps it really was insects, as Shen Tingyan had said. But if this vast black mist was all insects, how enormous would that be? What on earth happened in this city? Any new discoveries? Seeing Jiao An lost in thought, Shen Tingyan approached her. Coming back to her senses, Jiao An suddenly froze, her gaze toward Shen Tingyan becoming intense. Shen Tingyan, I remember your ability is fire-based. Yes. What's wrong? Perhaps because Jiao An's gaze was too aggressive, Shen Tingyan unconsciously took a half-step back. Generally speaking, fire should restrain insect types. Can you try to see if you can burn all these things around us? Hey, that method is indeed good. When we just entered, we noticed that the black mist beside Shen Tingyan had diminished significantly, but we didn't take it seriously. Now it seems that it might be because fire is particularly effective against these things. Shen Tingyan's fire-based abilities were known for their formidable power. With Jiao An's reminder, he clearly wanted to give it a try. Then I'll give it a try. Shen Tingyan didn't resist. With a blank expression, he walked over and then took out his pair of flame wheels. Dual-wielding the fiery blades, he always looked incredibly cool. It is said that this guy's weapon is transformed from his life energy. Therefore, his flames are not ordinary fire, but rather extraordinary fire. Everyone should be aware of the power of extraordinary fire. As the explanation fell, Shen Tingyan had already summoned his core skill. Meteor fire rain go. As this phrase fell, the conjured fireballs surged into the air, forming an enormous fireball king. In the next second, a scorching flame unfolded like a domain. Everyone could feel the surrounding temperature rising continuously, becoming somewhat hot and unbearable. This is his second skill domain. In this domain space, no one can escape his eyes. All targets that are locked onto will turn to ashes. Chapter 69. Survivors, just as the highlights explained. The black mist that had originally existed in the entire area began to dissipate gradually, slowly revealing its original appearance. After the black mist cleared, the surrounding environment could finally be seen clearly. The aimless, swaying horde of living corpses on the street seemed to have heard the commotion and rushed over. Joanna had long wanted to move around. To her, these living corpses were nothing more than delicacies, each one a tempting treat. The spiritual cores were beckoning to her at this moment. Joanna silently took out her ice soul blade. This was a reward from the system, and she hadn't used it so far. It seemed like it was time to show her skills. How could there be so many living corpses? Fortunately, the surrounding black mist had dissipated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known that so many living corpses were hidden within it. One misstep and a bite could lead to becoming the next infected. I'll hold them off. Shen Tingyan, you and Captain Zhong go ahead to find the Lord's mansion. Leave this to me. Joanna's eyes sparkled with excitement. The others beside her were somewhat incredulous, especially at her declaration of holding them off. What do you mean holding off? And then, don't mess around. Leave with the main group. We'll take care of this. Huashu walked over seriously and tried to pull Joanna away. Joanna dodged his touch, squinting her eyes while gripping the eye soul blade. I'm not joking. At that moment, everyone noticed the weapon in her hand. Although they were shocked, it was clearly not the time for idle chatter. Hurry! The horde of living corpses had noticed the group and began to attack. Joanna, Fu Yunqing, and the others stayed behind while Zhong Tian led the team, urgently heading towards the Lord's mansion. This was Joanna's first time using the eye soul blade. The sharpness of the blade was beyond imagination. The few people who intended to protect her realized that Joanna was deeply immersed in the horde of living corpses. Killing with great pleasure, she collected all the spiritual cores. Joanna patted the bag at her waist and smiled. Joanna, the weapon in your hand doesn't look like an ordinary item. Fu Yunqing approached and casually remarked. Joanna was taken aback by this comment, but she had already prepared a response, so she smiled leisurely. I don't even know where this came from. I woke up and found it beside me. I thought it was sent by you. We rarely see such good things. It might also be something like Shen Tingyan's life energy manifesting. Fu Yunqing smiled and didn't expose Joanna's somewhat dubious statement. We need to retreat. The black mist is coming. Shen Tingyan's domain won't hold for long. Let's go. Duan Qi suddenly spoke up. The group looked around. This domain indeed wouldn't last much longer. Joanna, having gained so much, naturally didn't want to linger in battle. And the living corpses in the black mist were invisible and intangible, making it easy to get into trouble. It was indeed not the right time to engage in combat. The group hurriedly followed the team. Zhong Tian's side had clearly reached the Lord's mansion. Upon arrival, they found the mansion heavily guarded, indicating that there were definitely survivors inside. Is anyone in there? Open the door. The adjutant beside him hurriedly went to shout at the door. Soon, a figure appeared on the second floor of the Qin mansion. They saw Zhong Tian and immediately gave orders. Quick, it's Major General Zhong. Let them in. Upon learning that they were official personnel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The gates of the Lord's mansion swung open. Zhong Tian led the group inside, and Joanna had also arrived to enter the Lord's mansion together. Then, they watched as the heavy mansion door closed, and everything finally returned to calm. Why did you only come at this time? If you had been any later, we would have all perished. Can you bear the responsibility for that? As soon as they entered, a sharp female voice rang in their ears. Yihua, the girl was scolded. Everyone looked over and saw a delicate woman with a complaining expression, while stopping her was a handsome and imposing man. Xiao Wu, you are the little genius Wu Qiankuan hidden away by the official headquarters. I've met the Major General. No need for pleasantries. What is the situation on your end? There was hardly any small talk, as the current situation was indeed not suitable for that. Wu Qiankuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. The Orc tribe has collaborated with the evil tribe, leading to the fall of the entire Qiushui city. What? Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian's face turned ugly. Where's that old guy? What happened to him? Zhong Tian was referring to his old friend who had guarded Qiushui city for many years. But now he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Lao has passed away. Mentioning this made Wu Qiankuan's expression grow heavy. He lowered his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Jiang Lao sacrificed himself to save us juniors, opening a path for us. He held him off, and then we never saw him again. The entire room fell into a brief silence. Zhong Tian's mood was clearly terrible at this moment. He never expected that he wouldn't even see that old guy's face. Now is not the time to discuss this. We must find Lord Fong. Only by finding him can we save the city. We don't have much time left. The girl named He Hua stepped forward. Zhong Tian suppressed his emotions, glanced at Wu Qianquan, and sighed heavily. How much do you know about the specific situation? We actually don't know much, but there must be something wrong with the Lord. Moreover, after my investigation, the entire city resembles a nest of infected beings. The endless black mist outside is not anything else. It's insect eggs. Zhong Tian answered. Wu Qianquan was obviously taken aback, perhaps not expecting the other party to figure out what was in the black mist so quickly. From what you said, it seems you know. We conducted tests when we arrived. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come in safely. Zhong Tian replied silently. Upon hearing this, Wu Qianquan finally reacted. Right? It's all black mist outside, yet you managed to come in safely. They had been trapped inside since the black mist had not yet formed when they arrived, making it difficult for them to leave. Those who ventured out basically did not return. What exactly are those insect eggs? Do you know, sir? Not really, but I know that these things will burrow into a person's mouth and nose. We wore masks when we came in, so we prevented that. Chapter 70. Top healers' masks? They clearly froze for a moment. Then they realized they were all wearing the same masks. So that's it. That's how it is. Master Wu, Master Wu. It's bad. Xiao Tao is about to collapse. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the harmonious atmosphere. Wu Qianquan turned around, panic-stricken. What happened? The area of infection is constantly expanding, and it looks like it's about to get out of control. Master Wu, you must think away quickly. Xiao Tao came with us. She's still so small. So young. She can't become an infected. We agreed to bring her back. The girl who ran over was crying, seemingly already in despair. Next to her, He Hua pulled the person in front of her and asked, how many serums do we have left? There are none left. All of them have been injected. The other party shook her head with tears in her eyes. Hearing this, He Hua tightened her fists and suddenly turned to look at Major General Zhong Tian and the others. Major General, do you have any high-level serums? High-level serums? That's quite a valuable thing. We are not from the Imperial City headquarters. We can't afford to be as extravagant as you. We just happened to receive orders from the headquarters to go to Luoy West City for a mission and learned that there was an emergency situation here. So we came to assist. Where we have such things, Afu slowly spoke up from the side. These geniuses from the headquarters really are extravagant. High-level serums. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Don't you know that you should prepare for these basic things when coming to assist? If something abnormal happens and lives are lost, will you just watch helplessly? He Hua was hot-tempered and, being a genius from the headquarters, had an arrogant demeanor. At this point, a clash of flames had ignited between the two sides. Shut up, He Hua. How'd I tell you back then? It was fine to be like this in daily life, but now, in front of the Major General who came to assist, who allowed you to be disrespectful. Wu Qianquan was smart and knew to step in to mediate at a critical moment. He Hua was clearly unconvinced after being scolded, but had no way to argue back. What can we do? Are we supposed to just watch Xiao Tao die like this? We came out together and now so many people have died. Even Xiao Tao. Do you have many people dying on your side? We lost quite a few people coming here to assist as well. We don't owe you anything. Afu, who was never one to hold back, couldn't stand the sight of the person in front of her and simply started arguing back. Afu. Zhong Tian was also helpless. This place with women is always so noisy. Afu huffed unhappily at being interrupted. I didn't say anything wrong. Moreover, why do they have the right to assign us like this? They just open their mouths for high-level serums. It's a shame we brought Xiaoan along. They have no sense of courtesy. If they had a slightly better attitude, Xiaoan could help them solve it easily. Now it seems they don't recognize good intentions. We'll want to help them. Suddenly called out, Jiao An, who originally wanted to quietly watch the drama, could no longer do so. Wu Qianquan caught the key information. He quickly approached Zhong Tian and politely saluted him. I'm very sorry, Major General. My companions don't understand courtesy. However, what this esteemed person just mentioned is, did you bring top healers? There are some top healers in the headquarters who can treat patients who have not yet completely turned into infected. But such talents are rare. Nevertheless, if there's any hope, Wu Qianquan didn't want to miss it. Upon hearing this, even Hua, who had been so arrogant earlier, put aside her unreasonable attitude and looked at Zhong Tian and the others in disbelief. Xiao Wu, there's no need to be so polite. Given the current situation, it's understandable to have a bad attitude. But you might be disappointed. We don't have any top healers here. I knew it. They can't even produce high-level serums. How could they possibly invite top healers? Such talents can be counted on one hand at the headquarters. Moreover, they have already been dispatched to suppress various cities. How could they possibly be here? Before Wu Qianquan could reply, Hua again complained out loud. Afu really couldn't take it anymore. So what if they're not top healers? Our Jiao An is even better than top healers. You look down on people so much. If you have the ability, don't ask our Jiao An for help. Afu. Just as it seemed another argument was about to break out, Jiao An reached out and pulled her back. Jiao An, let me tell you, this woman has a problem. She doesn't have the slightest attitude of asking for help. Don't mind them. Afu was genuinely a bit angry this time. Although the world is vast and full of wonders, many arrogant and rude geniuses from the headquarters always think that their little talents give them the right to look down on others. But during this time, Afu had not encountered such a situation. Meeting it now was truly infuriating. Hua, step back. If you say one more word, all points for this mission will be deducted. Wu Qianquan was also somewhat annoyed. Usually, they indulged Hua and allowed her to speak freely. But at this moment, they were indeed the ones seeking help and shouldn't have such an attitude. Hua's expression changed, as if she realized she had done something wrong, and immediately obediently retreated to the side without saying another word. Major General, and also this esteemed Afu, I sincerely apologize. My partner speaks unpleasantly, and I apologize on her behalf. You're quite polite. Afu looked at the person's sincere attitude, and her anger dissipated by half. Yes, thank you so much for coming to assist. My other partner, Xiao Tao, was bitten by a wandering corpse yesterday while searching for the intermediary for the city lord. We injected her with serum at the first opportunity to control the infection. Using abilities, we forcibly held on. We just learned that her situation is not good, which is why Hua was anxious. I apologize again. The other party sincerely explained the situation. With such an attitude, Zhong Tian naturally did not pay too much attention to it. However, at this moment, he remained silent and instead turned his gaze to Xiao An behind him. Xiao An, what do you think? Wu Qianquan was somewhat surprised. It should be known that Zhong Tian held a military rank and, as a major, was undoubtedly the leader of this team. However, everyone referred to Xiao An, who inexplicably became their pillar. Therefore, Wu Qianquan unconsciously also turned to look in the direction they were looking. A chubby girl, quite cute in appearance, but her figure always seemed a bit out of place. Xiao An slowly put away the weapon in her hand. She walked over and only asked, "Where's the person now?" Chapter 71, he has a strong aura. A single sentence left everyone at the scene unresponsive until Xiao An stepped forward, and only then did Wu Qianquan react. Immediately turning to Hua behind him. Hua, take this one. Xiao An introduced herself, and Wu Qianquan nodded. Take Miss Xiao here. Although Wu Qianquan was shocked, he did not ask further. However, Hua, who had been ordered, unconsciously frowned. Her? What does this mean? What is her status? A top healer? She asked somewhat politely. No. Xiao An decisively denied that identity. Hua's expression changed, and she opened her mouth but caught Wu Qianquan's warning gaze beside her, stopping her from saying anything further. Then please this way. Although still confused, Wu Qianquan had lost patience with the repeated violations of the rules within the team today. Naturally, she did not dare to be too arrogant and could only comply with the order. Xiao An was a bit surprised that the other party did not cause her trouble. According to her understanding of the routine, the other party would definitely create some trouble. However, under the current circumstances, it had to be said that this person was much smarter than the young lady of the city lord she had encountered before. At least the other party did not give her a chance to slap her face. Without saying much, she followed Hua, and the two headed to the underground shelter. The situation outside was unknown and dangerous. However, the city lord's mansion had a large shelter located in the basement, fully equipped. Xiao An was taken inside, and along the way, no one spoke. Hua occasionally glanced back at Xiao An, only reminding her to stay close without saying anything else. Lord Xiao, Are you leaving just like this? A voice caught the attention of both. Jiao An turned to look and saw a man in a black robe with a cold expression, preparing to leave. Upon seeing him, Jiao An's ability unexpectedly resonated, and she looked at the man in disbelief, summarizing 2 words, very strong. This guy emitted a distinctly different aura. Before she could react, Hua Hua had already stepped forward resolutely. Xiaoko, where are you going? What does it have to do with you? The cold words revealed his distant nature. Jiao An felt a chill from this exchange. Hua Hua, however, seemed accustomed to being rebuffed and was not angry. She just stubbornly blocked his path. Peach is in a critical situation. You know that. At least go see her once. You know she has always had you in her heart. Hua Hua's emotions were intense, as if accusing him of being heartless. However, this attitude seemed inconsequential to him. He remained cold, lifting his eyelids slightly, his hand stroking the 2 tang swords at his back, his tone frosty. What does that have to do with me? The already discordant conversation was abruptly declared over by him. Before Hua Hua could react, he brushed past her, giving her no opportunity. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Master was right. He is indeed heartless. No matter how strong he is, he's just an emotionless monster. Hua Hua was indignant, but clearly her words were not loud, indicating she had some reservations. Jiao An glanced at the cowardly yet noisy woman and slowly withdrew her gaze, not saying much. Come in with me. In a bad mood. Hua Hua could only vent her emotions onto Jiao and impatiently calling out. She finally led her into the isolation room ahead. Jiao An did not care. The soldiers guarding outside wore protective suits. Upon seeing Hua Hua, they immediately saluted. Lady Hua, get 2 sets of protective suits. The other party responded. After both were suited up, they were allowed to enter the isolation room. In a very neat central space, a chair was placed. On the chair was a girl being controlled. She looked extremely weak, her legs shackled. It seemed she had been injected with too much medication, as her neck and arms were dotted with fearful needle marks. Her breath was already very weak, but when she heard the voice, she slowly lifted her head. Peach, Sister Hua, why are you here again? I'm fine here. You don't need to worry. You don't need to pretend to be strong for me. I know how painful it is. Did Xiaoko come to see you just now? He came. Thank you. I know it was you who brought him. But he has always been free. You don't need to make it difficult for him because of me. After all, I'm already a dying person. The conversation between the 2 sisters appeared very warm. Jiao An stood behind, observing the girl named Peach. She was weak, but able to speak normally, indicating that she had not been controlled by the infection, showing that the initial protective measures were well implemented. It seemed the people from headquarters were wealthy. Presumably, they had injected a large amount of serum to achieve such results. I just can't stand it being so cold every day. You've chased after him for so many years. When has he ever looked at you? Now that you are in this state, he still doesn't show you any good face. These words were bitter, so upon hearing them, Peach merely lowered her eyelids and remained silent. Who is this young lady? She noticed Jiao An behind Hua Hua. Hua Hua, returning to her senses, quickly collected her emotions and responded, This is Miss Jiao. She came with Major General Zhong to provide assistance. As her explanation came to an end, Hua Hua looked at Jiao and Miss Jiao. Since I brought you here, can you see anything? I'll put it bluntly. If she is not a top healer, we can only use advanced serum to control her. Others should not overestimate their abilities to avoid infection. Her words were cold, but not entirely unacceptable. It only made one feel she was straightforward. Jiao An did not have time to deal with her now. Her gaze fell on a young girl named Peach. Discovering that the panel in front clearly displayed the label of mildly infected, she let out a sigh of relief. As expected, the effectiveness of this advanced serum was significant. Even though it could not control the infection duration like those top healers, as long as there was enough serum, it could buy enough time. It should be noted that what Zhong Tian had provided so far was very limited in terms of known abilities to treat infected individuals. Most of them were trained as top talents at headquarters. What they could do now was only to buy time. Chapter 72. Triggered side, Quest Joan pulled back her thoughts. On the way here, she had specifically asked Zhong Tian about the rescue mission. There were points rewards. If she treated the team members, she would also be awarded points. Joan naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Retracting her gaze, Joan began to remove her gloves to facilitate her next actions. Beside her, Ihua watched Joan in silence. and was suddenly startled when she saw her about to take off her protective suit. "What are you doing?" She quickly blocked Joan's movements. "Are you crazy? Taking off the protective suit carelessly can lead to infection. Don't make things worse." Joan smiled at the words in her ears, then retracted her hand and took off her gloves. "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble." After saying that, she formed seals with her hands, and a green energy spread in her palms. This scene instantly astonished Hua and the others. They looked at Joan with strange expressions. Didn't they say she wasn't a healer? Hua was left dumbfounded. Feeling the familiar healing energy, the air around seemed to become gentler. A warm feeling surged into Taozi's body. The originally weak and exhausted Taozi felt as if she were a fish thrown into a pond after being extremely dehydrated. The gentle, intelligent energy enveloped her, flowing throughout her body and limbs. So comfortable. Her complexion gradually turned rosy, and she couldn't help but sigh. The light infection she had consumed wasn't too significant, completely within Joan's mental capacity. After removing the infection from her body, Taozi finally returned to her normal state. "Am I better?" Taozi exclaimed in disbelief. Hua, coming back to her senses, hurried over. "Taozi, are you really okay? Such a thing actually happened. Aren't top healers supposed to suppress the infection energy within and preserve life? Then bring the person back to headquarters for treatment? Why is this woman in front of me?" Thinking of this, Hua suddenly realized and seemed to understand why Zhong Tian, a major general, led a team but allowed a woman to take charge. Initially, she didn't understand, but now it finally made sense. With such abilities, she must have awakened a particularly powerful ability. This was simply like the talented individuals secretly cultivated by the headquarters. Even more impressive than the martial arts universe. With Taozi fully restored, Hua excitedly took out her instruments for testing. After realizing everything had returned to normal, she couldn't help but express her feelings. Joan ignored the curious looks from others. Her gaze fell on the dense, unknown objects on the ground. She walked over, put on her gloves, and picked one up to examine. She didn't understand what it was. "Thank you so much, Miss Joan." Taozi's voice rang in her ears. After being freed, she immediately jogged over to Joan, preparing to bow in gratitude. Joan quickly supported her. "I came to assist the captain, and I'm not doing it for nothing. I'm just here to earn points, so you don't need to think too much about it. Still, I have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. I know my physical condition, but I really didn't expect Miss Joan to be so powerful. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were sent by headquarters." Taozi was filled with joy, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Joan. Joan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. She noticed that the way Taozi looked at her was quite similar to Afu. It gave her an odd feeling, a sense of a little fangirl. She quickly retracted her gaze, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and asked while holding the black object in her hand, "Do you know what this is?" The black things, resembling small stones, felt soft in her hand, giving off a sense of being living organisms. "This seems to be something that grew on me before." Taozi leaned in to take a look, recognized it immediately, and replied, "It looks like some kind of insect egg." At this moment, Hua, who had been silent, also spoke up. She walked over hesitantly. After Taozi got infected, she ended up with these on her body. "We noticed it before, but we weren't sure what it was. However, once we saw something that seemed to be some kind of insect hatching out of it. So we knew it was insect eggs. These things were originally covering Taozi's wounds. They are disgusting, but I help clean them every day. However, it seemed impossible to get rid of them. Moreover, these things are very hard to kill. But strangely, the ones in your hand seem to be dead." Hua provided a lot of information. Joan felt a bit nauseous upon hearing the words insect eggs. However, since the other party said they were already dead, she was somewhat curious. Just by looking at insect eggs, can you tell if they're dead or alive? Generally, you can't determine that. But I come into contact with these. When they are alive, they wriggle constantly, as if they could hatch at any moment. They aren't quiet like they are now, so I deduce they should be dead. Hua gave a reasonable explanation. "All right, I understand. Thank you. By the way, were you infected by a living corpse?" Joan looked at Taozi. The latter still had her starry eyes fixed on her. Upon hearing Joan's question, she quickly averted her gaze, blushing as she answered, "Yes. When we were out searching for the Lord's whereabouts, we were suddenly bitten by a corpse that had already died." "A zombie?" Joan raised her eyebrows in curiosity. Yes, exactly. Our team had already tested it. It was clearly a corpse that had been dead for a long time. But for some reason, it suddenly came back to life and unexpectedly bit me. At that time, the captain immediately dealt a fatal blow to it. Afterward, we checked and found it was indeed a corpse that had been dead for a long time. We thought it was just a little strange and didn't consider that it might be a living corpse because it was simply impossible until my body showed abnormalities, realizing I had been infected. Fortunately, we brought enough serum with us this time. And then we waited for you, Miss Joan, to arrive. Otherwise, I might have died long ago. After saying this, she raised her eyes, looking deeply at Joan, completely unaware of the strangeness. Joan was only extracting the key information from her words. A corpse that had been dead for a long time suddenly came back to life, and it was infectious. Insect eggs. Black mist. What is the connection? It always felt like Qiushui City was hiding a huge secret. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a side quest. Find the bloodsucker mother. Reward. A 100 contract book. The contract book, as the name suggests, is a means for two parties to form a soul bond, with the contracted party commonly referred to as a guardian. Powerful beings in higher cities often enslave many strong orcs and fierce beasts to become their guardians. Chapter 73, however, she liked it. But this contract was inherently unfair. Unless you had enough power to make others willingly submit, once the contract was opened, the probability of failure was quite high, and failure would result in backlash. Therefore, even if a guardian could be a crucial means of self-preservation, very few would take that risk. Nevertheless, those nobles in high positions would still find every possible way to obtain their own exclusive guardian. This time, the contract book given by the system clearly stated 100. This meant that as long as she activated the contract, it would be an absolute success, and there would be no adverse consequences. Even if the opponent was much stronger than herself, she could still successfully enslave them. This was simply a shameless and underhanded tactic, but she liked it. Delighted, she accepted the task. Although she had no clue what to do, thankfully, there was no time limit for this task. She could explore slowly. After coming out of the isolation room, Jiao An was still pondering the insect egg in her hand. What Lotus and the others just said should be true, and there was no need to deceive herself. This thing was dead, and she didn't know what kind of insect it was. She wondered if she could discover anything by forcibly opening it. While Jiao An was deep in thought, she didn't pay attention to the road ahead and suddenly bumped into something. It felt like crashing into a wall of flesh. She exclaimed and took 2 steps back, holding her forehead and looking up to check what had happened. A man dressed in all black stood in place, his expression cold, and his dark eyes fixed on Jiao An. Sorry, she quickly apologized, realizing she had bumped into someone. The person in front of her was none other than the boy who had approached her when she first arrived, causing a scene. His name seemed Bishauka. Without thinking much, after apologizing, Jiao An intended to brush past him. The insect egg in your hand is very dangerous, he said, stopping Jiao An in her tracks. You know about this? She asked. But that girl Lotus just told me it should be dead. It's not dead, he replied succinctly, sitting down beside a chair and pulling out some food from his belongings to take a bite. Jiao An became immediately interested. How do you know it's not dead? Do you understand this? Her questioning was sudden, but he merely glanced at her, as if he had no intention of answering further. Seeing that he didn't seem inclined to engage, Jiao An glanced at the nutritional biscuit in his hand and decisively turned to run away. A short while later, Jiao An returned, holding a lunchbox. This is for you. In exchange, can you tell me about it? She offered. Jiao An had a hunch that the insect egg in her hand might be related to a side quest. The reward this time was very tempting. If she could truly contract a guardian, her safety would receive a significant boost. Jiao An was eager to please. The other party seemed momentarily stunned by her offer. He glanced at the lunchbox in her hand, seemingly not realizing what was happening. However, the aroma from the box did attract his attention. Seeing him motionless, neither responding nor rejecting her, Jiao An quickly opened the lunchbox to reveal the food inside. I made this myself. I had some leftovers, so I made it into a lunchbox for convenience. Although it's been sitting for a while and has cooled down, it still looks and smells great. This is my cooking. It tastes really good. Many people have tried it and said it's delicious. It's definitely better than the dry biscuit you have. It's not only nutritious, but also tasty, quickly replenishing energy. Jiao An praised it extravagantly. She wasn't lying. Her top-notch cooking skills, a product of the system, were indeed extraordinary. The other party seemed to hesitate for a moment. However, the enticing aroma of the food was hard to resist. He reached out and accepted it. Jiao An noticed him reaching for the lunchbox and deliberately dodged slightly. "You promised not to eat my food and then not recognize me." Jiao An looked at him. Seeing no reaction from him, just a cold expression, she decided not to dwell on it and handed over the lunchbox. He took it and began eating, devouring it ravenously, yet his icy demeanor remained unchanged. The black mist outside isn't mist. It's insects. It's the kind of insect that hatches from this insect egg. Finally, he spoke up. As he chewed, his expression visibly softened. Perhaps he was truly conquered by the food. Thus, he began to talk more. Those insects are very sinister. They can parasitize within the human body, forming a new infection entity. So these insects definitely have a breeder. The purpose of the breeder is to spread the infection widely in this manner. As he spoke, he bit into a piece of beast meat, enjoying it thoroughly. Jiao An had her suspicions, but after hearing this, she couldn't help but feel shocked. Who was the person behind this? What methods were they using? This conspiracy was quite significant. Breeding so many insects to create black mist couldn't be that easy, could it? Jiao An asked a key question. The other party swallowed the food in his mouth. Seeing this, Jiao An handed over the bottle of water she had brought. He took it without hesitation and opened it to drink. After feeling satisfied, he patiently explained, "That's right. The breeder has raised a mother insect, which is producing countless offspring for him. Since the black mist has enveloped the entire Qiushui city, it has become his lair." "How do you know so much?" Jiao An was a bit shocked. This guy was surprisingly honest. After eating her food, he even revealed his secrets to her. "I discovered something while hunting for live corpses to obtain spirit cores." Jiao An's eyes lit up at this. The mother insect. Could it be that mother insect related to the side quest? "Do you know where that mother insect is?" Jiao An asked quickly. However, this time he did not answer, merely looking at Jiao An with an indifferent gaze. It seemed he understood her intentions, and in a nonchalant manner, he replied, "What? Do you want to hunt the mother insect? Is that not okay? Since the instigator is that mother insect, it's best to deal with her first. Otherwise, those black mists are too dangerous. They're densely packed. A slight mistake could lead to parasitism in the human body." Jiao An reacted quickly, not revealing her true thoughts, and answered very justly. Xiaoka said nothing. After finishing the lunchbox, he wiped his mouth and walked away expressionlessly. Jiao An did not stop him. Watching his departing figure, she fell into deep thought. "Xiao An, what are you doing here? The captain is calling for you." Chapter 74. The genius with a demon stand after had arrived at some point without Jiao An noticing. Upon hearing her voice, Jiao An immediately walked over. "What's up?" "You did well. I knew you would handle it. You've shocked those geniuses from headquarters. They're having a meeting right now. Seems like they're discussing the search for the city lord. The captain asked me to bring you over to listen in." After explained, familiar enough to link her arm with Jiao An's, showing a very dependent intimacy. Jiao An initially felt a bit uncomfortable, but as the other party was a cute little girl, she gradually got used to it after a few times. "Any news from Fong and Shan?" Jiao An inquired as the two exited the underground refuge. "That woman, she's quite unreasonable. Before we could even do anything, she was already dragging Wu Qianquan to complain. I heard she's a genius from headquarters and thought she found a backer. Little did she know, they completely ignored her. Our captain is a real major general. Although he is not from headquarters, that rank isn't something just anyone can have. Those people, while they are from headquarters, are all recent newcomers. Everyone has to give the captain face. Her complaints are misdirected. She is a bit unreasonable, but mainly, I feel she seems to be hiding something. Things are not as simple as she initially said." Jiao An mumbled to herself. The two entered the makeshift conference room. Upon entering, everyone inside looked over at them. Wu Qianquan was the first to stand up, speaking very respectfully. "Miss Jiao An, thank you very much for saving my team member. Please have a seat here." Jiao An nodded at him and then walked over to sit at the table. Zhong Tian was sitting opposite, sipping tea from a cup, looking relaxed and occasionally smiling, appearing quite pleased. "Major General, you should have introduced such a talented person by your side earlier. It's really inconsiderate of you." Wu Qingquan looked helplessly at Zhong Tian. Zhong Tian had been waiting for these words, puffing himself up like a proud peacock. It's not that I didn't say it. It's just that I didn't have a chance. Besides, she's a new recruit I've just brought in. It's just my luck. It's not worth mentioning. His expression certainly did not convey that it was not worth mentioning. Nearby, Hua grinned mischievously. Major General, judging by what you said, you must have no shortage of such talents by your side. Why not let Miss Jiao An come to our headquarters? We are in dire need of such talents. That won't do. Zhong Tian was flustered. No way, that's not fair. Just joking. Don't be angry, my lord. Wu Qingquan laughed, quickly smoothing things over. Hearing this, Zhong Tian calmed down a bit, but switched to a very humble tone. It's not that I'm stingy. Xiao An's talent isn't in combat. It's just that she awakened a relatively advanced ability. Moreover, this ability is an auxiliary system. Her telekinetic aptitude is only A. She doesn't qualify to join the elite team at headquarters. So, don't be too surprised. Zhong Tian spoke seriously, and, except for Afu, who understood his true intention was to prevent Jiao An from being poached, the others nodded in agreement. The elite team at headquarters is indeed not something just anyone can join. Even someone as special as Jiao An needs to have a telekinetic aptitude of S level. An A is still a bit lacking. After all, no matter how powerful an auxiliary system is, without strong combat power, the chances of being weak are much higher than others. This is the rule of the jungle in this world. All right, let's get to business. You've been here for a while. Do you have any intelligence to share? Zhong Tian straightened his expression and began to discuss serious matters. Knowing that you need information from this side, I've compiled everything we know. Wu Qingquan took a document, which a nearby soldier handed over. Zhong Tian reached out to take it and started flipping through it. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. You haven't encountered the city lord, have you? We did see him when we first arrived, but that guy is very strange. My search shows he is not an infected person, but he completely seems like a different person. Moreover, he is avoiding us while secretly observing us. We have been searching for his whereabouts. It can be roughly guessed that the fall of Choshui City is definitely related to him. The last intel we received was about a week ago. We found traces of him in the ruins in the southeast corner of the city. We followed up, but we couldn't catch up. Later, a large number of black mist appeared in the city, and a team went out only to stand motionless in the mist as if controlled before disappearing. I noticed something strange in the mist and sent my team member, Xiao Ku, to investigate. He has a special ability and considerable strength. He can quickly traverse the black mist without being affected by it. 3 days ago, the last investigation's clue was still showing in the southeast corner of the ruins. So we suspect that place is very likely his hiding spot. As he spoke, Wu Qingquan's expression grew serious. Xiao Ku, the genius with the demon stand ability. I heard his ability ranks among the top 20 in the official rankings. Extremely powerful, Afu exclaimed. Since the emergence of abilities, the official side had gradually collected and ranked them. Elemental abilities like Fu Yunqing's also belong to special skills and are highly offensive. Most of them have made it into the top 50. And Xiao Ku's ability, ranking in the top 20, is certainly impressive. Hearing such praise, Wu Qingquan smiled contentedly. Indeed, he is a member under my command. But if that's the case, why hasn't there been a continued investigation to track his traces? Jiao An voiced her question at this moment. Wu Qingquan looked over upon hearing her voice and then smiled gently. Miss Jiao An, that's because Xiao Ku uses his demon stand ability to ignore the black mist, which consumes mental strength. In combat, the consumption is even greater. The rest of us can't go out, and relying solely on him is very difficult. Moreover, to quickly replenish mental strength, one needs a spirit core. If no one helps him, he can't handle it alone. He answered sincerely. Jiao An nodded in understanding. I see. However, Xiao An brought us something called a mask, which can prevent the black mist. Xiao An, you said those things, as long as we don't let them enter our mouths and noses, it's fine. Chapter 75. That's a big ice block, yes. Regarding Afu's words, Jiao An did not deny it. The others present were left dumbfounded. What? What is it? Jiao An silently took out a brand new mask. This is it. Wearing it on her face, there were basically no issues. Now everyone knows that the black mist is formed by bugs. Since they are living creatures, if one is not careful, they can burrow into the body and become parasites. Jiao An slowly explained. She felt that a simpler explanation would be easier for them to understand. Meanwhile, they were completely oblivious to the fact that Wu Qianquan's gaze had turned quite strange. I didn't expect Miss Jiao An to know so much. This information is what we have gathered, obtained by Xiao from the outside. I haven't even had the chance to mention it. I didn't expect you all to learn so much from just one visit. I don't know about any parasites. Xiao An, you never mentioned it either. Zhong Tian looked around innocently, clearly surprised. Jiao An paused for a moment, realizing she might have said too much. She quickly explained, I happened to meet team member Xiao while treating Miss Tao, and I asked him about some things he told me. As soon as she said this, several team members who were drinking tea nearly spat out. Hua was even more shocked. What did you say? You said that big ice block shared intelligence? How is that possible? He's known for being as cold as ice. Unless our captain asks him for specific information, he always acts indifferent when others talk to him. Do you know him from before? Jiao An sat obediently like a well-behaved little bird and shook her head. That makes it even less likely. It was strange. Jiao An's mouth twitched, still not revealing the bribe of food, as it seemed inappropriate. Just then, a soldier rushed in. Captain, just now, Lord Xiao went out. He sent me the latest intelligence. Bring it here. How did that guy sneak out again? Jiao An was taken aback. He was just downstairs eating. Wu Qianquan reached out to take the intelligence, opened it, and his eyes lit up, then immediately handed it to Zhong Tian. Sir, Xiao has locked onto the latest whereabouts of City Lord Fong. He is right inside that ruins. Can the mask that Miss Jiao An mentioned really let us go out? His emotions were excited. After being trapped here for so long, they could finally leave. Yes, I have extra masks here. You can take them and distribute them. Without waiting for Zhong Tian to respond, Jiao An stood up first, retrieved the masks from her system space, and placed them on the table. Jiao An was clearly excited. She was eager to find that mother bug and complete the mission. The others exchanged glances. The first to react was Wu Qianquan. What are you all still dawdling for? Gear up. Prepare to set off. At this moment, someone finally moved. Jiao An stood up, but was pulled back by Fu Yunqing beside her. Are you planning to go out too? Yes, I want to go. Besides, having me there can help deal with any emergencies. Jiao An nodded, looking seriously at Fu Yunqing. This black mist is dangerous. Xiao An, I think it's better for you to stay here. What if you get hurt? The voice of Hua Xiang entered her ears. Jiao An shivered and looked at him strangely. What's with this guy acting like this endlessly? What is he trying to do? I agree with Xiao An going together. Aren't you all Xiao An's beast husbands? Naturally, you should protect her safety. Afu had appeared from who knows where, and her words were convincing. Zhong Tian nodded beside her. Afu is right. So, Captain Fu, you must ensure Xiao An's safety. Hearing the agreement for her to set off, Jiao An felt pleased. She winked at Fu Yunqing and the others beside her. See, I told you I couldn't be left out. Fu Yunqing had no choice but to stop saying anything more. Zhong Tian and Wu Qianquan each led a team, both with strong combat abilities. Wu Qianquan's team donned the masks, but hesitated to enter the black mist, clearly skeptical about the mask's effectiveness. Fu Yunqing and his team forged ahead, causing the other team members to look over in unison. Does this thing really work? I saw my teammate enter the black mist, stood still, and then disappeared. The mist was very strange. Can this really block it? Voices chattered nearby. It wasn't until they saw Fu Yunqing and the others emerge and scathe that they widened their eyes in shock. Wu Qianquan also withdrew his gaze quietly. Everyone, what are you still dawdling for? Set off. With his command, everyone finally retracted their gazes and left in unison. Jiao An was in the center of the team. After entering the black mist, she reached out to grab something in the mist. These bugs were quite cunning. They seemed to be able to see through people's actions. Whenever she tried to attack or catch one, it always managed to dodge away quickly. Jiao An fumbled around in the air a few times but caught none at all. Duan Shi stood on her left, and the four of them formed a circle, protecting Jiao An well. Duan Shi was quiet, but was the first to notice Jiao An's actions. He seemed to have noticed that Jiao An was trying to grab something, so he made a move and pinched something in the black mist. Immediately, a bug appeared in his palm. Do you want this? The tiny, dark bug, if not looked at closely, could be mistaken for a small black sesame seed. Jiao An's eyes lit up. How did you do that? I grabbed so many and couldn't catch any. These bugs are alive and very cunning, but it's not difficult for me. Duan Shi replied lightly, dropping the squished bug into Jiao An's hand. Jiao An held it in her palm, and then took out the bug egg she had kept safe, comparing them and realizing they should be the same kind of thing. The large team was probing ahead, and the journey was eerily quiet. Logically, there shouldn't be such silence this close. They had already covered some distance from the city lord's mansion, and if there weren't any living corpses wandering near the mansion, they should have encountered something by now. However, there was none. The leading team did not notice anything unusual. Surrounding them was silence, only the sound of their footsteps, as if the entire city were asleep. Chapter 76. Discover the city lord. Why is there not a trace of the living corpses? Perhaps it was too quiet. Someone in the crowd suddenly asked. With this opening, others seemed to relax a bit. Afu appeared the most excited, nodding seriously. I wanted to say this for a long time. It's too quiet. When we arrived, we even found a group of living corpses, but now it seems like they have suddenly disappeared. Could it be a trap? As she spoke, she looked around the black mist. It was indeed unusual, but the information from Xiao was reliable. Not encountering living corpses is a good thing. Let us head to our destination. We can talk about the rest later. Wu Qingquan noticed the strangeness as well, but for now, finding City Lord Fong was the most urgent matter. The group quickened their pace. Finally, they reached the ruins. Is there really such a large ruin? Jiao An looked at the ancient exit of the ruins, where a heavy iron door was locked tightly with dozens of iron chains. It was discovered years ago in Qiushui City, but there was no archaeological value inside, so it was left unexamined. However, since it was a newly discovered ruin, even though official personnel had investigated the depths, as a precaution, it was still requested that the city lord of Qiushui City seal it off. Wu Qingquan explained. At this moment, Afu jogged over and noticed a hole at the lower left corner of the iron door. It seems we can get in. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, the iron door was rusted, and there was a hole at the bottom, revealing a smooth cut that seemed man-made. By the way, where is that team member Xiao? After arriving at the ruins, they had not seen Xiao Ku. The signal was cut off. Wu Qingquan frowned. He knew Xiao Ku. He was afraid that he had acted on his own due to the long wait. Or perhaps he had discovered an emergency. It seems even darker inside, making one feel uncomfortable. I feel something is off. Afu looked into the entrance of the ruins, which was pitch black, even more terrifying than the surrounding black mist. Awa, have Code 1 go ahead to scout. Wu Qingquan also raised his gaze to the entrance of the ruins. What Afu said was not wrong. Even he vaguely felt something was strange inside. So it's best to scout before entering. No problem. I'm ready. Hawa ran up excitedly and took out a mechanical scouting device from her backpack. It was a small mechanical dog that, once activated, seemed to bounce around joyfully like a real dog. Code 1, go scout ahead. Hawa issued the command while holding the device. The mechanical dog seemed to understand and immediately dashed towards the entrance of the ruins. Soon, the screen of the device showed footage from the mechanical dog as perspective entering the ruins. It was very dark, almost impossible to see. Hawa quickly activated the night mode, finally making the situation inside visible. The surrounding people gathered around. There was actually nothing unusual inside the ruins. After a brief investigation, no anomalies were found until a shadow flashed across the screen. Who is that? Is that the City Lord Fong? The sharp-eyed Afu suddenly pointed. In fact, everyone saw the shadow, but they couldn't clearly identify who it was. Only Afu confidently stated it was City Lord Fong. Are you sure, Afu? Did you see clearly? Zhong Tian asked, appearing somewhat excited. It should be correct. I saw the jade plaque on him, which is exactly the same as the one on Fong and Shan. So it should be him. Afu hesitated for a moment, but nodded. At this moment, the expressions of the others began to grow serious. It really is him. In that case, let us go in and catch him red-handed. Wu Qingquan asked, directing his tone towards Zhong Tian. The other party nodded in agreement. Okay, then let us move. However, since the inside is intricate, I think it's best to split into two teams. In half an hour, regardless of whether we catch him or not, we'll regroup at the entrance. You take one team, and I'll take the other. This way, we can be more efficient. Zhong Tian began a plan, intending to split into two teams. Wu Qingquan did not refuse, agreeing that it would indeed be more convenient to have two teams searching together. All right, then it's settled. One team split into two routes and headed towards the ruins. They took out their portable lighting tools and ventured into the eerily quiet ruins. Jiao An followed Zhong Tian, and the team was silent, with no one speaking along the way. Everyone heightened their vigilance and observed their surroundings. After a while, not detecting any abnormalities, the team gradually relaxed. This place is intricate. There's nothing here. It's too clean. I senti it. The officials had sent people to check before, and any archaeological items of value had basically been removed. So it seems empty doesn't matter much. Zhong Tian was at the front of the team, holding a flashlight and shining it around, explaining. We don't even know how large this ruin is. We have probably been in for a while now, at least 10 minutes, and we've gone quite deep. Yet still haven't found anything. If this area is big enough, and if City Lord Fong is deliberately hiding from us, wouldn't it be very difficult for us to find him? Afu inquired curiously. That makes sense. However, if there really were traces of him, we would have found them. Jiao An chimed in. Afu didn't quite understand, her big watery eyes gazing at Jiao An, full of curiosity. Seeing this, Jiao An smiled helplessly. As we delved deeper, the ground is all muddy. It rained recently, and there's water pooled in the ruins, making the traces very obvious. We've walked this way, and there are footprints everywhere. So even if City Lord Fong wants to evade us, he would definitely leave some clues. Just as Jiao An finished speaking, a soldier in the team suddenly shouted as if he had discovered something. Report, sir. It seems there are footprints here. With this exclamation, everyone turned to look. Even Afu was shocked, her mouth agape. There really are footprints? She curiously ran forward, but fortunately, Zhong Tian pulled her back in time. Be careful. Don't damage the traces. Although Afu was somewhat dissatisfied, she only pouted and said nothing more. Zhong Tian went to examine and found the footprints belonged to an adult male, naturally locking onto City Lord Fong. They're going in this direction. Pursue, he commanded, leading the team towards the right side. Chapter 77, we might be losing favored Xiao and was trying to catch up from behind, but was directly pulled back by Fu Yunjin. Jiao An, don't be anxious. It's safer for you to stay with us, he said. Jiao was taken aback for a moment, but didn't refuse and simply nodded. After entering another direction, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. They seemed to have reached the center of the ruins. Surrounding them were some flat rubble and some ruined statue relics. The space was large, but right in front of them, a stone bridge that had originally spanned the area was broken in the middle, forming a huge cliff. There's even a place like this. It looks so terrifying. Afu shivered as soon as they entered, feeling that the air here was very cold. Because the area was large enough, the nearby statue relics appeared incredibly huge in comparison to the invading beast forms, making them look like small fry. The footprints break off here. Zhong Tian searched for the footprints and found that the clear traces that had been visible along the way had suddenly disappeared without a trace. How could they suddenly vanish? They couldn't have just flown away after arriving here. Afu said incredulously. She was not feeling well, standing in place with her neck shrunk, looking around with a sense of unease. Jiao An was also momentarily stunned when she saw the scene in front of her, especially those already destroyed statues, one of which was a lion-headed man missing half of its body, looking exceptionally eerie. The one remaining was very expressive and seemed to be staring intently at them. Jiao was a bit dazed at first. It wasn't until she noticed a dense series of markings on the statue that she furrowed her brows and stepped forward. What is that? She murmured. Those are insect eggs. A voice came from behind. Everyone turned in unison to find it was the severely injured Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke, how'd you end up here? Zhong Tian was surprised to see him and quickly approached, realizing he was covered in wounds, and hurriedly helped him. What happened? How'd you get so badly injured? Xiao Ke had a deadpan expression and merely shook his head slightly at the concern of others. I just overexerted myself mentally. It's nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tian reacted immediately and took out a brand new mask to put on him. Go rest over there for a while. We'll treat you, Zhong Tian said, and Afu also sensibly went to help him. Xiao Ke's condition was far from what he described as simple. He had dozens of wounds all over his body, bleeding profusely, and some of the injuries showed a mass of dark, filthy blood, exuding a faint stench. A panel suddenly appeared in front of Jiao, and noticing the infection information displayed at his wound, she immediately ran forward. You have an infection? with Jiao An's inquiry. The others also looked at Xiao Ke anxiously, their expressions changing slightly. Don't worry, I won't be infected. It's just that this wound was caused by them. Xiao Ke said calmly, seemingly unconcerned. At this moment, everyone looked at his complexion and found that aside from looking a bit weak, he showed no signs of infection at all. Zhong Tian suddenly seemed lost in thought. He remembered Xiao Ke's ability to host demons. He had a special constitution and was said to be immune to all poisons. It seemed the infectious body was ineffective against him. With this thought, Zhong Tian took a deep breath. No wonder this is the official headquarters. They have so many talents that just picking one out would leave them shocked. After he dispatched them from headquarters, wanting to find a genius like him would be extremely difficult. Usually, if a true genius were born, the headquarters would act immediately upon hearing any news, and he wouldn't have a chance. Therefore, his gaze quietly fell on Jiao An and the others. These few geniuses must be firmly held on to. In fact, he wasn't worried about Fu Yunjin and the others, as they were Jiao An's beast husbands. As long as Jiao An was around, they naturally wouldn't be able to leave. Thus, as long as he could keep Jiao An while tied down, everything would be fine. Zhong Tian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. His expression, resembling a self-satisfied lecher, made Afu beside him show a look of disdain. Captain, what are you thinking about? It's kind of disgusting. Afu never held back, and her words immediately brought Zhong Tian back to reality. He coughed a couple of times faintly. And no, nothing. Xiao An, you handle this. Xiao An walked over with a grin. The treatment for the team members should count as reward points. Okay? Count. At this moment, Zhong Tian was quite agreeable. Xiao An received a satisfactory reply and immediately stepped forward to help. Xiao Ke casually leaned against the statue, not saying anything as he watched Xiao An approach. The atmosphere on site was relatively harmonious. While Xiao An treated him, she inquired, "Are those insect eggs on the relic statue?" "Yes," he replied firmly. "You shouldn't have come in here. This place is very dangerous. It should be the nest of those insects." He seemed to recall something, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "What injured you?" Xiao An finished treating the wound on his arm and focused on the wound on his chest. It was about the size of an infant's fist, a bloody hole that he had loosely tied with some cloth strips to control the bleeding. The white cloth strips were soaked with dark, filthy blood, looking very unsettling. A very strange insect. Xiao Ke slightly tilted his head back, although his face showed no expression. The cold sweat trickling from his forehead indicated he was in immense pain. Xiao An swallowed hard, and when she heard the word insect, her mind buzzed. What kind of insect could cause such significant harm? What on earth could it be? While Xiao An was in a mental whirlwind, a group of people not far away had a different perspective. We might be losing favor. Look at Xiao and that male third party. It's really infuriating. The sound of gossip arose. The three of Fu Yunjin, resting nearby, merely glanced up slightly without saying anything. Isn't this good? If she has a new target, she could divorce me early and give me my freedom. After all, she's not someone who commits. Shen Tinjian's indifferent voice rang out. His tone was so casual, yet the bitterness in his words was almost overflowing. Fu Yunjin simply lowered his eyelids, as if hiding something. Suddenly, Duanqi beside them stood up and headed towards Xiao and Chapter 78. The mother of blood-sucking worms, just as everyone was feeling strange. Duanqi had already come to Xiao and sighed and reached out to grip her arm. At this moment, Xiao An was preparing to remove Xiao Ke's clothing to treat the wound on his chest when she was suddenly interrupted and turned her head out of curiosity. Duanqi's enlarged handsome face appeared before her. Why are you here? What's wrong?" "I came," he said lightly, before Xiao An could react. He suddenly drew out the long gun he had been carrying on his back. A flash of light caught her off guard, and before she could comprehend, the bandages on the person before her shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. What the heck? What's wrong with Duanqi? I've known him for so long and have never seen him use that gun. At this moment, Huasu was completely stunned. He stood up in shock, his eyes revealing disbelief. Fu Yunqing was equally shocked. He had known Duanqi the longest, and the two had interacted at work. But he understood very well how much Duanqi cherished that long gun. He had once heard Duanqi say that unless absolutely necessary, he would never use that gun easily. He loved that gun like his life. He usually didn't use it and often polished it. taking it with him wherever he went. Now, using his precious long gun to cut the bloody bandages was something that anyone would find unbelievable. Once Jiao An realized that Duan Qi was helping her, she immediately showed a sweet smile. Thank you. His wound is infected with toxins, so don't touch it easily. Even if your abilities can solve it, you still have to be cautious, Duan Qi explained seriously. Jiao An listened and found it reasonable, nodding. Got it, I'll be careful. Duan Qi responded with an but still stood there motionless. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Jiao An didn't mind and began helping Xiao Ku with the treatment. Xiao Ku witnessed all of this. His gaze unconsciously fell on Jiao An. This plump woman, beautiful? Not at all. Some might say her appearance was plain. He came from a noble background, from the official headquarters, and had seen countless beauties. There were many capable and beautiful women, but this one before him, whether in terms of body shape, appearance, or anything else, could not be called a beauty. Yet she had 4 exceptional beast husbands around her. Moreover, each of her beast husbands was more impressive than the last, all possessing extremely powerful elemental abilities. If there was any trick to this, binding them together, he would absolutely believe it. However, looking at their interaction now, it was clear that these men had feelings for Jiao and otherwise. They wouldn't have intervened in such a way just now. Thinking of this, Xiao Ku couldn't help but glance at Jiao and a few more times, as if trying to discover what was special about her. You little brat, do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Just then, a sudden voice came from above. Xiao Ku looked up and was taken aback, seeing Hua Su smiling but warning him ominously. Xiao An, is it okay for you to look at her like that? He didn't know when Hua Su had come over to join the fun. Xiao An turned around, startled to see several men standing behind her as well. What are you doing? Xiao An, I have to tell you, men are the best at pretending. Don't be fooled by Xiao Ku's cool and handsome appearance. You have no idea what he is really after. Don't fall for it. You have me, and that's enough, right? The cunning fox started deceiving her again. Xiao An opened her mouth, about to say something, but then she heard a notification sound in her mind. Ding dong. Detected an increase in the favorability of the Hua Su. Limit favorability 20. No way. This guy is really gaining favor with me? Xiao An blinked her beautiful big eyes. For the sake of that favorability, she swallowed the words she originally wanted to say. Don't worry, I already have you 4. That's enough. I'm just discussing some matters with team leader Xiao. Xiao An had also learned to be sly, and her professional fake smile was very hypocritical at this moment. However, the fox before her was very satisfied and didn't expose her. I knew Xiao An would definitely understand. Xiao An chuckled twice and withdrew her gaze, ignoring the fox behind her. Right now, the most important thing was that her mind was filled with the rewards of side missions. Xiao Ku, don't mind them. Tell me, what was the bug you encountered like? She genuinely looked eager to know. Xiao Ku also withdrew his gaze, his expression still unchanged. He didn't refuse to answer Xiao An's question. I don't know what that thing is, but I suspect it should be the mother of the blood-sucking worms. The words mother of worms echoed in Xiao An's mind. Her eyes lit up. Mother of worms. Her excited emotions made Xiao Ku look at her oddly. You seem very excited? He wasn't wrong. Xiao An was so excited that her breathing became a bit rapid, but she quickly calmed down. No, I'm just nervous. There's actually a mother of worms, and with such high combat power, it must be very dangerous. She treated the source of infection on the wound and helped wrap it in bandages. Although the task rewards were generous, one must never let these interests blind their eyes. Life was the most important. If that mother of worms was indeed extremely powerful, she couldn't just rush in. If she lost her life, it would be not worth it. That mother of worms should have laid eggs. When I encountered it, it seemed to be looking for a safe nest. So it attacked me. The mother is very weak when laying eggs. So, taking advantage of this time to retreat shouldn't be a big problem. Xiao Ku really didn't hide anything. Whatever Xiao An asked, he answered. The two of them interacted harmoniously. How is it going? Is the wound treated? At this moment, Zhong Tian also walked over. It's almost okay. Xiao An slowly got up and made way. It's about time. We agreed to meet at the door in half an hour. Xiao Ku, you'll have to work hard to keep up with us. We'll talk while we walk. No problem. Xiao Ku also didn't hesitate and slowly stood up. The wounds on his body had been treated well. Only some minor injuries remained, which didn't affect his movement. The team was preparing to evacuate. Just then, the surroundings suddenly began to shake. Everyone was alarmed and quickly gathered together. What's going on? Why is it shaking so violently all of a sudden? Is it an earthquake? Chapter 79. Please seize the opportunity. The sudden tremor made it difficult to stand. The statue beside them began to fall. Seeing this, Jiao An shouted to the crowd, "Hurry up and get out." The group quickly retreated, but just as they reached the entrance, a massive stone fell from above. In an instant, Jiao An clearly saw a figure standing at the doorway, smiling at them. The next second, the enormous stone blocked the exit, completely trapping everyone inside. "It's the city lord Fawn," Jiao An shouted. A Fu also looked up and said, "I saw him too. He's smiling at us, that bad guy. It must be him. It must all be his doing." A Fu's face twisted in anger, but the shaking around them had not yet stopped. Rocks continued to fall from above. "Forget about that. We need to find a way out quickly. This place clearly seems like a trap. Someone must have triggered something, and now the ground is starting to sink rapidly. Behind us is an abyss with no end in sight. The original bridge is already broken. It looks completely like a dead end. There's no way out. Absolutely no way out. Are we going to be trapped and die here?" A Fu was completely panicked. The ground behind them kept sinking, leaving them in a dire situation. Jiao An swayed, reluctantly reaching out to grab Fu Yunqing. Fu Yunqing protected her, his gaze falling on Duan Qi. "Use the rope," he reminded. Duan Qi nodded, then took out a rope from his bag, wrapped one end around his long spear, and threw it out, securing it firmly on the other side of the cliff. "Quick! Use the rope to evacuate." The army remained disciplined. Even at this moment, they did not panic excessively. Everyone quickly retreated along the rope. Jiao An was afraid of heights. It wasn't just her. The original host had a fear of heights. So, looking at the bottomless abyss before her, her body trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it, don't shake at a time like this. We need to get out." She forced herself to take a step toward the rope, but her body was completely uncooperative. "Jiao An, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." The crowd was rapidly evacuating, but Jiao An stood frozen in place, unable to move. "It's not that I don't want to leave. It's that I can't control my body." "Jiao An, hurry up, come over. There are so many bugs behind you." A Fu looked at the mass of bugs rushing toward them and shouted. Hearing the voice, Jiao An turned to look and saw the swarm of bugs, making her scalp tingle. "Jiao An, close your eyes." At that moment, someone shouted. Jiao An was startled and obediently closed her eyes. "Use your mental strength. Just move forward." This method seemed to have some effect. Jiao An didn't look, fully obeying the command, and finally made it onto the rope. She was getting closer and closer. Fu Yunqing and the others immediately reached out their hands. "Jiao An, hurry." Jiao An felt their touch and confidently handed her hand over, then was pulled forward. Just then, a Fu, following Zhong Tian's command, quickly cut the rope. The swarm of bugs that had been trying to climb over fell instantly. Phew! Her heart raced violently. Jiao An leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Jiao An, are you okay?" A Fu came over eagerly to ask. Jiao An shook her head. "I'm fine. This place is too eerie. We need to get out quickly." Zhong Tian frowned. This setback had cost him dearly. Now only Fu Yunqing, Duan Qi, Jiao An, A Fu, and a deputy remained. Everyone else had perished. His expression was terrifyingly dark. Suppressing the urge to curse, he could only order everyone to quickly find a way out. Just as Jiao An relaxed and was about to get up and follow the group, a figure suddenly flashed beside her. Before she could react, she was violently pushed. Jiao An lost her balance and uncontrollably fell toward the abyss behind her. "Jiao An!" The crowd turned in unison at the sound. Just as they saw Jiao An falling, Fu Yunqing and the others rushed forward to grab her. "Jiao An, don't let go. Whatever you do, don't let go. We'll pull you up." Fu Yunqing commanded urgently. Jiao An was suspended in midair. She clung tightly to their hands. But when she glanced down and saw the swarm of bugs climbing up, her brow furrowed. "Fu Yunqing, you guys should let go. The bugs are coming." "No. We're pulling you up. We're pulling you up." Was Jiao An not afraid of death? Of course not. It was just that, at this moment, she received a system notification in her mind. Ding! Detected that the area below is the destination for a side quest. No danger detected. Please seize the opportunity. Because of this message, she changed her mind. However, her urgent actions and words seemed to the others like self-sacrifice to protect them. "Hurry up. Jiao An broke free, and in an instant, she fell down. Jiao An, ha 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 ha. We all have to die, we all have to die. The Lord of Heaven is about to resurrect, and we will all become nourishment. No one can stop it. No one can stop the Lord of Heaven's plan. Ha 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 ha. The nearby deputy let out an evil laugh. Completely frenzied, his face covered in dark marks, proving he was no longer the same deputy as before. Wang Fuguwei, what are you doing? A Fu seemed not to notice his condition and only shouted angrily. Just then, Zhong Tian stepped in front of a Fu, frowning as he approached. What did you infiltrate us? What are you? Zhong Tian's words were unclear. A Fu paused for a moment, then noticed Wang Fuguwei's pallor and instantly understood. He has been infected? When? Why didn't we notice at all? Just now. That bug must have been hiding on him, Xiao Ke said expressionlessly, already drawing his hidden weapon, ready to act at any moment. Smart, very smart. But it's because you clever people are ruining my good plans that I'm really unhappy. The Lord of Heaven values me so much, instructing me time and again. I must do this beautifully. Why did you damn people come to ruin my plans? This time it was that woman, that damn woman who always ruins my plans. And next time it will definitely be you. He arrogantly threatened. Without hesitation, Zhong Tian stepped forward and instantly killed him. Blood sprayed out. Chapter 80. Joanna did not die. Wang Fuguwei's head fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Afu frowned involuntarily at the scene before her. No matter what, Wang Fuguwei had been her deputy for a long time, and they had known each other for years. She still hoped he wouldn't just die like this. Captain, we should spare his life. He is already dead. Sparing him is meaningless, Zhong Tian said slowly, expressionless as he retracted his weapon. Dead? That's right, the bug crawled into his neck. Normally infected people cannot control their thoughts or speak. The only possibility is that it's a dead body, Xiao Ku explained. What do we do now? Xiao An. Afu ran to the edge of the cliff, looking down at the vast abyss, tears welling in her eyes. How could this happen? How could this happen? Captain, what now? Afu was completely lost, having developed feelings for Joanna after spending so much time together. She greatly admired Joanna and couldn't accept that she was gone. What's there to cry about? We don't even know what's at the bottom of this cliff. There might be a lake. Xiao An is lucky. She won't have an accident. Let's retreat and search at the bottom. Zhong Tian also took a deep look at the bottom of the cliff, clenched his fists, and collected his emotions. Fu Yunqing and the others remained silent, but left first. Afu watched them leave quickly and bit her lip. Captain, they're worried about Xiao An. I know, Zhong Tian replied. Let's pack up and leave. In an instant, the entire team fell silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Afu's tears still clung to her face. She bravely wiped them away. Xiao Ke seemed to notice her actions and said slowly, it will be fine. What? The partner contract is very clear. If Joanna were in trouble, her partners would have already suffered backlash and been severely injured. But they left unscathed, so Joanna must be fine. He was indeed rational, always appearing particularly calm no matter the situation. Afu felt he made sense and nodded. You're right, Xiao An won't just die like that. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the cliff, just as Zhong Tian had guessed, there was an underground spring. Joanna, who had fallen into the water, quickly surfaced. She gasped for air, looked around, and hurriedly crawled toward the shore. System, I've entrusted my life and everything to you. Good thing you didn't deceive me. Otherwise, falling from such a height, I would surely die. Ding dong, host is safe. How could I deceive you? This system is bound to the host and will never let you do anything dangerous. Hearing this, Joanna pouted. You better not. After all this effort, you'd better help me catch that mother bug. If I end up with nothing, I will make a scene. Once on shore, Joanna could no longer support her body and lay down to rest. She looked up at the sky, feeling the cliff was extremely high, with smooth stone walls on both sides, devoid of any plant life, as if it were a lifeless expanse. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her. Startled, Joanna jumped up from the ground. What is that? She shouted, but found nothing except an echo. Frowning, she refused to believe it was mere auditory hallucination. This place was already strange, and she had no mood to linger. Joanna walked toward an exit behind her. What kind of place is this? It's just rocks, nothing but rocks. I feel like I'm going in circles. Didn't they say the mother bug would be here? There's nothing here, just water and stones. Not even a blade of grass. System, you're not messing with me, are you? Joanna complained as she walked, but the system in her mind remained unresponsive. After what felt like a long time, Joanna felt like she was going in circles. Exhausted, she leaned against the wall to rest. She glanced at the marks she had drawn on the wall before, which appeared again in front of her. I really am going in circles. This is ridiculous. Grr. I'm so hungry. Given her large frame, she got hungry quickly, and after all the commotion, she was both tired and starving, with no chance to recuperate. But here, there was nothing. Desperately calling out to the system in her mind, she finally heard movement behind her. Who? This time, she was sure she hadn't misheard. Joanna turned around abruptly and saw a hairy creature resembling a gorilla standing before her. She shivered in fear, taking a step back. Just as she was about to run, an unusual fragrance wafted into her nose, causing her to faint without any defenses. Caw, 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 caw. So many gorillas. In the moment she lost consciousness, Joanna saw the gorillas surrounding her cheering. Then, she completely lost awareness. When she opened her eyes again, Joanna found herself in a cave. She was on a soft grass mat. Startled, she sat up instantly and saw a long-haired gorilla seemingly tinkering with something nearby. The gorilla seemed to hear her and slowly turned its head. Upon seeing Joanna awake, it excitedly ran over. Don't come over. What are you? Joanna reached for her ice blade, but the gorilla only held out a red fruit in front of her. The mother gorilla had a loving expression, causing Joanna to freeze in her actions. Is this for me? Not quite sure, Joanna asked. The gorilla made a series of sounds and pushed the fruit closer to Joanna's hand. Understanding its intention, Joanna finally reached out to take it. Thank you. You're really nice. Without sensing any hostility from the gorilla, Joanna felt relieved. She rubbed the fruit on her clothes and cautiously took a bite, discovering it was a normal fruit, which made her feel safe to eat. The gorilla just watched her intently, and when Joanna finished eating the fruit, it clapped happily. Eat. Yes. It suddenly spoke, and Joanna's eyes brightened. You can talk? She was astonished and then carefully observed the gorilla, realizing that apart from its long hair, it looked very much like a beast man and probably wasn't a wild animal. Curious, Joanna decided not to rush into questions. Given the gorilla's size, which was several times larger than her, she thought it best not to provoke it under uncertain circumstances. Chapter 81. Why is there such a group of people in the ruins? The reason is quite simple. Before I lost consciousness, I saw a large group of gorillas. They should live in groups. If I upset one of these gorillas, it could harm me. While I can handle one or two, dealing with a whole group would surely wear me out. Therefore, it's wise to recognize the situation and be cautious. There's no shame in that. Joan soon finished eating the fruit completely. However, one fruit was just a snack, and she was still very hungry. She turned her gaze to the gorilla. Can I go outside and take a look? Joan gestured to the gorilla, worried that it wouldn't understand her meaning. The previously friendly gorilla suddenly stood up and began to roar anxiously, pounding its chest as if in a hurry when it heard that Joan wanted to go out. Joan was startled and took several steps back. After venting its frustration, the gorilla glanced at Joan, then turned and left the cave. Joan was confused about what was happening with the gorilla and didn't dare to act on her own, so she stood stiffly in place, gripping her weapon tightly, just in case. Before long, the gorilla returned, excitedly calling out to Joan. Out, out. It struggled to mimic Joan's language, managing to spit out the two words. Joan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Does that mean I can go outside? Seeing the gorilla persistently pointing outside, Joan finally felt reassured and stepped out. Outside the cave was a vast area, but surrounded by various stone fences, resembling the way primitive tribes claimed territory in her original world. Their way of life was very primitive, evident in both their possessions and living spaces. Moreover, their language was quite strange. Why was there such a group of people in the ruins? Suddenly, a loud voice came from above. A tall gorilla approached, likely having seen Joan come out. So it ran over to check on the situation. Joan was frightened and took a half-step back at the sight of its towering figure. Behind her, the female gorilla seemed to be explaining something to the tall one. Joan could not understand their communication. However, the tall gorilla just glanced at Joan and then gave some instructions to the female gorilla before turning to leave. Joan sighed in relief. watching as it returned to move large stones, seemingly making something with a few other gorillas nearby. Joan raised her foot to see the surrounding environment, but was stopped by the female gorilla beside her. No, no. It anxiously communicated with Joan, waving its hands as if trying to tell her not to go there. Seeing this, Joan had to abandon the idea. Did that mean they intended to imprison her? So far, these creatures had shown no hostility toward her, merely keeping her confined. But it was unclear whether they were friend or foe and what their intentions were. Unable to do anything else, Joan could only observe for a while before being led back into the cave. Shortly after, the female gorilla returned from outside, holding a lively fish and tossed it in front of Joan. Joan was startled. The gorilla still held another fish and then sat down, beginning to gnaw on the fish with rough movements. Eat, eat. It bit into the fish, and when it saw Joan not moving, it enthusiastically invited her. Joan's mouth twitched at the sight of the still wriggling fish. She couldn't bring herself to eat it raw. She grabbed the fish, took her weapon to gut it, and after removing the innards, she looked at the fire pit in the cave, found a stick nearby, and skewered the fish to roast it over the fire. The gorilla seemed very curious. Seeing Joan's actions, it stopped eating and ran over to watch her intently. This is called roasted fish. It tastes very delicious when it's cooked. Joan explained, intrigued by the gorilla's curiosity, although she wasn't sure it could understand her. Starving, Joan roasted the fish while rummaging through her bag for the seasonings she carried: cumin, chili powder, and cooking oil. As she brushed it on, a fragrant aroma immediately wafted through the cave. The female gorilla seemed to catch the scent and excitedly began to roar. Fish, fish. It seemed to want to say something to Joan, but was limited in words. Yes, roasted fish, but you have to wait a bit. It's almost done. I'll share half with you. Joan was used to the female gorilla's enthusiastic behavior. Since it meant no harm, she naturally relaxed. As Joan spoke, the female gorilla astonishingly stopped calling out and obediently squatted beside her, watching the fish in Joan's hand with eager eyes, yet it didn't reach out to grab it. As Joan saw the fish turning golden, she brought it closer, pulled a piece off to check the meat inside, confirmed it was ready, and then found another stick to split the fish in half, offering one half to the gorilla. It eagerly reached out to take it and immediately tried to shove it into its mouth. Wait, Joan called out in time. The gorilla paused its movements and looked at Joan in confusion. Joan smiled and explained, this just got roasted. It's very hot, so blow on it. She demonstrated by blowing on the fish before tearing off a piece and putting it in her mouth. It was clear that the gorilla was intelligent. Imitating Joan, it held the piece of fish to its mouth, blew on it, then tore off a large chunk and popped it in. The fish seemed to still be hot. It breathed heavily before finally swallowing the meat. Seeing this, Joan laughed. Don't rush, blow on it a bit more. The atmosphere in the cave was quite harmonious. The female gorilla was happily eating the fish, but suddenly, halfway through, it stopped. Joan looked at her, unsure of what was wrong, and her expression turned serious. What's wrong? The gorilla stood up abruptly and dashed out of the cave without a word. Joan quickly followed, standing at the cave entrance to see the female gorilla holding the fish meat high and rushing into the group of gorillas outside. It was making loud calls, as if talking to them. The other gorillas, upon hearing the female gorilla, curiously gathered around, their eyes fixed on the fish meat in her hand. Chapter 82, where Joan looked at their actions with curiosity. She saw the gorilla hesitantly eat the roasted fish after receiving it. It suddenly dawned on Joan that the mother gorilla was in a hurry to share with her companions. Joan showed a helpless expression, relieved to know there was no issue. Just when she thought everything was fine, the group of gorillas suddenly became restless. The leading gorilla raised the roasted fish in its hand and shouted loudly. The nearby gorillas cheered around him. The scene looked both strange and novel. The mother gorilla turned her head and saw Joan. Immediately, she reported to the nearby gorilla, pointing at Joan as if she was saying something. Joan felt the collective gaze on her, and her body tensed up. These creatures, standing like giants, all staring at her, made her feel a chill. Before long, the mother gorilla ran over, joyfully speaking to Joan. Roast fish, 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 fish. She could only say a few words in a primitive language, but it proved they were very intelligent and could learn from Joan. Joan found it strange that she could actually understand their meaning. Who are you? Can I roast some more fish? Fish, fish. The mother gorilla nodded excitedly. Seeing this, Joan felt relieved. No problem. Just as she agreed, the mother gorilla eagerly grabbed Joan and ran directly to a clearing at the entrance of the cave. In the center of the town was a huge bonfire. This was their tribal gathering area. The surroundings were adorned with their symbols. Piles of stones were carved into various weapons, looking quite novel. The mother gorilla brought over a bamboo basket full of fish from nearby. These should be their main food. This place was barren, with very few edible things. It was likely these fish were caught from the water nearby, and they looked wild and large. Joan didn't refuse. Seeing their eager expressions, she decided to take on the role of the cook. After simply preparing the fish, Joan skewered them with sticks and roasted them over the fire. To her surprise, the gorillas started imitating her actions, bringing sticks and clumsily trying to skewer the fish. Joan was a little shocked by their rapid learning. However, this primitive tribe was still somewhat backward, and their tempers were rather impatient. For instance, one gorilla tried multiple times to imitate Joan but failed, ultimately throwing the fish on the ground in frustration and stamping on it as if venting its anger. Joan was startled by this scene. She blinked, her heart racing. She increasingly felt that being in such an environment was dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to her fate being like that fish. Chirp! Go! At that moment, the nearby mother gorilla suddenly scolded. Joan looked over in astonishment. The gorilla that was scolded stopped, looking sullen. Joan seemed to grasp a key point and asked the mother gorilla, "Do you have names?" "What is yours?" She was sure she hadn't misheard. The mother gorilla turned, patted herself, and slowly spoke. Yeah, that's a nice name. I'm Joan." Joan introduced herself kindly. She had a certain fondness for this mother gorilla. From start to finish, she hadn't shown any hostility towards Joan and even brought her food, looking quite friendly. And the mother gorilla tried to call Joan's name, but could only stutter it out one syllable at a time. There weren't many words she could learn, so she ended up calling her in. "That's fine too." Joan smiled. "Chirp, not bad, he anxious." Yet anxiously explained to Joan, pointing to the grumpy gorilla beside them. As if to clarify, Joan understood this implication and nodded. "Chirp, I'll teach you." She took out another fish, pointed to its mouth, and demonstrated how to skewer it with the stick, repeating the action for the gorilla to learn. The previously angry gorilla seemed to see the cleverness in it, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to try again. Fortunately, this time it succeeded quickly. It cheered on the spot and then rushed to Joan, suddenly picking her up and spinning her around. Joan was startled but relieved that there was no hostility. She felt dizzy and was then set down. Watching the surrounding gorillas cheering, Joan understood that this was one of their ways of celebrating. "You came over," looking at Joan with concern, as if asking if she was okay. "I'm fine." Joan shook her head, having gotten used to some of the survival communication methods of this tribe. She wasn't as scared anymore. Next to the bonfire, skewers of roasted fish were lined up. Joan was preparing seasoning for the fish. In no time, the fragrant roasted fish appeared before the gorillas. "Okay, eat." Seeing their eager expressions, Joan gave an affirmative answer. Then, they rushed forward to grab the roasted fish and began to eat happily. Joan couldn't help but smile. After friendly interactions, Joan gradually integrated into this tribe. However, she always tried to find a way out. But whenever she got close to the barriers, they would grab her and anxiously pull her back into the cave, trying to persuade her with something. It was evident from their faces that they displayed anxiety and panic, as if there were fierce beasts outside that would leave her dead if she ventured out. That night, Joan washed up with the water they had brought back. She put on their unique animal skin clothing, which she had already gotten used to. "Yeah, why can't we go out?" She had been in this place for at least 3 days. These gorillas were very friendly and had never harmed her. But the only issue was that she couldn't leave. They seemed very fearful of something outside. Thus, every time they brought Joan back, they anxiously wanted to convey something. "Yeah," hearing Joan's question, turned to look at her in panic. No, they are. Can't go out." After several days together, you had learned more words, and now what she said was easier to understand. Seeing you so nervous, Joan quickly asked, "Who are they?" Chapter 83. Triggering a new mission. This sentence seemed to have triggered something in you, who suddenly stood up. Eat us. Scary. This was the first time Joanna had seen you so emotionally unhinged. She quickly stepped forward to calm her down, while also carefully pondering Ya's words. "Eat them? What kind of monster is that?" Joanna had witnessed the strength of these gorillas. They were incredibly powerful and possessed a certain level of intelligence. Having survived in this place for so long, showing that their physical qualities were absolutely top-notch. Yet now, something had appeared that instilled fear in them. Joanna was genuinely curious. So far, the side quests in the system had been completely still. Ever since arriving here, she had been inexplicably brought into this tribe. There was basically no way to leave. They probably didn't let her leave because they were afraid she would die outside. In a way, they were protecting her. However, staying here indefinitely was not an option. She had to find a way out. She couldn't just spend her entire life in this tribe. Ding dong, side quest activated. Please assist the Miwa tribe in successfully fending off external enemies. Reward: insect repellent. A quest was triggered? So there really are external enemies? The sudden activation of this quest couldn't mean that the so-called external enemies had already arrived, could it? With this thought, Joanna nervously looked towards the cave entrance. The next second, a sharp sound suddenly echoed around. Joanna didn't react in time, but you immediately grabbed a weapon from inside the cave and fiercely rushed out. Yeah, what happened? It was the middle of the night. Outside, apart from the light of the burning campfire, everything else was pitch black. However, all the gorillas in the tribe had come out. They nervously grabbed their weapons, and the entire tribe started to stir. Joanna ran out of the cave, but froze in shock. The perimeter of the tribe was blocked by a stone fence, and there, a large group of giant spiders was brutally attacking the fence, seemingly trying to invade. Joanna couldn't believe her eyes as she saw this scene. Spiders? No, not spiders. How could there be spiders with human faces? Indeed, those giant spiders seemed to be the size of an adult cheetah, but their heads had human faces. Twisted, evil. What on earth are these things? As Joanna was stunned, the gorillas began their attack. But it was clear that these spiders had tough skin, and their attacks did not drive them away. In fact, the giant spiders had already destroyed a section of the fence and were now attacking the second one. If they broke through, they would all be in danger. System, the task you've given me can't be this, right? Joanna felt a chill run down her spine. Her psychic power was only level 3. How much psychic energy would it take to kill all these bizarre-looking spiders? Ding dong, reminder to the host. In the underground area, the host's psychic power is less than 1. Therefore, using psychic energy to kill is ineffective. This was simply the worst news. Joanna's face darkened instantly. What's wrong? Do you want me to praise you? Host, please don't be angry. The system absolutely won't harm you. Use your clever little brain. If you can find a way to restrain the spider people, you'll be able to fend off this wave of attacks. This reminder finally had some effect. Joanna forced herself to calm down, looking around. These creatures were not afraid of sharp weapons. What were they afraid of? The system said there was a way to restrain them. It couldn't be lying to herself. What was it? What was it? She frantically searched, her gaze landing on the campfire in the center. Suddenly, she noticed that at the fence closest to the campfire, only a few spiders were attacking. They seemed to be dodging something vaguely. Fire? Were they afraid of fire? Joanna seemed to grasp a deep hope and quickly rushed out of the cave. You seemed to notice Joanna and, seeing her run out, immediately shouted anxiously, and, go back, quickly go back. Yeah, I can deal with these spiders. Joanna ran over and grabbed a stick from the campfire. You seemed to understand Joanna's words, looking at her in disbelief. Where's the fish oil we processed from the fish? Give it to me. Joanna urgently asked you. The other party was stunned for a moment, then suddenly ran toward the nearby cave. In no time, she came out holding a stone bucket made of rocks. Inside were the fish, entrails, and oil Joanna had previously processed. She had saved them to make some oil to enrich their food later. Who would have thought it would come in handy now? Pour all of this outside the fence. Joanna unhesitatingly grabbed a handful of fish oil and sprinkled it outside. He understood Joanna's actions and immediately followed suit. She called over other female gorillas. With more hands, their efficiency clearly improved. In just a short while, the perimeter was basically covered. Joanna took the burning stick and threw it out. Instantly, a circle of flames erupted around. Sizzling sounds echoed as the attacking spiders were thrown back by the flames, panicking and starting to retreat. It worked. Joanna's eyes lit up at the sight. The gorillas seemed to understand something, turning back to the campfire, grabbing burning sticks, and waving them at the spiders in front of them. These creatures were afraid of fire. One of them, having its front limb burned, let out a painful howl. The previously besieged situation was instantly reversed. Excited gorillas cheered and began dancing at the sight of the retreating spiders. Seeing this, Joanna breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. However, the next second, they all rushed forward, picked Joanna up without a word, and began cheering. They were no longer the frightened and panicked beings from before. Joanna celebrated with them, as if it were second nature. Their faces were filled with happy smiles, and looking at Joanna, they seemed to have developed a sense of respect. And thank you. You came over, pressing her hands against Joanna's forehead. This was a customary way of expressing gratitude in their tribe. Joanna smiled back at her. You're welcome. Yeah, your words are getting better and better. I want to talk to you about something. You nodded in understanding. The two of them went to an empty cave. Yeah, I want to leave. Chapter 84. This is the blood-sucking insect. Mother Joan did not hide her thoughts and informed the other party. He was taken aback for a moment, but soon her face showed a calm expression. You can deal with them. You can do it. I won't stop you. Indeed, from the beginning, they were worried that if they went out, they would be killed by those spider people. Now, seeing that Joan helped handle those spider people, they recognized her abilities. Thank you. I have friends, and I've been away from them for a long time. So I should leave now. Do you know how to get out of here? You fell silent for a moment. Then she suddenly left and returned with a lot of stone pieces in her arms. Joan stood up awkwardly and looked at her. She saw you placing the stone pieces one by one on the ground. Following her gaze, Joan noticed that there seemed to be carvings on the stone pieces. A cliff, then a tribe, and then spiders surrounding it. Is this a map of this ruin? Joan suddenly understood and hurriedly stepped forward to examine it closely. Her gaze fell on a cave not far away. Passing through the cave, there surprisingly was a forest, but why were there so many dots carved in that forest? Were these black dots? Insects. You seem to think of something, her expression becoming serious. Many. Joan's eyes lit up. It seems that her path is here. The system wouldn't give her a bug-repellent spray for no reason. There must be a useful place for it. So far, the blood-sucking insect mother had not been found. It was likely in this forest. The map also indicated this. After passing through the forest, it showed an open area of vast land. This is an exit. Thank you. Duh. This is very important to me. You have to go. You looked at Joan, as if she understood Joan's determination to leave. That's right, I must go. You didn't say anything else, but began searching through nearby things, finally finding a very smooth stone. She stuffed it into Joan's hand. Protect you. Joan curiously examined the item in her hand. She discovered that there were indeed some markings from their tribe on it. She guessed it was a kind of protective talisman made by their tribe, signifying safety. Thank you. I will carry it with me. Janadith. At dawn, Joan had already changed her clothes and was ready to leave. The gorilla people were waiting outside early. They looked reluctant. Among them, the leader gorilla handed over his favorite weapon, a very sharp spear. The spearhead was made of stone. Although it looked crude, the crafted stone was incredibly sharp. Roar, roar, roar. He was saying something to Joan. He explained, wish you safety. Okay, I will definitely be safe. Then goodbye, everyone. I hope we meet again by chance in the future. Joan solemnly held the spear in her hand. This tribe, although primitive and unable to communicate, lived underground but was very kind. Joan naturally hoped to meet them again in the future. After leaving the tribe, Joan followed the map and finally arrived at the cave entrance. With a fire in hand, Joan safely passed through and did not detect anything unusual. After passing through the cave, it was indeed as depicted on the map. She arrived at a forest. The morning passed in haste. No wonder. Yeah, and the others preferred to catch some fish in the nearby water for food rather than coming to this forest. It was such a long journey that it would be dark by the time they returned. Moreover, there might be unexpected dangers. This ruin was full of oddities. The forest looked vast. Unlike what was depicted on the map, one would find that it was impossible to see the end upon entering. The forest was exceptionally quiet. After Joan entered, looking at the vividly colorful plants and flowers, she felt it was even more strange. It seemed like something was missing. She walked and walked. Faintly hearing her own heartbeat, she suddenly stopped. Not right. It's too quiet. That's right, in a normal forest, there should be the sounds of insects and frogs. It shouldn't be this quiet. Yet after she entered, she heard no sounds at all. It was as if all these vibrant plants and flowers were a facade, eerily quiet. Joan stood still. What she didn't expect was that behind her, A small creature resembling a ginseng doll had been following her all along. When it saw Joan standing still, it made an evil expression and, taking her by surprise, revealed its fangs and lunged at Joan's neck. Poof! It didn't hit the fragrant neck. The little creature only felt a cold liquid spray out. Then, its body softened, and it fell to the ground in terror. Joan looked down at the ginseng doll, shaking the bug-repellent spray in her hand, frowning. One ugly doll. What is this thing? The little creature heard this and became furious. If it weren't for its heavy eyelids, making it unable to hold on and fainting, it would have taught this beastman a lesson. Rushing over to bite her neck and drain her blood. As night fell, it opened its eyes again. Finding itself bound tightly, it exclaimed, "Ah, damn beastman, let me go." It saw Joan sitting next to it. Joan had made a fire and was roasting the fruits picked from the forest beside the fire. "Oh, you're awake?" Joan smiled at the ginseng doll. At this moment, the panel displayed the creature's name. Blood-sucking insect mother. Damn beastman, if you have the ability, let me go, and we can fight one-on-one. It said in a babyish voice, sounding fierce. Joan observed it. It was chubby and white, with a pair of small wings on its back, 2 fangs in its mouth, looking both righteous and wicked, but it was still unrelated to insects. How stupid to fight one-on-one. Weren't you planning to ambush me at first? Joan raised her eyebrows. This insect was indeed strange. Not only could it talk, but its intelligence was also not low. Although she currently couldn't understand why the system required her to subdue this creature, everything was going smoothly. Dung, dung, dung. You intruded into my territory. How can you blame me? I tell you, you better let me go. Otherwise, my offspring will not spare you. As a mother insect, she naturally had a large number of offspring. She had noticed Joan's strange aura, so she planned to threaten her this way, hoping to be released. But unfortunately for her, her calculations were wrong. She could never have imagined that Joan actually came for her. Then bring them here. You just try the spray I had in my hand. Bring them here, and I'll kill them all, making things much easier. Chapter 85. I actually have to contract this ginseng doll. The ginseng doll trembled at these words. Instantly became obedient. Jiao didn't pay her any mind and took out the roasted fruit to eat. At this moment, she was also communicating with the system. System. I've already caught the bloodthirsty bug mother. The mission should be concluded, right? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. The reward has been sent. Hearing this wonderful system sound, Jiao An finally smiled. The contract book with 100 contract rate was simply like a treasure. Ding dong. It is recommended for the host to contract the bloodthirsty bug mother. Contract this ginseng doll? Jiao An was shocked and looked at her with disdain, somewhat confused by the system's meaning. Finding a powerful beast to contract would definitely be better than her. Ding dong. The bloodthirsty bug mother possesses a top-tier bloodline, restrains all fierce creatures, and has the strongest poison. The host captured her using the insecticide spray rewarded by the system. Once the spray's effect wears off, she will no longer be under control. If the host is bitten by the bloodthirsty bug mother, they will instantly turn to blood in 1 second. What? Jiao An's eyes almost popped out. Why didn't you say it earlier? Host, this is a great opportunity rewarded by the system. I was just afraid you would be too scared to take this side quest, so I had to guide you little by little. Jiao An was completely speechless. At this moment, she looked at the ginseng doll with caution. Since this thing is so powerful, it seems that there really is no choice but to contract her. This fellow had been shouting just now. If the effect of that spray wears off, she would probably chase me to the ends of the earth. Thinking of this, Jiao An didn't hesitate and quickly used the contract book. The ginseng doll, who was still shouting, suddenly felt a surge of energy within her body. And before she could react, she felt that she had formed a soul contract with someone. What have you done to me? Damn beast man, you dare to enslave me. Dare to enslave this queen. She screamed angrily. Seeing this, Jiao An hurriedly reassured her. Think it over, you'll enjoy delicious food with me. The contract is established. If you dare to harm me, you will instantly accompany me to the grave. The word accompany to the grave made this life-loving ginseng doll stop her movements. She glared fiercely at Jiao An, full of discontent. Jiao An's mouth twitched. Silently, she took out the fish meat that you had given her and started roasting it. These fruits were not filling at all. Meat was still necessary. For now, she could only take it one step at a time. After all, the contract was established. This ginseng doll couldn't back out even if she wanted to. From the looks of it, she should also cherish her life, so she probably wouldn't do anything to me for a while. The aroma of roasted fish quickly spread. When Jiao An saw that it was almost done and was about to eat, she noticed the intense gaze beside her. With someone staring at her so closely, Jiao An really couldn't eat. She simply handed over the fish meat in a friendly manner. "Do you want to eat? Take it away. You despicable beast man. I don't care what method you used. Let me go." Still fierce and menacing. However, as she spoke, she seemed to smell something delicious, and her gaze involuntarily fell on the roasted fish. So fragrant, so hungry. She hadn't caught any food today. She hadn't eaten anything at all. This roasted fish smells so good. No, how can a bug be so unambitious? This damn beast man is insidiously binding a contract with me. I have completely lost my freedom. But then again, I've been here for so long, and I'm bored to death every day. This beast man doesn't seem like she wants to harm me. Plus, her cooking seems pretty good. The food smells delicious. Following her should mean I can eat a lot of good food. The ginseng doll began her self-strategy. Jiao An watched her frown and then smile, feeling goosebumps all over. What is this fellow thinking? Aren't you going to eat? If you don't eat, I'm going to eat it. Jiao An couldn't be bothered with her. Seeing that she didn't want to pay attention to her, she simply withdrew her hand. "I'm eating." However, the next second, a small white head rushed over. The other party bit into the fish and tore off a large piece. Wow, so delicious, so delicious, so delicious. Jiao An looked in shock at the ginseng doll in front of her, then at the roasted fish in her hand. Good heavens, is there such a dramatic change of face? Here, all for you. She generously stuffed the roasted fish over. Don't underestimate her small size. Holding the roasted fish, she finished it in just a few bites. Not even a bone was left. This fellow is indeed strange. Even the bones went into her mouth like little cookies. At this moment, the ginseng doll, now full, lay on the ground, patting her protruding belly with her little hands. I haven't eaten so much in a long time, so comfortable. Seeing her so cute, Jiao An couldn't help but laugh. The bloodthirsty bug mother sounds quite terrifying. But this little ginseng doll's image, still patting her belly and saying she is stuffed, is quite a contrast. Jiao An roasted a few more fruits. Suddenly, the ginseng doll sat up and looked at Jiao An. "Hey woman, are you good at making delicious food?" Hearing the other party speaking to her, Jiao An confidently admitted, "Yes, my cooking is the best. Any food in my hands will taste good. Are you full? Do you want to eat another fruit?" She shook the fruit she was roasting in her hand. Upon seeing this, the ginseng doll immediately refused. "I'm not eating that. It tastes terrible. I've been here for so long and have already eaten this fruit. It's not good at all." She was full of resistance. Jiao An then replied, "This is a red jade fruit. It does taste bad when eaten raw with a very astringent flavor. But once roasted, the fruit flesh becomes soft, sticky, and sweet. The taste is completely different." As Jiao An spoke, she cut open the outer skin of the fruit, revealing the tender fruit flesh inside. At that moment, steam spread out, bringing with it a wave of fruity aroma, which made the ginseng doll curious. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Jiao An realized that no matter how powerful this bug mother was, she was still a glutton. Just by looking at her eager expression, it was clear she wanted to eat. Jiao An simply handed it to her. This fellow even pretended to be aloof and proud. "This is something you insisted on giving me. I'll give you a face, so I'll try it." After saying that, she couldn't wait to hold the fruit and took a big bite. Just as Jiao An said, it was soft, sticky, and sweet. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly gnawed on the fruit shell. In no time at all, one red jade fruit was completely eaten. She smacked her lips, looking as if she wanted more. Chapter 86. The Heart of the Millennium would no way. "You're such a tiny thing, eating so much. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Joanna looked the little ginseng doll up and down. It had devoured a whole roasted fish, which must have weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds, leaving no bones behind. And then it had eaten a red jade fruit the size of an adult's fist. That fruit was almost as big as her head, and yet it still hadn't had enough. "It's so delicious. This queen has decided. I will reluctantly follow you from now on. But you have to promise me that the food will always be better than what I have now." Seriously, was I just won over by food? I thought this guy would resist for a while after being forced into this contract. I didn't expect it to agree so readily. As expected, foodies are the easiest to deal with. My culinary skills come with system bonuses. No problem, I promise you. The next morning, Joanna extinguished the campfire and prepared to leave. The little ginseng doll flapped its wings and sat on Joanna's shoulder, nibbling on the fruit she had roasted for it. "Oh, woman, I must say, your cooking is excellent. But why are you here? To leave this place, you have to cross the Ganges River. On the other side of the Ganges, there are many infected monsters. Normally, I can't be bothered to deal with them because they fight endlessly, which is really exhausting for this queen." The little thing kept chattering. Joanna caught the key information and paused. Infected monsters? Yes, they seem to be controlled by something. In the past, as long as you injured them, they would smartly leave and not dare to be reckless again. But now, even if you seriously injure them, they still get up and continue fighting. It's endless and really annoying. This description is similar to infected entities. Joanna frowned. Doll, do they have any differences? For example, have their appearances changed? What doll? I am called Queen. Address me as Your Majesty. The ginseng doll was very dissatisfied with Joanna's address, but quickly accepted it. There are some changes. They look really disgusting. The flesh on their bodies has rotted away. They emit a very unpleasant odor. As expected, it can be confirmed that they are indeed infected entities. Joanna thought for a moment and then took out the insect egg she had been keeping with her. Doll, is this your offspring? Joanna initially thought these insects were blood-sucking insects, and based on the information provided by Shock, she also learned about a mother insect. Thus, she naturally connected these insects with the blood-sucking insect from the side quest issued by the system. However, now, the doll's appearance seemed very different from those disgusting black insects. Therefore, Joanna had an idea. That is, she had misunderstood from the very beginning. Sure enough, the doll just took a glance and turned its head away with a hint of disdain. How could such lowly, iron-blooded insects be worthy of being my offspring? Moreover, our blood-sucking insect clan does not just give birth to offspring for anyone. I am a noble queen, unwilling to expend my energy to nurture offspring. Therefore, I have never given birth to any offspring. These things are not. Hearing this, Joanna was shocked. So, your threat to me at the beginning was also a lie. Cough, cough. Can I just scare you a little? Joanna twitched the corner of her mouth. This insect really didn't say a single truthful word. Stepping out of the forest, Joanna felt the mental energy within her body seemed to be returning. She was a bit surprised, looking at herself, then turning to glance behind her. This ruin actually had places that suppressed her mental power, and these the officials back then seemed to have not checked. It seems that this ruin is definitely stranger than I thought. It must be hiding a lot of secrets. Hey, woman, you can't go past here. Up ahead is the Ganges, and those monsters are there. If there are too many of them, I might not be able to protect you. Is there another way out? Joanna calmly asked, having quietly drawn her weapon and gripped it tightly. There shouldn't be. The exit of the ruins is inherently a special structure, unless you go back, returning through that entrance. Otherwise, you can only take this route. The doll shook its head. Joanna smiled at these words. Then we have to take this route, after all. Are you crazy? No, that weapon in your hand. The doll suddenly noticed the ice blade in Joanna's hand. It flapped its wings and flew over. This is a supreme-level weapon. You actually have such a treasure. You recognize it? Joanna was also a bit surprised. This insect seems to know everything, much more than she had imagined. Of course, I just accidentally fell into this place. With my strength and reputation, I could shake the entire universe. It proudly lifted its chin, looking quite arrogant. Joanna opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly heard a sound nearby and immediately pulled the doll over, covering its mouth with her hand. Be quiet. There's movement. Joanna quickly moved behind a nearby stone wall. She saw several giant lizard monsters patrolling around a withered tree not far away. What were they doing? Joanna whispered, observing their behavior, feeling it was strange. Two of the lizard monsters were enormous. The rotting flesh on their bodies and their crimson pupils proved that they had already been infected. They are definitely not normal beasts. Woman, look at that tree. Just as Joanna was still observing the lizard monsters, the doll suddenly excitedly tugged at Joanna's sleeve. Hearing the noise, Joanna followed the doll's gaze. In the center of the withered tree, something seemed to be shimmering with light. What is that? She frowned, feeling that glow vaguely resonated with an energy within her. That is a treasure, a genius treasure. Do you understand? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the heart of the Millennium Wood. No wonder these guys Haven Tea come to disturb me recently. It turns out they discovered such a treasure and are protecting it here. This is the heart of the Millennium Wood. Consuming it would greatly enhance strength. It could even achieve a transformative effect. However, unfortunately, with my current body, I can't digest this heart of the Millennium Wood. It might even backfire. The doll flew around anxiously, but then its gaze fell on Joanna, and it seemed to have thought of something, its eyes lighting up. That's right. You and I are symbiotic. If you can consume it, then I can enjoy it as well. We can completely absorb this heart of the Millennium Wood. It's a huge benefit. Chapter 87. Wealth and Danger. Joan's fingers unconsciously rubbed against the stone wall beside her. She squinted at the babbling doll in front of her. This guy, clearly a bug, didn't look anything like one. Its entire body was as translucent as white jade, with 6 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings on its back, making a faint chirping sound as it spoke in an exaggerated tone. She looked up at the floating doll, which had an expectant, round little face. You can't really expect me to go steal that so-called heart of wood, can you? Joan lowered her voice and pointed at the strange, withered tree in the distance. Glancing at the monsters around, each one could tear us to shreds. The doll did a somersault in the air, its wings flapping faster. What are you afraid of? Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Besides, she suddenly lowered her voice, leaning in mysteriously. Haven't you noticed that the energy field at the bottom of this valley is slowly changing? Joan frowned. She had indeed noticed the increasingly oppressive feeling in the air. The doll continued. If we don't get the heart of wood to purify this area, within 3 days, we will be eroded by the source of infection here and turn into monsters like those lizard beasts. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Joan's back. She looked again at the withered tree, its red patterns on the trunk resembling flowing blood in the dim light, sending chills down her spine. Surrounding the roots were at least 20 mutated lizard beasts, their shells reflecting a strange metallic sheen, with poisonous stingers on their tails dripping murky liquid from time to time. But with my strength, even if I kill 2 or 3 of those mutated lizard beasts, I can't solve everything. What about me? Woman, although you used very disgraceful means to bind the contract, I can still begrudgingly accept you as my master in front of the treasure. Are you saying you have a way? Joan looked at her oddly. The doll raised her head slightly with a hint of pride, appearing very lofty. Of course, our bloodthirsty bug mother clan is born with the ability to control lower creatures, although we have been isolated from the world for many years. Interfering with a few lizard beasts is completely no problem. It seemed that the doll had some means. Just as Joan hesitated, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. System task released. Obtain the Millennium Heart of Wood. Task reward. Millennium Spiritual Spring Liquid X1. Note, Spiritual Spring Liquid can perfectly catalyze the energy of the Heart of Wood. With an absorption efficiency of 100, Joan was taken aback for a moment. Millennium Spiritual Spring Liquid? She checked what it was, and after reading the introduction, her breathing quickened. A legendary treasure. Just 1 drop is worth a fortune, let alone a whole bottle. If she could get it to absorb with the Heart of Wood, her level could at least jump 3 levels. The doll keenly sensed her change. What's wrong? Joan took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. You're right. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. We need to find a way to get the Heart of Wood. She gently patted the doll's soft white head, her tone affirmative. Doll, we'll rely on you this time. Although she found it strange, the doll didn't think much of it and instead felt quite pleased. That's more like it. She spun in the air. I was just observing those mutated lizards. They're extremely dehydrated, and when their skin turns a dusty gray, they will collectively go to the water hole in the east to drink. That will be our best chance to approach the withered tree. Joan nodded and began checking her equipment. Ice blade, some fire seeds, some food, and some miscellaneous items. We need to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. Joan whispered, Doll, can you fly high to see the situation around the withered tree? Be careful. The doll patted her chest. Leave it to me. After saying that, she soared high into the air and quickly disappeared into the mist. Although she vanished, due to their contract, Joan could still communicate with the doll through a mental link. She learned that the doll could indeed emit sound waves of special frequencies, affecting the emotions and behaviors of surrounding creatures. But her current ability was limited, capable of affecting at most 3 lizard beasts at the same time, for no more than 10 minutes. That's already great, Joan encouraged. When the time comes, you just need to interfere with the most guarded area, and I'll take care of the rest. The mental connection suddenly vanished. Joan was taken aback, and before she could react, she saw the doll returning not far away. Woman, I found an underground passage. It's about 50 steps northwest of the withered tree, covered by a pile of rubble. It might be a shortcut to the route. Joan's eyes lit up. That's great. Do those lizard beasts know about this passage? They probably don't. The entrance is covered with cobwebs and looks like no one has been through for a long time. The two quickly devised a plan. When the lizard beasts go to drink water, the doll would lead away a few monsters that might be left behind. Joan would approach the withered tree through the underground passage, and when the time came, the doll would immediately interfere with any guards they might encounter while Joan seized the heart of wood. Remember, the heart of wood is usually hidden in the hollow in the center of the trunk, looking like a beating heart, entirely emerald green, the doll warned seriously. When you take it, be sure to use jade or wood to contain it. Metal will contaminate its energy. Joan nodded, taking out a large wooden box from her pocket that she originally intended to use for storing ingredients. As night fell, the fog in the valley grew thicker, with visibility under 10 meters. The treasure said this was a good thing. The dense fog could conceal their movements. Sure enough, not long after, a chaotic sound of footsteps and roars came from afar. The lizard beasts began to move collectively. Now is the time, the doll whispered. I'll go distract any that might be left behind. You act as the opportunity arises. Joan tightened her grip on the ice blade, watching the doll's small figure disappear into the mist. It was time. Let's go. Joan lowered her body and quickly moved northwest. At this moment, the doll had already returned. Flying half a meter in front of her, the sound waves generated by its flapping wings forming an invisible barrier that masked Joan's footsteps. Soon, she found a pile of rubble. Joan carefully moved a few stones, revealing a dark hole that was just wide enough for one person to crawl through. Taking a deep breath, Joan entered the narrow passage. The interior was damp and cold, with slippery moss covering the walls. She had to rely on her eyes to find her way, struggling through the winding tunnel. After an unknown amount of time crawling, a faint light suddenly appeared ahead. Joan quickened her pace, finally reaching the end of the passage to a small underground cave, with a few cracks in the ceiling letting in some light. The most shocking thing was that in the center of the cave lay thick tree roots. The red patterns seen on the ground were even more pronounced here, pulsating like blood vessels on the surface of the roots, emitting an eerie red glow. Chapter 88, The Heart of the Millennium Tree. We arrived right beneath the withered tree. Joanna whispered, suddenly noticing some ancient symbols carved on the tree roots. She leaned in closer to examine them and discovered that they were a long-lost spiritual script. This is a sealing incantation? Joanna was shocked to recognize a few characters. This tree had not withered naturally. It had been sealed by someone. The doll suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting warning sound waves. Joanna immediately became alert and turned around, only to see 3 pairs of crimson eyes peering through the darkness at the entrance of the passage, staring intently at her. She had been discovered. Prepare for battle. Joanna drew her weapon. The doll flew to her shoulder, its wings vibrating rapidly, emitting interference waves. 3 mutated lizard monsters let out piercing hisses and lunged at her. Joanna decisively dodged, retreating towards the tree roots based on her memory, while hearing the dull sounds of the lizard monsters colliding in the smoke and their furious roars. Doll, how long can you interfere with them? At most 5 minutes. Their resistance is stronger than expected. Joanna quickly thought about her strategy. Since she was already at the roots, maybe she could directly obtain the heart of the tree from here, without risking going above ground. She carefully examined the pulsating red patterns and found that they converged at a certain point, extending upwards. The heart of the tree should be directly above this position, Joanna concluded. She drew her ice blade and cautiously made a cut on the tree root. To her surprise, the root trembled as if it were a living creature. Dark red liquid oozing from the wound, emitting a pungent, fishy smell. This is not ordinary tree sap. It's blood. Joanna watched in shock. Suddenly, the entire cave began to tremble violently, the cracks above her head widening, and debris began to fall. Not good. There's a tree spirit. It has awakened. The doll exclaimed in fear, "Woman, we must leave immediately." Joanna gritted her teeth, advancing instead of retreating, driving her weapon deeper into the tree root. And with all her strength, she slashed along the red patterns. The root convulsed like an injured giant beast, and a blinding green light burst forth from a wound. In the center of that green light, a fist-sized, heart-shaped emerald crystal could be faintly seen, pulsating slowly with some rhythm. "The heart of the tree," Joanna exclaimed, disregarding the danger, reaching out towards the green light. Just as her fingers were about to touch the heart of the tree, the entire cave collapsed with a thunderous roar. Joanna felt a spinning sensation, and then she was buried in endless darkness. As the darkness gradually faded, Joanna's consciousness slowly returned. Like surfacing from water, the first thing she felt was a warm energy continuously flowing into her veins, repairing her damaged body. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids and saw a soft white figure hovering just above her chest, two small hands pressed against her heart, emitting a gentle green glow. "Doll," Joanna croaked, her throat feeling as if it had been sandpapered. The white figure trembled suddenly, soaring a few feet higher, and the green light disappeared. Woman, you finally woke up." The doll's voice was filled with irritation. "Thank goodness you didn't die. If you had died, I would have died too. Don't forget our contract." Joanna propped herself up with difficulty, realizing she was lying in a small cave, with glowing moss hanging from the ceiling providing faint light. Her entire body felt as if it had been disassembled and reassembled, aching painfully, but oddly enough, her internal injuries seemed to have healed significantly. "I told you to leave quickly. Why didn't you go?" The doll continued to dance in the air, scolding her with a flushed little face. "Do you know how hard it was to dig you out from that pile of rubble? I'm such a noble queen. I actually had to burrow like a gopher." Joanna looked at the doll's flustered appearance and couldn't help but chuckle, but the laughter tugged at her rib injury, causing her to gasp painfully. She looked down and saw that she was tightly holding onto the specially made wooden box, and even through the box, she could feel the heavy energy fluctuations emanating from it. "We got it?" Joanna couldn't believe it, her fingers gently brushing over the surface of the wooden box. The doll stopped its incessant complaints, flying lower and gazing at the wooden box with a complex expression. "Yes, we got it. You stuffed it into the box just before you passed out." Joanna's eyes lit up, and despite her body aching, she excitedly sat up straight. "We really got it." She couldn't help but tease. "Weren't you very eager for this treasure? Why aren't you happy now that we have it?" "Foolish woman." The doll suddenly erupted in anger, its body nearly turning red. "Of course, life is the most important thing. Do you know how close you were to dying? When that tree spirit went berserk, the entire underground cave collapsed. If I hadn't used the earth escape technique to drag you out in time." Her voice trailed off, her small body trembling slightly. Joanna was taken aback. She hadn't expected the doll to be so emotional. This little one, who had been haughty and sharp-tongued at first, now had suspicious tears glimmering in its eyes. The softest part of Joanna's heart was gently touched. She extended her index finger and lightly tapped the doll's small hand. "I'm sorry for worrying you," Joanna said softly. "I promise to think more carefully next time and won't take such risks again." The doll shook off her finger and flew to the other end of the cave, turning its back on Joanna. Who was worried about you? I just didn't want a contract to backfire." But its flying trajectory was somewhat unsteady, revealing its inner turmoil. Joanna smiled and didn't expose it. She looked around, confirmed that the hidden cave was temporarily safe, took a deep breath, and turned her attention back to the wooden box. The ceiling runes carved on the box glowed faintly, seemingly suppressing the powerful energy inside from leaking out. "Should we open it now?" Joanna asked, her fingers hovering at the edge of the lid. The doll finally turned around, still looking displeased, but had flown back to Joanna's side. "Be careful. The energy of the Millennium Heart of the tree is very pure. Direct contact may trigger an energy resonance." Joanna nodded and cautiously opened the wooden box. As the lid lifted, a gentle green light flowed out like water. illuminating the entire cave. Inside the box lay a heart-shaped emerald crystal, about the size of a fist, with natural wood patterns on its surface. And it seemed as if liquid was slowly flowing inside. It pulsed slightly with some mysterious rhythm, as if it were alive. This is the heart of the Millennium Tree. Joanna held her breath, stunned by the beauty before her, unable to speak. She could feel her heartbeat synchronizing unknowingly with the pulsation of the heart of the tree, and the blood throughout her body began to flow faster. An indescribable craving surged from deep within her soul, and Joanna unconsciously reached out, wanting to touch this treasure of heaven and earth. "Wait!" the doll suddenly shouted. "Don't touch it directly." Chapter 89. No wonder I chose this person, Jiao An sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the Millennium Heart of Wood emitting a faint green light from the box. The Heart of Wood trembled slightly in her hand, as if it had life, pulsating with a powerful energy that made her heart race. "Woman, don't absorb it directly." The doll flew down from above, its chubby little hands tightly gripping her clothes, its voice filled with seriousness. "This heart of wood is a treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Its energy is too dominating. Reckless absorption will shatter your meridians." Jiao An furrowed her brow, feeling the terrifying energy contained within the heart of wood, like a wild horse that could break free at any moment. "What should I do?" she asked softly, her gaze intensely focused on the intricate patterns on the surface of the heart. The doll jumped down from her shoulder, standing on the ground, gesturing to explain. "The best way is to absorb it along with other gentle natural treasures, harmonizing yin and yang, gradually and step by step." But now, it helplessly spread its hands, indicating that conditions were limited, and they could only proceed slowly, which, although time-consuming, was at least safe. Jiao An pondered, suddenly recalling something, and took out a crystal-clear jade bottle from the system space. The liquid inside was as clear as a spring, shimmering with a faint blue light under the illumination. "Is this what you mean by gentle natural treasures?" She shook it, and a crisp sound of water came from within. This is..." The doll's eyes instantly widened, its little face flushed with excitement. It almost lunged at the jade bottle, its small hands trembling as it wanted to touch it, but hesitated. "The Millennium Spirit Spring Liquid? Woman, where did you get such a treasure?" Jiao An smiled slightly, but did not answer. The matters of the system were too bizarre. Even with her life connected to the contract beast, she did not plan to reveal a single word. In this brutal world of beasts, it was better for fewer people to know certain secrets. Seeing Jiao An's silence, the doll wisely did not press further, but the desire in its eyes was almost tangible. It circled around the jade bottle several times, its voice trembling with excitement. "Woman, hurry, take the opportunity to absorb it. If this treasure is discovered by others, who knows how many will covet it?" Jiao An nodded, placed the heart of wood in front of her, and carefully opened the jade bottle. A refreshing fragrance immediately spread out. She could feel her internal mental energy starting to operate on its own, every pore greedily absorbing the aura of the spiritual liquid in the air. "First, take 3 drops of the spirit spring liquid. After your meridians adapt, then use your spiritual power to guide the energy of the heart of wood," the doll instructed nervously, its small face serious. "Woman, don't blame me for not warning you. You must proceed step by step and not be greedy." Jiao An took a deep breath and, following the doll's instructions, dropped 3 drops of the spirit spring liquid into her mouth. The moment the liquid entered her throat, a cool sensation flowed down her body. She felt so comfortable that she almost moaned, as her entire meridian system greedily absorbed this pure energy like a parched land receiving rain. Once the energy from the spirit spring liquid stabilized, Jiao An slowly placed her hand above the heart of wood. Under the doll's tense gaze, she cautiously divided a strand of spiritual power, delicately probing into the heart of wood. Boom! The moment 2 completely different energies met within Jiao An's body. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "It hurts so much. How can it hurt this badly?" The intense pain caused Jiao An to collapse to the ground instantly. The doll, flapping its wings, frowned upon seeing Jiao An's suffering. "Woman, you must endure the bone-crushing pain during the absorption process. Otherwise, not only will you fail to absorb this treasure, but you might also die on the spot. The doll's words were completely a case of hindsight. Jiao An stared wide-eyed, feeling powerless, unable to get up due to the pain. She could only curse in resentment. Why didn't you say it earlier? It hurt. It felt as if her whole being was about to explode. In the end, Jiao An did not know if she managed to endure it or not. All she knew was that her vision went dark and she fainted. When she opened her eyes again, Jiao An could clearly feel the powerful energy circulating within her body. She jumped up in an instant. Have I become stronger? It was an obvious feeling. At this point, her level should have reached level 6. She had directly jumped 3 levels. This Millennium Heart of Wood was indeed a treasure. No wonder the doll insisted on snatching it from Tiger's mouth. Noticing her change, Jiao An felt delighted. Becoming stronger seemed to be just one aspect. She looked down at her body, which had previously been extremely overweight but was now noticeably slimmer. She couldn't wait to stand up, jumping twice, feeling slightly unaccustomed to her lighter body. I've lost weight. She eagerly opened the system panel. It clearly displayed Jiao An's current personal information. Host, Jiao An appearance value. Beautiful and charming weight. 102 gene height. 168 meters evaluation. A relatively attractive little beauty. Wow, I've actually shed that overweight body. What could be the reason? Jiao An pondered. She withdrew her thoughts and turned her gaze to the doll lying on the ground not far away, seemingly absorbing energy as well. At that moment, a flash of golden light passed over it. Then, Jiao An saw its 6 wings grow much larger. In the next second, the doll opened its eyes and joyfully flew up. I've broken through. This queen has finally broken through. It exclaimed happily, and, as it looked up, it saw Jiao An. Woman, you truly are the one I chose. You actually made it through. You really didn't disappoint me. This little thing, when can it change its lecturing tone? Jiao An's face darkened, and she simply ignored it, looking around. How long have we been here? 3 days? 5 days? Oh dear, I forgot. It's either 3 days or 5 days. But woman, you look quite good like this. The effect of the heart of wood is indeed great. Your current strength is probably 2 or 3 times that of before. Jiao An nodded, not denying it. We need to leave quickly. Jiao An vaguely felt that something was off. Such a treasure was hidden in this place, and moreover, the tree spirit was sealed by someone. It was likely that this treasure had long been coveted by others. But now she had barged in and snatched it away. It seemed rather provocative. Therefore, it was better to leave early. You're right. I can now sense the entire map of the ruins. Follow this queen. I'll take you out. Saying this, the doll proudly waved its wings and headed in one direction. Jiao An did not doubt it and immediately followed. Just a few hours after the two left, several men in black suddenly appeared. Chapter 93 Days to find you as the sun sets. The last streaks of blood-red light filter through the dense forest, casting mottled shadows at the entrance to the underground cave. Jiao An had been gone for only half an hour when 3 dark figures, like ghosts, swept over the treetops and silently landed around the entrance. The man in the lead wore a golden crow mask, and the dark golden 3-legged bird totem glowed eerily in the twilight. As soon as he landed, his figure suddenly froze. The entrance to his hidden underground cave had been opened. Startled, the man in the golden crow mask quickly moved forward and entered the underground cave. Before him lay a scene of ruins. This is impossible. The voice that came from beneath the golden mask was deep and hoarse, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. His fingers, hidden beneath the black robe, trembled slightly, and suddenly, he struck his palm against the only surviving ancient tree nearby. The tree trunk, as thick as 3 men could embrace, instantly turned to dust. No, how could it be gone? The 2 men in black behind him followed him in simultaneously. The man on the left, wearing a silver wolf mask, sneered. Old Six, this can't be that the treasure is lost, right? His curved dagger had somehow been unsheathed 3 inches, its cold light reflecting off the menacing wolf pattern on his mask. The man in the golden crow mask ignored him, frantically rushing towards the ruins. A stream of black energy flew out from his sleeve, turning the large boulders piled on the ground into powder. Before the dust settled, he stood there, swaying. Moments later, a heart-wrenching roar echoed from within the cave, shaking the entire mountain. The birds resting nearby scattered in panic. And the beasts in the forest fled in all directions. At this moment, the man in the golden crow mask had bloodshot eyes, his whole body wrapped in a tangible black malice. "Who is it?" He roared to the sky, the sound causing leaves to fall in a flurry. "Who stole my 1,000-year-old wood heart?" The silver wolf-masked man stood with his arms crossed, speaking in a mocking tone. "Old Six, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're putting on a show for us. Could it be that the treasure really is lost?" He turned to his companion. "Bronze, do you believe this?" The man in the bronze ghost mask let out a metallic laughter. The secret map of the wood heart was personally bestowed by the master. Some people are usually very cautious, even wary of their colleagues. But now he suddenly stepped closer. "The wood heart is ripening, and we were called here to harvest it. But the treasure is gone?" "Shut up." The man in the golden crow mask erupted with terrifying pressure, fissures cracking the ground beneath him. "Do you dare to slander me?" The silver wolf-masked man showed no fear, instead mocking. "Old Six, don't be so quick to anger. Losing the wood heart will seriously affect the master's plans. Can you bear the responsibility for this?" His tone dragged out meaningfully. "Can you afford it?" The bronze ghost mask suddenly raised a hand and cast a spell, revealing several traces of dissipating spiritual energy in the air. From the looks of this aura, the thief left no more than an hour ago. He turned to the man in the golden crow mask, his tone suddenly turning cold. "Could it be that you orchestrated all of this yourself, wanting to keep it for yourself? Seeking death?" The man in the golden crow mask was furious and struck out. A beam of black light aimed directly at the throat of the bronze ghost mask. The silver wolf-masked man instantly drew his knife, and with a clash of metal, a wave of air exploded between the three of them. "Enough!" The silver wolf-masked man shouted sharply. "What is the use of infighting now? The urgent matter is to find the wood heart." He sheathed his curved dagger, his tone dark. "Moreover, the hiding place in Qiushui City has already been exposed. The official spies are increasing. We must evacuate immediately." The bronze ghost mask snorted coldly. "Old Six, take care of yourself. The main hall meeting is in 3 days. I hope by then you can give the master a satisfactory explanation." After saying this, he flickered and vanished like blue smoke into the twilight. The silver wolf-masked man cast one last glance at the man in the golden crow mask. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The master's methods, you know them." Before his words faded, he had already retreated into the forest like a ghost. In an instant, only the man in the golden crow mask remained before the ruins. He stood there, fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping down his wrist and leaving dark red marks on the ground. "No matter who you are," he gritted his teeth and growled, his voice like a venomous snake's hiss. "I will make you wish you were never born." Taking a deep breath, the man in the golden crow mask suppressed his rage and took out a pitch-black wooden box from his bosom. The surface of the box was engraved with strange runes, and as soon as it was opened, the temperature around dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost formed on the ground. Lying quietly inside the box was a 3-inch-long metal centipede, entirely black as ink, with each segment of its shell engraved with blood-red incantations. This was the soul-collecting centipede he had crafted using the souls of 999 living beings. It was usually treasured like life itself. But now he had no choice but to use it. Go find that thief. He bit his tongue, a drop of his vital blood spraying onto the centipede. The moment the blood touched the shell, the blood-red incantations suddenly lit up, absorbing all the blood. The metal centipede trembled violently and raised its head like a living creature, its 2 ruby-encrusted eyes glowing with an eerie light. The centipede darted to the cave entrance, its antennae vibrating rapidly, capturing the residual aura in the air. Moments later, it suddenly turned towards the southeast and emitted a sharp screech, blood mist seeping from the gaps in its shell. The man in the golden crow mask smiled coldly. "Southeast, that S towards Qiushui City." He raised his hand in a beckoning motion, and the centipede flew back into his sleeve. It ran quite fast, but unfortunately he cast one last glance at the ruins and suddenly waved his sleeve, releasing a beam of black light. The entire cave collapsed with a rumble, along with all the trees within 100 meters withering and dying. 3 days, he murmured to himself, is enough time for me to find you and retrieve the wood heart. Before his words faded, His figure had transformed into a cloud of black mist, drifting southeast. As twilight descended, only the dead trees and collapsed mountain remained in the forest, bearing witness to everything that had happened here. Meanwhile, 30 miles away on a mountain road, Jiao An suddenly felt a shiver in her heart, inexplicably sensing a bone-chilling cold. She turned to look back in the direction they had come from, only to see the last streak of rosy light in the sky swallowed by darkness. "Woman, what's wrong?" The doll poked its head out from her collar. Jiao An shook her head. "It's nothing." Just Jiao An furrowed her brow, feeling as though someone was watching them. The enormous cave concealed an exit, and relying on the doll's abilities, Jiao An quickly emerged from inside. She didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed the doll, wanting to return to Qiushui City as quickly as possible. The doll nervously looked around. "Then let us hurry. It's getting dark. Qiushui City is just ahead, and we'll be safe once we get there." Jiao An nodded and quickened her pace. Just as they were nearing the city, Jiao An was surprised to find that the black mist in the city had completely vanished. However, there were many more guard soldiers at the perimeter of Qiushui City, strictly controlling those entering and exiting, as if they were searching for something. Chapter 91. Fu Yunqing arrives. "What are you daydreaming about, woman?" The doll gently tugged at the fabric of her sleeve. "Hurry up and get into the city. It's getting dark." Jiao An came back to her senses, adjusting her slightly worn and loose clothing. After absorbing the heart of wood, not only had her figure undergone a dramatic transformation, but she had also grown 3 inches taller, making her original clothes look baggy and somewhat ridiculous. There was a long line of people waiting to enter the city at the city gate, and the soldiers were conducting thorough checks one by one. Jiao An noticed that the inspections were particularly strict today, with each person required to undergo detailed identity verification. It seemed something had happened in the city. She whispered to the doll on her sleeve and slowly walked toward the city gate. When it was her turn, a soldier with a brutish face blocked her path. He had a nasty scar above his left eye and wore armor marked with the insignia of a squad leader. "Stop." The squad leader's muscular arm was crossed in front of Jiao An, his copper bell-like eyes sizing her up. "Who are you? What's your identity?" Jiao An was taken aback for a moment, then quickly smiled warmly. "I'm Jiao An from the 7th Squad." "What?" The squad leader suddenly bellowed, startling several civilians in line, who quickly stepped back. He drew his sword from his waist, the gleaming tip aimed directly at Jiao An's throat. "Arrest her." 2 soldiers immediately lunged forward, grabbing Jiao An's arms on either side. She instinctively tried to break free, but held back, knowing they were colleagues. And fighting would only make things worse. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding," Jiao An hurriedly explained. "I really am Jiao An from the 7th Squad." "Shut up." The squad leader spat, pushing the sword tip closer, almost touching her skin. Half a month ago, Major General Zhong personally reported that Jiao An from the 7th Squad was missing. "We have detail files." He looked at Jiao An's slender figure with a mocking expression. "That Jiao An weighed over 200 pounds. You have nothing to do with her." Whispers circulated among the crowd, many pointing at Jiao An. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment and helplessness. The heart of wood had transformed her body, but she hadn't expected it would lead to such trouble. "I can explain." Jiao An took a deep breath. "I've had some special circumstances in the past half-month, and my body has changed." "Keep making things up," the squad leader sneered. "Recently, cult activities have been frequent, and we've caught several spies impersonating officials." He turned to the soldiers and ordered, "Take her away and interrogate her properly." Jiao An felt the grip on her arms tighten like iron clamps. The doll on her sleeve whispered in a tiny voice, tinged with pride, "Woman, do you want me to help teach these guys a lesson? Just a little bit of mind-controlling pollen. Don't be ridiculous." Jiao An stopped her in a voice only the doll could hear. "They're just doing their duty." Just as she was about to be taken away, Jiao An had a sudden idea. "Wait, I can prove my identity. Let my beast husband come to identify me." A name flashed through her mind. "Fu Yunqing. Captain Fu can prove my identity." The squad leader paused, eyeing Jiao An with suspicion. "Do you know Lord Fu?" "Of course." Jiao An nodded eagerly. "He is my beast husband." Seeing that she might be able to prove her identity, Jiao An felt a sense of relief. She had almost jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't clear her name, being mistaken for a spy. The squad leader hesitated. Fu Yunqing was a well-known captain of the Special Operations Team in Qiushui City, and he had come to assist the 7th squad. He signaled for the soldiers to wait and quietly instructed his deputy, "Go fetch Lord Fu. Remember, just say there's an important matter at the city gate. Don't mention anything else." The waiting time felt exceptionally long. Jiao An was taken to a guard post beside the city gate. Although she wasn't shackled, 2 soldiers stood guard over her, without moving an inch. The setting sun's rays filtered through the window, casting shadows at her feet. Will that Fu Yunqing really come? The doll sounded a bit impatient. It's been so long, and he still hasn't arrived. Just as I thought, men are unreliable. A noble queen like me never needs a male. Jiao An, the silly woman, shouldn't have placed her hopes on a man. Those little soldiers could be easily dealt with. A simple beat-down would prove her identity. Jiao An smiled wryly. Of course he knows me, but given my current situation, he might be surprised to see me. She recalled the man who always had a cold expression and couldn't help but murmur. I wonder if he will recognize me now. Suddenly, the doll tensed up. Not good. Woman, I sense an evil aura approaching, it seems like. Before she could finish, a commotion erupted outside the city gate. Then came a piercing scream, followed by the squad leader's roar. Enemy attack. Close the city gates. Jiao An jumped to her feet, but was pushed back in her seat by a soldier. Stay put. The soldier shouted, nervously glancing outside. The commotion quickly escalated into chaos. The sounds of terrified screams, clashing weapons, and the rustling of some creature crawling mixed together. Jiao An's heartbeat quickened. The keen perception granted by the heart of wood made her aware that something extremely dangerous was approaching. Let me out, she shouted to the soldiers. Something's happening outside. I can help. As the soldier hesitated, the wooden door of the guard post suddenly exploded. A metal centipede, as thick as a bucket, burst through the door, its hundreds of legs scraping across the ground with a nauseating sound. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiao An, corrosive venom dripping from its mandibles, releasing a pungent white smoke from the ground. It's coming for me. Jiao An gasped, finally understanding what the doll meant by an evil aura. She pushed aside the stunned soldier. Run. Go call for reinforcements. The metal centipede emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at Jiao An. In that critical moment, a cold blue abyss blade sliced through the air, striking the centipede's head with precision. The centipede recoiled in pain, its severed segments thrashing wildly on the ground. Step back. A voice as cold as ice rang out at the door. Jiao An turned to see a tall figure standing against the light, a long blade radiating a chilling aura in his hand. Fu Yunqing had arrived. At that moment, not far away, the masked man in the golden house, controlling the centipede, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he was still one step too late. He had intended to finish quickly and capture the thieving little brat, but those squad members had arrived sooner than expected. It seemed he could only retreat. If his identity was exposed, he would have no place to bury himself. But it was so frustrating. The treasure he had been guarding all along was taken away, just like that. Chapter 92. Who are you, Jiao An? The metallic centipede's severed body writhed crazily on the ground, oozing foul black blood from causing the corroded bluestone floor to sizzle. Fu Yunqing flicked his wrist, and the frost that had condensed on the Mingyuan blade fell off. The blade tip pointing directly at the centipede's remains. Captain Fu. Sergeant Wu rushed over with several soldiers. Should we chase? Fu Yunqing did not respond immediately. He squinted at the direction the centipede had fled, its speed unusually fast, as if summoned by something. The woods outside the city appeared especially deep in the dusk, with faint black mist swirling. No need. Fu Yunqing sheathed his sword, his voice icy, perhaps trying to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Sergeant Wu quickly bowed in agreement, cold sweat still on his forehead. If that monster had rushed into the city, he dared not think further and turned to Jiao An to apologize. Miss, I have wronged you earlier. Jiao An waved her hand to indicate it was fine, but her gaze remained fixed on Fu Yunqing. After half a month apart, this man seemed even more austere. The dark outfit outlined his tall figure, and 7 ice crystal tokens hung from his silver waist belt, serving as proof of his identity as Captain Fu. His chiseled face still bore little expression, but the fine scar above his left eyebrow added a touch of murderous aura. Fu Yunqing. Jiao An couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, her voice filled with the joy of reunion. Fu Yunqing's figure stiffened slightly, as he slowly turned around. His purple eyes fell on Joanne's face, first with confusion. Then his pupils contracted. The woman before him wore loose, tattered clothes, a weapon, the ice blade, hanging at her waist, tall with skin like jade. Most astonishing were her bright, star-like eyes, lively and unmistakably the same as he remembered. You are Fuyunkang Swoludard, Joan? Of course it's me. Joanne twirled around, her clothes fluttering. How about it? Can't recognize me? Fuyunkang esse fingertips trembled imperceptibly. The woman he initially remembered as bloated and filthy, exuding a foul stench, had now seemingly undergone a transformation. Her features were now delicate, with almond eyes and a beautiful nose, lips like a touch of vermilion. Her posture was upright like a green bamboo, exuding a refreshing aura with every movement. What startled him most was the pure and thick psychic energy flowing around her, far beyond what she used to be. At least she had reached level 6. How could you? Fu Yunqing found himself at a loss for words, his gaze wandering over her. How did you become like this? Joan touched her nose, smiling slyly. It's a long story, consider it. A fortuitous encounter. She didn't notice that when she mentioned the word fortuitous, Fu Yunqing's brow furrowed slightly. The man's hand, hanging at his side, clenched and then relaxed, finally only softly saying, "It's good that you're alive." This sentence was as light as a sigh, yet it made Joanne's heart tremble. Half a month ago, she had fallen to the bottom of a cliff, missing for so long. At that time, did anyone care about her life or death? Lord Fu. A messenger hurriedly ran over, saying that Major General Zhong requested you to go to the command post immediately, saying they caught an important informant of the cult. Fu Yunqing nodded and turned to Joanne. You should go rest. After a pause, he added, don't wander around. Recently, cult members have been rampant in the city. Before Joanne could respond, he had turned and left, his black cloak drawing a hard arc in the twilight. Joanne watched his back, inexplicably feeling that those upright shoulders seemed even tenser than before. Strange, she murmured softly, why do I feel like he is avoiding me? The doll on her sleeve poked its head out. Master, your beast husband is so cold. Joanne pondered for a moment. I don't know, things must be getting urgent. The doll chuckled. But he should care about you a lot. When he said it's good that you're alive, his heart raced 3 beats faster. Just as Joanne was about to retort, she suddenly sensed something unusual. She abruptly turned her head towards the shadow of the city wall. It was empty, but she distinctly felt a malicious gaze. A woman? The doll keenly noticed her tension. It's nothing. Joanne suppressed her unease and decided to go rest. In the shadow around the corner of the city wall, the man in the golden chrome mask slowly withdrew his gaze. The soul-chasing centipede in his sleeve squirmed restlessly, suppressed by a wave of black energy. Fu Yunqing. He rubbed the edge of the mask, his voice cold. I didn't expect that this wretch would have a connection with him. The power of that blade just now shocked him. If he hadn't recalled the centipede in time, even the psychic energy attached to it would have been obliterated. More troubling was that Joanne's current appearance differed greatly from the information. If not for the soul-chasing centipede confirming her aura, he wouldn't have recognized her at all. The power of the heart of wood. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes beneath the mask. It indeed had transformative effects. He quietly retreated into the darkness. Now that the target was confirmed, the next step was to patiently wait for the right moment. There would always be times when she wouldn't be guarded. The lights of Qiushui City were bright. Joanne sat by the window, staring blankly at the soldiers patrolling the street. When she left half a month ago, the city was shrouded in black mist, a dead city. What had happened since then? Woman, what are you thinking? The doll jumped onto the windowsill, asking curiously. Joanne rested her chin on her hand. I was thinking about Fu Yunqing's reaction. She frowned. His attitude towards me seems very contradictory. Fu Yunqing had always been as cold as ice towards the original owner, avoiding her. After her long period of pursuit, his attitude had softened a lot, but just now it seemed she saw a hint of loneliness in that man's eyes. He probably isn't used to my changes. Joanne shook her head to clear her thoughts and reached out to touch her now flat and firm abdomen. The heart of wood not only changed her appearance, but also eliminated the toxins accumulated by the original owner over the years. The doll suddenly perked up its ears. Someone else coming. A knock at the door sounded just in time. Joanne opened the door to find Huashu instantly rushing over. hugging her tightly. Jiao An was startled. It was tea until she smelled that familiar scent that she relaxed. Huashu, let go of me. I can't breathe. Jiao An pushed her away. At that moment, it seemed Huashu also realized something and suddenly pulled back, looking at Jiao An in shock, questioning. Who are you? Where's Jiao An? Jiao An's face darkened. Another one. I am Jiao An. She didn't want to explain anymore and simply walked over to sit at the table, eating the snacks that the soldiers had just brought. Huashu was stunned for 2 seconds, carefully scrutinizing Jiao An before finally coming back to her senses. Chapter 93, I want to see Fu Yunqing. Is it really you? How did you lose so much weight? Huasu couldn't believe it. It had only been half a month, and the woman who was over 200 pounds before had suddenly become a slim lady. I encountered some things and naturally lost weight. Xiaoan replied casually. Huasu listened without caring about that. His gaze was fixed intently on Xiaoan. It's fine, no matter how you change, as long as you come back alive. His tone was affectionate, and Xiaoan shivered. When she looked at him, the system panel appeared before her eyes. Target male lead. Huasu current favorability. 50. How could the favorability be so high? Xiaoan opened her mouth. If she said this fox had one face in public and another behind the scenes, making it hard to read his emotions. Now, with that deeply concerned demeanor, he didn't seem to be faking it. Xiaoan felt secretly pleased. She didn't expect that after being missing for more than 10 days, the favorability could still increase automatically. Why are you only eating this? I'll have someone prepare a meal for you. After glancing at the snacks on the table, Huasu stood up, intending to go out. Xiaoan pulled it back. No need. I've eaten enough of these snacks. I have some questions I want to ask you. Huasu was delighted to see Xiao and wanting to keep him, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Don't just ask me questions. Staying to accompany Xiao An is also necessary. This lewd fox is indeed a lewd fox. The formula hasn't changed at all. Xiao An's mouth twitched, and she quickly changed the topic. Not about that. I want to ask you, did something happen to Fu Yunqing? Did you run into something? Upon hearing Xiao An mention Fu Yunqing, the other party immediately pressed for details. Xiao An was confused by the question. What did I run into? You didn't run into anything? I thought you ran into those people from the Fu family. Huasu smiled, and from his expression, it was evident that many things must have happened in the past half month. You need to tell me everything from the beginning. Xiao An became interested and urged Huasu to talk. Huasu was generous and began to recount from the start. After Xiao An fell to the bottom of the cliff, they immediately conducted a search, but after searching again and again, they found no one. In the end, they had to temporarily give up and return to Qiushui City to continue tracking the whereabouts of the city lord of Qiushui City. Along the way, the city lord's daughter, Fong and Shan, escaped, leaving the officials in a dire situation, but soon headquarters sent reinforcements. And the incoming was from the royal family's Fu family. In the dim light of the room, Xiao An's fingers unconsciously tightened around the teacup. The tea had long cooled, and the surface reflected her tightly furrowed brows. You didn't lie to me? She asked in a low voice. Sitting across from her, Huasu smiled wickedly, his long hair glowing softly in the candlelight. What reason would I have to lie to Xiao An? What benefit would that bring? The Fu family sent second elder Fu Mingde, carrying the royal decree, and even Major General Zhong had to comply. Xiao An felt a heaviness in her chest. She recalled Fu Yunqing's faint words today, as long as you're alive, and realized the loneliness in his eyes was due to this matter. How dare they? Xiao An slammed the table, causing the teacup to clink loudly. The beast-husband contract is a mutually agreed upon bond. Even the royal family has no right to unilaterally terminate it. Huasu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, glancing out the window as he continued. The problem is that the officials have already declared you dead. According to the contract code, if one party to the contract dies, the other party automatically regains their freedom. So the Fu family is eager to claim someone? Xiao An sneered. At that time, Fu Yunqing was expelled by their Fu family because he had not become my good sister's beast husband, but instead became this useless one. They ruthlessly severed ties and expelled him from the family. Now it's quite the opposite because Fu Yunqing has made a breakthrough. Huasu said softly, 3 days ago, he single-handedly killed a 6th-level infected creature on the city wall. After that battle, he directly advanced to level 9. Hu Su Sai. The Fu family urgently needs a powerful expert to hold down the fort. I heard that the situation in the royal city is turbulent, and they want to form a marriage alliance with the Xiao family from the north. A marriage alliance? Jiao An's voice suddenly rose. Then she forcibly suppressed it. So what do they take Fu Yunqing for? An item that can be disposed of at will? Huasu did not answer, only looked at her with concern. Jiao An took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The heart of what slowly circulated within her body, the cool mental energy flowing through her veins, soothing her turbulent emotions. I want to see Fu Yunqing, she suddenly said. Huasu hesitated. It's too late today and what? Your return is already spread. Major General Zhong is tied up with urgent matters and can't get away. He specifically instructed me that when I see you, I must not let you run around. The Fu family is clearly intent on claiming you, and if they find out you're still alive. Huasu's brow furrowed slightly. They will likely not hesitate to take action against you, as in their eyes, you are just a deposed princess. Jiao An's pupils constricted. She should have thought of this. Since the Fu family dared to brazenly claim someone, they naturally would not allow her, a supposedly dead person, to suddenly resurrect. I must ask him in person. Jiao An stood up and grabbed a weapon from the table. Huasu, you should go back first. Huasu frowned as he saw he couldn't stop her. I'll go with you. No, too many eyes will make it difficult. I'll sneak over. I should be able to see him. Huasu thought this made sense, so he agreed. The night was deep, and the streets were empty. Jiao An moved quickly in the shadows of the eaves, heading toward the North City Tower, where Fu Yunqing often stayed. The body transformed by the heart of wood was as light as a swallow, each step precisely avoiding the sight of patrolling soldiers. As she turned the third corner, Jiao An suddenly stopped. Her senses were several times sharper than before, clearly capturing the faint footsteps behind her. Someone was following. Jiao An pretended not to notice and continued forward, but as she passed a small alley, she suddenly accelerated and vanished around the corner. The follower took the bait and hurriedly chased after her. Are they following me? Jiao An appeared behind the pursuer like a ghost, the cold blade pressing against his back. The man stiffened and slowly turned around. In the moonlight, a strange face appeared. The newcomer wore the coarse clothes of an ordinary merchant, but his gaze was as sharp as an eagle. What drew attention was the golden token that was faintly visible at his waist. That was the insignia of the Fu family S-guards. Miss Jiao. The other party forced himself to remain calm. My family's second elder would like to invite you for a discussion. Jiao An pushed the blade forward half an inch. Fu Mingda? Chapter 94. The strategy of drawing the tiger away from its mountain. The man nodded. The second elder said that as long as you are willing to actively dissolve the contract, the Fu family can offer you a generous compensation, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Jiao An smiled faintly. I'm sorry, but please tell Fu Mingda that I am a sentimental person. Once someone is mine, they will be mine for a lifetime. The guard's expression changed. Miss Jiao, you should think carefully. Your current status is merely that of a deposed princess. How can you oppose the Fu family? Then let's give it a try. Jiao An shrugged indifferently. In the next moment, she pivoted the blade and struck the man back several steps with the back of her knife. If you follow me again, it won't be a warning next time. The guard stumbled to regain his balance, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled out an object from his sleeve and threw it to the ground, instantly filling the air with smoke. Jiao An stepped back cautiously, only to see 3 silver darts flying out of the smoke. Watch out, miss. The doll immediately alerted her through their connection. Jiao An dodged to the side, 2 hidden weapons brushing past her hair, but the third dart headed straight for her throat. At the critical moment, an ice wall appeared out of nowhere, freezing the dart in midair. Is the Fu family resorting to such despicable means now? A cold voice came from the rooftop. Fu Yunqing stood with his hands behind his back, the moonlight casting a silver sheen over him. The lingering chill still surrounded his fingertips, but his gaze was colder than ice. Seeing the situation turning against him, the guard turned to flee. Fu Yunqing snorted coldly, waved his hand casually, and the fleeing man was instantly turned into an ice statue, leaving only his mouth able to speak. Go back and tell Fu Mingda. Fu Yunqing's voice was not loud, but each word cut like a knife. If you dare to touch her again, I will make the Fu family pay with their lives. The guard turned pale with fear, and as the frost melted slightly, he scrambled away. Jiao An looked up at the person on the rooftop, momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Yunqing floated down and stood before her. The distance between them was merely 3 feet, yet it felt as though there was an invisible wall separating them. You shouldn't have come out. Fu Yunqing broke the silence first. The Fu family's eyes are everywhere in the city. Jiao An met his gaze. So you plan to say nothing and let them manipulate you? Fu Yunqing averted his eyes. This matter has nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with me? Jiao An laughed in anger. Fu Yunqing, our beast husband contract is still in place. By law, you are still mine. The contract has been dissolved. Fu Yunqing interrupted her. The moment the authorities declared you dead, the contract became invalid. Jiao An felt as if she had been struck hard. She opened her mouth, but could not make a sound. The night wind blew, carrying the familiar cold pine scent from Fu Yunqing, but it felt even more distant than before. Then why did you save me? She finally found her voice. Since the contract no longer exists, what does my life or death have to do with you? Fu Yunqing was silent for a long time, the moonlight casting a shadow beneath his long lashes. You're not that annoying anymore. It was just a matter of convenience. He finally said, turning to leave. Jiao An grabbed his wrist. At the moment, their skin touched. Both of them shivered. Fu Yunqing's wrist was cold, but under her touch, it slightly warmed. Jiao An could feel his pulse suddenly quickening, synchronizing oddly with her own racing heart. Fu Yunqing, if you really want to return to the Fu family, I won't stop you. But if they are forcing you, I won't allow it. This sentence seemed to exhaust all her strength. Jiao An herself noticed her strange emotions. Initially, it was just for the sake of strategy. However, this time, among her complex feelings, the most prominent was not the anxiety of losing a target, but the discomfort of Fu Yunqing wanting to leave her. She didn't want Fu Yunqing to go. Fu Yunqing finally turned his head. Under the moonlight, Jiao An saw the depth in his eyes for the first time. Those eyes, usually so cold, now resembled a shattered icy lake, with emotions beneath that she couldn't comprehend. Jiao An. He softly called her name, as if it were a precious incantation. Before he could finish, a sudden urgent whistle echoed from afar. Fu Yunqing's expression changed. It's the alarm from the North City Tower. They exchanged glances and rushed toward the sound. Jiao An's anxiety grew stronger. The whistle came too coincidentally, as if it were meant to draw them away. Sure enough, just 2 streets away, a shadow descended from the sky, blocking their path. The person wore a luxurious purple robe, and his features bore a resemblance to Fu Yunqing, but with a hint of sinister sharpness. Behind him stood 12 golden armored guards, each holding a specially made spirit-binding chain. Yunqing, your father has been waiting for you for a long time. Fu Mingde stroked his beard and smiled, but his gaze fell on Jiao An. So this is the resurrected princess? Indeed, a complete transformation. Jiao An instantly understood the pursuer from earlier and the alarm from North City. It was all a strategy to draw the tiger away from its mountain. Fu Mingde's true target had always been her, the stumbling block. Fu Yunqing stepped in front of Jiao An, the Mingyuan blade already drawn. You cannot harm her. The night wind rustled Fu Mingde's purple robe, glinting coldly in the moonlight. He narrowed his eyes, staring at Fu Yunqing standing in front of Jiao An, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yunqing, are you really willing to go against the entire Fu family for a woman? Fu Mingde's voice was like a venomous snake's tongue, each word wrapped in threat. Jiao An could feel Fu Yunqing's tense back muscles, his fingers gripping the knife, turning white. But unexpectedly, Fu Yunqing suddenly sheathed his blade, the Mingyuan blade emitting a clear, resonant sound. Father has misunderstood. Fu Yunqing's voice was terrifyingly calm. I have nothing to do with Jiao An anymore. Jiao An looked up sharply, incredulously staring at Fu Yunqing's profile. His chiseled face was expressionless like an ice sculpture. Only the throbbing veins were visibly pulsing. Oh, Fu Mingde raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting this development. Then, just now, it was merely out of righteousness. Fu Yunqing interrupted coldly. Jiao An is still officially registered as a member. If she were to be harmed in Xiushui City, even if done flawlessly, it would still draw the authorities' displeasure. He slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Jiao An. Moreover, she has greatly increased her strength now. The people my father brought may not gain the upper hand. This statement was both an explanation and a warning. Fu Mingde stroked his beard in contemplation, his eyes gleaming. After a moment, he suddenly laughed heartily. Good, good. No wonder you are a son of the Fu family. Understanding the bigger picture. Jiao An bit her lip hard, the taste of iron and blood spreading in her mouth. She couldn't believe that Fu Yunqing so easily distanced himself. Nor could she believe that he was discussing her life and death in such a transactional manner. Yunqing, as long as you obediently cooperate, everything will naturally be well. Fu Mingde nodded in satisfaction. Now, come back with me. Chapter 95. I have nothing to do with you. Fu Yunqing did not hesitate and stepped toward the Fu family's camp. As he passed by Jiao An, a chilling aura surrounded him. Fu Yunqing. Jiao An finally couldn't help but shout. Are you really going to make such a decision? Her voice echoed clearly on the silent street, carrying a hint of anger she wasn't even aware of. Fu Yunqing paused for a moment, but did not turn back. I have nothing to do with you. His voice was colder than the winter of Qiushui City. From now on, don't come looking for me. The members of the Fu family surrounded Fu Yunqing as they left, the golden armored guards walking backward alertly, the spirit-locking chains glimmering with a chilling light under the moonlight. Until their figures completely disappeared around the corner, Jiao An remained standing in place, her fingers subconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothes. Lady, what kind of vision do you have? A doll from her sleeve popped out, bouncing angrily onto her shoulder. You don't need that kind of man. You should learn from this queen, become stronger, and rise to the peak of the universe. What's so special about men? Jiao An did not respond. She mechanically took a step forward, wandering aimlessly on the empty street. The night wind blew away the stray hairs at her temples, but couldn't disperse the heavy pain in her heart. Dog system, get out here. With a low roar in her heart, a faint blue light screen appeared before her. The screen flickered with chaotic ripples, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. How can you still be unhappy? Jiao An gritted her teeth. Look at the target you chose for me. Cold as ice on the surface, but indecisive in reality. How can you casually abandon a contract partner for some damn family responsibility? What is so good about this kind of man? Hurry up and change him for me. The system fell silent for a moment, and a line of text slowly appeared on the screen. According to data analysis, target object Fu Yunqing has a compatibility of 98, making him the optimal choice. The host's emotional fluctuations are abnormal. It is advised to communicate after calming down. Calm down? How can I calm down? Jiao An picked up a stone and threw it at the light screen, which the stone passed right through. He walked away with the Fu family in front of me, and all that time I spent strategizing was in vain. This time, the system simply played dead, giving no response. From the doll's perspective, Jiao An was inexplicably losing her mind, picking up stones from the ground and throwing them around. She shook her head helplessly. She increasingly felt that being a single queen was the strongest position. Jiao An couldn't remember how she got back, falling into a daze and eventually sleeping. The next morning, Zhong Tian came looking for her. Afu followed behind Zhong Tian. Upon seeing Jiao An, she rushed over and hugged her tightly. Jiao An, you really are Jiao An. Everyone said you've changed, and I thought it was just a rumor. How could you have lost so much weight? But you look really good. Afu grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Jiao and tugged at the corners of her mouth, appearing uninterested. Zhong Tian seemed to understand something, pulling Afu back to him. The two of them entered the house. Only then did Zhong Tian speak. You know about Fu Yunqing, right? I know. Jiao nodded. I know what you want to say. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. She acted very relaxed. Zhong Tian opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Where have you been for the past half-month? We've been searching for you, but found nothing. Zhong Tian got to the point. Jiao An thought for a moment and shared some unusual things she encountered in the ruins. You were actually inside the ruins? Yes. How could that be? We searched the inside and outside of the ruins several times and didn't find you. Afu exclaimed in surprise. Jiao An was also taken aback. Really? Anyway, the cultists are becoming more active. The latest intel indicates they have a gathering in 3 days. It seems they are brewing a sacrificial conspiracy. Duan Qi and Shun Tingyan are on the verge of a breakthrough, so they are in seclusion and haven't come out yet. We currently lack manpower, and we can't rely on the Fu family. I sense something was off, but I can't pinpoint it right now. Jiao An, I feel that the energy fluctuations within you are significant. Have you gotten stronger? That's right, I'm now at level 6. Jiao An stood up and slightly activated her internal energy, feeling the thick energy fluctuations, which made Zhong Tian's eyes light up. 3 levels in half a month? Half a month ago, you were only level 3. Now you've not only jumped 3 levels, but also undergone a huge change in appearance. Zhong Tian wanted to ask Jiao An what kind of adventure she had encountered, but he held back. Everyone has their own secrets. And asking too much could be seen as overstepping. That's great. With you, Jiao An, our chances of winning this time will surely increase. Afu said excitedly from the side. Zhong Tian nodded seriously. If we finish the matter in Qiushui City, Jiao An, I can break the rules and take you to the medium city, Heishansheng, to report to our branch. You can skip the 6 months of internship and become a formal member. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiao An's eyes brightened. I can leave Luoyue City. You have to know, I was demoted by the royal city and became a commoner. If I can't break free from this identity, I will forever be stuck in a low-level city. Fu Yunqing regained his identity as a descendant of the Fu family after breaking the contract with me. So he is no longer a commoner and can return. But if I want to escape this identity, I must complete the main quest. The only choice is the official route. I agree. I will definitely cooperate. That's great. Zhong Tian said. There are 4 major formations set up in the city, and I'm still tracking the movements of those cultists. Originally, I was going to let Afu handle this. You and Afu together will make me feel more at ease. Okay. Jiao nodded. She then watched Zhong Tian leave. Afu eagerly pulled Jiao An outside. Let's go eat first. Jiao An, our meals have gotten worse because you weren't here. Although I tried to cook like you did before, it never tasted as good as yours. I haven't eaten your roasted meat in a long time. Afu clung to Jiao An with a look of longing. Jiao An smiled helplessly and reached out to pat Afu's hand that was holding her arm. Don't worry. Now that I'm back, I guarantee there will be plenty. I'll make breakfast. What do you want to eat? Really? That's great. But I want something refreshing. Is that okay? Jiao An thought for a moment. Then I'll make some perilla cold porridge. It tastes very refreshing. You'll definitely like it. It sounds delicious. I can't wait. The 2 women chatted as they walked, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 96. Please make a choice in the kitchen. The flickering flames illuminated the various cooking utensils hanging on the stone walls. Jiao An stood in front of the stove, her slender fingers gently stirring the perilla leaves in the clay pot, the pale purple leaves unfurling in the water, releasing a refreshing fragrance. Afu stood beside her, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the porridge in the pot, her nose twitching in delight. Jiao An, your cooking skills are truly amazing. Just the smell makes my mouth water. Jiao An's lips curled slightly as she spoke calmly. Perilla cold porridge can relieve heat. Haven't you been feeling unwell lately? You're not around. How can I eat well? I feel like I can't live without you now. Afu pouted, making Jiao An unable to help but laugh. In the kitchen, the aroma was overwhelming. I suddenly really want to eat meat. Afu gazed longingly at the mountain of exotic beast meat piled nearby. The chunks of meat were bright red with distinct marbling, clearly the finest game. Jiao An followed her gaze and was slightly surprised. In the beast world, fresh exotic meat was a scarce resource. Ordinary cities would be lucky to receive some scraps, and places like their city, Falling Moon City, which was a lower-tier city, rarely saw such things. Yet here, the meat was piled high, even including the most precious frost-patterned beast tenderloin. These, she hesitated. Afu pouted and lowered her voice. Isn't it because the Fu family is here? Their people are indeed strong, able to hunt several high-level exotic beasts every day. Jiao An's fingers paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal as she said lightly, "Oh." She didn't ask further and simply picked a piece of finely marbled leg meat from a pile, and with a flash of the knife. The meat was cut into evenly sized cubes. Her knife skills were incredibly fast, the blade flickering at her fingertips, almost transforming into a silver line. When the meat cubes fell into the bowl, one could even see the slightly quivering texture. Afu watched in awe. Your knife skills are even better than those of combat experts. Jiao An didn't respond, but poured the meat cubes into the porridge and stirred gently. The refreshing scent of perilla mixed with the aroma of meat, immediately filling the kitchen and stimulating one's appetite. However, just as Afu was eager to take a bite, the kitchen door was suddenly kicked open. Bang! 3 members of the Fu family, dressed in dark blue family emblem outfits, swaggered in, weapons made of high-quality materials hanging at their waists, their faces displaying arrogance. The leading man glanced around and finally set his gaze on Jiao An and Afu, grinning widely. "Hey, make us something to eat." Afu's expression darkened as she suppressed her disgust and pointed to the pile of meat in the corner. "The meat is over there. Help yourselves." However, the group didn't move at all. Instead, they were drawn in by the aroma wafting from the pot, and one of them reached out to lift the pot lid. "This porridge smells good. Serve us a few bowls." Jiao An's wooden spoon snapped against the man's wrist with a sharp sound, neither too hard nor too soft, just enough to make him recoil in pain. "Who do you think you are?" She raised her gaze, her eyes cold. "I'm not your cook." The Fu family member's expression changed dramatically, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. "You lowly wench. A cook from a lower-tier city dares to lay hands on us." He suddenly drew out the long knife at his waist, the blade gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Jiao An. Afu gasped and instinctively wanted to step forward, but Jiao An stopped her. "My knife is no slower than yours." Jiao An sneered, and the wooden spoon in her hand had somehow flipped, replaced by a shimmering blade. The group clearly did not expect her to resist. The leading man sneered, looking for death. The blade flashed as it came down. However, just as the blade was about to reach Jiao, and boom, a shadow flashed like a ghost, and the next second, the armed Fu family member was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spitting from his mouth. The other two had yet to react when they were overturned by an invisible force, unable to struggle at all. The kitchen fell into a terrifying silence. Fu Yunqing stood in the center, wearing a standard military uniform that made him look exceptionally handsome, exuding a suffocating pressure. His gaze was icy as he spoke in a low voice. "Who allowed you to act recklessly here?" "Young Master Chun, young Master Chun." The faces of the three turned pale as they knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Fu Yunqing didn't even bother to glance at them, coldly saying, "Get out." The three felt as if they had received a reprieve, scrambling out in a hurry. In the kitchen, only Jiao An, Afu, and Fu Yunqing remained. The air felt as if it had solidified. Fu Yunqing slowly turned, his gaze landing on Jiao, and as he swallowed, Are you okay?" As soon as he said this, he regretted it. He had just recently claimed that she was unrelated to him, yet he couldn't help but care for her now. Jiao An's fingers tightened slightly, her knuckles turning white. She raised her gaze, her eyes cold. "Thank you, Lord Fu, for your timely rescue. However, someone unrelated to you does not deserve your concern." Fu Yunqing's chest tightened, and the hand hidden in his sleeve unconsciously clenched, his nails digging deep into his palm. Blood seeping out, but he remained oblivious. "Jiao An." He called her name softly, unsure of what to say. "The porridge is going to burn." Jiao An turned her back to him, her voice eerily calm. "Afu, go get the bowls." Afu glanced at the two, sensing the tension, and wisely slipped away to fetch the bowls. "Okay." Fu Yunqing stood in place, watching Jiao An straight back, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed against his chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. Finally, he silently turned and left. "Forget it. It's almost time. I'll explain everything to her later. Now is not the right moment." The moment the kitchen door closed, Jiao An's hand trembled slightly. Under the reflection of the stove fire, a drop of water silently fell into the pot. Outside the door, Fu Yunqing leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Ding dong, detected that the favorability of the target male lead, Fu Yunqing, is increasing. Due to the termination of the contract between both parties, this target male lead is not counted as part of the system's mainline tasks. Please make a choice, host. 1. Continue to sign the contract. 2. Choose a more quality male lead for the contract. The inappropriate system voice sounded once again. Jiao An rolled her eyes. She always felt that this guy was doing it on purpose, choosing to interrupt at the most annoying times. Continue to sign? No way. You just said I have nothing to do with you. She couldn't understand why he suddenly had a favorable impression of her. Jiao An couldn't stand this kind of frustration. With the favorability there, yet the other party always pushed her away, she felt helpless. But when it came to changing people, she felt inexplicably resistant. It was as if she had already gotten used to dealing with them. Fu Yunqing. In her impression, he was a very gentle person, ever since she started the contract. He had never said anything harsh to her. Jiao An didn't have low feelings towards Fu Yunqing either. Chapter 97, Rebinding the Target, System Warning, Binding of Target Fu Yunqing invalid. Current strategy progress reset. Please host immediately re-sign contract. The mechanical voice exploding in Jiao An's mind caused the wooden spoon she was using to stir the medicinal porridge to clang against the edge of the ceramic pot. The porridge in the pot rolled over, just like her currently turbulent thoughts. Don't rush me, she scolded herself, and the sudden noise nearly choked Afu, who was gnawing on a fruit. Jiao An was still brainwashing herself, reminding herself that when he said in front of the clan that they had nothing to do with each other, it meant she wouldn't turn back. The semi-transparent system panel flickered red in front of her. According to emotional fluctuation calculations, Fu Yunqing's regret probability is 87. 3. Let him regret then. Jiao An chopped the meat into tiny pieces, the knife hitting the cutting board with a dense rhythm. The image of Fu Yunqing standing before her reappeared. That tall, straight figure, even when severing ties, he wouldn't turn a look at her. Detected host resistance emotions. Activating backup plan. Changing strategy target. Scanning for bindable characters. Just as Jiao An was about to refute, her gaze was suddenly fixed by a three-dimensional projection that popped up from the panel. The image showed a young man drenched to the skin, a pale face marked with a streak of blood, curled up in a corner of a cave bandaging himself. His phoenix eyes were strikingly similar to Fu Yunqing's, yet exuded a stubborn wildness. Fu Yunqi? She read the labeled name. A side branch of the Fu family? Bloodline Purity 62, current candidate for the Fu family's young master ranked 7th, current injured state. Survival value continuously decreasing. Immediate rescue is recommended to activate the affection system. Jiao An stared at the blood-stained cuff of the man in the projection, unable to help but squint. He looked quite young, pitifully curled up like that. Lead the way. The mist in the mountain stream was denser than expected. Jiao An tightened her cloak, the medicinal porridge in the food box making faint sounds as it swayed. The system navigation had suddenly malfunctioned 15 minutes ago, and now she could only rely on her keen sense of smell for the bloody scent to proceed. You better not be malfunctioning. She stepped over the slippery moss, the dagger at her waist swaying slightly with her movements. Before she left, Afu had forced her to take a bottle of poison, claiming it worked well when applied to weapons, and she had used it. As if answering her complaints, a splash suddenly came from ahead. Jiao An's eyes brightened, quickening her pace to push aside the hanging vines, then froze in place. There was no injured member of the Fu family at all. The moonlight pierced through the mist, revealing a giant green serpent coiled in the center of the mountain spring. Its serpent body, as thick as an adult man's waist, appeared and disappeared on the water's surface, and its vertical pupils narrowed into lines upon seeing her, forked tongue exhaling a chilling breath. System, Jiao An screamed in her mind, and as she stepped back, she felt someone pull her. She plummeted into the water. The giant serpent raised its head, the scales rubbing together with a sound that made her teeth ache. No response came. The serpent moved faster than expected. The moment Jiao An turned, the stench of blood was already upon her neck. She instinctively crouched and rolled. The bushes where she had been standing were swept into pieces by the serpent's tail. Hiss! As the serpent's head struck again, Jiao An finally drew her dagger. The blade clashed against the scales, sparking and jolting her hand. This was no ordinary beast. The hardness of its scales was comparable to black iron. At the moment her back hit the rock wall, Jiao An swung her blade at the serpent's weak point. Instantly, a piercing howl nearly shattered her eardrums. Taking the opportunity, she dashed toward the nearest low tree, but was suddenly swept by the serpent's tail against her side. Cough! Her internal organs felt as if they had shifted. As she fell into the shallow water, she tasted blood in her throat. The enraged roar of the giant serpent shook loose stones from the mountain wall, and she desperately looked at the system panel, which remained silent. Inside her body, her mental energy could not move. What kind of place was this? And where was the system? Swish! A sound of something slicing through the air passed overhead, 3 feathered arrows piercing the serpent's eye in a triangular formation. Jiao An didn't even see where the arrows had come from. The serpent's green blood had already splattered on her face. Don't move. A hoarse male voice echoed by her ear as someone lifted her by the back of her collar. in a feeling of weightlessness. Jiao An saw the rocks where she had just been standing, crushed to powder by the serpent's tail. The person took her among the treetops, making several leaps before finally stopping in a hidden rock crevice. The moonlight finally illuminated the face of her savior, who was none other than the Fu family side branch from the projection. However, in reality, Fu Yunxi had a fresh bloodstain on his left cheek, and his fingers gripping the bow were pale from exertion. You. Jiao An began to speak, but was silenced by a hand over her mouth. The youth's warm palm carried a rusty smell, and his frown caused the whip scars on his neck to twitch. Outside the rock crevice, the giant serpent's furious impact sounded like it was shaking loose stones. Ding. Binding of strategy, target successful. Initial favorability. Please host seize the opportunity to establish a deep connection. Jiao An stared at the suddenly active system panel, wanting to rip the machine out and beat it. Just then, Fu Yunxi suddenly groaned softly, dark stains rapidly spreading on the fabric of his shoulder. Your wound has split open. She lowered her voice, but her hand, reaching for a medicine bag, was suddenly grabbed tightly. The youth's vigilant eyes were particularly sharp in the moonlight. Did the Fu family send you to test me? Jiao An directly tore open his collar, pressing the medicinal powder onto the curling whip wound. Did they send me specifically to heal you? Will they be that kind-hearted? Having read the plot in advance was advantageous. Fu Yunxi was not valued by the Fu family. Those people treated him like grass and straw. Fu Yunxi's muscles tensed instantly, but released a slight tremor as the medicinal powder took effect. Jiao An then noticed that his injuries were far more serious than the system displayed. Besides the newly added arrow wound, there were ancient branding marks winding below his collarbone. The poison of the green-scaled serpent. She dipped a little of the serpent's blood from the rock to smell it, suddenly widening her eyes. You deliberately lured it out to extract the poison? The youth finally looked at her directly, his gaze colder than the mountain spring. Only this can neutralize the black iron whip poison. He shook the empty jade bottle at his waist, the remaining green liquid appearing extraordinarily eerie in the moonlight. Suddenly, it became frighteningly quiet outside the rock crevice. Just as Jiao An was about to peek out, she was pressed into the youth's embrace. Almost simultaneously, the roar of the serpent smashing against the rock wall echoed in her ears along with the youth's suppressed groan of pain. Run! He shoved the poison bottle to her, pushing her toward the back crevice. There's a rope bridge 300 steps to the west. The moment the giant serpent's fangs pierced Fu Yunxi's shoulder, Jiao An saw the pattern of the jade pendant at his waist, the Fu family crest entwined with thorns, identical to the one Fu Yunxing had. Warning. Strategy targets life value rapidly decreasing. Immediate action recommended. Shut up. Jiao An picked up a broken arrow from the ground and dashed out. This time, she finally saw the system's marked weak point, the inverted white scales at the serpent's belly 7 inches in, with a burning pain of serpent blood splashing into her eyes. She recalled the power techniques that Fu Yunxing had previously taught her. Chapter 98, I've taken a liking to you, as the arrow pierced through the white-scaled serpent. A rain of green blood enveloped the two people who fell to the ground. You. Fu Yunxi's blood-stained finger brushed against her eye corner, leaving a burning sensation. Why? Jiao An looked at the gradually dulling pupils of the young man and suddenly pressed down on his chest. Listen, I've taken a liking to you. You cannot die yet. Affection level 5, current affection level 15, heartbeat quickening. Are you threatening me? His hoarse voice came again. Jiao An didn't speak, but she noticed that she was glancing fearfully at the large snake that had fallen heavily to the ground, moving aside slightly. You're afraid of snakes? He seemed to have observed something interesting. Jiao An did not answer him. Well, does this sister know that our Fu family has a beast form that is a snake? After he said that, he wickedly transformed into his beast form, revealing a pitch-black snake tail. Jiao An almost jumped up upon seeing it. Slippery, limbless. Soft-bodied creatures would scare anyone at any time. Fu Yunxi's snake tail slowly retracted. The rustling sound of the scales scraping against the ground made Jiao An tense up. She stared hard at the thick black tail, which was covered with scars of varying depths, some even oozing blood. She was afraid of snakes. She had been afraid since childhood, and even though she gradually accepted this world, she still instinctively avoided them. Just seeing a snake-shaped beast man made her instinctively take a few steps back. Killing that green-scaled snake just now was something she had done by suppressing her nausea and fear. And now, the half-human, half-snake young man in front of her was examining her with his deep vertical pupils. Fu Yunxi had initially only wanted to test her reaction. After all, it was too suspicious for someone to suddenly appear in the back mountain and happen to save him. As a side branch of the Fu family, it had been difficult for him to gain the main family's recognition and become the seventh young master. But there were still many people in the clan who saw him as a thorn in their side. He was wary of trusting anyone easily. But Jiao An's reaction was telling. Her face was pale, her fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, and she even took half a step back. The fear in her bright eyes was genuine. Fu Yunxi's gaze shifted slightly, and he finally retracted his snake tail, returning to his complete human form. He said softly, "Sorry." Only then did Jiao An breathe a sigh of relief, raising her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead, forcing a smile. "You scared me to death." Fu Yunxi looked at her, silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Jiao An blinked and answered cheerfully, "My name is Jiao." And Fu Yunxi's pupils suddenly constricted. "Jiao An? Fu Yunqing's wife?" "No, should be ex-wife." Seeing his expression, Jiao An knew what he was thinking and pouted. "Yes, I'm that Jiao An you're thinking of." She placed her hands on her hips, her tone lively. "But now I have already broken up with Fu Yunqing. I can't swallow this anger, so I've decided to find someone better, more handsome, and stronger in the Fu family." Fu Yunxi. He was momentarily speechless, his ears slightly heating up. He was typically reserved and always appeared cold in front of others. But Jiao An's straightforward words left him at a loss for how to respond. Jiao An didn't notice his unusual reaction and tilted her head to ask, "Do you want to leave with me? This place isn't safe. What if that snake has accomplices and they come after us?" Fu Yunxi initially wanted to refuse. He was used to being alone and not accustomed to traveling with others. But when he looked down and met Jiao An's bright, sparkling eyes, he found himself unable to say the words of refusal. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. "Okay." Jiao An smiled in satisfaction and turned to walk ahead. Fu Yunxi silently followed, his gaze unconsciously falling on her figure. She walked with a light step, her long hair swaying gently with her movements, like a lively little beast. It seemed quite different from the rumored Fu Yunqing's wife. On the way back, Jiao An suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, when I was in the back mountain just now, my mental power was completely unusable. What happened?" Fu Yunxi paused his steps and explained. "The green-scaled snake is a special ability entity. Its territory suppresses the mental powers of other beastmen." Jiao An suddenly understood. No wonder. She pouted, nearly got swallowed by it. Fu Yunxi looked at her vivid expression, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Jiao An suddenly stopped, turned around, and sized him up. "Do you need help with your injuries?" She patted her chest. "I'm quite good at medicine." Fu Yunxi was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse. "No need. Don't be stubborn." Jiao An directly interrupted him, reaching out to grab his wrist. "Your shoulder wound is still bleeding." Her fingers were warm, and the moment they touched his skin, Fu Yunxi's whole body stiffened. He had never been this close to anyone before. Jiao An didn't notice his stiffness and busily rummaged through her small bag for medicine powder and bandages. "Sit down. I'll help you take care of it." Fu Yunxi remained silent for a moment and eventually obediently sat down on a nearby stone. Jiao An skillfully cleaned his wound, her fingertips occasionally brushing against the skin, bringing a slight electric shock sensation. "Do you often get hurt?" she asked casually while bandaging. Fu Yunxi murmured, "I'm used to it." Jiao An paused her movements and looked up at him. His profile appeared particularly stern under the moonlight, but in his eyes, there was a hint of an emotion she couldn't decipher. Loneliness? Endurance? Or unwillingness? She suddenly felt that the character profile provided by the system for the male lead was indeed of a strong and tragic person. "All done." Jiao An clapped her hands. Satisfied with her work, the bleeding has stopped for now, and he can rest for a few days when we go back. Fu Yunxi looked down at the bandages on his shoulder and softly said, "Thank you." Jiao An grinned. "You're welcome." She stood up, stretched, and said, "Let us go. If we delay any longer, it will be dark." Fu Yunxi looked at her bright smile. and something in his heart seemed to be gently touched. He stood up and followed behind her. This time, his steps were much lighter than before. Jiao An and Fu Yunci walked side by side in the corridor. The setting sun's afterglow filtered through the carved window frames, casting mottled shadows on them. Fu Yunci's shoulder injury had been bandaged, but he still unconsciously frowned while walking. This is good enough. Jiao An stopped in front of the guest room, smiled at Fu Yunci. Your injury needs rest. Fu Yunci was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked past Jiao and at something behind her. Jiao An followed his gaze and turned around, only to see Fu Yunqing standing coldly under the parasol tree. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, and the dried blood on the blade of his gun glimmered dark red in the light. Chapter 99, This is the Real Contract, Never Dissolved. Sister, it's Yin Chengge. Fu Yunci lowered his voice, his serpent-like vertical pupils slightly constricting. Jiao An glanced at him, her tone indifferent. Don't worry about it. You should go rest. As Fu Yunci left, just as Jiao An pushed open the door, hurried footsteps sounded behind her. She turned around sharply. Fu Yuqin was already standing at the door, his clothes still damp from training, droplets of water from his hair trickling down to his collarbone. What are you doing here? Jiao An instinctively took a half-step back, her back hitting the doorframe. Fu Yuqin didn't answer, grabbing her wrist tightly. His palm was burning hot, the grip painful for Jiao An. Why are you with Fu Yunci? Let go. Jiao An struggled to pull her hand away, but couldn't move. Who I'm with is none of your business. The mirror reflected their standoff. Jiao An saw the turbulent emotions in Fu Yuqin's eyes, an emotion she had never seen before. Suddenly, the jewelry box on the vanity exploded, the vermilion powder condensing into a blood-colored mist in the air. We already dissolved the contract. Jiao An raised her chin. I'm not your wife anymore, so I can naturally find someone else to take your place. Before her words fell, the door behind her slammed shut with a bang. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread, a thick layer of ice forming on the heavy wooden door, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Jiao An's heart raced. She was too familiar with this power. It was Fu Yuqin's ice-type ability, but now more violent, more uncontrollable than before. Replace me? Fu Yuqin's voice was terrifyingly low as he stepped closer. Jiao An had nowhere to retreat, her calves bumping against the edge of the bed. In the next second, countless icy threads shot up from the ground, wrapping around her limbs like living snakes. Before she could react, she was lifted into the air, suspended in the center of the room. Fu Yuqin, are you crazy? Jiao An struggled fiercely, but the icy threads tightened around her. Without the constraints of the contract, she couldn't mobilize Fu Yuqin's powers at all, and the gap in strength between them was glaringly evident at this moment. Fu Yuqin raised his hand, more icy threads wrapping around her, forming a magnificent binding around her waist. He stepped closer, his fingertips brushing over her reddened wrist from struggling. Do you want to cut ties completely? Jiao An suddenly noticed that the fabric over Fu Yuqin's heart was stained with a dark color, blood. She recalled the symbiotic curse seal the system once mentioned, an ancient contract that would last until death. Madman? Yes, he was a madman. The information the system gave her back then had mentioned it. Fu Yuqin, with a rebellious personality, inherently lustful like a serpent, had always kept himself clean. But the system warned that this was because he hadn't found a satisfactory female mark. Once he did, his indulgent behavior would be fully displayed. He was good at disguising his emotions with a dark inner self. After spending so long with him, his gentle demeanor had given Jiao An a false impression. Forgetting that this snake, a 1,000-year-old forest python, was no gentle little rabbit. Suddenly, there was a sound of tiles shattering outside the window. Fu Yuqin's expression hardened, and several ice spikes instantly pierced through the paper window. A muffled groan was heard as Afu fell from the eaves, the signaling firework in her hand dropping to the ground. Don't hurt her. Jiao An struggled violently. A faint golden snake-shaped pattern suddenly appearing on her wrist. It was a temporary contract mark left from her contact with Fu Yunci. Fu Yuqin's gaze fell on that pattern, the storm in his eyes intensifying. He suddenly tore open his collar, revealing the same snake-shaped pattern over his heart, but in a deeper color, now glowing ominously red. Do you see it? His voice was hoarse. This is the real contract never dissolved. Just then, 12 heavy tolls rang out from outside the courtyard. Fu Yukin Baozid. A paper crane ignited with blue flames broke through the window, transforming into a line of blood-red characters in midair. The head of the Fu family was attacked. The weapon carried the poison of the green-scaled snake. Green-scaled snake, Jiao An frowned. Isn't that the little pity that Fu Yunxi just collected? She didn't dare to think further. At this moment, Fu Yuqin slowly raised his eyes. Indifferently, he said, "You aren't allowed to go anywhere. Wait for me to return." Fu Yuqin's figure disappeared behind the frozen door, and Jiao An hung in midair. The sensation of the icy threads making her feel uncomfortable all over. These crystal-clear threads seemed fragile, yet were incredibly resilient, stretching her limbs out and suspending her in the center of the room like a displayed prey. Fu Yuqin, come back. Jiao An struggled hard, but the icy threads remained unmoving. She then noticed that these threads were not completely fixed. They adjusted their strength slightly with her movements, ensuring she wouldn't get hurt, but also preventing her from breaking free. The room was eerily silent. The frozen doors and windows isolated all outside sounds. Not even the wind could be heard. Jiao An tried to mobilize the power within her, only to find that her energy was completely suppressed, unable to even break free. System, she called out in her mind, what is happening? What is Fu Yuqin's favorability towards me right now? Warning, target character data abnormal, unable to obtain accurate value. Jiao An was so angry she wanted to bite someone. Ever since the contract was dissolved, she hadn't been able to accurately read Fu Yuqin's favorability. Clearly, the favorability from the previous event had reached 20. Yet Fu Yuqin had always hovered around the ordinary 0. Why was he now acting like an overly possessive madman? The icy threads suddenly tightened slightly, forcing Jiao An to adjust her posture. She then discovered that these icy threads were not randomly entwined, but fixed her in place according to a specific trajectory, ensuring she felt no pain while completely preventing her escape. Strangely, the temperature in the room remained comfortably moderate, lacking the bone-chilling cold typical of ice-type abilities. You even know to worry about me freezing. Jiao An mumbled softly, but her mind was increasingly confused. Fu Yuqin's series of contradictory actions left her completely baffled. Time passed second by second, and Jiao An began trying various methods to escape. She tried biting the icy threads on her wrist, but those seemingly fragile threads became even more resilient upon contact with her saliva. She also attempted to reach for the knife on her body with her toes, but the distance was always just a bit too far. Damn it, Jiao An despondently lowered her head, her long hair cascading down on either side of her face. This position was too humiliating. Her arms spread wide, her legs slightly apart, her whole body suspended and in shape in the air. If someone were to walk in at this moment, just as she was thinking this, a faint cracking sound suddenly came from the frozen window. Jiao An quickly looked up, only to see a tiny crack forming in the ice layer on the window frame. Is anyone there? She whispered. Chapter 100. Paranoia Value? What is that? Fu Yuqin stood in the shadow at the alley entrance, gazing at the chaos in the Fu family courtyard from a distance. The servants were running around in a panic, and a physician hurriedly entered the inner courtyard with a medicine box. Faint sounds of sorrowful cries could still be heard. He cast a detached glance, his expression unchanged, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Then he turned and walked into the deep alley, his footsteps echoing clearly in the silence. Fu Yunxi had been waiting there for a long time. He leaned against a mottled wall, playing with a sharp short knife between his fingers, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. When he saw Fu Yuqin approaching, he slowly straightened up, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Brother Yuqin, the matter is taken care of, he said, his voice deep and lazy. He was undoubtedly doomed. Fu Yuqin's expression remained unchanged. He simply took out a pitch-black token from his sleeve and tossed it over. Why, I promised you, the power of the Fu family. Fu Yuqin caught it, rubbing his fingers over the intricate patterns on the token, a flicker of obscure emotion passing through his eyes. He tightened his grip and then looked up at Fu Yuqin, suddenly smiling. Brother Yuqin, I want to ask for something else. Fu Yuqin said nothing, only coldly stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Fu Yuqin's smile deepened, his tone frivolous yet somewhat serious. I also want to find a wife. Everyone looks down on my identity, but Jiao An doesn't. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes testing. I want a contract with her. Before he finished speaking, Fu Yunqing's gaze suddenly turned cold. What? The two short words were wrapped in a bone-chilling aura, making the air seem to freeze for a moment. Fu Yunqi was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? Didn't you already dissolve the contract? He fixed his gaze on Fu Yunqing, half smiling. At that time, we secretly discussed using this opportunity to strip the Fu family of its power, and conveniently dissolve your contract with Jiao An, allowing you to return to freedom. Now, he deliberately paused. Why is Brother Yunqing reacting so strongly? Fu Yunqing's eyes darkened, a torrent of indescribable emotions swirling beneath the surface. He had indeed made a deal with Fu Yunqi to take the opportunity to eliminate the head of the Fu family and seize control, while he could also justifiably dissolve his contract with Jiao An, completely freeing himself from her constraints. This should have been a win-win situation. But why, when Fu Yunqi mentioned Jiao An, did he lose control like this? Seeing him silent, Fu Yunqi's smile deepened, deliberately adding fuel to the fire. Or is it that Brother Yunqing actually doesn't want to dissolve the contract at all? Shut up. Fu Yunqing's voice was icy, and his aura suddenly turned sharp. However, Fu Yunqi was unfazed, stepping forward instead, his tone frivolous. But the contract has been dissolved. She is no longer your wife. So, it seems reasonable for me to pursue her, right? Before his words fell, a sharp gust of wind suddenly struck. Fu Yunqi had been prepared, dodging to the side, but still stumbled back a step from the residual force. He looked up, and his gaze towards Fu Yunqing finally held a hint of seriousness. Brother Yunqing, are you having second thoughts? Fu Yunqing's eyes churned with dark tides, his voice low and dangerous. You'd better not touch on the matter of Jiao An. She is still mine. Fu Yunqing dropped the words and turned to leave. Fu Yunqi stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled softly. Interesting. It seems there are some things in our deal that you never told the truth about from the beginning. Meanwhile, Jiao An was still unaware of the chaos outside. She was pitifully calling for help in the ice room. The noise from outside made her face light up. Is someone out there? Jiao An, can you hear me? It's a Fu. Jiao An's eyes brightened, looking at the ice blocks that had been mostly chipped away from the window of the ice room. The two could finally communicate normally. Fu, hurry, think of a way. That pervert Fu Yunqing has trapped me here. I can't move at all. Jiao An urgently called for help. Logically, Fu Yunqing had just shown her the contract mark, so there should have been no dissolution of the contract between them. However, she couldn't sense his contract with her at all. Thus, unable to control the disparity in mental strength, she instantly fell into a disadvantage, trapped here. Your beastly husband plays so extravagantly? A Fu seemed to be suppressing a laugh from outside. Jiao An's face flushed at the comment, immediately retorting, What beastly husband? That was my ex. Don't say that. Hurry and come save me. A Fu chuckled softly, but then a helpless voice came through. I've tried. Fu Yunqing's abilities are very strong. Elemental abilities are already formidable, and his is a specialized type. This room is sealed with ice inside and out. I spent a lot of effort just to shatter a small piece outside. Inside, it hasn't budged an inch. Jiao An, you should soften your attitude first. He seems quite crazy, quite frightening. Hearing this, Jiao An's vision darkened. Then can you go find a captain? No further sound came from outside. Jiao An called out a few more times, wondering if a Fu had left. Just then, a figure walked through the ice wall, entering without warning. Jiao An looked at him strangely and found it was Fu Yunqing, instantly becoming furious. Fu Yunqing, let me go. Fu Yunqing remained silent, walking silently to Jiao An, and soon the ice threads binding the little girl floating in the air gradually withdrew. Jiao An thought he had really let her go. However, the moment the ice threads retracted, she suddenly felt weak and collapsed into Fu Yunqing's arms. The man was robust, radiating the unique scent of masculinity. Since Jiao An had lost weight due to her changes, the difference in body size became even more apparent. Fu Yunqing could effortlessly wrap his entire body around her. Let go, let go. Her body felt soft, lacking the strength to resist. Still angry at me? His voice suddenly softened, and as he held Jiao An, it seemed to carry a hint of helplessness. Jiao An didn't understand why this man suddenly pretended to be pitiful, glaring at him fiercely. What do I have to be angry about? We've already dissolved the contract. Jiao An always brought this up, and it was precisely what he didn't want to hear the most. The Fu family is a mix of fish and dragons. It was a temporary measure to dissolve the official contract with you, but I haven't erased the mark on your body. Between us, we will still be bound together as before. His beautiful purple eyes seemed to deepen slightly, and Jiao An looked at the person before her in disbelief, not understanding that he was actually explaining. Ding dong, detecting Fu Yunqing's paranoia value increasing. Host chooses to accept. Reward. 1 bottle of cleansing liquid. Paranoia value? What is that? Chapter 101. Triggering imprisonment. Joan looked into Fu Yunqing's deep purple eyes. The emotions swirling within them made her heart clench suddenly. She should have firmly rejected him, but when she met those eyes, her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. He was sad. This realization stunned her for a moment. But the next second, the system's alert sound exploded in her mind. Warning. Abnormal affection value detected for the target character. Danger level. Extremely high. Suggestion. The host should respond cautiously, or imprisonment is highly likely to be triggered. Joan! Imprisonment? She abruptly looked up and gazed at Fu Yunqing again. The man continued to silently watch her, the emotions in his eyes murky. Yet deep within those eyes lay a beast on the verge of losing control. He was serious. If she rejected him, he really would imprison her. Joan instantly felt intimidated. She swallowed hard, trying to make her voice sound less trembling. You chose to protect me? Fu Yunqing's gaze shifted slightly, and after a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Joan felt a slight sense of relief in her heart, but the system continued to warn frantically. Host? His affection value has already distorted. This is not normal affection, but a paranoid possessiveness. Suggestion. The host should take urgent remedial action, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Joan! She looked at Fu Yunqing's gradually calming expression, her mind racing to devise a countermeasure. Ultimately, she decided to give herself a way out. I need to think about it, she said softly. Fu Yunqing frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with this answer, but he did not force her, simply responding in a low voice. Okay. The next second, Joan felt the chill within her dissipate gradually, and her previously weak body regained its strength. She immediately broke free from Fu Yunqing's embrace and ran away without looking back. Fu Yunqing stood in place, his gaze heavy as he watched her retreating figure, the darkness in his eyes growing denser. The news of the head of the Fu family's death exploded in the city like a bomb. The most anxious was Jiao An. The Fu family had already determined that it was the people of Qiushui City who secretly sabotaged them and caused the death of their head. They immediately decided to return urgently to the Fu family to report this matter. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Fu family watched coldly, showing no intention of offering help. They could not wait for Qiushui City to perish. Just then, a deafening beast roar came from outside the city again. The beast tide is back. This time, it was even more ferocious than before. The guards of Qiushui City turned pale, while the members of the Fu family merely stood on the city wall, sneering at everything. Lord, we can't hold off this wave of beast tide. A guard, covered in blood, staggered over to report. Jiao An gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the members of the Fu family standing nearby, and said in a deep voice, Fu family members, are you really going to stand by and watch us die? The leading Fu family steward sneered. Lord Jiao, our Fu family head was killed on your territory, and you haven't given us an explanation yet, and now you want us to intervene? Jiao An clenched his fists but could not refute. The Fu family was clearly intent on letting them fend for themselves. At this moment, Joan had just escaped back to her residence, and before she had time to catch her breath, she heard the commotion outside the city. She abruptly pushed open the window and looked out, only to see a dark mass of beasts closing in on the city wall, while the guards inside were retreating step by step, utterly powerless to resist. This is bad. Her expression changed drastically. Just then, the system's voice echoed in her mind again. Emergency mission issued. Assist Qiushui City in resisting the beast tide. Mission reward. Unlocking wood-based abilities. Joan! She gritted her teeth and rushed out. On the city wall, the cold wind was biting. Zhong Tian stood high in the watchtower, looking down at the dark mass of beasts outside the city, his expression as grim as iron. The infected corpses surged in like a tide, their decaying bodies twisted as they emitted eerie low growls. They should not have attacked in such an organized manner, but now they seemed to be controlled by some power, clearly aiming at the city gate. "My lord, we can't hold on any longer." The commander beside him trembled, his hand gripping the sword, slightly shaking. If this continued, once the city gate was breached, everyone would die. Zhong Tian clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He knew the situation was dire, but the Fu family stood on the other side of the wall, watching coldly, showing no intention of intervening. "Go ask the Fu family for help," he said in a deep voice. "Tell them that if Qiushui City falls, they won't escape unscathed either." The commander smiled bitterly. "My lord, they would rather see us die." Zhong Tian fell silent. Yes, the head of the Fu family was killed in Qiushui City, and the members of the Fu family had long since determined that they were behind the scenes. Now, they probably wished to see the entire city perish. Joan ran through the chaotic streets and finally reached the foot of the city wall. As soon as she climbed the stairs, someone grabbed her wrist. "Joan!" Hua Su frowned, his tone anxious. "What are you doing here? It's too dangerous. Go back." Joan gasped for breath, her gaze crossing over Hua Su to the terrifying scene outside the city, her heart clenching painfully. "What is going on?" she asked urgently. "Why are there suddenly so many infected bodies?" Hua Su gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. "The lord of Qiushui City has betrayed us." "What?" Joan's pupils constricted. "He joined a cult. This beast tide was summoned by him. They want to use the entire city's people as sacrifices." Hua Su's expression was grim. They wanted to use the entire city's people as sacrifices. Joan's mind buzzed, instantly understanding why the Fu family refused to intervene. They didn't care about Qiushui City's survival and might have known about the Lord's conspiracy long ago. "What about the Fu family?" she quickly asked. "Aren't they coming to help?" Hua Su shook his head. "The Fu family is in chaos." The head suddenly died, and they're now too busy taking care of themselves to care about us. Joan clenched her fists, her mind racing. The system had given her the task to assist in defending the city, but now the city lacked combat power. The Fu family stood by and watched, and the Lord had even betrayed them. This was almost a deadlock. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the city wall. A massive high-level infected beast broke through the defenses, charging straight for the city gate. "This is bad." Hua Su's face changed drastically. "The city gate can't hold." Joan abruptly looked up at Zhong Tian on the city wall, then at the members of the Fu family watching coldly from a distance. She took a deep breath and suddenly made a decision. "Hua Su, help me with something," she said softly. Hua Su was taken aback. "What?" "Go out of the city. Clean up these things. What do you say? Are you willing?" Chapter 102. The Lifebound Fox Tale. Hua Su's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Jiao An's wrist with such force that it caused her a slight pain. His fox eyes, which were always filled with laughter, were now as cold as ice. And his voice dropped. "Have you lost your mind?" Jiao An was taken aback by his sudden seriousness, still in shock when he flicked her forehead with his finger. "Ouch!" She covered her forehead, not from pain, but from the surprise that Hua Su would treat her this way. "Don't think that just because you've lost a few pounds, you're invincible." Hua Su sneered, a fierce intensity swirling in his eyes that she had never seen before. "Even I wouldn't dare to leave the city recklessly, let alone you." Jiao An was stunned. She rarely saw Hua Su like this. This fox was usually carefree, always wearing a casual smile, as if he could easily brush off any disaster. But now, there was a heavy shadow over his brows, making her recall the scene when she first crossed over, when the original owner tried to seduce him and forcibly pinned him down on the couch. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible, and now, the same emotion surged in his eyes, but it was to protect her. Ding! Hua Su's affection level increased. Current affection level, 60. The system's prompt made Jiao An's heart skip a beat. 60. From an initial -900 to now 60. When did this, fox? "Jiao An." Hua Su saw her lost in thought, and his voice grew colder. "Did you hear what I said?" Just then, the doll on her sleeve suddenly transmitted a message. Woman, I can deal with the beast tide. Jiao An's fingertips moved slightly. Her gaze froze. I saw the leader. As long as you kill it, the beast tide will collapse. Otherwise, staying in the city is just waiting to die. Jiao An closed her eyes, and when she raised her head again, her gaze had become resolute. Huasu, I've thought it through. Trust me this once. Huasu stared at her intently, suddenly sneering, still pretending to be strong, huh? But the next moment, he abruptly reached into his chest. Jiao An's pupils constricted as she watched him pull out a strand of golden light from within himself. It was a tail brilliant as the rising sun, curling into thin strands in his palm. Take this. He shoved it into Jiao An's hand roughly. Don't die outside. This is the life-bound foxtail. The doll exclaimed in her sleeve. 1,000-year spirit fox only has 9 tails in its lifetime, each representing a chance for rebirth. Jiao An gripped the golden strand tightly. The warmth from her fingertips made her eyes sting. Thank you, she said hoarsely. Huasu's ears turned red instantly. He turned his face away, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor, leaning close to her ear and chuckling. Really want to thank me? Then don't go. I'll protect you. Jiao An glanced at the dark beast tied outside the city, gently pushing him away. Wait for me to come back. The moment she turned and leaped off the city wall, she heard Huasu call out behind her. Jiao An, are you planning to go alone? There aren't enough people in the city. With your foxtail, I can retreat unscathed. If something goes wrong, I can pull back in time. Jiao An could no longer hear what Huasu said behind her, but she knew that the fox must be very angry. Huasu had just taken a few steps when a sudden urgent horn sounded behind him. All level 5 and above beastmen immediately gather at the city gate tower. Zhong Tian's voice echoed throughout the city through the amplification device, his tone heavier than ever. Huasu paused, his fox ears twitching violently. He stared intently at Jiao An's figure disappearing beyond the city wall, his knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. Lord Huasu, a guard stumbled over. An A-level infected entity has appeared at the East City Gate. Lord Zhong wants you. Get lost. Huasu swiped his tail to clear the obstructing guard. But more guards had already raised their restriction talismans and surrounded him. He bared his sharp teeth and turned back, only to see Jiao An's figure had completely vanished into the beast tide. A heavy stench of decay rushed towards him. Jiao An held her breath, the ice blade in her hand tracing a blue arc wherever the blade passed. The low-level infected beasts charging at her fell like cut wheat. But more monsters continued to surge forward, thick, black blood splattering on her face, warm and nauseating. 30 steps to the southeast. The doll's voice rang in her mind. There are spiritual fluctuations under that dead tree. Jiao An wiped the blood from her face and suddenly crouched down. The wolf-shaped infected beast that had ambushed her from behind missed its mark, and she quickly turned and stabbed it through the head. In this brief moment, she finally saw the scene to the southeast. Under the dead ancient tree stood a figure. A wide black robe fluttered in the bloody wind, and the face was masked with a golden crow mask. When Jiao An's gaze collided with his, the person slowly raised his hand and made a throat-cutting gesture. Finally caught you, little mouse. The raspy voice exploded in her mind. Jiao An's pupils constricted. It was the cultist who controlled the giant centipede. On the city gate tower, Zhong Tian cleaved through a flying infected beast and suddenly caught sight of the ice-blue light erupting from the beast tide. He quickly stopped his deputy, who was about to activate the defense formation. Wait, that's... Through the blood mist, he saw Jiao An's slender figure weaving through the beast horde. Each time the girl swung her short blade, it released a wave of frost, tearing a gap in the sea of corpses. What was even more shocking was that all the infected beasts lunging at her would bizarrely freeze in place at the moment of approach, as if controlled by some invisible force. Has she gone mad? The deputy exclaimed in shock. Zhong Tian suddenly snatched the communication device. All archers, listen up. Cover that figure to the southeast. You're more interesting than I imagined. The black-robed figure licked his lips and stepped forward, parting the infected beasts that surrounded him. Last time you escaped by chance, this time. He suddenly spread his arms wide. The ground trembled violently, and the surrounding beasts instantly surrounded Jiao An. After a flurry of attacks, Jiao An looked as if her mental power was exhausted. She displayed a look of terror. So weak, truly a waste of time. The opponent seemed dissatisfied with Jiao An's fighting ability. You want that 1,000-year heartwood? Jiao An spoke urgently. The opponent paused. It's good that you know. You stole my precious treasure. You deserve to die. I can return it to you. Please spare my life. Jiao An revealed a vulnerable expression. On the tower, Zhong Tian noticed Jiao An, and his expression changed. My lord, it's Miss Jiao. Hurry to save her. Wait, I know Jiao An very well. She wouldn't go out to seek death. Be prepared and see what's going on, ready to rescue her at any moment. But don't alarm the snake. Her strength is not just this. After spending time together, Zhong Tian had come to trust Jiao An greatly. Chapter 103 Touching Joan was knocked to the ground by a palm strike. The man in the golden crow mask looked at Joan's combat ability with disdain. As Joan knelt on the ground, looking up at the approaching man, her eyes revealed fear and pleading. Please spare my life. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was truly scared. I am willing to return the stolen heart of the Millennium Wood to you, and I am even willing to serve under you. The man in the golden crow mask paused, seemingly surprised by her perceptiveness. He looked down at Joan from a height, noticing her bloody body and weak breath, which indeed did not pose any threat, causing him to lower his guard a bit. Oh, his voice was hoarse, tinged with amusement. You're quite clever. Joan lowered her head, her fingers trembling slightly as she slowly pulled out a crystal emitting a soft green light from her bosom, which looked no different from the heart of the Millennium Wood. She held it with both hands and respectfully offered it to him. Please have a look. The man in the golden crow mask stared at her for several seconds before suddenly sneering. He took a slow step closer, looking down at her. Come back to the church with me. Your qualifications are not great, but seeing how you know the times, I will make an exception and accept you into the church, giving you a chance to reform. Joan's eyelashes fluttered as she obediently nodded. Okay, I am willing. Thank you, my lord. Her compliance clearly pleased him. The man in the golden crow mask grunted in satisfaction and reached out to take the heart of the Millennium Wood from her hands. However, just as he leaned down, whoosh, a scarlet shadow suddenly shot out from Joan's sleeve. The man in the golden crow mask was caught off guard. A sharp pain shot through his neck. He stumbled back, raising his hand to retaliate, only to be horrified to find that his blood seemed to have solidified, his entire body stiffening, unable to move a single finger. Pa pa pa. The doll disdainfully spat a few times, its crimson compound eyes filled with disgust. So disgusting. Why is your blood so hard to drink? The timid expression on Joan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a sly smile. She slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from her skirt, tossed the imitation stone made from the heart's energy aside, and then stepped on the chest of the man in the golden crow mask, looking down at him from above. You tricked me? The man in the golden crow mask's eyes nearly bulged with rage, his voice twisted with fear. Who are you? What is this cursed thing? Joan rolled her eyes. You've been guarding me outside? It must have been tough. If I hadn't thought of this, you being in the dark while I was in the light would have been hard to deal with. Before leaving the city, it was the doll that told her the mastermind behind the centipede chasing her was still around. The doll had sensed the centipede's aura. Originally, the doll was the mother of insects with bloodline suppression, so it could instantly detect such low-level insects. Joan realized this was a tricky situation. So, she discussed it with the doll, deciding to catch him in a jar. It must be said, her acting was quite good. Her psychic power was not very high to begin with, and by deliberately holding back, the strength she displayed immediately relaxed the vigilance of the man before her. Not answering the question, Joan just smiled at the doll. Leaving him alive and taking him back for questioning might yield some useful information. The doll pouted and reluctantly nodded. Fine, although this guy is really smelly all over. The man in the golden crow mask remained stiff, watching helplessly as his life force slowly drained away, unable to muster even the strength to struggle. As his power weakened, the beast tide he had controlled began to stir restlessly, the beasts roaring and scattering, quickly retreating from the city gates. Seeing this, Joan finally let out a sigh of relief. However, before she could relax, a figure suddenly rushed in from a distance. Joan! Before she could see who it was, she was yanked into a warm, solid embrace. The familiar, clear scent enveloped her instantly, and a trembling voice came from above her head. You're being reckless. How could you put yourself in danger? Joan was taken aback, looking up to meet the red-eyed gaze of Huashu. His usually nonchalant face was now filled with fear, and the arm holding her was trembling slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't know how to start. Huashu's embrace was so tight that it almost made Joan unable to breathe. His arms were like iron hoops, holding her so firmly it felt as if he wanted to meld her into his bones and blood. Joan could even clearly feel his heart pounding violently in his chest, and the trembling of his fingertips. He was scared. This realization left Joan momentarily stunned. After hesitating, she raised her hand and gently patted his back, her voice unconsciously softening. Me fine. Huashu did not respond, only holding her tighter, resting his chin on the top of her head, breathing heavily. Joan felt a bit uncomfortable from his grip and couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Huashu, I can't breathe. Huashu seemed to suddenly wake up, abruptly releasing her, but then immediately cradling her face, carefully examining her, his gaze scanning her brows, eyes, lips, and neck, confirming there were no injuries before hoarsely asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" This was the first time Joan had seen Huashu like this. He was usually lazy and carefree, always wearing a nonchalant smile. But now, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were filled with emotion she had never seen before: worry, fear, and even a hint of undeniable panic. Joan couldn't help but blink, teasingly asking, "Huashu, are you worried about me?" She thought he would dismiss it as he usually did, making some frivolous remark. To her surprise, he looked at her earnestly, his fox-like eyes filled with seriousness. "Yes," he spoke in a low voice, enunciating each word, "I am worried about you." Joan's heart skipped a beat. She opened her mouth, not yet able to react, when Huashu suddenly lowered his head, bringing his fluffy fox ears close to her. "Touch them." "Joan!" She was stunned. In the beastman world, actively inviting someone to touch your beast ears was an extremely intimate act, especially for foxes, whose ears were very sensitive. Only the most trusted and closest people could touch them. And Huashu was now letting her touch his ears? "I swear there won't be a next time." The tips of Huashu's ears turned slightly red, but his voice was stubborn. "Hurry up." Joan stared blankly at the pair of snow-white fox ears before her, the fur shimmering softly under the sunlight, the tips quivering slightly due to their owner's nervousness. Chapter 104. What are you pinching? Strangely compelled, she reached out her hand and gently touched it with her fingertips. So soft. The texture was even softer and warmer than she had imagined, the fur delicate like high-quality silk. Jiao An couldn't help but pinch it, her fingertip rubbing against the soft flesh at the base of the ear. Ugh! Huashu suddenly let out a muffled groan, his entire face instantly flushed, even his neck tinted with a light pink. He abruptly stepped back half a step, covering his ears, glaring at her in embarrassment and anger. What are you pinching?" Only then did Jiao An come to her senses. Looking at Huasu's red face, she suddenly found it extremely amusing. She deliberately tilted her head and smiled. "Didn't you ask me to touch it? I meant for you to touch it." Huasu gritted his teeth, but couldn't continue his words, only able to turn around in a huff, his foxtail puffed up into a fluffy ball. Jiao An couldn't help but laugh out loud. The man in the golden chrome mask was brought back to the city, tightly bound. The doll controlled its strength very well, keeping him on the brink of death without letting him die immediately. Zhong Tian personally took over the interrogation. After all, the other party was an important member of a cult. If he could get him to talk, perhaps they could obtain critical intelligence. Jiao An stood outside the interrogation room waiting, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cuff of her sleeve. The doll squatted on her shoulder, its petite ginseng doll appearance attracting the attention of passing guards. "Jiao An." Afu rushed over, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the doll. "What is this? So cute." The doll snorted coldly, turning its face away in a dismissive manner. "Its name is Doll, and it's my partner." Jiao An carefully chose her words, not planning to reveal the doll's true identity for now. But Afu couldn't hold back any longer and reached out to hug the doll. "Let me hold it. Get away." The doll suddenly jumped to Jiao An's other shoulder, baring its teeth and yelling at Afu, its little face looking fierce. Afu's face instantly fell, looking at Jiao An pitifully. "It's so fierce." Jiao An smiled helplessly. "Its temper isn't very good. Just let me hold it for a moment. Just once." Afu was persistent, tugging at Jiao An's sleeve and acting cute. Jiao An had no choice but to turn to the doll and tentatively asked, "How about, let her hold you for a moment?" "Umph." The doll proudly raised its chin. "I am the noble blood-sucking bug queen. How can I let someone casually hug me? Don't you have any shame?" "Jiao An." She sighed and took out a crystal-clear spiritual fruit candy from her storage bag, waving it in front of the doll. "If you let her hold you, I'll give you this." The doll's little nose twitched, its eyes fixated on the candy. After a moment of internal struggle, it reluctantly huffed. "Just for a moment." Afu immediately cheered, carefully cradling the doll in her hands. Smiling so wide her eyes were almost shut. So soft. So cute. The doll maintained a stern face, chewing on the candy while rolling its eyes, but didn't act fierce towards her anymore. Inside the interrogation room, Zhong Tian's questioning was nearing its end. The man in the golden chrome mask was bound by special chains, slumped in the chair, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze vacant. Zhong Tian stood in front of him, playing with a sharp dagger, his voice cold. "Say it again. Where is the cult's sacrifice location?" "City, outskirts." The man in the golden chrome mask was barely able to speak. 3 days later, on the night of the full moon, Zhong Tian narrowed his eyes. The specific location? Bone Forest, the altar deep within. Zhong Tian's expression changed slightly. Bone Forest is the most dangerous area on the outskirts of the city, shrouded in miasma year-round, rumored to be buried with countless corpses heavy with negative energy. What is the purpose of a sacrifice? He continued to press. The man in the golden chrome mask suddenly started to laugh strangely, to awaken. "Our master." His voice grew lower, and finally his head tilted, completely fainting. Zhong Tian sheathed the dagger, his brows furrowed. He quickly walked out of the interrogation room, colliding with Jiao An, who had been waiting for a long time. "What did you find out?" Jiao An stepped forward. Zhong Tian said solemnly, "The cult will hold a sacrificial ceremony in Bone Forest 3 days from now, with the aim of awakening some existence." Jiao An's pupils constricted. "Bone Forest?" Zhong Tian nodded, his expression grave. The beast tide occurred suddenly, and just minutes before that, there were massive, abnormal infection energy fluctuations coming from the Bone Forest. Fu Yunqing, as the team leader, was responsible for investigating. "Half an hour ago, due to the urgent situation of the beast tide, I contacted him midway, but I haven't received any news. Now, we've uncovered the cult's conspiracy. I'm afraid." Zhong Tian's words were not finished. "Report." A soldier covered in blood burst through the door. "Lord Fu." "Lord Fu he." Jiao An looked over sharply. She saw the soldier drenched in blood, as if he had experienced a fierce battle. "What happened? Explain clearly." Zhong Tian grabbed the soldier by the collar. "We were ambushed in Bone Forest. Lord Fu sacrificed himself to cover the brothers." The soldier suddenly choked up. "Now, I'm afraid." Before he could finish, Jiao An had already dashed out. She bumped into several people along the way, apologizing while feeling anxious. But she was completely oblivious. The corridor twisted and distorted before her eyes, and all she could hear was the sound of her own heart pounding. The heavy smell of blood in Fu Yunqing's resting room made Jiao An's stomach churn. On the bed, Fu Yunqing's face was paler than snow, his dark armor soaked in blood, looking like ink. The most horrifying thing was the 5 pitch-black fingerprints deeply imprinted on his chest, the surrounding skin displaying strange spiderweb-like cracks. Heart-eating goo. The accompanying healer trembled as he unwrapped the bandages, the unique curse of the cult's high priest. Jiao An felt inexplicably weak in the knees upon hearing this. "What is that?" she silently inquired, and suddenly a piece of knowledge entered her mind. The next second, her gaze darkened. How could this be? She trembled as she reached to touch Fu Yunqing's wrist, but her fingers were abruptly pulled back by an icy chill. This wasn't a normal low temperature, but an extreme cold backlash caused by uncontrolled psychic energy. Damn it! The deputy suddenly knelt heavily. Originally everything was normal, but they suddenly discovered the altar they had created. The Lord ordered us to destroy it. We suspected that the cult was up to something. We have destroyed 3 altars. But those damn guys immediately heard the commotion. Zhong Tian yanked open the deputy's collar, revealing the dark palm print on his shoulder. "Did they put a go on you too?" "It's the Lord. The Lord has drawn the poison onto himself." The deputy, originally a man of iron and blood, could no longer hold back and broke down in tears. He said, "We couldn't hold on." Jiao An's ears buzzed. She mechanically wanted to reach for medicine in the medicine box, wanting to save him, but just as she turned, she was suddenly grabbed by the wrist. Fu Yunqing had opened his eyes at some point, his purple pupils already covered with a layer of gray mist. Chapter 105, I will never terminate the contract again, have you forgiven me? His voice was as light as a wisp of smoke, but his fingers tightened like iron pincers. Jiao An felt a pang in her nose. Stop messing around. Let us heal first. Answer me. Fu Yunqing suddenly began to cough violently. Blue blood foam spilling from the corner of his mouth, a sign that the core of his mental energy was beginning to dissolve. The healer's expression suddenly changed. General, Fu Yunqing's mental energy is flowing in reverse. If we don't find a way, he might lose his life. What should we do? Is there any way? Hurry up and tell me. Zhong Tian's expression darkened, immediately pressing for answers. The healer, filled with anxiety, thought of a solution, his eyes lighting up. Right? I saw a method in an ancient book. What method? Hurry up and say it. Restart the marriage contract. The healer dared not look at Jiao An. The mental energy channel formed by the contract can be temporarily stabilized. Then let us restore the contract. Jiao An blurted out. The entire room suddenly fell silent. Fu Yunqing's pupils constricted, a bright light flashing his eyes, quickly dimming. No need to force it. Shut up. Jiao An pulled open her collar, revealing the light golden contract mark below her collarbone. Wait, we only officially terminated the contract, but our personal contract hasn't been dissolved, because it was originally a half-finished product. Both the official contract and the personal contract marks are indispensable. To restore the official contract, we need to recondense the power of the contract. Otherwise, the connection between the two will still not exist. Zhong Tian explained from the side. Jiao An nodded upon hearing this. Then she bit her finger and pressed it against the mark. Jiao An voluntarily renew. Wait. Fu Yunqing suddenly struggled to get up. Do you know what this means? I know. Jiao An shouted, her throat hurting. It means you will continue to be my contract beast, and I will be your wife. If you dare to defy me, I will teach you a lesson. Blood droplets fell onto the bedding between them, and Jiao An was suddenly pulled down by a great force. Fu Yunqing, not knowing where he got the strength, turned over and pinned her down, his blood-stained, long hair cascading down both sides of her cheeks. One last chance. His breath was tinged with the smell of blood as he spoke the truth. Jiao An looked at this man, on the brink of death yet still stubbornly seeking answers, and suddenly laughed. I regret terminating the contract. Is that answer satisfactory? Golden light erupted from the point of contact between them. Jiao An felt countless burning needles pierce her marrow. This was the pain of forcibly reconnecting the contract. Fu Yunqing groaned, the dark energy in his heart being torn apart by the golden light. Cough. You will regret it, he said intermittently through the agony. This time, I will never terminate the contract. Again, vast spiritual power surged into the contract channel. Jiao An saw the spiderweb-like cracks on Fu Yunqing's chest beginning to fade, but at the same time, a bone-chilling coldness crept into her internal organs through the contract link. She was sharing his pain. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and gaining what attributes supernatural ability. Congratulations, host, for rebinding. Fu Yunqing's favorability can now be checked. Current favorability, 80. So high. Where did that come from? Jiao An's eyes widened, and she suddenly felt that the shared pain was no longer painful. Ding dong. Fu Yunqing currently has the highest favorability. Please continue to work hard, host. The next task has been released. Successfully achieving the first 100 points of favorability grants SSS level comprehension ability. Another SSS level. The system is openly tempting me. After sharing the cursed poison, Fu Yunqing's injuries finally stabilized. The healer quickly dealt with the remaining toxins. Although the external injuries were severe, there was no longer a threat to his life, and he only needed a few days of rest to recover. Jiao An looked at Fu Yunqing, who was lying on the bed unconscious, and silently calculated. Since the contract has been restored and his favorability has reached 80, she should take this opportunity to cultivate their feelings to reach 100, especially since he has the highest favorability. Therefore, she decided to stay overnight to take care of him. The night was quiet, the candlelight flickered, and only the sound of Fu Yunqing's even breathing remained in the room. Jiao An tiptoed to the bedside, carefully lifting his blanket to change his bandages. Although they were nominally a couple, it was the first time Jiao An observed his body so closely. Fu Yunqing's shirt was gently unbuttoned, revealing a strong chest and firm abs. His skin was covered in old and new scars, some from knife wounds and others from the marks left by mental energy. But these did not affect his perfect physique at all. Jiao An's face flushed slightly. She dipped her fingers in ointment and gently applied it to his wounds. When the cool ointment touched his skin, Fu Yunqing frowned but did not wake up. The room was terrifyingly quiet, and Jiao An could even hear her own heartbeat. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his skin, and she found his body temperature unusually high, as if he were burning with fever. No way. She panicked and quickly reached out to check his forehead. However, just as her fingertip made contact, Fu Yunqing suddenly opened his eyes. Those deep purple eyes were filled with mist, staring directly into her eyes. Jiao An was startled, her finger retracting sharply, and she stammered to explain. I came to take care of you. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Fu Yunqing seemed still to be feverish, his gaze somewhat dazed. He stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly speaking in a hoarse voice. It's very hot. Hot. Jiao An was taken aback. Just as she was about to find some fever-reducing medicine, in the next moment, her wrist was firmly grasped by Fu Yunqing. He exerted a little force and directly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Jiao An fell onto him, her cheek pressed against his scorching chest, with the sound of his strong heartbeat ringing in her ears. Fu Yunqing? She struggled a bit, but found that he was holding her tightly, and she couldn't break free at all. Don't move. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of weakness from illness, yet still carried an undeniable authority. Just stay like this, for a while. Jiao An froze, not daring to move again. She could clearly feel his body temperature, with his hot breath cascading over her head, making her feel flushed all over. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? She asked softly. Fu Yunqing did not answer, only tightening his arms around her, holding her closer. Jiao An's heartbeat quickened to the point where it felt like it might burst from her chest. She secretly glanced up at him and found his eyelashes lowered, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he was indeed feeling very uncomfortable. I'll go get you some fever-reducing medicine. She attempted to get up. No need. Fu Yunqing kept his eyes closed, his voice deep. Just you being here is enough. Jiao An was stunned. She suddenly realized that this usually aloof man was now relying on her like a child. Chapter 106, Don't Move. Or, I can't guarantee what will happen. Ding dong. Good opportunity, host. Take advantage of this moment when feelings are heating up. Host. Keep it up and seize the chance. Jiao An, who was originally feeling a bit dazed and almost drowning in the ambiguous atmosphere, suddenly woke up the moment the system voice sounded in her mind. She quickly communicated with her inner voice. Are you crazy or am I crazy? This is obviously not right. Host, why are you shy? Favorability 80. The male lead Fu Yunqing likes you very much. So no matter what you do, he won't be angry. Please rest assured. The system thought Jiao An was timid, afraid of ending up like the original host, almost losing her life after failing to seduce. So at this moment, it hurried to reassure her, informing her that the success rate of seduction was very high. Hearing this, Jiao An's face flushed. Although she had taken on this, she usually appeared bold, but she was still a pure-hearted girl. In both her past and present lives, she hadn't properly dated anyone. She didn't know what to do to seduce him. Host, what are you still dazed for? Hurry up. The system kept urging her. It had carefully selected her as the host, and so far, they had passed a little over half of the main storyline. But that was quite good. It was waiting to go to the system headquarters to claim a reward. Jiao An remained stiff, completely unaware of the system's thoughts. Ding. Detected that the host's physical contact with it has reached an intimate level. System suggestion. Strike while the iron is hot. Proceed with seduction. Jiao An. Stop repeating the urgency. She was tightly embraced by Fu Yunqing, her whole body pressed against his scorching chest, with his heavy and heated breaths in her ears. At this moment, how could she seduce him? It was hard to move at all. The host has not taken action for a long time, judged as inexperienced. The system kindly provided a big gift pack of seduction experience. Before Jiao An could react, countless images exploded in her mind, various albums, short films, text tutorials, all flooding into her consciousness, even with dynamic images playing in front of her. Stop, stop, stop! Jiao An collapsed in her mind, shouting, "Turn it off!" However, the system turned a deaf ear and even kindly adjusted the playback speed so she could learn seriously. Jiao An's face instantly turned blood red, and she awkwardly twisted in Fu Yunqing's arms. This is deadly. She was being held by him. She struggled to climb out of his embrace. But as soon as she moved, Fu Yunqing's arm tightened suddenly. "What are you moving for?" His voice was hoarse, laced with a lazy and dangerous tone from his fever. Jiao An looked up, meeting his deep purple eyes. He was running a fever tonight. The corners of his eyes were unusually red, and his gaze was deeper than usual, as if brewing a storm. I'm a bit hot." Jiao An stammered. "Can you loosen up?" Fu Yunqing stared at her for 2 seconds, and instead of loosening his grip, he rested his chin on the top of her head, holding her tighter. "Don't move." His voice was low and hoarse, otherwise. "I can't guarantee what will happen." "Jiao An." She froze, her heart racing. This is something Fu Yunqing would say. The one who wouldn't even let her touch him before is now threatening her? "Don't you hate me?" Jiao An couldn't help but ask. "In the past, when I got a little closer to you, you would coldly dodge away, and now you're holding me so tightly. Don't you think it's strange?" Fu Yunqing's gaze fell on her face, and he suddenly chuckled softly. "That previous Jiao An," he said slowly, "what does it have to do with you now?" "Jiao An." She felt as if struck by lightning, her blood running cold. He knows. He knows she isn't the original host. Jiao An was so scared she didn't dare to speak, her heart nearly jumping out her chest. Fu Yunqing's arm tightened a little more, as if he wanted to meld her into his bones. "No matter who you are," he leaned down, his hot breath whispering in her ear, softly murmuring, "Anyway, right now, you are mine. I am Jiao An." Jiao An held her neck, her voice involuntarily rising. "It's just that my personality has changed a little." Fu Yunqing looked at her for 2 seconds, his lips barely curving up, softly responding with an not pursuing the question further. But his body temperature was still rising. Jiao An felt stiff all over, not daring to move. Fu Yunqing's breath was hot, brushing against her neck, making her heart race and her ears flush. She really wanted to scold him, telling him not to get so close. But the words stuck in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Something's not right. She suddenly turned her head, realizing Fu Yunqing's brow was tightly furrowed. His face flushed abnormally, and his breathing heavier than usual. Jiao An's heart sank, and she immediately reached out to check his forehead. "It's terrifyingly hot." Just as she was about to speak, Fu Yunqing suddenly grabbed her wrist, pulling her hand away. "You're too noisy." His voice was hoarse, with a hint of restraint. "Forget it. I'll let you off today. Go back and rest." Jiao An was taken aback, not having reacted yet, when Fu Yunqing had already released her, turning over to face away from her, seemingly not wanting to continue this topic. Jiao An stared at his back for a couple of seconds, bit her lip, and finally threw off the blanket and ran out without looking back. Fu Yunqing listened to her hurried footsteps, slowly closing his eyes, a self-deprecating curve forming at the corner of his lips. Sure enough, she didn't want to stay with him at all. However, not long after, the doors suddenly slammed open. Fu Yunqing opened his eyes wide and turned to look at Jiao An, who was panting at the door, holding a large bucket of ice, with beads of sweat on her forehead. "You." Fu Yunqing was stunned. Jiao An ignored him, rushing into the bathroom and dumping all the ice into the bathtub with a splash, muttering, "The heat from snakes can cause trouble. We need to cool down quickly." After finishing, she turned and ran back to the bed, reaching out to pull Fu Yunqing. "Hurry, go soak in cold water." However, as soon as her hand touched his arm, she froze. Fine black scales had appeared on Fu Yunqing's skin, and his originally long legs had transformed into a long snake tail, black as ink, coiling on the bed. "Jiao An." She stood frozen in place, her pupils constricting. "Snake, snake, snake." Fu Yunqing looked at her suddenly pale face and chuckled softly, his voice hoarse from illness. "Now you know to be afraid?" He slightly propped himself up, his snake tail slowly moving closer to her. "Then why did you come back?" Chapter 107. Joanna. I gave you a chance. Joanna swallowed hard. suppressing the urge to retreat, and forced herself to say, I'm here to save you. Your anaconda clan will die from a high fever. Fu Yunqing's gaze shifted slightly as he stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly reaching out to grasp her wrist, gently pulling her towards him. Joanna was caught off guard and fell into his embrace. The snake tail instinctively wrapped around her waist, the cold and powerful touch making her shiver. Fu Yunqing lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Joanna, I gave you a chance. In the bathroom. At that moment, Fu Yunqing, lying in the bathtub, had completely transformed into his beast form. Joanna stood trembling at the bathroom door, still lacking the courage to enter. The bathtub was filled with a massive black snake body, the ice cubes having cooled him down somewhat, but he still seemed to be in great pain. The mist in the bathroom created a hazy halo under the light. Fu Yunqing's long snake body coiled in the ice-filled bathtub, his dark scales slightly opening and closing with each breath, glimmering with a mother-of-pearl sheen. Joanna stood 3 meters away, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the edge of the ice basin, leaving a few wet marks on the ceramic surface. Should I add more ice? Her voice was 8 octaves higher than usual. The serpent in the water slowly opened its eyes, the violet-slit pupils narrowing into lines in the mist. The snake beast, tortured by the high fever, looked both dangerous and fragile, especially the reddened corners of its eyes that swayed gently as he tilted his head. Are you still brave enough to come closer? Who's afraid? Joanna straightened her neck and took 2 steps forward, the shattered ice in the basin rattling with her trembling. I just need to adapt a bit. As she shakily poured the ice cubes into the bathtub, a scale suddenly brushed across her wrist. Joanna yelped and jumped back, almost dropping the basin on Fu Yunqing's head. Is this called adapting? Fu Yunqing's voice was hoarse from the fever, with a slightly rising tone at the end. The enormous snake head lifted from the water, sending a spray of glistening droplets into the air. Who just said I wouldn't be scared? Look at you, trembling like this. The droplets splashed onto Joanna's face. The coldness mixed with a unique snake-like sweetness. She froze in place, watching the snake's tongue hiss through the air, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Rationality told her to run, but when she met those violet eyes, she inexplicably recalled the warmth of his grip on her wrist when he was gravely injured. Really? Not scary at all. Joanna closed her eyes and reached out her hand. The moment her fingertips touched the snake's head, the imagined stickiness didn't appear. The anaconda's scales were unexpectedly dry and smooth, like high-quality obsidian, with only the tiny scales near the neck having a slightly fuzzy texture. As she touched him, Fu Yunqing's breathing suddenly became long and drawn out. Snakes shouldn't perceive touch through their skin, but at that moment, every scale she touched transmitted subtle currents to his nerve endings. When Joanna curiously rubbed the transparent spectacle membrane on his eyelids, the entire snake body tensed uncontrollably, the ice in the bathtub cracking under the pressure. So snakes can get goosebumps too? Joanna suddenly noticed the scales beneath her hand all standing on end, like black roses blooming. This discovery made her temporarily forget her fear, her fingers trailing down the spine scales. Is it ticklish here? Let me help you. Ding. Favorability increased by 2. Current favorability 80. The system's prompt made Joanna's eyes light up. She tentatively scraped her nails along the edge of the scales, immediately hearing, ding. Favorability increased by 1. Ding. Favorability increased by 1. The snake tail in the bathtub began to unconsciously slap the water surface. Fu Yunqing rested his head on the edge of the tub, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, his once pale skin now flushed with an abnormal redness. Joanna didn't notice his unusual reaction, fully focused on counting the system prompts, her fingers boldly reaching the particularly soft scales on his belly. It's so warm here. Huh. Her fingertips suddenly encountered a protruding scale, the sensation completely different from other areas. Before she could explore further, the entire bathtub erupted in blinding white light. Joanna was pushed back a few steps by the powerful shockwave, and when her vision cleared, there was no longer a giant snake in a bathtub. Fu Yunqing was kneeling in the water in human form, his wet black hair sticking to his heaving chest, one hand gripping her wrist tightly. Is it fun? His voice was even more hoarse than in snake form, carrying a dangerous tremor. Water droplets slid down his collarbone, tracing over his well-defined abs before disappearing at the edge of the towel wrapped around his waist. Joanna's gaze uncontrollably followed that droplet until she heard a light clicking sound. Fu Yunqing's nails had somehow turned into sharp black claws, digging deeply into the ceramic surface of the bathtub. Only then did she realize that what she had touched was the most sensitive area of a snake's cloacal scales. "I didn't mean to." She hurriedly retreated, but he pulled her closer by the wrist. The heat emanating from Fu Yunqing mixed with the coldness of the ice, creating a dizzying atmosphere. When his canine teeth lightly grazed her earlobe, Joanna heard an unprecedented sharp alarm from the system. "Warning! Target hormone levels exceeded. Warning! Snake mating behavior triggered. Now you know fear?" Fu Yunqing's tongue brushed against her trembling eyelids, his voice tinged with suppressed agitation. "Weren't you just enjoying it?" Joanna suddenly felt something hard against her calf, looking down to find a circle of ice crystals forming at the edge of the bathtub, visibly spreading outward. This was a sign of Fu Yunqing's spiritual power going out of control, as well as a characteristic nesting behavior of snake beastmen during their mating period. Fu Yunqing, you're still running a fever." She frantically pressed against his chest, her palm feeling his heart racing frighteningly fast. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. Fu Yunqing suddenly released her, turning away as the towel slipped down, revealing a blood-soaked bandage at his lower back. He gripped the edge of the bathtub, breathing heavily, his voice muffled in his chest. "Get out." Joanna scrambled towards the door, but heard a dull thud. Turning back, she saw Fu Yunqing's forehead pressed against the tiles, his arm muscles straining in pain, those exquisite black scales becoming faintly visible beneath his skin. This was a sign of a beastman's spiritual power going berserk. "You! I said get out." He punched the wall, causing spiderweb-like cracks to instantly spread across the tiles. "Unless you want to see me pin you in the reproductive nest for 3 days and 3 nights. As Joanna fled through the door, she vaguely heard the system prompt. Favorability increased by 1. Current favorability, 100. Task completed. Chapter 108. Joanne, wait for me to come back. Joanne almost fled the room in a panic, stopping only when her back slammed against the wall of the corridor. She gasped for breath, her right hand unconsciously touching her flushed cheek, where it seemed there was still a lingering warmth from Fu Yunqing. "System," she screamed in her mind, "what just happened?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate. SS's level comprehension ability has been activated. Current favorability, 100 endless affection. System evaluation. The host is truly gifted. Joanne's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, wrinkling the fabric. She should have felt happy about completing the task and gaining top-tier abilities, but her heart was racing uncontrollably, as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. "No, I have to leave here quickly," she murmured softly, just about to turn around when Fu Yunqing's deep voice suddenly came from behind the intricately carved wooden door. "Joan, come in." The voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing her to stop in her tracks involuntarily. Joan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally pushed open the door. The light inside the room was much dimmer than in the corridor. Fu Yunqing was already fully dressed, his dark shirt tightly wrapped around his neck, even the cuffs meticulously buttoned. He sat beside the sandalwood tea table by the window, his long fingers holding a celadone teapot, as amber-colored tea drew a graceful arc in the air before falling into the cup. "Are you okay?" Joanne stood at the door, not daring to approach, her voice 8 octaves higher than usual. Fu Yunqing glanced at her, his amethyst-like eyes returning to their usual clarity. He put down the teapot, the tea in the cup remaining perfectly still. "I need to return to the Fu family for a while." "Oh, okay," Joanne almost reflexively replied, and only after she said it did she realize she had agreed too readily, hastily adding, "Will it take long?" The teacup clinked against the tray, producing a crisp sound. Fu Yunqing's fingers paused at the rim of the cup, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He had expected Joanne to at least show a bit of reluctance, but he did not anticipate her quick agreement. Uncertain, his tone had cooled a few degrees from before. "During this time, stay close to Huashu and don't wander around. Don't worry, I'm officially part of the team now. Jiao An smiled and waved her hand, her fingertips subconsciously drawing circles at her side, feeling very safe. Fu Yunqing snorted lightly, his knuckles gently tapping the table. Your performance in this task was good. You have enough points for a promotion. Zhong Tian should take you to the branch base. Really? Jiao An's eyes instantly lit up, her voice rising by 8 octaves. The branch base was located in a medium-sized city, with resources far richer than here, and most importantly, it meant her main storyline task could advance significantly. Seeing her elated expression, Fu Yunqing's brows furrowed slightly. He set down the teacup and suddenly pulled out an object from his pocket. Take this. It was a completely black snake-shaped bracelet, each scale carved vividly. 2 amethyst-like stones were embedded at the snake's eyes, shining with a dim glow in the subdued light. This is the Xian snake bracelet. Fu Yunqing briefly explained, offering the bracelet forward. It will protect you in case of danger. Just as Jiao An was about to reach out to take it, the system's sharp alert suddenly rang in her mind. Alert! Detected a life-saving treasure. This item contains Fu Yunqing's original blood essence, equivalent to his second life. The host is amazing. This is the second life-saving item, even stronger than the previous foxtail. Her hand jerked back, almost dropping the bracelet. Wait, this is too precious. Jiao An quickly withdrew her hand. I'm very safe right now. I don't need this. Fu Yunqing's expression instantly darkened, as if the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. You accepted the foxtail from Huashu. Why won't you take this? Jiao An was momentarily at a loss for words. That's different, right? At that time, I was about to leave the city to face a beast tide. My life was at stake. But now I'm with the main team. What danger could there be? That. The situation is different, she stammered, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. It was indeed dangerous back then, but now. Before she could finish, Fu Yunqing suddenly stood up, striding over to her in just a few steps. The aura around him turned dangerously tense, dark currents swirling in his purple eyes. He grasped her chin, the pressure just right, preventing her from breaking free. Jiao An, his thumb gently caressed her lips, his voice low and terrifying. Have you forgotten? I am also your beast husband? He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Or do you think I can't compare to Huashu in your heart? What is this? Why does it suddenly feel like jealousy? Jiao An was stunned by his sudden anger. She could clearly feel the chaotic waves of thought energy within Fu Yunqing, indicating that his emotions had spiraled out of control. A wise person knows when to yield. She immediately changed her tune. I'll take it. I'll take it. Is that okay? Only then did Fu Yunqing release his grip, firmly sliding the snake bracelet onto her wrist. The black snake seemed to have a life of its own, automatically adjusting its size to perfectly fit her wrist. The scales felt cool to the touch, but also carried a strange warmth. Thank you. Jiao An awkwardly expressed her gratitude and turned to leave quickly. Jiao An, Fu Yunqing called out from behind. Wait for me to come back. It was not a question, but a command. Jiao An waved her hand without looking back, fleeing the room. Only after she had run quite a distance did she dare to stop and examine the snake bracelet on her wrist. The amethyst-like snake eyes seemed to be watching her, inexplicably reminding her of Fu Yunqing's deep-set eyes. The host is about to enter the main storyline task. The favorability of others still needs to be improved. The system suddenly spoke. Jiao An touched the snake bracelet and softly said, "Let us go to the branch base first." She looked in the direction Fu Yunqing had left, her expression strange. It was becoming increasingly chaotic, leaving her feeling quite flustered each time. It seemed the snake bracelet sensed her thoughts, warming slightly, the scales gently rubbing against her skin, like some proud man awkwardly showing concern. The next day, Fu Yunqing left. However, before he departed, Fu Yunqi had a big quarrel with him. I want to go back. Fu Yunqi struggled, his voice filled with defiance. Brother Yunqing, my task is already over. I can stay for a while. Fu Yunqing didn't look back, coldly throwing out a sentence. There are still matters in the clan that require your presence. You can either leave on your own, or I'll have someone carry you out. Chapter 109. You actually protect her. Fu Yunqi gritted his teeth in anger and strode up to Fu Yunqing. You didn't say that before. Fu Yunqing finally stopped, glancing at him with an icy gaze. Then what did I say? Fu Yunxi was taken aback by his imposing aura and took half a step back, but quickly straightened his back, grinning oddly. Brother Yunxing, you can't be afraid that I'll steal Sister Jiao An away, can you? These words were like a thorn. Instantly piercing Fu Yunxing gese nervous. His expression darkened, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Just you? He sneered, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. You can't take her away. Fu Yunxi was infuriated by his certainty, just about to retort when Fu Yunxing had already turned away, coldly ordering, take him away. Two guards immediately stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, restraining Fu Yunxi. Unable to struggle free, Fu Yunxi could only glare at Fu Yunxing's back, gritting his teeth. Brother Yunxing, how can you forget your friends for a woman? Fu Yunxing didn't even turn his head, simply raising his hand to signal the team to set off. After the crisis in Qiushui City was resolved, the newly appointed city lord quickly arrived to take over subsequent matters. The cult, having lost their priest, scattered in defeat, and the authorities seized the opportunity to destroy a nearby stronghold, finally bringing a temporary calm to this group of lunatics. When Zhong Tian found Jiao An, she was packing her things. They would set off for Zhuke City in 3 days. Zhong Tian was concise. Get ready. Jiao An nodded without hesitation. No problem. 3 days later, Zhong Tian's team officially set off. The journey was long, and they traveled day and night, finally reaching their destination after 2 full days and nights. Zhuke City, as a medium-sized city, was far more prosperous than Jiao An had imagined. The towering city walls were made of red crystal stone, shining brilliantly in the sunlight. Outside the city gate, people came and went, with merchant caravans endlessly passing by. The streets were lined with shops on both sides, showcasing a dazzling array of weapons, potions, and materials from exotic beasts, overwhelming the senses. Huasu was quite lively along the way, pestering Jiao An with questions, but once they entered Zhuke City, he strangely quieted down, his fox-like eyes slightly squinting as if he was on high alert. Just as Jiao An was about to ask him what was wrong, suddenly, squeak. The convoy came to a sudden stop, and Jiao An nearly toppled forward. What happened? She frowned and looked ahead. In the middle of the road stood a girl, arms crossed, blocking the convoy with an arrogant expression. She wore a tight-fitting black leather skirt that accentuated her slim figure and high-knee boots, exuding a flamboyant sexiness. Yet, her face was strikingly youthful, with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips, appearing to be only 17 or 18 years old. Miss Luo? A Fu Su peeked out and couldn't help but murmur. Why did she suddenly come out to block the car? Before Jiao An could react, the girl had already marched up to the front of the vehicle, raised her hand, and slammed it down on the hood with a crisp sound. Zhong Tian, get out here. Zhong Tian frowned and stepped out of the car. Miss Luo, what brings you here? The girl snorted coldly, her gaze directly bypassing Zhong Tian and landing on Jiao An inside the vehicle. I heard you brought back someone extraordinary this time. Her eyes scanned the interior of the carriage, seemingly searching for someone. Then, without any politeness, she began rummaging through it, her movements fierce and willful, as if she wouldn't stop until she had dismantled the entire vehicle. Where is she? She suddenly straightened up, her almond eyes wide open, her voice raised. Where did you hide her? A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside, pointing and discussing. Zhong Tian's expression darkened, but due to the Luo family's status in Zhuke City, he could only suppress his anger. Miss Luo, what exactly are you looking for? Luo Qi ignored him, kicking the car door with a loud bang. Stop pretending. You clearly brought her back. Jiao An, sitting inside the car, kept her gaze on Huasu. Since Luo Qi appeared, this usually playful fox had been unusually silent, even deliberately shrinking back into the corner, his expression darkening. Huasu, Jiao An lowered her voice. The person she's looking for. It wouldn't be you, would it? Huasu's expression darkened, neither confirming nor denying it. Outside, Luo Qi was already angrily banging on the car window. Come out. I know you're in there. Jiao An raised an eyebrow, looking at Huasu's unusual demeanor, and suddenly understood most of it. She sighed, directly opening the car door and jumping down. Who are you looking for? Jiao An stood firm, staring directly at Luo Qi and asking. Luo Qi looked her up and down, her gaze lingering for a moment on the snake bracelet on her wrist, then sneered. What does it have to do with you? Step aside. Jiao An didn't move, instead crossing her arms. You're blocking our car. How does it not concern me? Luo Qi narrowed her eyes, suddenly stepping closer, the faint scent of roses wafting towards Jiao An. What are you, to meddle in my affairs? Jiao An stood her ground, even slightly curling her lips. I may not be anything, but that doesn't mean you're the one who gets to decide. Jiao An's assertiveness immediately weakened Luo Qi's arrogant demeanor by 3 points. However, as the eldest daughter of the Luo family in Zhuke City, who had been exceptionally gifted since childhood and spoiled, she had never been confronted like this before. Her almond eyes widened in anger, her pretty face flushed, and she swiftly gathered a streak of crimson energy at her fingertips, pointing it directly at Jiao An. You ignorant little wretch, she shouted fiercely. Today I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. Jiao An stood her ground, not flinching or avoiding, even raising an eyebrow slightly. Heaven's favored daughter? How could anyone be more noble than her, a former imperial princess? Although she had fallen from grace now, her inherent pride had not diminished. Just as Luo Qi's energy was about to strike, Jiao An was preparing to sidestep when suddenly a flash of white appeared like lightning, blocking in front of her. Bang! The energy collided against the outspread foxtail, sending a wave of energy rippling out. Hua Su had somehow positioned himself in front of Jiao An, his 9 fluffy fox tails acting as a barrier to protect her. His usually smiling fox eyes were now as cold as ice, a rare chill in his voice. Luo Qi, dare you try to touch her? Luo Qi was initially stunned, but as she recognized the person, a look of surprise instantly lit up her eyes. Hua Su, you finally chose to see me? However, this joy quickly turned into a raging fury when she saw Hua Su protecting Jiao An behind him. Her beautiful face twisted for a moment, and her voice turned sharp. You actually protect her? Hua Su did not respond, merely coldly staring at her. His energy swirling around him, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Luo Qi trembled with anger, pointing at Jiao An and shouting, What is she? How can she be worthy of your protection? Who she is has nothing to do with you. Hua Su's tone was icy. If you dare to lay a hand on her, don't blame me for being rude. These words completely enraged Luo Qi. Chapter 110. Not wanting to hide it from you, her eyes were red, and her palms gathered a stronger psychic force, her voice laced with sobs. Huashu, how could you do this to me? What else? Huashu interrupted her, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Luo Qi's psychic power fluctuated violently in her palm, but ultimately dissipated in despair. She bit her lip tightly, glancing back and forth between Huashu and Jiao An. She turned and dashed into the crowd, quickly disappearing from sight. Jiao An peeked out from behind Huashu and blinked. Wow, Huashu, you really have quite the charm. Huashu put away his foxtail and returned to his nonchalant demeanor, grinning. What's wrong, little Anin, feeling jealous? Jiao An rolled her eyes, then remembered that this guy still hadn't fully won her over, so she chose not to embarrass him. Thanks. Huashu ruffled her hair gently, his gaze soft. With me around, no one can touch you. Jiao An was speechless. Okay, she still found this guy a bit annoying. On the other side, Luo Qi, having run out, began to curse and cry. On the bustling streets of Zhuke City, her sobs drew the attention of many passers-by. Her delicate makeup had already been smudged by tears, with eyeliner leaving 2 black streaks on her cheeks. Yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Huashu, how could you do this to me? She sobbed, her fingers tightly gripping her skirt. I waited for you for 3 whole years. Lin Dong stood 2 meters away, hesitating with a handkerchief in his hand. He had just spotted Luo Qi. As the youngest action team leader of the 007 division, he was usually decisive, but at this moment, he felt as helpless as a little boy. He approached her shyly, forcing himself to suppress his racing heart. The faint scent of roses mixed with her tears made his heart race. Miss Luo, he said cautiously, is there anything I can help you with? Get lost. Luo Qi suddenly looked up, her red eyes filled with anger. Who do you think you are, daring to hit on me? Lin Dong was taken aback, but stubbornly remained where he was. The sunset stretched his shadow long, perfectly covering Luo Qi. He noticed her slender shoulders trembling slightly in the evening breeze and, without thinking, took off his uniform jacket. Put this on, don't catch a cold, he said softly. his movements gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. Luo Qi froze for a moment, and tears began to flow even more fiercely. She snatched the jacket and threw it on the ground, screaming, "Who needs your fake kindness?" Lin Dong silently picked up the jacket, brushing off the dust. He noticed a small cut on Luo Qi's smooth arm, likely from the emotional turmoil moments earlier. "You're hurt." He took out some bandages he always carried. "This is specially made for the military. I told you not to meddle." Luo Qi turned to leave, but stumbled as her foot caught on her skirt. Lin Dong quickly reached out to support her, but as soon as he touched her skin, he instinctively withdrew his hand as if shocked. The warmth from her body made his ears flush. "What do you want?" Luo Qi finally stopped, her voice thick with emotion. Lin Dong took a deep breath. "I just want to help you." "Help me?" Luo Qi suddenly laughed, that smile tightening Lin Dong's chest. "Then why don't you kill that woman?" "What?" Lin Dong thought he misheard. "The one with Huashu just now." Luo Qi's eyes suddenly turned vicious. If it weren't for her, Lin Dong's brows furrowed. As the action team leader, he sensed that something was off. "Miss Luo, who are you talking about?" "How would I know who she is?" She came with Zhong Tian and stood so close to Huashu. Could it be Miss Jiao An that the Major General brought back this time? Lin Dong had clearly received official notifications earlier. "Her name is Jiao An?" Luo Qi sneered. "What, do you know her?" Lin Dong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Jiao An was a special talent personally brought back by Lord Zhong Tian, and her background was said to be complicated. He opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Seeing his reaction, tears welled up in Luo Qi's eyes again. "See, all you men are liars." She turned to run away. "Wait." Lin Dong grabbed her wrist. "If she bullied you, I can talk to her." Luo Qi halted, eyeing him suspiciously. "Just talk?" "According to regulations." Lin Dong's words trailed off as he saw the disappointment in Luo Qi's eyes, and he quickly changed his tone. "Of course, if she really did something wrong, I'll make her apologize to you and report it." A glimmer of calculation flashed in Luo Qi's eyes. She suddenly stepped closer, her sweet fragrance enveloping him. "Captain Lin, are you really willing? You know, no one has ever made me this sad before. She really went too far, and I'm truly heartbroken." Admittedly, Luo Qi was skilled at manipulating emotions. At that moment, Lin Dong was completely under her control. Lin Dong's breath hitched. His throat involuntarily swallowed hard. "Also, my father is currently looking for a personal bodyguard to ensure my safety. I think Captain Lin would be willing, right? Being the head of the Luo family's guards would mean he could stay by Luo Qi's side, always together. At all times." Luo Qi's fingers lightly traced his insignia. "You've always wanted this. It's a good opportunity. I senti it." This sentence struck Lin Dong like a heavy blow. He swallowed hard, his voice somewhat dry. "What does Miss Luo want me to do?" Luo Qi smiled. That smile innocent yet cruel. "Since you're new, shouldn't we give you a proper welcome?" She leaned close to Lin Dong's ear, her breath fragrant. "This shouldn't be difficult for Captain Lin, right?" Lin Dong's fists clenched and then relaxed at his side. The distant clock tower chimed 7 times. The sunset glow had completely enveloped Zhuke City. He looked at Luo Qi's expectant gaze and finally nodded slowly. "Okay." That simple syllable felt especially heavy in the twilight. "Jiao An, there are some things I don't want to bring up. It's not that I want to hide them from you." The carriage rocked back and forth. Jiao An leaned against the side, nearly falling asleep. Suddenly, she heard a voice beside her. She opened her eyes in confusion, just in time to meet Huashu's fox-like eyes. "What?" Perhaps thinking she hadn't heard, Huashu opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head and said nothing more. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. It's okay." Jiao An watched him fidget, finding a comfortable position again, planning to doze off for a bit longer. Huashu heard this and froze for a moment, a hint of tenderness surfacing in his eyes. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host Huashu for increasing favorability. Current favorability. 7E, Chapter 111. I will kill those who hurt you. Joan was arranged to rest in a lounge for a night and, according to Zhong Tian's instructions, reported to the base the next day. At the dawn of the 007 Division base, the mist had yet to clear. Joan had just finished breakfast and arrived at the base, full of energy. "Newcomer?" Lin Dong crossed his arms, the golden emblem embroidered on the cuffs of his uniform shining in the morning light. "I am the leader of the action team, Lin Dong." Joan looked up at this unexpected visitor. The man was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a faint cold smile playing on his lips. She politely nodded. I'm Joan. Just reported today. I heard you were personally brought back by Lord Zhong Tian. Lin Dong stepped forward, exuding a subtle pressure. How about we have a spar? Let me see what makes you special. Joan frowned slightly. She keenly sensed the hostility in his words. But before she could respond, a cold laugh suddenly came from behind her. Since when did the action team leader take charge of assessing newcomers? Huashu had appeared beside Joan, 9 white fox tails gently swaying behind her. Although she wore a smile, her gaze was chilling. Lin Dong's expression changed, clearly not expecting to encounter this difficult character. Huashu's strength had allowed her to directly assume the position of chief commander in Area 8 after joining the base, ranking above him. Besides her, Shun Tingyin and Duan Qi also had their places in the base due to their previous achievements, leaving Joan, who had joined temporarily, to start from scratch. Lin Dong quickly adjusted his expression. Lord Huashu, I was just following the usual practice. Usual practice? Duan Qi approached from the other side, the silver threads embroidered on his black military uniform flowing in the morning light. He had been in seclusion for months, his mental energy fluctuations more profound than before. I wasn't aware that the division had a practice of bullying newcomers. Shun Tingyan was the last to appear, playing with a long blade that seemed to be a newly acquired treasure, his expression blank as he directly blocked Joan's path. Want to fight? I'm in. The atmosphere in the training ground instantly became tense. The team members who had been practicing stopped and curiously gathered around. Whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that the newcomer Joan? Oh my god, 3 big shots protecting her. Lin Dong had kicked a steel plate this time. On the observation deck, on the 2nd floor, several high-ranking officials were also drawn to the commotion below. A man in a white military uniform, who was both charming and handsome, squinted his eyes. What's going on? His assistant reported immediately. It seems Lin Dong is causing trouble for a newcomer. Newcomer? The deputy commander looked surprised at the petite figure surrounded by 3 men in the center of the field. What is her background? At this moment, the standoff on the ground had reached a boiling point. Sweat beads appeared on Lin Dong's forehead. He hadn't expected things to escalate this much. But recalling the eager gaze of Luo Qi from yesterday, he steeled himself. I just want to test the abilities of the new colleague. Why is everyone so nervous? Test? Shin Tingyan scoffed, faint blue runes suddenly appearing on the long blade. How about I test Lin team leader's skills first? The onlookers gasped. Everyone knew Shan Tingyan's long blade was a high-level spiritual weapon, exchanged for points. Such a life-saving weapon wouldn't be used lightly. Yet he was willing to waste it for Joan, which was simply outrageous. Just as the tension reached its peak, Joan finally made a slight movement. She glanced at the 3 men protecting her. Huashu, 70 affection Duan Qi, 55 affection Shun Tingyan, 50 affection. Her eyes brightened. This affection was rising too quickly. She herself didn't know how it had suddenly become so high. However, rather than being protected, she preferred to stand her ground in the base. All right, I accept the spar. Her clear voice silenced the crowd. Huashu suddenly turned his head. Xiaofanin. Joan winked at him and whispered, Don't worry, I know my limits. She turned to Lin Dong, a faint smile curling her lips. But since it's a spar, there should be a stake, right? Lin Dong was taken aback. What kind of stake do you want? Joan touched the serpent bracelet on her wrist, the amethyst-like serpent eyes flashing with a hint of ghostly light. If I win, I want you to tell me who sent you to trouble me. This sentence fell like a drop of cold water into hot oil, instantly causing an uproar in the crowd. Lin Dong's face turned pale. He hadn't expected this seemingly delicate girl to be so perceptive. You think too much. I just want to spar. Since you have no sincerity, don't blame me for not accepting. On the observation deck on the 2nd floor, the man in white seemed to ponder, stroking his chin. Interesting. He instructed his assistant, prepare the recording device. This match is worth watching. In the center of the field, Lin Dong took a deep breath and slowly assumed his starting stance. All right then, please give me your guidance. In the morning light, the figures of the 2 gradually elongated. The atmosphere in the training ground reached an unprecedented tension, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this unusual match. Joan was a newcomer, rumored to have a low level of mental energy, only level 6. Moreover, she hadn't awakened any powerful offensive abilities. How could she fight? Yes, Lin Dong was at the peak of level 7 mental energy, plus he had a flying bone blade, extremely formidable. Was there any necessity for this match? The training ground was bustling with excitement over this intriguing spar. Lin Dong's flying bone blade glinted with a chilling light under the sun. This weapon made from the spine of a high-level exotic beast trembled lightly in his hand, as if it were alive. His surrounding mental energy fluctuations clearly indicated that he was a level 7 peak powerhouse. On the opposite side, Joan's slender figure appeared particularly fragile in the oversized training uniform. The serpent bracelet coiling around her wrist emitted a faint purple glow, appearing more like an ornament than a weapon in the eyes of the crowd. It's still not too late to admit defeat. Lin Dong twisted his wrist, the flying bone blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. I don't want to be accused of bullying newcomers. Whispers spread among the onlookers again. Level 6 against peak level 7? Isn't that asking for death? That flying bone blade can break through level 8 defenses. Is this newcomer crazy? Shen Tingyan stood at the side, his golden vertical pupils narrowing slightly. His long fingers unconsciously caressed the edge of the long blade, where faint dragon patterns flowed. Joan! His voice was low and dangerous. Don't get hurt. Otherwise, those who hurt you, I will kill. This statement seemed directed at Joan, but actually sent a chill down Lin Dong's spine. As a descendant of a dragon clan, Shen Tingyan's mere presence exerted a bloodline suppression. Chapter 112. Try to touch her. Huashu lazily leaned against the railing, his 9 foxtails swaying seemingly casually, but in reality, they blocked all possible escape routes for Lin Dong. He smiled and added, "Don't worry, our little one is clever." His tone was relaxed, but his gaze was as cold as ice. Duanqi said nothing, only slightly flexing his fingers under the black robe, where faint silver runes flickered on the training ground surface. This subtle movement was keenly captured by the man in white observing from the second floor, and his expression instantly turned grave. Xiao moved her wrist and flashed Lin Dong a brilliant smile. "Please guide me." With the referee's command, Lin Dong took the initiative to attack first. His figure instantly transformed into a shadow, the flying bone blade emitting a piercing sound as it aimed directly for Xiao An's throat. This strike was a killing move. "Despicable," someone exclaimed from the sidelines. Just as the blade tip was less than 3 inches from Xiao An, her figure suddenly twisted eerily. The flying bone blade passed through only a shadow. What? Lin Dong's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly turned to defend. Xiao An had somehow appeared 3 meters behind him, holding a crystal-clear ice spirit blade. Most shockingly, the mental power radiating from her had already broken through the 6th-level barrier. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? The deputy commander abruptly stood up. But even more shocking things were yet to come. With each of her movements, a purple light flashed from the snake bracelet on her wrist, and her actions became increasingly rapid, so fast that most people present could only see blurred afterimages. That wasn't just ordinary speed. Huashu narrowed his eyes. It was the embryonic form of spatial jumping. Shen Tingyan's lips curled slightly. I underestimated her. After being missing for so long, she truly has had an adventure. Lin Dong on the field was already drenched in sweat. Every attack of his felt like striking cotton, while Xiao An's counterattacks aimed directly at his vital points. Even more terrifying was that he felt his mental power was being suppressed by some force, rendering the flying bone blade's power to less than 70%. "Do you admit defeat?" Xiao An's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Lin Dong roared in anger, and the flying bone blade suddenly erupted with blinding white light. This was his trump card, Bone Explosion, a move that had once severely injured an 8th-level expert. Before the spectators could gasp in shock, they saw the purple light on Xiao An's wrist intensify. An illusory giant snake appeared in an instant, opening its massive maw to devour the white light entirely. "Fu families. Shen Snake Guardian?" the man in white exclaimed. Lin Dong stood frozen on the spot, the flying bone blade clattering to the ground. He looked pale as he stared at the short blade within reach and finally managed to say, "I admit defeat." The training ground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the petite figure in the center with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Not only had she defeated Lin Dong, who was a rank above her. But even more terrifying was that she wore the life-bound treasure of the Fu family's young master on her wrist. Jiao An was also somewhat surprised that the item left by Fu Yunqing was such a treasure. It seemed the system had not deceived her. Jiao An put away her weapon, bent down to pick up the flying bone blade, and handed it to Lin Dong. Good weapon. It's a pity it has the wrong owner. She blinked. Now you can tell me, who sent you here? Lin Dong's expression changed several times before he finally lowered his head in despair. He didn't want to betray Luo Qi. Before he could speak, the training grounds door was suddenly pushed open violently. Luo Qi burst in with a team of Luo family guards, her face full of fury. Lin Dong, you useless waste. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed up again. Huashu's fox tails silently spread out. Shun Tinjian's long blades dragon pattern moved, and Duan Shi's black robe fluttered without wind as the three powerful figures simultaneously locked onto the intruders. But Jiao An suddenly smiled. She gently pressed the snake bracelet on her wrist, and a sly glimmer flashed in the purple crystal-like snake eyes. The main character has arrived. Luo Qi, furious and with a fierce expression, immediately spotted the disheveled and defeated Lin Dong, her face darkening instantly. She scolded mercilessly, "You can't even handle a newcomer, and you still have a nerve to say you would help me." Lin Dong lowered his head, not daring to retort. Luo Qi's gaze quickly shifted to Huashu, and the anger in her eyes was instantly replaced by a complex emotion. She stepped forward quickly, wanting to grab Huashu's sleeve, but Huashu retreated without hesitation, maintaining his distance. "Huashu." Luo Qi's voice trembled slightly. "What do you mean? You won't even acknowledge me now?" Huashu's face was cold, and he said nothing, as if the person before him had nothing to do with him. Luo Qi suppressed the resentment in her heart and lowered her voice. "Give me half an hour. Let's talk privately." She paused, her tone carrying a threat. "As long as you agree, I promise I won't cause any more trouble for Jiao An in the future." Huashu's brows furrowed tighter, his eyes cold. "Are you threatening me?" Luo Qi sneered, unconcerned. "I am the eldest daughter of the Luo family, backed by the entire Luo family power. Even if it doesn't work out today, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I will succeed eventually." Huashu remained silent for a moment before finally coldly saying, "Half an hour." A flicker of pride flashed in Luo Qi's eyes. Not far away, Jiao An observed the atmosphere between the two, already guessing around 70 to 80% of what was happening. But she did not ask further. She quietly waited for Huashu to handle it himself. Huashu walked in front of Jiao An, rare to retract his nonchalant expression, and whispered, "I need to resolve some old matters." Jiao An nodded. "Be careful." Huashu took a deep look at her before turning and leaving with Luo Qi. In the lounge, as soon as they entered, Luo Qi couldn't wait to rush towards Huashu, wanting to hug him. However, Huashu's figure flashed, directly avoiding her touch. "Huashu." Luo Qi's eyes reddened. "Do you hate me that much?" Huashu leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his expression cold. "Speak, what is it?" Luo Qi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. 3 years ago, you clearly promised to marry me. Why did you suddenly disappear?" Huashu's eyes flickered slightly, but quickly returned to indifference. "I never promised. You're lying." Luo Qi's voice was sharp. "That night, you clearly..." "Clearly what?" Huashu interrupted her. "Clearly you forced me to take obedience pills? So no matter what your request is, I must agree?" Luo Qi's face turned pale, knowing he was aware of everything. She felt unwilling. "What about Jiao An? That woman, in strength, talent, and looks, is not as good as me. How could you make her your beast husband?" Huashu did not respond. Luo Qi's smile gradually twisted. "What does she have? A woman from a low-level city is even worthy to compete with me?" Huashu's eyes suddenly turned icy. "Try to touch her." Luo Qi was stunned by his tone, but quickly regained her pride. Chapter 113. SS Rank. What a joke. Huansu, don't forget this is Zhuke City, the territory of the Luo family. Even if you have the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, you can't protect her for a lifetime. Huansu coldly glanced at Luo Qi. "Then try it." After saying that, he turned to leave. Luo Qi rushed forward, blocking his path. "I can let her go, as long as you come back to my side." Huansu stopped, turned back to look at her, his gaze filled with a hint of pity. "Luo Qi, you're really making it hard for yourself." After saying that, He pushed her aside and left the lounge without looking back. Luo Qi stood there, her nails digging deep in her palm, her eyes flashing with a crazy light. Jiao An she gritted her teeth while muttering this name. I want to let you go. On the other side, Jiao An was taken to the newcomer registration area, separating her from Shun Tingyan and Duan Qi. Don't worry about me. Jiao An waved her hand at the two. You go ahead and do your own thing. Shun Tingyan frowned. The Luo family won't let this go easily. Duan Qi said lightly, do you need me to follow you secretly? Jiao An shook her head. No need, I can handle it. The two exchanged glances, then nodded and left. In the square of a newcomer registration area, the crowd was silent and oppressive, as if even breathing was deliberately suppressed. Jiao An stood in the middle of the line, scanning her surroundings, noticing that everyone's expressions were tense, some even with fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. They're coming. Suddenly, a few excited whispers arose from the front. I've prepared for 3 years this time, spent all my savings on a cleansing potion. I should be able to qualify, right? Huh. What essay cleansing potion? I've even tempered my bloodline. Jiao An frowned slightly. Cleansing potion? Bloodline tempering? These terms didn't sound simple. She vaguely realized that this newcomer assessment was probably not going to be easy. Silence. On the high platform, a middle-aged man in a black uniform shouted sternly. His face was grim, his eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding an aura of unapproachable authority. Instantly, the entire square fell silent. Jiao An stood among the crowd, quietly observing the situation on the high platform. Several soldiers brought up a huge device, entirely silver, its surface covered with complex runes. In the center, a fist-sized transparent crystal glimmered with a faint blue sheen. Welcome to base number 007. The middle-aged man said coldly. I am the inspector, Mo Hong. His gaze swept over the crowd below as he continued. Those who can enter here are either exceptionally gifted or have special recommendations. But his tone suddenly intensified. Newcomers are just newcomers. The base has strict levels, and you must pass a qualification test to be assigned to various core departments. Those who fail will either stay on the periphery to do menial tasks or withdraw on their own. Jiao An then understood why Zhong Tian had specifically talked to her earlier, saying the process would be somewhat complicated. But with her healing abilities, she should be able to pass without problem. Now the test begins. As soon as Mo Hang's voice fell, the soldiers started the huge device. The crystal suddenly lit up, casting a blue light that enveloped the entire high platform. Those whose names are called, come up. The first one, Zhao Yan, a burly young man, quickly stepped onto the platform and nervously placed his hand on the crystal. Buzz. The crystal flickered a few times and finally displayed a few glowing words. Level 6 qualification, C rank, no abilities. And Mo Hong glanced at it, his face expressionless. C rank disqualified. Next, Zhao Yan's face instantly turned pale, stumbling off the platform, looking as if he had lost his soul. The crowd below erupted in commotion. Zhao Yan is a level 6, and he didn't even pass C rank? It's over. I can't be much better than him. Listening to the discussions around her, Jiao An also felt nervous. Although she was a healer, she didn't know what level her qualification could reach. Next, Liu, a tall, slender woman, stepped onto the platform, and as soon as she placed her hand on it, the crystal emitted a dazzling green light. Level 7 qualification, B rank, no abilities. Montag Heng Havali nodded, B rank. Qualified. Go to the right side to register. Liu was overjoyed and quickly ran to the registration area on the right. The test continued, some rejoicing and others worrying. Jiao noticed that so far, very few had reached B rank, let alone higher A rank. Moreover, no one had awakened any abilities. No wonder Zhong Tian said that those who awaken abilities are 1 in a million. Next, Jiao An. Hearing her name, Jiao An took a deep breath and stepped onto the high platform. Countless eyes turned to her, many filled with curiosity and skepticism. She gently placed her hand on the crystal buzz. The crystal suddenly trembled violently, and then a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. The entire square erupted into a frenzy. Mo Hong stood up abruptly, staring incredulously at the words appearing on the crystal. Ability, SS rank healing system. Level, peak level 6. Qualification, super A rank. His voice trembled slightly. SS rank ability. The crowd below erupted in chaos. SS rank. What a joke. Who is she? Which prestigious family S genius? Everyone's attention shifted from qualifications to that blinding ability, because that was an ability. Before Jiao An could react, Mo Hung had quickly walked up to her, his attitude doing a complete 180. Miss Jiao, please follow me to meet the commander. Jiao An. She was filled with confusion. Wasn't T her ability SSS rank? Why would it host your powerful and rare ability? SS rank is what their current detection level can identify. SSS rank, they can't detect it at the moment, and besides, what is SSS rank? If it weren't for the fact that this world only has SSS rank, the healing energy ability I've given you far exceeds this. The system answered in her mind, sounding somewhat proud. Jiao An twitched her lips, but didn't say much. SS rank is already a unique genius. Jiao An was taken to meet the commander. It was the man in white she had seen watching the excitement on the second floor last time. Jiao An came to her senses and found herself brought into a tea room. The man in front of her sat upright. Upon seeing Jiao An arrive, he immediately greeted her politely. Miss Jiao, please have a seat. Jiao An stepped forward and slowly sat down in front of him. I've met the commander. You can call me Xiao Tian. I don't mind these titles. Jiao An was taken aback for a moment, looking at the person in front of her, her eyes holding a faint smile, but said nothing. With your qualifications, you can currently join 2 top advanced kill teams. I called you here to let you make your own choice. Chapter 114, I choose Team 1. The tea room was quiet. Joanna carefully flipped through 2 documents. They were specifically given to her by a Xiao Tian for her choice. Team 1 and Team 2 were both elite squads of the rapid kill team, but their styles were completely different. Team 2 had a balanced overall strength, with team members working well together. Their mission completion rate was not high, but the casualty rate was low, making them a typical stable team. As for Team 1, Joanna's gaze lingered on the document. Rapid Kill Team 1, Captain, Fengju, Level 9, Ability, Shadow Assassination, Vice Captain, Lu Zhao, Level 8. Ability, Strong Attack. Members, Qin Lai, Level 8, Ability, Defense, Bai Yi, Level 7. Ability, Reconnaissance. Vacancy, Support, Mission Success Rate, 98 member casualty rate, 47. Joanna raised an eyebrow. A casualty rate close to half. Yet they could maintain such a high mission success rate. Moreover, the entire team's abilities were strong. No wonder they were the ace team of the Rapid Kill Division. Xiao Tian noticed her gaze and explained. Team 1 has no support type, and they take on high difficulty missions, so casualties are inevitable. He paused. Moreover, these people are all crazy about earning points. The atmosphere might not be very friendly. I suggest you go to Team 2. Joanna's eyes lit up. They're all crazy about earning points? Isn't that just what she wants? I choose Team 1. Without hesitation, she returned the document. Xiao Tian was taken aback, then laughed. Are you sure? It's been a long time since anyone dared to join Team 1. He looked at Joanna meaningfully. You really are rebellious. Joanna shook her head. I just think it's suitable. Xiao Tian stopped persuading her, took out a pitch-black metal badge from the drawer, and handed it to her. This is the temporary badge for Team 1. He turned to the soldier at the door and instructed him to take her to Team 1's base. Before leaving, Xiao Tian added, within a month, you need to complete a B-level mission with them and earn 10 of the points as an assessment. If you pass, you will be a formal member. Joanna weighed the badge in her hand, her lips curling up. No problem. Team 1 base. The soldier led Joanna through the complex passages of the base and finally stopped in front of a remote gray building. This is it. The soldier had a strange expression and said, good luck. After that, he quickly left, as if staying an extra second would bring bad luck. Joanna pushed open the iron door, and a strong smell of alcohol mixed with blood hit her face. In the dim light, for people were either sitting or standing, all looking at her. The most eye-catching was the man sitting in the central shadow, who slowly raised his head, his pair of scarlet eyes particularly prominent in the darkness. Newcomer? The young man with an eye patch whistled. Still a little girl. The bandaged man swayed the liquor bottle drunkenly. Little girl? Our team doesn't need anyone dragging us down. Joanna remained unfazed, tossing the badge onto the table. Joanna, healing ability, level 6 peak. The commander sent me to participate in the entry assessment. The man in the shadow, Fengju, stood up and walked toward Joanna. He was taller than she had imagined, casting a shadow that completely enveloped her. The rules of Team 1. His voice was deep and hoarse. Newcomers must take on a B-level mission and earn 10 of the points. Joanna nodded. I know. Fengju suddenly reached out and pinched her chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. Not afraid of death? Joanna stared into those scarlet eyes and smiled. If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have come. The room suddenly fell silent for a second. Interesting. A burly man, Qin Lai, who was stitching a wound, grinned, revealing his white teeth. Boss, why not let her give it a try? Fengju released his hand and turned to the mission panel. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, gather to accept the mission. He threw back a sentence without looking. If you're late for even a second, get lost. Joanna rubbed her chin, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. This group of crazies was indeed to her taste. The lights in the base flickered, casting distorted shadows on the mottled walls. Joanna stood still, watching the members of Team 1, who were said to be the strongest combat power of the rapid kill team, disperse, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. In the corner, Lu Zhao, wrapped in bandages, was tilting his head back, pouring strong liquor down his throat, the amber liquid dripping onto the already stained bandages. With every sip, he let out a satisfied sigh, as if nothing in the world was more important than alcohol. On the other side, Bai Yi, the one-eyed man, sat on an ammunition box, a gleaming dagger flipping between his fingers. The blade occasionally sliced through the air, making a faint whistling sound. His intact, I remained fixed on the tip of the blade, as if performing some sacred ritual. The most eye-catching was Qin Lai, a nearly 2-meter-tall, burly man, sitting in front of the medical table with a deep wound on his thick arm that was gaping open. He held a suturing needle in his left hand and tweezers in his right, casually stitching himself up. The needle and thread made a nauseating hissing sound as they passed through flesh, but his expression was as if he were mending an old piece of clothing. Joanna couldn't help but swallow. She had seen many tough people, but this was the first time she had seen someone perform surgery on themselves without changing their expression. Little sister, are you still not leaving? Qin Lai suddenly looked up, grinning to reveal a bloody smile. What are you looking at? Never seen a man stitch a wound before? His voice was rough and hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper rubbing together. Joanna then noticed an old scar on his neck, which would slightly rise and fall with his vocal cords when he spoke. Are you really okay treating your wound like this? Joanna couldn't help but ask, pointing at the still bleeding wound on his arm. Don't you need anesthesia? Qin Lai snorted disdainfully, and the needle and thread moved even faster through the flesh. Just a small injury. Saying this, he pulled the thread hard, tied a knot, and casually bit off the end of the thread. Joanna's mouth twitched, suddenly stepping forward. How about I do it? She pointed to the medicine box. I understand medicine. I'm a healer. The room suddenly fell silent for a moment. Lu Zhao put down the bottle. Bai Yi stopped flipping the dagger, and even Fengju, who had been hidden in the shadows, cast a scrutinizing glance. Qin Lai raised an eyebrow and casually tossed the needle and thread into the tray. All right, little girl, you have some guts. His burly arm slammed onto the medical table, causing the instruments to jingle. Come on, let me see your skills. Joanna was not polite, quickly putting on gloves and starting to examine the wound. Only upon closer inspection did she realize that the wound was even more severe than she had imagined. Not only was it deep enough to see bone, but the edges of the flesh also showed an abnormal purplish-black color. Chapter 115. Indeed, our abilities are strong. Even more bizarrely, wisps of black mist seeped from the wound, writhing as if they were alive. This is... Joanna frowned and lightly touched the edge of the wound with her fingertip. Hiss! The usually tough Qin Lai actually gasped in surprise. Be gentle. Joanna looked at him in astonishment, not expecting this seemingly invulnerable man would cry out in pain. She softened her movements and first used disinfectant to clean the wound. As the cotton ball wiped over it, more black mist emerged from the wound, twisting and dissipating in the air. Why not use telekinesis to heal? Joanna asked while working. Although this injury was severe, healing with telekinesis would spare him from this suffering. Before Qin Lai could answer, Lu Zhao stumbled over. The smell of alcohol mixed with blood from him created a nauseating aura. Little girl, he burped. Do you know what corrosion is? Joanna shook her head, her hands still moving. It's something concocted by a cult. Lu Zhao leaned against the medical table, his eyes hazy from drunkenness. It specifically targets telekinesis. If you're hurt by this, you can only endure it. As if to validate his words, Joanna tried to channel her telekinesis. The light of healing in a pale green hue was instantly devoured by the black mist as soon as it touched the wound. See? Told you it's useless. Qinlai grinned. Suddenly, Lu Zhao leaned closer to Joanna, his breath reeking of alcohol. Take my advice and leave while you can. Do you know why our team has always lacked support types? He pointed to several empty beds in the corner of the room. Those spots used to be occupied. Bai Yi had also approached at some point, a dangerous glint flashing in his single eye. The last support type left no complete corpse when he died. His dagger suddenly pressed against Joanna's neck, the cold blade touching her artery. Do you want to be the next? The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Joanna felt 3 gazes locked onto her, waiting for her reaction. To everyone's surprise, Joanna didn't even blink. She gently pushed Bai Yi's dagger aside and continued focusing on Qinlai's wound. Could you move a bit? You're blocking the light. The 3 exchanged surprised glances. Lu Zhao whistled and staggered back to his spot. Bai Yi withdrew his dagger, thoughtfully examining Joanna, while Qinlai wore a bloody smile. Interesting. Joanna ignored their reactions and concentrated on treating the wound. After finishing the stitches, she suddenly took a deep breath. A different kind of emerald green light emanating from her palm, unlike ordinary healing telekinesis. In this light, tiny golden specks were faintly visible like fireflies on a summer night. This is... Qinlai's eyes widened. Joanna did not explain and directly placed her palm over the wound. The moment the emerald light touched the black mist, a sizzling sound erupted like cold water hitting hot oil. The strange black mist churned violently, but could not escape the light's grasp, ultimately being completely purified. Even more astonishingly, the wound that originally required weeks to heal began to recover at a visible speed. Flesh wriggled, skin regenerated, and in the end, only a faint white scar remained. Done. Joanna retracted the light and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The room fell into a deathly silence. Lu Zhao's bottle clattered to the ground. Bai Yi's dagger slipped from his hand again, and even Feng Zhu, who had been hiding in the shadows, stepped out. Qinlai moved his healed arm, his expression shifting from shock to elation, finally settling into a complex curiosity. Little girl, who exactly are you? Just as Joanna was about to answer, Feng Zhu suddenly returned, his voice deep like thunder. Tomorrow's mission, Qinlai, protect her well. After saying that, he turned and left, his crimson eyes leaving a lingering shadow in the darkness. Lu Zhao picked up his bottle, unusually sober as he glanced at Joanna. The ability to purify corrosion. He hesitated, ultimately just shaking his head. You'd better be careful. Bai Yi rubbed his dagger thoughtfully. It seems this new recruit is quite different. Joanna smiled at their varied reactions. Indeed, our abilities are strong. At 5:30 a.m. the next morning, just as dawn broke, Joanna was already standing at the assembly point of Team 1's base. She thought she would be the first to arrive, but when she pushed the door open, she found Qinlai sitting at the long table in the hall, holding 2 fist-sized meat buns and munching on them heartily. Hey, little girl, you're here pretty early. Qinlai looked up, his mouth shiny with grease, and grinned at her. He casually tossed one of the buns her way. Had breakfast? Want one? Joanna instinctively caught it and looked down to find the bun ridiculously large, almost the size of her face, with thin skin and plenty of filling, emitting a rich meaty aroma. Before she could thank him, she saw Qinlai grab another bun, taking a big bite and finishing one in just 2 bites. Joanna, this appetite, this speed, is he really a beast man? What are you standing there for? Eat. Qinlai stuffed another bun into his mouth, speaking indistinctly. We can only carry portable nutrients during missions later, and that stuff tastes terrible. Joanna glanced at the giant bun in her hand, and then at the mountain of empty steamers in front of Qinlai, silently swallowing. I can't eat that much, she politely expressed. Qinlai was taken aback and then burst into laughter. With your little frame, your appetite is so small. Just then, Bai Yi and Lu Zhao walked in one after the other. Bai Yi was holding a bag of soy milk, while Lu Zhao carried a steaming bowl of beef noodles piled high with red chili oil, making Joanna's stomach twitch. In the medium-sized city of Zhuke, The variety of food was indeed much better than the low-level cities she had been in before. Oh, the newcomer is here too? Lu Zhao pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the small bite Joanna had taken from the bun. He couldn't help but tease. Is that all you're eating? With those little arms and legs? Don't faint halfway through. Bai Yi chimed in, rare for him. No one in our team will carry you. Joanna. She took a deep breath and said earnestly, I won't slow anyone down. I can take care of myself. The three were taken aback, then quickly realized she misunderstood. Hey, that is not what we meant. Qin Lai waved his hands, a rare look of embarrassment on his rough face. We're all rough men. We usually don't hang out with females, so we didn't expect the little female to have such a small appetite. Chapter 116. Things are worse than she imagined, yeah. I didn't mean anything by it. Lu Zhao scratched his head. Don't take it to heart. Jiao An twitched the corner of her mouth. Thanks for your concern. Just then, Fengju walked in. He was still dressed in black, and his crimson eyes appeared particularly eerie in the morning light. He glanced at the dining table, his gaze lingering on Xiao An for a second, then waved his hand, and a light screen unfolded in front of everyone. Mission information. He was succinct. Xiao An looked up, and the light screen displayed. Mission level B. Objective. Hunt level 9 yellow-faced mantis, Jiao An area. Reward points, 5,000. Xiao An frowned slightly. A B-level mission wasn't too difficult for her, but a level 9 exotic beast was indeed formidable. We usually never take B-level missions. Qin Lai leaned over and whispered. We always start from A-level. Xiao An was taken aback. Then this time, the captain specifically chose a B-level mission. Qin Lai grinned. Probably worried that it's your first mission and afraid you can't handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fengju's expression turned cold. Qin Lai. Those two short words made the 2-meter-tall strong man instantly fall silent, retract his neck, and obediently sit back down to continue munching on his steamed bun. Xiao An looked at Fengju in surprise. Was he taking care of her? Fengju avoided her gaze and said coldly, Departure at 6 o'clock sharp. 1 second late, get lost. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the equipment area, his back straight like a pine tree. Xiao An glanced down at the steam bun in her hand, then looked at her teammates devouring their food, suddenly feeling that this team was quite good. Jiao An, one of the famous forbidden zones in the Beast World continent. It used to be a picturesque mountainous area, but ever since it was occupied by exotic beasts, it has become a death zone that no human dares to tread. Thick fog lingers year-round. The air is filled with a decaying smell, and the occasional roars of exotic beasts send chills down one's spine. Inside the vehicle, the few big men who were chatting and laughing suddenly fell silent as they entered the forbidden zone. Xiao An keenly sensed the change in atmosphere. She looked out the window and found that the originally clear sky was now shrouded in thick fog, with visibility of less than 10 meters. In the mist, distorted tree shadows could be vaguely seen, resembling clawing monsters. Be careful. Qin Lai lowered his voice, muscles tense. This fog is problematic. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly separated from Fengju and silently vanished into the fog. Xiao An's pupils constricted. That was Fengju's ability, Shadow Kill, said to be able to take a life without the enemy noticing. The vehicle suddenly came to a halt. A muffled sound of a blade entering flesh echoed, followed by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The strong smell of blood instantly spread, and the white fog ahead cleared slightly as a result. Xiao An looked through the car window and couldn't help but gasp. Dozens of infected corpses were lying in disarray on the ground. Some were severed at the waist. Others had their heads cut off, and the wounds were neat and smooth, clearly a one-hit kill. What was most shocking was that these corpses still maintained a pouncing posture in death, evidently not even having the chance to react. The captain's shadow kill is still so terrifying. Lu Zhao muttered softly. Fengju ignored him, only coldly scanning the surroundings. The yellow-faced mantis had a strong territorial awareness. These low-level infected corpses shouldn't be here. White Knight's single eye flashed with a hint of vigilance. Is someone driving them away? Xiao An suddenly felt the snake bracelet on her wrist warming slightly. She looked down and saw that the purple crystal snake's eye was glowing with an eerie red light. Something's approaching, she blurted out. Almost simultaneously, a massive black shadow fell from the sky. Boom! The roof of the vehicle was completely lifted off, revealing a giant mantis over 3 meters tall in front of everyone. It was dark yellow all over, with bloodthirsty light flickering in its compound eyes, and its forelimbs resembled 2 sharp sickles, still stained with fresh blood. Level 9, Yellow-Faced Mantis. Qinlai roared, instantly entering battle mode. Why would it attack us first? Fengju's figure had already disappeared from the spot, leaving only a cold command behind. Jiao An, take your healing position. The mantis's sickle swung down at an almost imperceptible speed, targeting the seemingly weakest Xiao and Clang. A giant axe firmly blocked this deadly blow. Qinlai's muscles bulged as he grinned savagely. Beast, your opponent is me. White Knight's figure appeared ghost-like behind the mantis, stabbing its dagger straight into its compound eye. Lu Zhao launched a surprise attack from the side. The liquid spraying from his wine flask ignited in the wind, transforming into a fire dragon that lunged at the mantis. And Fengju. Jiao An didn't even see how he made his move. She only saw the mantis's abdomen suddenly burst open with a blood hole, and a shadow slithered out like a poisonous snake, quickly disappearing. The mantis let out a pained screech, but its movements showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, it became even more frenzied. Jiao An immediately sensed something was wrong. It had been infected by corrosion. Sure enough, black gas began seeping from the mantis's wound, and the injury was slowly healing. Damn it! Qinlai was swept by a sickle, and his chest was instantly torn open. This thing can heal itself? Jiao An didn't hesitate. A green light began to glow in her palms. But just as she was about to heal, the ground beneath her feet suddenly trembled violently. Crack! The ground cracked open in several places, and more infected corpses crawled out from below, surrounding the small team in an instant. Thick black gas seeped from the decaying bodies of the living corpses, wrapping around everyone like a living poison mist. As soon as Qinlai swung his axe to shatter one living corpse, a sharp pain shot through his arm. The exposed skin began to rot at a visible speed, and he felt a searing pain as if his muscles were being torn apart by invisible hands. Damn, this cursed thing. He gritted his teeth and cursed, his movements noticeably slowing down. Not far away, White Knight and Lu Zhao were also embroiled in a tough battle. Each time White Knight's dagger pierced a living corpse, it would bring out a wisp of black gas that backfired upon him. Although Lu Zhao's flames could temporarily repel the living corpses, the black gas he inhaled with each breath made his face grow worse. Unlike Fengju, who could utilize his powers, they hadn't used their abilities for a long time since getting injured, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Fengju's figure also became sluggish in the black mist, the accuracy of shadow kill obviously decreasing. Jiao An's pupils shrank. Things are worse than I imagined. Without hesitation, she formed hand seals, her fingertips tracing a green trajectory. With a soft shout, surging healing energy spread from her body like ripples and green light spots. Like fireflies on a summer night, gently enveloped her 4 teammates. Chapter 117. Jiao An, you are truly a treasure. What is this? Qinlai's eyes widened. The rotting skin began to heal at an astonishing speed, and the black mist screamed as if it had encountered its nemesis, fleeing from the wound. Even more shocking was that the persistent feeling of weakness was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented surge of energy. Ha ha ha! So refreshing. Qinlai swung his giant axe, sweeping through and bisecting 3 living corpses. Jiao An, you're truly a treasure. Baiye's figure became ghostly swift again, as his dagger accurately pierced the eye socket of a living corpse. Much stronger than the healing type from Team 2 with his nose in the air. Lu Zhao took a swig of liquor, and the flames that erupted were several times more intense than before, instantly clearing an area. Captain, this wave is not a loss. Fengju remained silent, but the accuracy of shadow kill obviously recovered. Wherever the shadow passed, the living corpses fell like cut wheat. His gaze lingered on Jiao An for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in his crimson eyes. Jiao An maintained the healing barrier, fine beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. She could feel that this black mist was different from ordinary corrosion. The energy consumed to purify them far exceeded expectations. Watch out! The yellow-faced mantis is coming again. The The forgotten level 9 mutant beast had somehow circled behind everyone, its side-like forelimbs raised high, directly targeting Jiao An, who was maintaining the barrier. Jiao An, Qinlai roared, but it was too late to defend. At the critical moment, a shadow suddenly leapt up from the ground, accurately entangling the mantis's forelimb. At the same time, the healing energy from Jiao An surged like an illusory wind spirit, slicing off the mantis's head, with a tearing sound that made one's teeth ache. The mantis's head was forcibly ripped off. Black blood gushed out, but the moment it touched the ground half a meter away from Jiao An, it was purified into wisps of white smoke. The battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone, including the usually expressionless Feng Zhu, stared in shock at this scene. Qinlai was the first to regain his senses and strode over to Jiao An, heavily patting her shoulder with his huge hand. Goodness, what do you mean by healing type? You're practically a moving purification tower. Jiao An staggered from the pad, forcing a smile. Lighten up. I'm about to collapse. Before she finished speaking, her legs gave way, and her vision started to darken. The anticipated pain did not come. A pair of strong arms caught her steadily. Due to the burst of energy, Jiao An suffered an injury. Jiao An struggled to lift her head and met Feng Zhu's crimson eyes. Task completed. He announced briefly, retreat. The cabin was filled with a faint smell of blood and disinfectant, and the sound of the armored vehicle's engine echoed heavily in the enclosed space. Jiao An's pale face was nearly transparent under the emergency lights, with strands of hair soaked in cold sweat sticking to her skin. Her breathing was shallow, her chest barely rising and falling, with only her slightly trembling eyelashes proving she was still alive. Qinlai slammed his fist against the cabin wall, the metal sounding a dull echo. I never expected this B-level mission to be so dangerous. His voice was laced with anger, veins bulging on the back of his hand. That yellow-faced mantis is at least an A-level mutant. Is that useless information department just sitting around doing nothing? Bai Yi was checking Jiao An's vital signs and looked up at the sound, a sharp glint flashing behind his glasses. Even more bizarre was that it seemed to have specifically ambushed us on our route. He gently lifted the blood-stained sleeve on Jiao An's arm, revealing a wound that was slowly healing beneath. If it weren't for Jiao An desperately amplifying the healing array, she wouldn't have been injured from the energy burst. Before he could finish speaking, the cabin fell into a brief silence. Everyone remembered the moment the yellow-faced mantis's scythe was about to counterkill them. The emerald green light that erupted from Jiao An. Wherever that light touched, even the air seemed to have healing power, and even that beast was killed in retaliation. Feng Zhu leaned against the corner, shadows perfectly concealing his expression. Only Bai Yi, closest to him, noticed that the captain's fingers were slightly trembling, a typical symptom of overexertion of abilities. Suddenly, Feng Zhu raised his hand, a thick shadow as dark as ink coalescing in his palm. Captain, Bai Yi abruptly pressed down on his wrist. Your shadow kill has already been damaged. You can't use the harvesting technique anymore. Hearing this, Qinlai turned around, his expression changing dramatically. Boss, are you crazy? The energy core of a shadow kill user is equivalent to half a life. Feng Zhu's gaze was as cold as ice, twisting his wrist to break free from Bai Yi's grasp. The dagger glinted coldly in the dim light, accurately slicing into the shadow. With a soft hiss, a crystal radiating a ghostly blue light was stripped away. Feng Zhu's lips turned pale instantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he didn't stop, directly placing the crystal into Jiao An's mouth. Without her, Feng Zhu's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. We would all be the yellow-faced mantis's dinner now. The crystal dissolved upon entry, and Jiao An's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The deep, bone-visible wound on her neck began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, as if starlight flowed beneath her skin. Just then, the armored vehicle suddenly slammed to a stop. Qinlai's irritable voice came from the driver's cabin. Damn it, we're stuck. The navigation shows we're going in circles. Bai Yi rushed to the observation window, his pupils suddenly constricting. Outside the window, thick fog had enveloped the area, with countless pairs of yellow glowing eyes faintly visible within the mist. It's the illusion fog. The spatial field of Jiao An has become chaotic. His voice tightened. We may have intruded into the territory of a high-level mutant. Feng Zhu forced himself to stand, the shadow spreading beneath his feet. Everyone, be alert. Qinlai, switch to manual driving mode and follow my directions. His gaze fell on the still, unconscious Jiao An, his voice softening slightly. Keep her safe. The armored vehicle emitted a strained roar and restarted. In the depths of the fog, something was making a chilling, grinding sound, as if countless sighs were sharpening against each other. Dingling, the crisp sound of a bell pierced through the fog, like a ray of dawn in the darkness. The chilling, grinding noise abruptly stopped, as if suppressed by some invisible force. Everyone in the cabin immediately tensed. Lu Zhao tilted his head back and took a swig of liquor, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat as his Adam's apple rolled. He squinted, peering through the bulletproof glass window, faintly seeing several white figures flickering in the mist. Captain, he lowered his voice, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the weapon at his waist. Someone is coming. Those things seem to be retreating. Feng Zhu furrowed his brow slightly, shadows swirling in his eyes. He signaled everyone to remain vigilant while he slowly lowered the window. Chapter 118. I come to hold little Jiao in the cold wind mixed with a strange herbal scent poured into the carriage. And the leading girl in white happened to walk in front of the window. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. Her snow-white robe embroidered with intricate silver patterns, and an ancient copper bell was tied around her waist. When she saw Feng Zhu's face clearly, she was obviously taken aback for a moment. The man's sharp silhouette flickered in the mist, his pitch-black eyes deep and unfathomable, like a drawn blade, dangerous yet mesmerizing. You all. The girl regained her composure, her voice as clear as a bell. Did we accidentally enter a forbidden area? Forbidden area? Bai narrowed his eyes, the lenses flashing with a cold light. This term had never appeared in the mission briefing. The girl's gaze swept across the carriage and suddenly froze when she saw the unconscious Jiao An. Jiao An's pale face appeared especially fragile under the illumination of the emerald healing energy, and there were still traces of dried blood on her slender wrist. She is seriously injured. The girl's tone suddenly became urgent. The miasma outside the forbidden area will erode the wounds. Should we go to our village to rest first? Feng Zhu's fingertips gently tapped on the window frame, shadows silently spreading outside to scout. After a moment, he subtly nodded. At least within 100 meters, the threats had indeed disappeared. Then I'll trouble you. Feng Zhu's voice remained indifferent, but carried an undeniable authority. Please lead the way. As soon as Qinlai heard about the transfer, he immediately volunteered. I'll carry little Jiao An. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his sturdy arms. With this muscle, I can carry 10 of her. Before he finished speaking, Feng Zhu had already blocked him with one hand. I'll do it. Those two short words caused the temperature in the carriage to drop sharply. Captain, you're injured too. Qinlai scratched his head in confusion. I'm strong, and I promise not to drop her. Feng Zhu shot him a cold glance. Your hands are heavy. What do you mean my hands are heavy? Why, he grabbed the back of this naive guy's collar and lowered his voice. Can you be more observant? Can't you see the captain is different with little Jiao An? Qinlai's eyes widened in bewilderment. What's different? Aren't we all teammates? Lu Zhao snickered beside them, almost spitting out his drink. In the end, Feng Zhu carefully picked up Jiao An. The girl was surprisingly light, like a feather that might dissipate at any moment. She unconsciously leaned closer to the heat source, her forehead resting against Feng Zhu's neck, her breath brushing against his prominent Adam's apple. Feng Zhu's body stiffened for a moment. Then he wove shadows into a protective shield, wrapping Jiao An tightly. The white-clad girl watched this scene, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. She shook the copper bell at her waist, and the mist parted to reveal a small path. Follow me. She turned around, her clothes fluttering. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not look back. The group followed the girl through the fog. Qinlai leaned closer to Bai Yi and whispered, This place is eerie. Do you think they might be? Shut up. Bai Yi glared at him. Mind your own mouth. The frontmost Feng Zhu suddenly stopped. Jiao An in his arms stirred slightly, her eyelashes trembling as if she was about to wake up. Just then, faint whispers emerged from the mist, like countless voices murmuring in their ears, Stay. Forever. Stay. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of the bell rang again, and those whispers, like a persistent itch, suddenly vanished. The bell in the white-clad girl's hand emitted a strange glow as she glanced back, her gaze briefly lingering on Xiao and in Fengju's arms. Stay close. Don't be affected. The group quickened their pace, and the mist gradually thinned under the sound of the bell. When they stepped into the archway at the village entrance, the overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly disappeared. It was as if an invisible barrier had isolated the danger outside. Finally, Qinlai let out a long breath, turned around to speak, but suddenly widened his eyes. Little Jiao An, you're awake? This shout was like a thunderclap, startling Xiao An into a stiffened state. She had regained consciousness halfway, but didn't dare to move because she was held in an almost immobilizing position by Fengju. The man's arm was like iron, firmly securing her to his chest. The size difference between the two made this position particularly ambiguous. Xiao An was almost engulfed in his broad chest, the faint smell of blood and the cold scent of pine enveloping her nose. She had originally planned to wake up naturally, but Qinlai's shout disrupted all her plans. Fengju immediately lowered his head, his scarlet eyes sharp as a blood-stained blade, piercing straight at the person in his arms. His sculpted face bore no expression, and his jawline was taut. Xiao An felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze, stammering, "Captain, I." Before she could finish, a large, bony hand suddenly pressed against the back of her head, pushing her back into his chest. Fengju's voice was as cold as ice. "Don't move." Xiao An immediately froze. She could feel the faint blue energy flowing within her, repairing every injury. What made her heart race even more was the powerful vibration coming from Fengju's chest through her combat suit. The energy block had not yet been fully absorbed. Beside them, Qinlai scratched his head. "Captain, how about I take over?" "Shut up." Bai Yi, unable to contain himself any longer, kicked him. The white-clad girl took all of this in, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Please, this way." She led everyone to a simple inn. "Rest first. If you need anything, you can ring the copper bell at the door." Though the room was modest, it was exceptionally clean, with the wooden floor exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. Fengju placed Xiao An on the bed, his movements incredibly gentle. Xiao An tightly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep, yet she could clearly feel the man's burning gaze lingering on her face. "Bai Yi, go investigate the situation in the village." Fengju straightened up, shadows spreading beneath his feet. "Lu Zhao, check the surrounding environment." The two took their orders and left. Qinlai leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Boss, what should I do?" Fengju shot him a cold glance. "Check your status." After the others left, Xiao An quietly opened her eyes, meeting Qinlai's somewhat amused gaze. "Little Xiao An, how are you?" Xiao An glanced in Fengju's direction, her ears heating up, and quickly changed the subject. "This village is so quiet." Is indeed eerily quiet. There were no crowing roosters or barking dogs, no children's laughter, and even the sound of the wind was absent. Qinlai adjusted the detector, his frown deepening. "The energy readings are abnormal. The healing array is ineffective. The whole village seems to be wrapped in something." Meanwhile, Bai Yi, walking along the village path, suddenly stopped. A series of unusual data reflected on his lenses. Every household had a copper mirror hung on the doorframe, the mirror facing outward, glowing blood red in the evening sun. Chapter 119, it turns out to be just a puppet at the village entrance. The shadow detector in Fengju's hand was emitting a sharp alarm. Qinlai pushed aside a bush and gasped. On the ground outside the archway, there were countless footprints of yellow-faced mantises, but they all lingered outside an invisible boundary, as if blocked by some force, daring not to step over the line. As soon as Xiao An's feet touched the ground, a wave of dizziness hit her. She leaned against the window frame, her pupils suddenly constricting as the sky outside turned a morbid dark red, resembling diluted blood. Strangely, the houses in the village did not cast shadows under the setting sun, as if everything was an illusory projection. "Something's wrong," she muttered to herself, her fingers unconsciously gripping the wooden window frame tightly. A faint sound of fabric rubbing came from behind her. Xiao An could feel Fengju's sharp gaze fixed on her back without turning around, the intensity of his stare making the hair on the back of her neck stand up. "I'm Fine." She reflexively turned around, almost biting her tongue. The energy block has been absorbed almost completely, really. To prove her words, Jiao An quickly pulled out 2 spirit cores from her pocket. The azure crystals glimmered slightly in her palm. As she activated her telekinetic power, the spirit cores dissolved at a visible speed, turning into flowing light that disappeared into her fingertips. Damn! Qinlai rushed over, his eyes nearly popping out. Little Jiao An, are you crazy? This is a B-rank spirit core. Jiao An was stunned by a shout, her fingers still in the absorption position. Isn't this how spirit cores are used? Of course not. Qinlai gestured in exasperation. A spirit core could be exchanged for 2 bottles of supplements in the official store, enough for you to use 2 or 3 times. Direct absorption is too wasteful. The conversion rate is less than 30. Only then did Jiao An realize. She remembered that Zhong Tian had indeed mentioned the official store. But at that time, she wasn't an official member, and the points accumulated from life and death experiences couldn't be used at all. The girl bit her lip in frustration, making her look like a little animal that had done something wrong. Fengju had somehow already stood beside her, his tall figure casting a shadow that completely enveloped her. After the review is approved, access will be granted. His voice remained cold, yet inexplicably made Jiao An's ears flush. Now, sit back and absorb first. The last word carried an undeniable commanding tone. Just as Jiao An was about to obediently comply, a sharp voice suddenly exploded in her mind. Woman, I just took a nap. How'd you end up in this damn place? Jiao An stumbled, almost falling into Fengju's arms. She steadied herself in a flurry, silently shouting in her heart. Doll, you finally showed up. Humph, if I hadn't sensed you absorbing inferior spirit cores, this queen could have slept for another 3 months. The doll's voice was filled with disdain. Since the last time, the doll seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. According to the system's explanation, the blood-sucking insect race is like this. Every time they sleep, they become stronger. Wait, this place. The doll's voice suddenly turned serious. Get out of here quickly. The doll's tone was more tense than ever. The entire village is a few guests. The girl in white appeared at the doorway at some point, gently shaking the silver bell in her hand. The village chief wants to see you, especially. Her gaze fell on Jiao An, a strange curve forming at the corner of her mouth, this injured young lady. The temperature in the room seemed to drop to freezing point in an instant. Fengju's hand was already resting on the shadow blade at his waist, and Qinlai stood in front of Jiao An without making a sound. Meanwhile, the doll in Jiao An's mind was completely on edge. Doll, what's wrong with you? What is it about this place that scares you so much? Jiao An urgently asked in her heart. Inside the spirit pet space, the pretty and cute ginseng doll suddenly stopped panicking. It tilted its head, a hint of confusion flashing in its golden pupils, and then suddenly rolled with excitement. It turns out to be just a puppet. The doll's voice regained its usual arrogance. Also, that thing was completely destroyed by this queen back then. Jiao An was left confused by its sudden change. What thing? Clarify. With your current level, knowing too much will give you nightmares. The doll licked its lips. In simple terms, these people are all high-level infected beings. This village, no, this so-called forbidden area, should hide quite a secret. Jiao An's fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. As she pretended to tidy her hair, she quickly scanned the room's occupants. Qinlai was checking his weapons, and Fengju's shadow silently roamed the ground. The girl in white stood at the door, wearing a perfect smile. Even the curve of her lips seemed meticulously measured. How many infected beings are there? She asked in a low voice in her mind. The doll's short legs swung slightly, a lot, but it suddenly let out a disdainful sneer. These things are most afraid of my toxins. If it were during the peak of that thing, I might have to put in some effort. But with these inferior products, one bite of toxin is a sure hit. Jiao An's tense nerves relaxed slightly. She shifted her gaze, just in time to meet Fengju's contemplative eyes. The man's scarlet gaze was unfathomable, but strangely, Jiao An seemed to read a hint of inquiry from that gaze. She barely perceptibly nodded and then gently blinked. Fengju frowned slightly, then turned to the girl in white. We have 2 teammates who haven't returned yet. His voice was as cold as ice. Let's wait until they arrive to discuss. The girl's smile remained unchanged, of course. She stepped back to the door, the copper bell at her waist ringing crisply. I'll go prepare some tea and snacks. Once her figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, Qinlai immediately lowered his voice. Boss, this place is very eerie. It's definitely not that simple. And that girl. Shoo. Bai Yi suddenly pushed the door open, his face pale. Lu Zhao followed closely behind, his right hand always resting on the gun handle. Every household. Bai Yi's voice trembled slightly. All have coffins, some are even new. Lu Zhao added, I checked the village boundary. The perimeter is covered with talismans and copper mirrors, and the strangest thing is, he glanced at Jiao An. The patterns of those runes resemble those of cult, the purification and healing talismans of the cult. They should also be resisting something's invasion. The room instantly fell into dead silence. Jiao An felt all eyes on her. She was the only healing type ability user in the team. Go meet the village chief. Feng Zhu suddenly spoke, shadows coalescing into blades beneath his feet. Jiao An, stay close to me. Qinlai urged, it's too dangerous. What if? Chapter 120. Outsiders must live separately by gender. They need healing. Feng Zhu interrupted him, his gaze falling on Jiao An. You know what to do. Jiao An took a deep breath. The doll in her mind was excitedly screaming. Yes, yes, yes. Get closer. Let this queen see which blind fool dares to have designs on you. Just then, the sound of silver bells rang out again in the corridor. Everyone, she smiled at Jiao An, the village chief is ready. This sister, your complexion still doesn't look good. Her pupils suddenly turned into strange vertical slits when she said the last sentence. The doll in the spirit pet space exploded with fur. Playing tricks. Jiao An, agree to her. This queen wants to see what is going on. Just as Jiao An wanted to step forward, Feng Zhu immediately blocked her. His tone indifferent. Please lead the way. The copper bell at the waist of the woman in white jingled crisply with her steps, sounding particularly harsh in the dead silence of the village. Jiao An followed behind Feng Zhu, realizing that the entire village was terrifyingly quiet. No insect chirps, no bird calls, no cooking smoke or human presence, and even the sound of the wind seemed to be isolated by some force. Bai Yi quietly approached Feng Zhu, his voice lowered. I scanned the entire village with a life detector, and there isn't a single living person. His glasses reflected a red light towards the ancestral hall. But all the houses were spotless, and the stoves still had residual warmth. Feng Zhu's shadow silently spread beneath him, like a fine net covering every inch of land they walked on. He had already noticed that the soil here was mixed with some kind of black crystal, making a very faint cracking sound when stepped on. A formation. He suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice. The entire village is a huge ceiling array. The woman in white, walking in front, seemed to hear their conversation and turned back with a strange smile. You have a good eye, esteemed guest. This is our protective measure. After passing through several winding stone paths, a hall with black tiles and red walls suddenly appeared before them. The door was wide open, and inside stood a crowd of people, silent as a graveyard. As they approached, the villagers all turned their heads in unison, their movements so synchronized it was chilling. The elder at the front wore a dark red Zhongshan suit, the fabric shimmering with a blood-like sheen in the moonlight. The wrinkles on his face were deep like ravines, yet his mouth wore an exaggerated smile. Esteemed guests have arrived. We have failed to welcome you. His voice was loud, unlike that of an old man. It has been a long time since the village has been this lively. Please do enjoy a meal. Only then did Jiao An see the scene inside the ancestral hall. The courtyard was filled with 12 immortals tables, each laden with steaming dishes. But strangely, all the dishes were unnaturally bright red. Even the vegetables that should have been green were tinged with an eerie pink. Damn, Qinlai couldn't help but curse, only to be sharply pinched by Bai Yi. Lu Zhao suddenly flashed and silently approached Feng Zhu. Captain, those villagers. His voice was unusually trembling. The fifth one from the left in the third row. Doesn't he look like the missing Iron Hanzhong from Team 3? And the woman on the right is the medic Lin Xiaoyu who went missing 6 months ago. Feng Zhu's gaze suddenly sharpened. He recognized those villagers standing in the shadows of the ancestral hall. At least 5 or 6 were wearing tattered combat uniforms. One of them even wore a standard tactical watch from the military on his wrist. Jiao An. Feng Zhu suddenly spoke, stepping into my shadow. At that moment, the old village chief had already come forward enthusiastically. His walking posture was strange, as if his joints couldn't bend, each step accompanied by a stiff clicking sound. Don't be shy, please take a seat. Especially you, young lady. His murky eyes fixed intently on Jiao An. You look like you need some nutrition. The doll in Jiao An's mind sent a sharp warning. He's detecting your healing energy. That old man is not simple. Jiao An held back the urge to retreat, quietly reaching into her pocket. She felt the silver button that Zhong Tian had given her before leaving, which was said to be something that could save her life at a critical moment. Thank you for the hospitality. Feng Zhu suddenly stepped across and completely blocked Jiao An. The few of them took their seats. Jiao An's fingertips trembled lightly under the table. She stared at the plate of braised pork in front of her, the meat glowing with an eerie fluorescence, the fat forming a web-like pattern. The entire banquet was filled with a sweet, nauseating aroma, like decaying flowers soaking in honey. Eat. Why aren't you eating? The old village chief's voice came from the main table, his open mouth still smeared with some dark red sauce. Our village excels in medicinal cuisine. The surrounding villagers all turned their heads in unison, their necks making a sickening cracking sound. Their whites of the eyes glowed an abnormal yellow under the candlelight. Their pupils shrunk to the size of pinpricks. Jiao An felt a chill run down her spine, and she subtly moved closer to Feng Zhu. The soft strands of her hair brushed against the sharp contours of the man's jaw, carrying a faint scent of roses. Feng Zhu's body tensed instantly, his Adam's apple subtly rolling. Captain! Jiao An leaned her head down, her lips almost touching Feng Zhu's ear. These dishes can't be eaten. I made some antitoxin agents. She quietly slipped a few emerald green crystals into Feng Zhu's palm. The crystals felt warm to the touch, their surfaces shimmering with a unique aura of healing energy. This was the detoxifying agent Jiao An had temporarily condensed from her internal energy. Feng Zhu lowered his gaze at the small object in his palm, and the girl's body temperature seemed to linger on it. He gave a barely noticeable grunt, distributing the crystals to the team members, his movements so quick they nearly left an afterimage. Thank you for the hospitality. Feng Zhu suddenly raised his voice, picking up a seemingly normal vegetable and putting it into his mouth. In the villager's line of sight, that food was instantly swallowed by his shadow, disappearing without a trace. Others followed suit. Qinlai even exaggeratedly smacked his lips, delicious, while secretly stuffing a piece of meat into his tactical pocket. Only then did the villagers turn back, satisfied, and continue their mechanical chewing motions. Jiao An noticed that the things they swallowed didn't even seem to require a swallowing motion. The food simply vanished into the depths of their throats. After the banquet, the old village chief approached, leaning on a wooden cane that echoed hollowly against the ground. There are rules in the village. His gaze stuck to Jiao An. Outsiders must live separately by gender. Feng Zhu's eyes instantly turned cold. He grabbed Jiao An's wrist, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, directly pulled her into his embrace. The warmth of the man's palm pressed against Jiao An's waist, and even through her combat uniform, she could feel the scorching heat. Chapter 121. Can't we, as a couple, live together? Feng Zhu's voice carried a dangerous meaning. Cooper? Qinlai spat out a mouthful of water, only to be harshly stepped on by Bai Yi. The old village chief's smile froze on his face. Sir, please don't joke. You don't look like... Xiao An's heart raced, but she quickly reacted. The girl's delicate white arms wrapped around Feng Zhu's neck, and before anyone could react, she leaned in and quickly brushed her red lips against Feng Zhu's cheek. From the old village chief's perspective, it looked quite intimate. We just got married, Xiao An said shyly, her fingertips trembling slightly from nervousness. Usually, I don't dare to get close in front of others. Feng Zhu's muscles instantly tensed like steel. That kiss was as light as a feather, yet it left a burning sensation on his skin. He instinctively tightened his arm around Xiao An, her soft body fitting perfectly against him, bringing with it a dizzying scent of roses. Do you believe it now? Feng Zhu's voice was hoarse, his eyes a deeper shade of red. The old village chief's cane hit the ground heavily, his face's wrinkles twisting into a grotesque pattern. As a couple, naturally, you can. As he turned, Xiao An clearly saw something wriggling beneath his collar at the back of his neck. Once the guiding villagers left and the door closed, Xiao An quickly sprang away from Feng Zhu's embrace. She looked at Feng Zhu with admiration. Captain, good thing you reacted quickly. You did well too. Feng Zhu interrupted her, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. But if one looked closely, they would notice the unnatural redness at the tips of his ears. Qinlai was holding back laughter, his face turning red. "Boss, I didn't expect you to." His words were cut off by a sharp elbow from Bai Yi. Lu Zhao suddenly lowered his voice. "The wall is breathing." Everyone's nerves instantly tightened. They could see the wooden wall panels indeed had subtle undulations, like the chest of some living creature. Even more frightening, the wood grain was slowly rearranging, gradually forming blurry human faces. The doll screamed in Jiao An's mind. "They are eavesdropping. Keep acting." Jiao An gritted her teeth and suddenly pounced back into Feng Zhu's arms. "Husband, I'm so scared of the dark." Her voice was sweet enough to drip honey. Feng Zhu stiffened all over, and under the watchful eyes of his teammates, trying to suppress their laughter, he forced himself to play along. "I'm here." The wooden faces on the wall seemed to pause for a moment before slowly fading away. At this moment, no one noticed a white shadow flash by outside the window. It was the guiding girl in white, shaking a copper bell silently in her hand. Her mouth grinning from ear to ear. Jiao An was still pressed against Feng Zhu, clearly feeling the tension in his muscles. She pretended to be affectionate, burying her face in the man's shoulder, while her sharp gaze scanned the swaying tree shadows outside the window. A faint sound of the copper bell floated in with the wind, and Jiao An immediately pinched Feng Zhu's lower back. The man stiffened slightly, but the arm around her waist tightened even more, his hot palm transmitting an incredible warmth through her combat uniform. Northwest corner, 30 meters. Feng Zhu's lips were almost touching her ear, his breath carrying the scent of pine, not just one. Jiao An took advantage of adjusting her position to see the moonlight casting 4 or 5 distorted shadows on the bluestone floor. Those shadows had no substance, writhing like mist as they approached the house. She pressed her hand discreetly against the tactical pouch at her waist, where the ice blade filled with poison was hidden. "Those outside must have left, right?" Qinlai's loud voice suddenly boomed. "Captain, why are you still holding each other?" Jiao An felt like she had been electrocuted, springing away from Feng Zhu's embrace, bumping her lower back against the table corner without even feeling the pain. She quickly walked to the window, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead with a hair-tossing motion. Feng Zhu stood still, his expression as cold as ever, only the redness at the tips of his ears betraying something. "That girl in white has a problem," Jiao An whispered, tapping 3 times on the windowsill with her fingertips. This was a common danger signal used by the reconnaissance team. Every time she appeared, there would be a bell sound. Bai Yi adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. The sound wave detection shows that the bell can capture the soul. "We need to get it." Feng Zhu suddenly spoke, the shadows swirling around his feet. "Capture her alive." Everyone nodded in understanding. Qinlai slapped the specially made binding net at his waist, while Lu Zhao silently checked the tranquilizer rounds in his silenced pistol. Jiao An noticed that Feng Zhu always positioned himself between her and the doors and windows, a detail that warmed her heart slightly. Once night fully descended, everyone acted according to plan. Jiao An and Feng Zhu stayed in the main house, pretending to sleep, while the other 3 hid in the dark corners of the courtyard. To avoid drawing attention, Jiao An had to lie down next to Feng Zhu again. The narrow bed made their bodies almost touch, and she could even count the shadows cast by the man's eyelashes. "Your breathing is too heavy," Feng Zhu suddenly said, his voice hoarse. "Relax." Jiao An then realized her heartbeat was frighteningly loud. Just as she adjusted her state, a faint crack sounded from outside the window, like a branch breaking or claws scraping. "Bell, bell." This time, the bell sound was very close, as if it were right against the window paper. Jiao An felt a wave of dizziness, the moonlight in front of her suddenly twisting into a vortex. She instinctively leaned toward the heat source, her back pressing against Feng Zhu's solid chest. "Don't move." Feng Zhu's hand silently covered her eyes, shadows spreading along the edge of the bed. "It's coming." The window paper was soaked with some kind of sticky liquid, gradually revealing the outline of 5 fingertips. Those fingers were abnormally long, each joint twisted outward in an eerie manner. With a tearing sound, a crack appeared in the window, and a bloodshot eyeball was pressed against the gap, staring intently at the 2 on the bed. Feng Zhu's shadow-killing skills suddenly erupted, the pitch-black shadows leaping out like living creatures. In an instant, The spying figure was ensnared and tightened. That pale eyeball didn't even have time to move before it was completely engulfed by the shadows, unable to emit even a single scream. Capture her alive, Feng Zhu ordered coldly, the shadows loosening slightly to reveal the bound girl in white. Her neck was tightly gripped by the black shadow. Her limbs twisted in an unnatural way, yet she continued to struggle, the copper bell at her waist shaking violently, producing a piercing sound. Dingling, dingling. As soon as the bell rang, Jiao An felt a wave of dizziness, the scene before her starting to twist, as if the whole world were spinning. She gritted her teeth to steady herself, alarm bells ringing in her mind. This bell really is a treasure. She acted quickly, the healing halo enveloping her, instantly purifying and bringing people back to their senses. Qinlai, Feng Zhu shouted sharply. Coming. Qinlai darted forward, his strong arm swinging out, the specially made binding net instantly unfurling to cover the girl in white along with the copper bell. Chapter 122. It's their turn to counterattack. The restrictive runes attached to the net rope glowed faintly, forcibly suppressing her psychic fluctuations. The girl in white let out a hoarse growl from her throat, her originally delicate face now twisted in a grimace, with black lines writhing beneath her skin, as if some parasitic entity was struggling. Bai Yi quickly stepped forward, condensing a strand of detection energy at his fingertips to scan her body, his expression suddenly changing. She is not alive. There is a high-level parasitic species inside her. Sure enough, Jiao An stared at the still, trembling bronze bell and said softly, "This bell is not an ordinary magical tool, but a medium to control parasitic entities." Lu Zhao frowned. So, does that mean the entire village's people are all controlled puppets? Feng Zhu's gaze turned cold, and the shadows slowly tightened. Find out the truth. After being bound by the shadow and struggling in vain, the girl in white suddenly opened her mouth, revealing a strange smile. You can't escape. Before her words fell, her body suddenly trembled, and the black lines beneath her skin erupted violently, as if countless tiny insects were frantically crawling under her skin. Not good. She's going to self-destruct. Bai Yi shouted. Feng Zhu reacted quickly. The shadow instantly contracted, forcibly suppressing her mutation. However, at that moment, thud, 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 a heavy drumbeat suddenly came from the direction of the ancestral hall. Immediately, the ground of the entire village began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature was awakening. Jiao An's expression changed. This is bad. We've been discovered. In the distance, the previously silent village had doors and windows pushed open, and countless stiff figures slowly walked out, their eyes glowing with a faint yellow light in the darkness, all staring in the direction of the group. Even more terrifying was the blood-red beam of light shooting up from above the ancestral hall, as if it had opened some forbidden seal. Feng Zhu's expression darkened, coldly ordering, retreat. Get out of here first. Qinlai hoisted the bound girl in white. Lu Zhao quickly cleared the way, while Bai Yi kept a close watch on the detection device, his expression growing increasingly grim. The energy readings are off the charts. Something is about to come out. Right the bell. Jiao An quickly stepped forward and grabbed the fallen silver bell. She could feel a strange pulse coming from inside the bell, as if it were alive. The surface of the bell was covered with intricate runes, glowing with a dark purple light under the moonlight, faintly exuding a sinister aura. Don't touch it. Feng Zhu seized her wrist, his grip strong enough to almost cause her pain. The master weapon recognizes its owner, forcibly taking it will backfire. Jiao An looked up and met his crimson gaze, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening, but she quickly calmed down. But this bell can control the puppets if we don't take it. All the infected in the village will swarm over. Feng Zhu frowned tightly, clearly weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Lu Zhao adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed. Theoretically, the formation of the master weapon can be cracked, but it requires extremely high comprehension and corresponding abilities. He looked at Bai Yi, whose traceability could glimpse the structure of the formation, but cracking it would depend on her own efforts. All eyes focused on Xiao and taking a deep breath. Jiao An's gaze was firm. Let me try. Feng Zhu stared at her for 2 seconds before finally coldly ordering. Bai Yi, prepare. Bai Yi nodded, quickly forming seals with his hands, blue energy threads spreading from his fingertips like a fine web, slowly penetrating into the girl in white's forehead. The girl immediately struggled violently, letting out a piercing scream. "You want to get away with this? This is mine. You all have to die." Cold sweat broke out on Baye's forehead as he gritted his teeth. Jiao An, hurry. The formation structure can only be maintained for 3 seconds. Without hesitation, Jiao An grasped the bronze bell with both hands, closed her eyes, and her consciousness instantly sank into the bell's interior. Buzz. Her spiritual world was suddenly pulled into a dark space, where an extremely complex purple formation appeared before her, with lines writhing like living creatures, exuding a strong repulsive force. SSS level comprehension ability, activate. Jiao An's spiritual power erupted instantly, like a sharp blade, cutting directly into the core of the formation. Outside, everyone saw Jiao An's body tremble violently, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, yet she still held onto the bell tightly. Qin Lai was anxiously stomping his foot. "It's over. If this fails, Jiao An will be seriously injured." "Captain, how about shut up?" Feng Zhu's voice was as cold as ice, but his gaze remained locked on Jiao An, his knuckles turning white from exertion. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, the purple runes on the surface of the bronze bell suddenly collapsing, followed by a sharp wail coming from inside the bell, like the painful scream of a soul being forcibly stripped away. Jiao An suddenly opened her eyes, blood still at the corner of her mouth, but she showed a victorious smile. It worked. The bell trembled slightly in her hand, then completely quieted down, the originally sinister purple light gradually fading, replaced by a soft emerald green. Jiao An's healing energy was seeping in. The girl in white let out a piercing scream, her body convulsing violently, the black lines beneath her skin writhing frantically, as if losing control. "No, it's impossible. How can you?" Before she could finish her words, her body suddenly stiffened, then slumped down like a puppet with its strings cut, the light in her eyes completely extinguished. Bai Yi withdrew his ability, his face pale. Her parasite is dead. Everyone looked at Jiao An in shock. Even the usually calm Feng Zhu showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qin Lai widened his eyes. "Jiao An, how did you do that?" Jiao An wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled weakly. "Just lucky." Feng Zhu stared at her for 2 seconds, then suddenly reached out, gripping the back of her neck and forcing her to look up at him. "Next time, don't act recklessly." His voice was deep and cold, but Jiao An inexplicably sensed a hint of concern. Before she could think further, a sudden tremor shook the ground in the distance. Boom! From the direction of the ancestral hall, the blood-red beam of light suddenly expanded. The ground of the entire village began to crack, and countless shadows crawled out from the fissures, roaring as they surged towards them. "This is bad." Lu Zhao's expression changed drastically. The bell was taken, and the parasitic entities were out of control. Feng Zhu's gaze turned cold, pulling Jiao An behind him as the shadows surged. "Prepare to break through." Jiao An gripped the bronze bell tightly, feeling the power contained within, her gaze resolute. Now, it's their turn to counterattack. Dingling, dingling. The crisp sound of the bell echoed throughout the village. The original turmoil began to quiet down. Quiet. Chapter 123. Duanqi has arrived. The entire village fell into an eerie silence. Qin Lai kicked open the wooden door, and everyone rushed outside. Under the moonlight, countless villagers stood stiffly like puppets. Their eyes were murky and yellow, and black threads could be seen writhing beneath their skin, as if they were soulless husks. Jiao An shook the copper bell in her hand, the crisp sound reverberating through the night. Immediately, the villagers turned their heads in unison, their movements alarmingly synchronized. "TSK, this is really creepy." Jiao An frowned, wondering where these people came from. Bai Yi quickly scanned the surroundings and said in a low voice, "The control time of the bell is limited. We need to act quickly." Qin Lai scratched his head, looking frustrated. "With so many puppets, we can't kill them all. We can't just blow them all up, can we?" Jiao An suddenly smiled mischievously and clapped her hands. "Doll, it's your turn to shine." A crack suddenly opened in the air, and a palm-sized figure jumped out, round and chubby, with 2 tender leaves on its head. resembling a ginseng that had come to life. What the hell? Qin Lai was scared and nearly drew his sword, while Lu Zhao instantly took a fighting stance. Don't be nervous. Jiao An quickly stopped them. This is my spirit pet. Feng Zhu stared at the little figure, his eyebrows slightly raised. Bloodworm mother? Qin Lai's eyes widened. What? The one that can poison an A-level mutant beast with one bite? The little figure, originally proud with its hands on its hips, squinted its eyes suspiciously at Feng Zhu, who had revealed its true identity. You beast man, you have some discerning eyes. Jiao An chuckled awkwardly. It was a coincidence. The doll snorted, floated to Jiao An's front, and extended its tiny hand. 3 servings of braised pork ribs, or no deal. Jiao An's mouth twitched. Deal. Only then did the doll look satisfied and fly into the air. Its originally cute little face suddenly turned serious. It took a deep breath, its body suddenly swelling, the tender leaves transforming into sharp insect wings. Its round belly split open, and a rich purple poisonous mist gushed out, instantly enveloping the entire village. As soon as the controlled villagers came into contact with the poisonous mist, the black threads beneath their skin immediately twisted violently, like burning earthworms, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Within seconds, their bodies went limp like mud, completely losing their ability to move. Bai Yi quickly analyzed the components of the poison, astonished. This toxin specifically targets parasites? The doll folded its insect wings and lazily floated back to Jiao An's shoulder. These low-level puppets think they can act arrogantly in front of this queen? As the last puppet fell, the entire village suddenly shook violently. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the ancestral hall, as if something had shattered. Jiao An looked up and saw the blood-red sky above the village shatter like glass, fragments dissipating into light points. The originally false, peaceful scene faded away, revealing a dilapidated reality. Houses collapsed, weeds overgrown, and rotting beams covered in vines, making the entire village look like it had been abandoned for decades. The formation was broken. Bai Yi adjusted his glasses, the data on the lenses flowing rapidly. It seemed the bell was the core of the formation. Ding! Suddenly, a sound of chains clanking came from deep within the ancestral hall. Feng Zhu's expression hardened, and he quickly pulled Jiao An behind him, shadows swirling around him like living creatures. He signaled to Qin Lai, who immediately understood and marched toward the ancestral hall with his war hammer. Wait! Bai Yi stopped the reckless Qin Lai. There's movement underground. He crouched down, his fingertips gathering a strand of blue energy that flowed through the cracks in the floor. A few seconds later, a seemingly ordinary floor tile emitted a faint glow. There's a mechanism here. Bai Yi stood up, raised an eyebrow at Qin Lai. Brute, it's your turn. Qin Lai grinned. You should have said so earlier. He swung his war hammer and smashed it down on the floor tile. Boom! Debris flew, revealing a dark passage below. The damp, moldy smell mixed with the stench of blood rushed up, making Jiao uncover her nose. Officials. Qin Lai leaned in to take a look and exclaimed. In the basement, 7 or 8 men and women in tattered uniforms were chained up, their faces pale, but their eyes still relatively clear. Hearing the noise, they struggled to lift their heads, and upon seeing Feng Zhu, hope sparked in their eyes. Team Feng. It's Team Feng. A short-haired woman with a hoarse voice urged, Hurry, there's something under the ancestral hall. Before she could finish, the entire basement suddenly shook violently. Crack! The ground split open like a spider web, and a massive claw covered in black scales burst out, heading straight for Qin Lai. Be careful! Feng Zhu's shadow shot out like lightning, colliding fiercely with the claw. Seizing the opportunity, Jiao An dashed toward the basement, gathering healing green light in her hands. Doll, help! Got it. The doll lazily floated over, spitting out several strands of purple silk that wrapped around the chains. The sound of corrosion echoed as the chains dissolved at a visible speed. The imprisoned team members finally broke free, weakly crawling up. The short-haired woman grabbed Jiao An's hand urgently. Hurry! That monster is... Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths, and the entire ancestral hall collapsed with a thunderous crash. In the dust and debris, a pair of crimson vertical pupils slowly lit up, fixated on Jiao An, who was holding the copper bell. Beast man, A hoarse growl reverberated through the ruins. All my puppets are mine. Feng Zhu's shadow instantly expanded, protecting everyone behind him. As the formation shattered, the mental energy that had surged back into their bodies like a tide filled them completely. Feng Zhu's surrounding shadows swelled, and his crimson eyes shone brilliantly amidst the dust. With Jiao An's healing energy aiding him, the mental energy within him circulated endlessly, no longer needing to worry about consumption. At this moment, he was a true killing machine. Boom! The shadow transformed into a massive blade, piercing through the 3-meter-tall, heart-corroding insect monster's chest. The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, its sores bursting, black blood splattering, yet could not break free from the shadow's grasp. Feng Zhu clenched his fingers, and the shadow wriggled as if alive, quickly devouring the monster entirely, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The captain's strength has increased again. Qinlai clicked his tongue. Bai Yi adjusted his glasses. It's not an increase. He can finally unleash his full power. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Jiao An, who was healing the injured. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed from a distance, and more than 10 armored vehicles emblazoned with military insignia sped toward them. As the doors opened, a tall figure dashed out. Jiao An. Duanqi pulled Jiao An in front of him, hands on her shoulders as he checked her from top to bottom. Are you hurt? Is your mental energy exhausted? His brows furrowed, his usually calm voice filled with rare urgency. How could you take on such a task? Do you know how dangerous it is here? Jiao An, feeling dizzy from being shaken, hurriedly waved her hand. Chapter 124. Jealousy. This is jealousy. I'm fine. Really? She stole a glance at Feng Zhu, who was standing stiffly not far away, and whispered, the captain and the others take good care of me. Duanqi then looked up, his gaze colliding with Feng Zhu's from a distance. The air instantly froze. Qinlai realized with a start. What the heck? Is that the 3-star Captain Duanqi? He nudged Bai Yi. Isn't he one of the newly promoted 3-star captains? He asked with Jiao An. Shut up. Bai Yi stepped on his boot. In the arena, Duanqi had already walked up to Feng Zhu. The two equally tall men stood facing each other, one cold as ice, the other sharp as a blade. Captain Feng, Duanqi spoke in an even tone. Jiao An is a newcomer. Taking on an S-level difficulty task isn't suitable, right? Feng Zhu's eyes were still blood red, his voice lower than usual. She did well. That's because she doesn't know fear yet. Duanqi sneered. What if something goes wrong? Shadows silently spread beneath Feng Zhu's feet. I'm here. Just those two simple words made Duanqi's pupils constrict slightly. The pressure between the two was terrifyingly low. Even the officer who had rushed over to report stood frozen, not daring to approach. Jiao An forced herself into the space between the two men. The rescue vehicle is ready. Shall we head back? In the armored vehicle on the way back, Jiao An curled up at her seat, with Feng Zhu resting his eyes on the left and Duanqi checking the mission on the right. When both of them simultaneously handed her recovery potions, her scalp tingled. Thank you. She forced a laugh as she took the 2 bottles, downing them in one go under the intense heat of their gazes. Up front, Qinlai finally couldn't hold back. Little Jiao An, you and Captain Duan, they are partners. Bai Yi suddenly interjected. The data shows that Duanqi and Jiao An are contract partners and have been for 3 years. Feng Zhu opened his eyes. Duanqi raised an eyebrow. Investigating me? Routine background check. Bai Yi said without changing his expression. After all, Jiao An is now our team's healer. Won't be for long. Duanqi leisurely adjusted his gloves. Her healing energy is powerful. I'm applying to have her join my team, and the transfer order will be issued in 3 days. The vehicle was dead silent. Jiao An abruptly looked up. How come I didn't know? Now you do. Duanqi's gaze shifted to Jiao An's face, his tone forceful. Come with me. No more risks. With a soft crack, the cup in Feng Zhu's hand split open with a thin crack. The air inside the armored vehicle seemed to freeze instantly. After Jiao An spoke, the entire compartment fell into an eerie silence. Duanqi's originally gentle gaze suddenly turned cold, and the fingers resting on his knee tightened slightly. Ding! Duanqi's favorability -10. Current favorability 40. The mechanical sound exploded in Jiao An's mind, and she felt darkness wash over her, nearly bouncing up from her seat. This damned favorability system. It's known that Duan Shi, as a 3-star captain, is hard to encounter in the military. And losing favorability after just one meeting is truly nerve-wracking. Duan Shi. Jiao An jolted, almost lunging to grab his wrist. She tilted her face up, her eyes wide, her voice unconsciously carrying a hint of a pout. Don't misunderstand. I have to accumulate enough points and merits. Duan Shi looked down at her hand, gripping his brows slightly furrowed, but ultimately he did not shake her off. How can you quickly advance without taking risks? Jiao An leaned in a bit closer, her hair brushing against his epaulettes. I need to return to the royal city. You want to go back? Duan Kai's pupils constricted, his voice suddenly dropping. He reversed his grip on Jiao An's wrist, the force making her gasp softly. Why the sudden decision to go back? Jiao An rolled her eyes in her mind. The main quest clearly had the words return to the royal city hanging there. If she didn't return, was she supposed to be cannon fodder here? But she still forced out an innocent smile. Some things I need to go back to handle. Crack. The harsh sound of twisting metal exploded in her ears. Jiao An abruptly turned her head, only to see Feng Zhu crushing his tactical cup. Ice water mixed with a few strands of fresh red spilling through his fingers and dripping onto his military boots. The vehicle suddenly fell into absolute silence. Qin Lai's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg, and Bai Ye's hand pushing up his glasses froze in midair. Stop the vehicle. Feng Zhu's voice was as cold as ice. Before the vehicle could stabilize, he yanked the door open and jumped down. The black trench coat drew a sharp arc in the night, disappearing into the shadows of the base in an instant. Captain. Jiao An leaned halfway out of the vehicle's window, the night wind making her hair a mess. Where are you going? The only response was the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. Qin Lai and the others exchanged glances, hurriedly following after. What happened to the captain? Qin Lai jogged to catch up with Bai Yi, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't the mission completed excellently? Bai Yi pinched the bridge of his nose. His eyes behind the lenses filled with the expression of someone who thought this fool was hopeless. Have you ever seen the captain crush a cup? No. Have you ever seen the captain get out of the vehicle early? Definitely not. Bai Yi took a deep breath, grabbing Qin Lai by the collar. So why do you think that when Jiao An spoke to Captain Duan, the captain crushed the cup? Qin Lai blinked, suddenly enlightened. Oh, the captain slipped. Bai Yi was so furious he nearly smashed his glasses. That's jealousy. Jealousy, do you understand? The captain is jealous of Jiao An. Feng Zhu, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Shadows surged silently around him, scaring Bai Yi into immediately shutting up. Back in her dorm, Jiao An submerged herself in hot water, trying to wash away her fatigue. In the mist, she stared blankly at the red marks on her wrist from Duan Shi's grip. His strength was astonishing. System, bring up the character relationship chart. She silently chanted in her heart. A translucent light screen unfolded. Fu Yunsheng, Duan Shi. Favorability 40, Hua Su. Favorability 63. Shun Tingyan. Favorability 61. Detected a male lead available for pursuit. Detected high favorability for the male lead. Binding directly. Feng Zhu. Favorability 60 what? Feng Zhu has become my target for pursuit? Is this broken system for real? Jiao An felt a headache coming on, glancing again at Duan Shi's favorability. TSK, Duan Shi just lost 10 points of favorability. While Jiao An was mumbling to herself, she was suddenly startled by a rapid knocking on the door. Jiao An, open the door. It was Duan Shi's voice. Jiao An hurriedly wrapped herself in a bathrobe, not even having time to dry her wet hair. The moment she opened the door, she gasped. Besides Duan Shi, there were 2 others standing outside, both wearing 3-star captain badges. On the left was Hua Su, and on the right was Shun Tingyan. The 3 of them in their neat uniforms stood out under the corridor lights. What is this? Jiao An instinctively tightened her grip on the collar of her bathrobe. Chapter 125. The man's Azura filled the discussions in the corridor were like boiling water, rising wave after wave. Look, isn't that the newly promoted 3-star captain? A female soldier with a ponytail covered her mouth. Captain Hua just eliminated a mutated nest. He really is as handsome as the rumors say. Captain Shun is even scarier, okay? A male soldier next to her shrank his neck. Last time on a mission, He single-handedly wiped out an entire river of corpse zombies. The crowd parted to make way. On the third-floor balcony, Xiao Yuqing was leaning against the railing in a light blue nightgown. The lights cast a soft glow on her delicate profile, and her hair fluttered gently in the wind, resembling a carefully composed watercolor painting. Xiao Xiao, she must be here for you. Her best friend Lin Xiao excitedly tugged at her sleeve. You're the prettiest in the entire base. Even the inspector praised your excellent genes. Your charm ability is natural. Xiao Yuqing curled the ends of her hair with her fingers, her cheeks flushing slightly. Don't say nonsense. Yet she couldn't help but lower her head to check the pleats of her skirt. When she looked up again, her smile froze on her face. 3 captains were standing in front of the dormitory door on the first floor. That's Xiao An's dormitory. Who is that? Xiao Yuqing's voice suddenly became sharper. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes. Oh, that healing newbie. I heard she got lucky and was assigned to the Fengtian team. She pouted. Just a healer, nothing special, just providing assistance. Her strength is average. Xiao Yuqing stared at the girl in a bathrobe downstairs. Xiao An was flustered, trying to entertain the 3 captains, her hair tips still dripping with water, looking unremarkable. Just a healer. As Xiao Yuqing turned, the hem of her skirt created a sharp arc. Let's go, this is boring. Inside the dormitory, Xiao An looked at the pile of potion bottles on the table, her eyes wide. This is too precious. Huashu smiled as he opened a jade-colored potion. An A-level mental recovery agent. I made it myself. He suddenly leaned closer, his red lips almost touching Xiao An's earlobe. Much better than what Fengtian gave you. Shun Tingyan adjusted his glasses and placed a metal box emitting cold air on the table. Ice Soul battle armor, with corrosion resistance 300 stronger than the standard version. Duanqi finally took out a carved wooden box. Inside lay a silver badge. A pass for the 3-star reserve team. His gaze was intense. With this, my team welcomes you anytime. He clearly hadn't given up, wanting Xiao An to join him. Xiao An's fingers trembled slightly. These supplies were exorbitantly priced in the system mall. Just as she was about to thank him, Duanqi suddenly pressed down on her hand. For this forbidden area mission, your points will triple. He lowered his voice. Once the mall opens, prioritize upgrading your mental core. Don't waste it on frivolous things. Suddenly, exclamations rang out from outside the window. Xiao An turned her head to see a shadow cutting through the morning fog like a blade. Fengtian stood on the rooftop across, his black trench coat rustling. He held a blood-stained cloth bag, coldly staring this way. Looks like someone can't sit still. Huashu chuckled. Shin Tingyan's glasses flashed cold light. The heart-eating worm's crystal core? He really is willing to spend big. Duanqi suddenly stood up and opened the door. Tomorrow at 8, don't be late. He glanced meaningfully outside the window. Some things. Decide after thinking it through. After the 3 left, Xiao An slumped on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A doll jumped out from the spirit pet space, its little paws pawing at the potions. TSK, TSK. The orc's courting methods are really extravagant. Shut up. Xiao An covered her face with a pillow, but then heard a loud crash as a blood-stained cloth bag smashed through her window. Opening it, she was shocked to find an SS-level heart-eating worm king's crystal core, still wrapped in lingering shadow energy. Xiao An's hand shook, and the crystal core rolled to the ground. Suddenly, synchronized gasps came from the corridor. Fengtian stood at her door, his black gloves still stained with blood. Captain, Xiao An's throat felt dry. Fengtian's gaze swept over the table full of gifts, finally landing on that 3-star badge. Tomorrow. His voice was hoarse. Gather at 6. As he turned, the hem of his trench coat brushed against Xiao An's hand, leaving a streak of blood. From afar came a series of screams as the 3-star captain's gifts were swept out the window by shadows. Hey, my treasures! Xiao An watched helplessly as those precious potions and equipment were whisked away, her heart bleeding. She leaned on the windowsill, looking at the scattered supplies on the ground. Wanting to cry, but having no tears, quickly rushing to pick them up. My A-level mental recovery agent. Ice Soul battle armor. The doll squatted on her head, gleefully shaking its feet. These men's Azura fields are really interesting. Jiao An. She sighed deeply and simply lay down to sleep. Whatever will be, will be. The next morning at 6, just as dawn broke, Xiao An arrived punctually at the assembly point. She changed into a light combat suit, her high ponytail tied neatly, making her look refreshing and capable. In the yard, there was only Feng Tian, standing with his back to her in the morning mist, his black uniform outlining a tall figure. Hearing her footsteps, he slightly turned his head, his scarlet eyes particularly striking in the thin fog. "Good morning, Captain." Jiao An jogged over, her smile bright. "Where's everyone?" Feng Tian withdrew his gaze, his voice cold. "It's just the two of us this time." Jiao An was taken aback. "Huh?" Feng Tian had already turned and walked towards the main hall, and Jiao An hurriedly followed. On the way, Feng Tian briefly explained the point situation for this mission. 5,000 points? Jiao An's eyes widened. "Aren't you only supposed to get 10%? Feng Tian replied. "The Forbidden Village mission is rated S, and your contribution accounted for 35. Jiao An gasped. 5,000 points. In the system mall. That was enough for her to exchange for a full set of A-level equipment. Outside the main hall, a huge blue floating screen stretched across the sky, densely displaying various leaderboards. Combat power rankings, mission rankings, newcomer rankings. The data refreshed in real time, dazzling the onlookers. Feng Tian walked straight to the newcomer ranking, his gaze locking onto the very top. "No. 1 Jiao An, healing system, points 5,000 Jiao An." She rubbed her eyes, confirming she wasn't seeing things. Then shockingly pointed at the screen. "I'm first." Feng Tian replied with a sound of affirmation, rare for him to explain. 5,000 points. Breaking the base's record for a newcomer's first mission. Before Jiao An could recover from her shock, a sharp mocking voice came from the side. "It's just luck." Following Captain Feng to pick up scraps. Jiao An turned to see a girl in a pink combat suit crossing her arms and sneering. A few similarly disdainful team members surrounded her, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at Jiao in Chapter 126. The arena prize just a mere support type. And she dares to compete for first place? The girl scoffed. What a misnomer. Jiao An narrowed her eyes, about to speak, when Feng Ju suddenly stepped forward, shadows silently spreading, questioning the points assessment. His voice was as cold as ice. "You can file a complaint at the inspection department." The girl's face turned pale, clearly not expecting Feng Ju to intervene directly. She bit her lip, forcing herself to retort, "I was just speaking the truth. How could a healer like me complete an S-level task alone?" Before Feng Ju could make a move, Jiao An had already stepped forward, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Doll." Whoosh! A flash of white light passed, and a doll resembling a ginseng doll floated in midair, lazily yawning. "What is up? It's so early." The girl in pink first froze, then mocked. "Is this it? A little sprite? Is this considered a battle?" Her words halted abruptly, because the doll suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "You just said, who is just a support type?" In the next second, a terrifying pressure erupted. The girl in pink's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her face as pale as paper. Her teammates retreated in panic, their eyes filled with fear. What kind of little sprite is this? It's clearly the pressure of a bloodthirsty mother insect. Jiao An smiled as she crouched down, looking straight at the trembling girl. "Now, do you still think my title is undeserved?" The girl opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound. "Miss Jiao, hold on." A gentle voice came from the back of the crowd. Jiao An turned to see the girl from the balcony on the 3rd floor, walking towards her. She wore an exquisite white combat uniform, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and her features were picturesque, exuding an elegant aura as she walked. Jiao. Chi seemed to see a savior and immediately pulled at her sleeve pitifully. "Look at them." Jiao gently patted Chi Yu's hand and then smiled apologetically at Jiao An. "I'm sorry. My friend is straightforward and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Jiao An assessed this stunningly beautiful girl before her. The other party's attitude was gentle and her gaze sincere, which made it hard to harbor any malice. Just as she was about to say it was fine, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside the main hall. "Oh, it's so lively." The crowd parted automatically as Luo Qi strode in with a group of people. She wore a fiery red combat uniform, a delicate short whip at her waist, her smile bright, yet somewhat arrogant. Since someone doubts the strength of the top rank, Luo Qi scanned the surroundings, her gaze lingering on Jiao An for a moment. "How about a duel? The winner takes all. Wouldn't that be exciting?" Jiao An's eyelids twitched, murmuring under her breath. Why is she here? Fengju's tone was flat beside her. The Luo family has a huge influence in Zhuke City. If she wants to enter the base, it's just a matter of a word. Jiao An immediately realized that Luo Qi was targeting her. No, to be precise, she was targeting the spectacle. After all, she had experienced this fiery young lady style before. Luo Qi had already walked up to Qiyu, looking down at her. Miss Qi, since you doubt the strength of the top rank, do you dare to accept this duel? Her red lips curled up. I can be the host. Qiyu's face turned from green to white. She had just been stubborn. Did she really want to fight Jiao An? After all, she was from Fengju's team. Seeing this, Xiao gently pressed down on Qiyu's shoulder, speaking softly. Miss Luo is joking. Xiaoyu was just making a joke. How could she really dare to compete with Miss Qiao? Luo Qi raised an eyebrow. Oh, so that means you acknowledge that Jiao An deserves her title? Xiao's smile remained unchanged, of course. The atmosphere momentarily became tense. Luo Qi laughed. Then you really are hopeless. Who are you talking about? I dare to compete. But who doesn't know Jiao and is from Feng's team? In a duel, as long as both parties agree, regardless of the reason, no one can intervene. Feng's team might not be able to manage. Not to mention, isn't there this lady here? Qiyu hesitated, clenching her fists tightly, looking towards Jiao and decided to agree. A duel is fine. Jiao An, do you dare? Everyone was stunned. Fengju's gaze swept over Luo Qi, his voice cold. We have the right to refuse. Luo Qi's eyes flashed with a triumphant smile. Oh, so it turns out you really are undeserving. As she turned to leave, the short whip at her waist intentionally sparked, nearly grazing Jiao An's face. The doll instantly became agitated, but was held down by Jiao An. I agree. Jiao An winked at Fengju, a sly smile curving her lips. These people are relentless. It's better to have a match to teach them a lesson. Fengju looked down at her, the girl's eyes shimmering with a fighting spirit, like a small beast ready to pounce. He moved his fingertips slightly, finally just saying lightly, don't underestimate your opponent. Seeing Jiao An accept the challenge, Luo Qi's red lips curved into a triumphant arc. Great! She raised her hand, sending a spark that exploded into a phoenix pattern in the air. In 3/4 of an hour, at the central training ground, the news spread like wildfire. By the time Jiao An and her group arrived, the area around the training ground was already packed with people. Even team members perched on tree branches to watch the excitement. The bets are open. Newcomer King versus Miss Qi from the Qi family. I'm betting on Qiyu. She's a solid A-class attacker. Nonsense. Jiao An must have something up her sleeve to earn 5,000 points. Amidst the noise, Jiao An lightly leaped onto the arena. Opposite her, Qiyu donned a full set of armor, dual blades glinting coldly in her hands. Since it's a duel, Jiao An suddenly raised her voice. There should be some stakes, right? She tilted her head with a smile. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The audience erupted in excitement. Luo Qi stood up from the VIP seats, her fiery sleeves waving. What do you want? Jiao An lightly tapped her chin, her gaze sweeping over the short knife embedded with blue crystals at Qiyu's waist. I heard the Qi family's frost blade can cut through the bones of B-class mutated beasts. Qiyu's face changed dramatically. You wish. Not brave enough to bet? Jiao An sighed. Then forget it. Bet? Luo Qi suddenly interrupted. Let us add this. She took off the crimson jade bracelet from her wrist and tossed it towards the referee's seat. Our Luo family's phoenix blood should suffice as a stake, right? The entire venue was in an uproar. Even the old man with white hair in the second-floor tea room choked on his tea. Ridiculous. That's a treasure capable of resisting S-class mental attacks. Another elder squinted. Interesting. That little girl has the aura of a mother insect. In the arena, Jiao An was also taken aback by Luo Qi's boldness. She instinctively looked towards Fengju, who subtly nodded. Deal. Jiao An turned to Qiyu. You lost. The frost blade belongs to me. Chapter 127. Enchanting illusion. Qiyu gritted her teeth. What about you? Jiao An took a knife from her waist, the ice spirit blade. This knife could buy 10 of the one in your hand, right? The audience gasped in surprise. The old man with white hair in the tea room suddenly stood up. This girl has such a treasure. A glimmer of greed flashed in Luo Qi's eyes. Good. Best of 3 rounds. Now wait. Fengju suddenly leaped onto the stage, shadows swirling beneath his feet. Let us add another bet. He removed the black bracelet from his wrist and placed it on the referee's table, Shadow Core. These two words detonated the crowd like a bomb. Even the referee stuttered, Feng team, this is too valuable. The Shadow Core is the source of power for shadow assassins, equivalent to a second life. Jiao An looked at Feng Zhu in shock, but saw his crimson eyes fixed on Luo Qi. You lost. The Luo family withdraws from this King City mission selection. Luo Qi's face instantly turned pale. Don't dare to accept? Feng Zhu retorted in Jiao An's earlier tone. Accept. Luo Qi almost squeezed the word out through her teeth. The referee wiped his sweat. The rules are as follows. No fatal or crippling injuries. No use of outside props. Begin. The gong sounded, and Qi Yu's dual blades instantly transformed into a stream of light rushing towards them. But Jiao An remained still, only softly calling out, doll. The snow-white ginseng doll suddenly appeared on her shoulder, blowing a bubble at the charging Qi Yu. Qi Yu's scream pierced the air of the arena. She covered her face and fell to the ground, purple web-like patterns appearing on her originally fair skin. That was the doll's paralyzing toxin, while it wouldn't disfigure her. It was enough to make her cry in pain. You sneak attacked. Qi Yu shrieked hysterically. Referee, she broke the rules. The audience suddenly awakened from their daze, erupting in chaos. One hit kill. A bespectacled team member's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Qi Yu is a level 7. What kind of spirit beast is that? Someone pointed in terror at the floating doll. It could take down an A-level with just a bubble. Jiao An lazily waved her hand, and the doll immediately flew back to her shoulder, deliberately making a face at Qi Yu. The rules state that contract spirit beasts can be used. Jiao An turned to the referee, right? The referee wiped his sweat and flipped through the manual. Yes, it indeed complies with the regulations. You wear. Xiao quickly dashed onto the stage and stuffed an antidote pill into Qi Yu's mouth. When she looked up at Jiao An, a shadowy light flashed in her eyes. Miss Qiao's spirit beast is indeed powerful. Yuer didn't lose unjustly. The purple patterns on Qi Yu's face gradually faded, but she was still gasping in pain. Sister Qiao. She cheated. Qiao soothingly patted her and suddenly stood up. How about I experience Miss Qiao's skills? She removed the jade pendant from her waist and placed it on the referee's table. This concentration jade can accelerate spiritual power recovery. Is it enough of a bet? The audience erupted in astonishment. It was clear to everyone that Xiao was a key trainee of the base, an S-level enchantment type, rumored to be favored even by 3-star captains. Xiao An's eyes lit up. What a good item. Just as she was about to agree, a series of challenges erupted from the audience. I'll join. Bet my Thunderlight dagger. Include me. Betting this toxic compendium. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were eager to try. Jiao An scanned the greedy gazes and suddenly laughed. All right, as long as the bets are substantial. Those who want a challenge can line up. I'll take you one by one. Arrogant. A burly man was the first to jump onto the stage, slamming a massive hammer that shook the ground. B-level power type. Zhou Meng, betting my mountain-shaking hammer. Before Jiao An could speak, a cold snort suddenly came from the tea room. Nonsense. The old man with white hair appeared at the referee's table, waving his sleeve. The arena competition is not a child's play. If you want to fight, do it according to the rules. He glanced meaningfully at Jiao An. Since you want to take on many, let's activate the 100 battles mode. The entire venue went silent. Feng Zhu suddenly stood up, shadows boiling beneath his feet. No? The 100 battles mode is the highest standard challenge of the base. The defender must continuously face all challengers without rest or changing equipment. Historically, only 3 people have succeeded, including Feng Zhu himself. But Jiao An was already squatting in front of the referee's table, studying the mountain of bets. Wow, how many points can this Thunderlight dagger sell for? Is this toxic Compendium A limited edition? Jiao An Feng Zhu's voice was unusually urgent. The girl turned back and winked at him. Don't worry, Captain, I'm very greedy. She turned to the old man. I accept, but with one condition. All who lose to me. She ignited a cluster of green flames at her fingertips. Must bow respectfully when they see me. Luo Qi suddenly crushed the armrest of her chair. Another old man in the tea room suddenly laughed heartily. This girl is quite interesting. Jiao An smiled without answering, just beckoning her first opponent. Come on, big guy, I'm in a hurry. Zhou Meng charged in a rage. The massive hammer whipping up a howling wind. Poof. The doll blew another bubble. Crack. Another crisp sound, another instant kill. The once strong man had completely fallen back, crashing silently to the ground. Jiao An felt it was not enough. She wanted multiple challengers to come at her, so it would end sooner. Until the opponent landed on Xiao Yuqing. Miss Xiao, hello. We both have a surname Xiao. My name is Xiao Yuqing. Please take care of me. The next second, on the stage, purple mist enveloped Xiao An completely. Xiao Yuqing stood outside the mist, her lips curling into a confident arc. Her enchanting illusion had never missed unless against an S-level or above mental-type strongman. Otherwise, escape was impossible. Miss Xiao, enjoy yourself, she whispered softly, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. Inside the illusion, Xiao An stood in a hazy purple world. It was terrifyingly quiet. The previously noisy arena sounds had completely vanished. She blinked and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Doll? No response. Suddenly, the mist surged, and a tall figure walked slowly towards her. Little Jiao An. The man's voice was deep and gentle. Jiao An's pupils constricted. It was Fu Yunqing. He wore a loose white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing his delicate collarbone. His usually indifferent eyes were now filled with a smile as he extended his hand towards her. Come here. Jiao An stood frozen. Before she could react, another figure stepped out of the mist. Duan Shi, dressed in a crisp military uniform, the belt accentuating his slim waist. He knelt on one knee, took Jiao An's hand, and gently kissed it. Come with me, okay? Next was Shun Tingyan, his phoenix eyes slightly squinted beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, his fingertips lifting her chin. And come to me. Chapter 128. Rage of the Beings. In the end, there were some extras. Fiery red hair brushed against Joanne's neck, her red lips almost touching her earlobe. Brother will take you to have some thrilling fun. For men, each with distinct yet equally charming styles, surrounded her, their warm breaths intertwining, filling the air with an ambiguous sweet fragrance. Their hands caressed her hair tips, waist, and wrists with an enticing force. Do you like it? Fu Yunqing's lips nearly brushed her forehead. Touch me. Duan Shi pulled her hand to press against his chest. Don't choose them. Shun Tingyan bit a strand of her hair. Huashu directly wrapped his arms around her waist. You ungrateful little thing. Didn't you receive my gift last night? Joanne. Outside the arena, the audience was growing impatient. It's been so long without any movement. They must have gotten stuck. Sure enough, without the assistance of spirit pets, healing types are just a vase. Zhou Yuqing's enchanting illusion could control even A-class ferocious beasts, let alone a support type. Fengju stood at the foot of the stage, shadows swirling silently beneath him. His gaze was fixed on the purple mist, his fingertips digging deep into his palm. Qinlai and others had arrived at some point. Qinlai was anxious, jumping up and down. Captain, should we interrupt the match? Bai Yi pressed him down. The Hunter Battles mode does not allow external interference. Luo Qi shook her wine glass proudly. Looks like our top spot is about to change. Inside the illusion, Joanne was cornered by the four handsome men. Choose me. Fu Yunqing pressed against her forehead. Choose me. Duan Qi bit her earlobe. Choose. Stop. Joanne suddenly raised her hand and shouted. The four men froze simultaneously. Joanne sighed and pulled out a small notebook from her pocket. First, Team Leader Fu, your OOC. In the original setting, you wouldn't smile so flirtatiously. Team Duan, your persona is a serious soldier, not a seduction type. Shun Tingyan, you cunning little dragon. Would you really speak like that? Finally, she looked at Huashu. Stinky Fox, you're somewhat accurate, but still very fake. The four illusions instantly froze, cracks appearing on their faces. Joanne clapped her hands. Also, did you forget? Her fingertips suddenly ignited with emerald flames. I hate it when others pry in my memories. The flames surged, and the illusions shattered like glass. On the stage, Zhou Yuqing suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. The purple mist rolled violently, and a figure slowly walked out. Joanne stretched lazily. Is that all? The entire venue fell silent. She tilted her head and looked at the dazed Zhou Yuqing. Your illusion has too many flaws. Suddenly leaning closer to her ear, she added, for example, you don't even know. I don't lack men. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yuqing seemed struck by lightning, her whole body flying backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. The referee trembled as he raised the flag. Zhou An wins. The audience erupted. Feng Zhu's shadow beneath him suddenly calmed down. He looked at the dazzling girl on the stage, his throat moving slightly. Meanwhile, Jiao An was busy counting her spoils when she suddenly heard ding. Feng Zhu's favorability increased. Current 85. She twitched her hand, instinctively looking in Feng Zhu's direction. Why did it increase just like that? Just as Jiao An turned to leave, a hoarse shout came from behind. Wait, I haven't lost yet. She abruptly turned around and saw Zhou Yuqing swaying as she stood up, blood still on her lips. But her eyes were exceptionally fierce. Even more bizarrely, a layer of abnormal dark red halo began to emerge around her. She up. Jiao An's pupils shrank. She was well aware that the force of her earlier strike was enough to keep Zhou Yuqing down. Suddenly, Feng Zhu stood up in the audience, shadows surging toward the stage like a tide. Bai Yi held him down. Captain, the rules of 100 battles mode. Something's wrong with her. Feng Zhu's voice was chilling. On the podium, Luo Qi whispered to the man in black beside her. Give her another dose of blood frenzy. She coldly stared at the stage. Zhou An must die today. The man in black hesitated. But miss continuous injections will make her. If she's ruined, then so be it. Luo Qi gently stroked the crimson jade bracelet on her wrist, just a pawn. On the stage, Zhou Yuqing's pupils had transformed into eerie vertical slits. She wiped away the bloodstains, revealing a twisted smile. Just now. Was just a warm-up. Jiao An keenly noticed her nails lengthening, joints cracking ominously. Even more terrifying was that the opponent's mental fluctuations were increasing geometrically. Are you sure you want to continue? Jiao An took half a step back, quietly summoning her doll. This state will ruin your original strength. Shut up. Zhou Yuqing suddenly screeched, the sound waves shattering the stone pillars at the edge of the stage. She clawed forward, lunging at a speed 10 times faster than before. Jiao An hurriedly dodged, but still had her sleeve torn. Blood dripped down her arm, and she gasped at the darkening wound. Poison? Aren't you supposed to be a seducer? Zhou Yuqing's nails had turned a purplish black, and she obsessively licked the blood from her fingertips. Surprised? This is specially prepared for you. The audience was in an uproar. Just as the referee was about to stop the match, Luo Qi suddenly threw a fire whip that ensnared his neck. Continue. Feng Zhu's shadow finally broke through the barrier of the stage. But just as he was about to leap up, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared in front of him. Kid, pay attention. The old man waved his sleeve, and a transparent barrier suddenly rose around the stage, forming an SS-level absolute domain. She must solve it herself, the old man said meaningfully, otherwise, once Zhou Yuqing explodes, everyone present will perish. On the stage, Jiao An had already suffered 3 poison injuries, and her lips began to turn purple. The doll was jumping anxiously on her shoulder. It's still an illusion. She controlled me, and I can't use poison. Zhou Yuqing tilted her head, admiring her distress. Beg for mercy? You, a cheap whore who relies on men. Rely on men? Jiao An suddenly laughed. Then what do you rely on, monster? A dazzling blue light erupted. All of Jiao An's wounds healed instantly. And even more astonishing was that a green longbow appeared in her hand, its body entwined with blood-colored patterns. Rage of the beings. Another old man in the tea room suddenly stood up. She is the heart of a millennium wood, and she successfully transformed her destined weapon. Jiao An drew the bowstring, an arrow purely composed of healing energy aimed straight at Zhou Yuqing's heart. This arrow will purify all the toxins in your body, including your blood. She tilted her head and smiled. It'll hurt a lot, you know. The arrow flew out. Zhou Yuqing tried to evade, but found herself rooted in place by some force. No. The moment the emerald arrow pierced her chest, Zhou Yuqing let out an inhuman scream. Chapter 129. Standing behind me, a stream of dark blood gushed from her 7 orifices, forcibly expelled toxins and some kind of red potion. Luo Qi's expression changed drastically. Useless. She turned to leave, but was stopped by a guard who had appeared behind her. Miss Luo, where are you going? The guard said, playing with a flame. In the center of the arena, Jiao An looked at the fainted Zhou Yuqing and gently shook her head. Why suffer like this? She turned to the referee. Now, can we announce the results? The venue fell silent. Suddenly, the audience erupted with deafening cheers. Jiao An, Jiao An, Jiao An. Even Feng Zhu slightly curled his lips. Jiao An stood on the platform, sweat trickling down her forehead, but her gaze remained sharp as a knife. The audience below erupted with enthusiastic cheers, while she calmly put away her weapon, her eyes sweeping toward the Luo Qi being escorted by the guards. Let go of me. Who do you think you're to capture me? Luo Qi struggled, her exquisite hairdo already in disarray, yet her arrogance was undiminished. Her finely drawn eyes widened, her voice sharp and piercing. Do you believe I can make the Luo family wipe you out immediately? As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qi had always been fearless. Even being held by two burly guards at this moment, she continued to kick and hit, her expensive dress covered in dirt. Jiao An frowned, about to step forward when she suddenly felt movement beside her. The white-haired old man, who had been quietly observing, finally stepped forward, his snowy beard fluttering in the wind, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Little girl, you have quite a talent, the old man said, approaching Jiao An with a kindly expression. But how did you get into this hot water with the Luo family? He stroked his beard, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. How about this? You become my disciple, and I'll help you resolve this trouble. Jiao An noticed that when the old man spoke, the surrounding crowd collectively gasped. What? Old Qin from the base is actually taking a disciple. How could this be possible? It's known that the top geniuses from all over Zhuke City were directly rejected by him when they came to seek apprenticeship. Each of those geniuses had status and resources and talent as well. Yet he had firmly stated he had no intention of taking disciples in this lifetime, finding it bothersome. So what is happening now? Not only did he suddenly appear at the arena, but he also wants to take a disciple, and by the looks of it, he seems eager. Jiao An didn't answer, looking at the strange old man, her brows furrowing. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Feng Zhu giving her a warning look, and she subtly shook her head, just as Jiao An was about to politely refuse a cold, icy voice cut through the air. She doesn't need anyone else to solve her problems. The voice seemed to carry a tangible chill, instantly silencing the noisy venue. Jiao An turned her head to see Hua Su striding towards her, still wearing his blood-stained battle robe. His silver hair was soaked with sweat, a few strands sticking to his cheek. And the most alarming thing was the fresh bloodstains on his face. She couldn't tell if it was his own or from an enemy. This was a Hua Su she had never seen before. The fox, who always wore a playful smile, now had a gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a suffocating, oppressive aura. He marched up to Jiao An, unceremoniously grabbing her shoulders. Are you hurt? Hua Su's voice was low and tense as he quickly and carefully checked every inch of Jiao An. Does anything hurt? Jiao An was taken aback by his sudden concern, instinctively shaking her head. I'm fine. After confirming Jiao An was unharmed, Hua Su turned his gaze towards Luo Qi, his eyes instantly turning cold. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that Hua Su? Oh my God, he actually came. I heard he had a grudge with the Luo family. Luo Qi's arrogance visibly diminished upon seeing him, but she still forced herself to shout, Hua Su, are you going to take revenge for her? Why? Why are you treating me like this? Hua Su sneered, about to speak when the white-haired old man suddenly interjected. Young man from the Hua family, it's been years, and your temper is still so fierce. He squinted his eyes. What is this girl to you? Worthy of your personal involvement? Hua Su pulled Jiao An behind him, this protective gesture causing another stir among the crowd. He looked directly at the old man, his voice calm but unyielding. She is mine. Those simple 4 words instantly set off a commotion in the venue. Jiao An widened her eyes, unable to believe these words came from Hua Su. What is wrong with this brooding fox? She turned her head and saw Hua Su's profile was tense, with no hint of joking. The white-haired old man laughed heartily. Interesting. Truly interesting. He turned to Jiao An. It seems you don't need my help after all. However, he gave Hua Su a knowing look. Some troubles cannot be solved merely by impulse. Hua Su coldly replied, no need to worry. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a synchronized sound of footsteps suddenly came from afar. A group of guards dressed in Luo family attire quickly approached. the leading man shouting loudly. "Who dares to touch our young lady?" The situation instantly became more complicated. Jiao An felt Hua Su's hand silently tighten around her wrist, while Fengju had quietly positioned himself at her other side. The white-haired old man took a few steps back, adopting a stance of watching a show. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Luo Qi immediately regained her arrogance. "Ha ha! You all deserve to die, all of you. If I can't have it, no one can." A dangerous glint flashed in Hua Su's eyes as he quietly said to Jiao An, "Stand behind me, don't move." As soon as Hua Su finished speaking, a piercing explosion suddenly erupted in the air. His figure left an afterimage in the spectator's eyes as he swiftly grasped Luo Qi's slender neck. The carefully maintained nails of the girl scratched bloody lines on his hand, but they didn't budge the iron grip in the slightest. "No one can hurt her." Hua Su's voice was as cold as ice, each word carrying a chilling intent. "Not even I can." Luo Qi's pupils constricted violently. She had never seen this side of Hua Su. The man who always wore a playful smile now had a chilling, murderous intent in his eyes. She suddenly realized she might have made a fatal mistake. "Taste the explosion potion yourself." Hua Su's left hand accurately reached in her waist pouch, pulling out a gilded glass vial. The liquid inside shimmered with an eerie purple light under the sun. It was the Luo family's secret concoction, burning sutra powder. "No, Hua Su, you can't." Luo Qi's scream was abruptly cut off. Chapter 130. Our date is about to end early. Hua Su pinched her chin and poured the entire bottle of potion into her mouth. A few drops splattered onto her meticulously painted lips, immediately corroding them into tiny blood blisters. The old man with white hair at the side suddenly stood up. "Hua family's brat. Do you know?" "Shut up." Hua Su did not look back as he waved his sleeve, an invisible force pushing the old man back 3 steps. The guards of the Luo family had just drawn their weapons when they collectively fell to their knees, as if a heavy burden pressed on their shoulders. The weaker ones were already bleeding from their mouths and noses, their weapons clattering to the ground. The effects of the potion acted quickly. Under Luo Qi's fair skin appeared spiderweb-like purple-blue veins, a sign that her meridians were breaking apart under the potion's influence. She convulsed on the ground like a fish out of water, her expensive brocade dress torn to shreds by her own grasp. "Why?" Luo Qi coughed out blood with every word for a worthless person. The blood in Hua Su's eyes deepened. He stepped on Luo Qi's wrist, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. "I told you." He leaned down and whispered in her ear, his voice eerily gentle, "Do not touch my people." Jiao An stood frozen in place. She looked at the man who always wore a playful smile, now standing like a god of death amidst the pool of blood. When Luo Qi's scream turned into a hoarse whimper, a warm hand suddenly covered her eyes. "Don't look." Hua Su's voice was close, completely different from before. "You'll have nightmares." Jiao An smelled a faint scent of sandalwood, mixed with the lingering smell of blood. Her heart raced uncontrollably, unsure if it was due to fear or something else. Through her fingers, she saw bloodstains on Hua Su's sleeve, like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. "Young master, please show mercy." A shadow fell from the treetops, and it was actually the leader of the Luo family's dark guards. He knelt heavily, bowing his head. "If the young lady dies here, both families will." Hua Su casually ground his toes, and Luo Qi immediately let out an inhuman scream. "Tell that old ghost Luo." He shook off the blood droplets from his sleeve. "If he dares to reach out again, I don't mind tearing down the ancestral hall of the Luo family and using it for firewood." The dark guard leader's face turned ashen. He knew all too well how terrifying the man before him was. 3 years ago, during the rebellion in the northern border, it was this seemingly carefree young master of the Hua family who single-handedly slaughtered 3,000 rebels with just one sword. "Get lost." Hua Su finally lifted his foot. Luo Qi was picked up by the dark guard like a rag doll, leaving a shocking trail of blood on the ground. The old man with white hair looked over with a complex expression. "If your father knew." "Huh." Hua Su suddenly laughed, causing the old man to unconsciously take half a step back. "You might as well ask how my mother died back then." The scene suddenly fell into silence. Jiao An felt the hand covering her eyes tremble slightly, and she inexplicably reached out to hold Hua Su's wrist. The pulse beneath her palm was alarmingly fast. "Let's go," she said softly. "It's too noisy here." Huasu's body stiffened slightly. When he turned around, he transformed back into the lazy young master of the Hua family. "All right," he elongated his tone, casually removing his blood-stained outer robe and throwing on the ground. Huasu lazily followed behind Jiao An. They had just walked a short distance from the martial arts arena when Jiao An suddenly stopped. She turned around, her gaze burning as she stared at Huasu. "What exactly are you?" Huasu tilted his head, a mischievous smile flickering in his fox-like eyes. "What's wrong? Want to know more about me?" "Don't change the subject." Jiao An frowned. "That Luo family, they should be the local tyrants of Zhuke City, right? You just crippled her?" Huasu picked up the conversation, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. He casually plucked a leaf to play with little Jiao An. "This world is far more complicated than you see." Just as Jiao An was about to press further, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She turned around sharply, only to see an empty street. Huasu's gaze flickered, seemingly unintentionally blocking her side. "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere." Meanwhile, in the shadows outside the martial arts arena, Fengju withdrew his gaze, his expression still indifferent. "Captain, what do you think the Hua family really is? Even the Luo family?" "Shut up," Bai interrupted coldly, glancing warily at Fengju. "Captain, do you need me to investigate?" Fengju turned around expressionlessly. "Everyone, return to training." His voice was as cold as ice, causing frost to form on the ground as he walked. Qinlai shrank his neck. "What's wrong with the captain?" Bai looked at Fengju's departing back, lost in thought. Some things it's best not to ask. On the highest clock tower of Zhuke City, Huasu leaned against the railing, his clothes fluttering. He pointed to a magnificent building in the distance. "Do you see that estate? That's the Luo family." Jiao An followed his finger and suddenly narrowed her pupils. Under the sunset, those buildings formed a giant phoenix totem. 300 years ago, the Luo family was just a vassal of the Hua family. Huasu's voice suddenly turned distant, until they obtained the Zhuke inheritance through despicable means. Jiao An keenly noticed the killing intent that flashed in his eyes when he mentioned despicable means. "Then you." "My mother was the last head of the Hua family." Huasu chuckled lightly, a cluster of azure flames suddenly igniting at his fingertips. "She was also the last true guardian of the Zhuke." In the flames, a phantom of a phoenix reborn from the fire faintly appeared. Jiao An gasped, realizing this was not a power any ordinary beast soul could possess. "So do you understand now?" Huasu suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing past her ear. "Why I'm not afraid of the Luo family." Jiao An's heart skipped a beat, but she forced herself to remain calm. "Then why do you want to be my beast husband with your identity? Do you really not know, or are you just pretending?" Huasu returned to his carefree demeanor, his fingers curling around a strand of her hair. "Forget it. I actually find it quite interesting now." He glanced meaningfully in the direction of the training ground. "Your captain is not an ordinary person either." Just then, a sudden urgent bell rang out from afar. Huasu's expression changed drastically as he pulled Jiao An behind him. "Looks like the old man from the Luo family can't sit still anymore." In the sky, dozens of fireballs were rapidly approaching. The leading old man was stepping on fire clouds, his voice like thunder. "Hua family's brat, you have harmed my Luo family's bloodline. Today, you must pay with your blood." Huasu calmly wiped his fingers and turned to wink at Jiao An. "It seems our date is going to end early." He flicked his fingertip, a golden light entering Jiao An's brow. "Go back. I will have a chat with that old man." "Wait. You." Chapter 131. It chose a new guardian. Joan suddenly opened her eyes and found herself standing on the stone steps outside the administrative hall. The setting sun bathed the entire building in a golden hue, and she instinctively reached for her communicator to contact Huasu, but her fingertips froze in midair. "You don't have to worry. Huasu will be fine." An old voice came from behind her. Joan turned around alertly and saw an old man with white hair leaning on a jade staff, standing under a ginkgo tree. Amidst the fluttering leaves, a knowing smile played on his wrinkled face. "Why?" Joan subconsciously tightened her grip on her clothes, thinking of the Luo family. The old man raised his hand to interrupt her. "Little girl, do you know why the Hua family is no longer in Zhuke City? It's because they come from an even stronger city." He walked closer, the jade staff tapping out a crisp sound on the ground. "Since that kid dared to reveal his identity, he naturally has the means to retreat safely. Joan bit her lip. She remembered the golden mandala on Hua Su's sleeve and the fire in his eyes when he spoke of the last Zhuke guardian. It seems he told you some things, the old man said with a meaningful smile, but that kid definitely hasn't told you everything. The secrets of the Hua family. He suddenly changed the subject. Let's go. Today is the day for your group of newcomers to activate them all. The administrative hall was brightly lit. As Joan followed the old man through the main entrance, four pairs of eyes shot towards them. In the center of the hall stood four young men and women. Among them, a red-haired boy scoffed disdainfully. Another one, coming in through the back door. Silence. The old man's jade staff struck the ground heavily, shaking the air in the entire hall. The top 5 of this newcomer points leaderboard have all arrived. According to tradition, you will be granted the right to activate them all for the first time, and he clapped his hands, and 2 soldiers entered, carrying an object covered with a red cloth. When the red cloth was unveiled, Joan heard gasps of surprise from beside her. It was a human-shaped jade tablet, about 2 meters tall, glowing with a pearly white light. The surface of the jade tablet shimmered like rippling water, and countless tiny golden runes could be seen moving within it. Joan glanced at it and felt her temples throb, as if something was calling out to her soul. "The inheritance jade tablet," exclaimed a bespectacled girl. "Isn't it said that only the seasonal champion can?" The old man nodded with a smile. "That's right. This is a treasure placed by the military at every base, containing the inherited power left over from ancient times." His gaze swept over the 5 of them. Those with high comprehension can awaken their abilities. Those with mediocre talent can at least strengthen their existing capabilities. Joan stared intently at the jade tablet. In her eyes, the golden runes gradually formed a pattern of a phoenix spreading its wings. Suddenly, she recalled what Hua Su had said. "My mother was the last true Zhuke guardian. Each person has 10 minutes. The old man stepped aside. "The 6th comprehender, Joan." The voice of the white-haired old man echoed in the hall. The previous 5 were now slumped against the wall, their faces pale as paper. The red-haired boy still had blood at the corner of his mouth, and the bespectacled girl had half of her glasses shattered, glaring at Joan as she stepped forward. "Putting on a show," someone muttered under their breath. The 5 of them had all been defeated in just 3 minutes, and the situation was extremely embarrassing. Now, only Joan remained, and everyone's gaze unconsciously fell upon her. Joan ignored the mockery. Her full attention was on the human-shaped jade tablet before her. To others, the jade surface was flawless and white, but to her, it flowed with golden patterns like liquid flames. The moment her palm touched the jade tablet, the world suddenly fell silent. Detection of comprehension ability met. Zhuke bloodline resonance. Inheritance space opened. Joan felt herself being pulled into a crimson void. There was no sky, no ground, just endless flames gently enveloping her. The flames licked at her skin, bringing a warm and comforting sensation, like a baby returning to the womb. 300 years. A ethereal female voice came from the depths of the flames. Joan turned towards the sound and saw a beautiful woman in red feathers walking on fire. A bright vermilion mole on her forehead. "You are." Joan's intuition kicked in. The beautiful woman smiled without answering and waved her feathered sleeves. Suddenly, the flames transformed into countless fragments of memories. A swaddled infant was pushed out of a sea of fire, the golden mandala pattern on its forehead flashing briefly. A bloody jade staff was stuck in the center of an altar, the phoenix stone at its tip dim and lifeless. The white-haired old man, in his youth, knelt on scorched earth, cradling a dying Zhuke chick. "Time's up." The beautiful woman suddenly looked up. Someone outside is trying to interrupt the inheritance. In the real world, the red-haired boy was furiously charging towards the jade tablet. That bitch must be cheating. He gathered a sharp ice spike in his palm. "Let me destroy this." Impudent. The white-haired old man's jade staff burst forth with dazzling blue light, but a figure appeared even faster, sealing the red-haired boy's throat with one hand. The ice spike vaporized mysteriously just 3 inches away from the jade tablet, and the boy realized in horror that his powers were being consumed by a force more terrifying. "Captain Feng." The boy struggled to turn his head, meeting Feng Ju's eyes, which had suddenly turned into vertical pupils. In that fleeting moment, The jade tablet emitted a clear phoenix cry. The entire surface of the jade cracked, and crimson golden light burst forth from the crevices. Fengju abruptly released his grip and quickly retreated with the red-haired boy. "Everyone, get down." The white-haired old man raised a blue barrier. Boom! The jade tablet exploded into thousands of light points. In the center of the firestorm, Joan slowly opened her eyes, with a phoenix apparition flapping its wings deep within her pupils. A golden mandala pattern, identical to Huasu's, briefly appeared on her forehead before vanishing. Fire element. Zhuke flame awakened successfully. Acquired innate skill. Nirvana. Passive. The bespectacled girl collapsed on the ground. She absorbed the entire inheritance jade tablet. The white-haired old man trembled with excitement. Not absorbed, but recognized as its master. He looked at the only intact phoenix relief among the jade shards, realizing that this inheritance jade tablet was for fire-type abilities. The Zhuke flame, it truly is. It chose a new guardian. Joan was still immersed in the inherited memories when she suddenly heard Fengju's voice transmission. "Be careful of the observation window on the second floor." She raised her eyes while pretending to tidy her hair. Behind the explosion-proof glass on the second floor of the administrative hall, 3 shadows wearing golden mandala badges were quietly retreating into the shadows. "Capture them alive," the white-haired old man shouted, and the tempered glass of the entire administrative hall shattered in response. Joan felt a sharp pain in her eardrums, but saw 7 blue lights shooting out from the old man's sleeves, darting towards the observation window on the second floor. Chapter 132. Little girl, how many threads of causality are entwined around you? Are you a cultist? Jiao An keenly caught the lingering smell of blood in the air. The old man looked at her in surprise. "Girl, your nose is quite sharp." He flicked his fingers, and a barrier was established, causing the students present to faint instantly and their memories to be swiftly erased. 30 years ago, I recognized the cult faction mandala that bloodily wiped out the spiritual veins in the northern region, even reduced to ashes. Jiao An's pupils constricted. A cult faction? This organization seems quite large. Girl, the old man suddenly leaned in closer, his voice lowered to a whisper. Honestly tell this old man, have you really obtained the inheritance of supernatural abilities? His bony fingers pointed towards Jiao An's heart, where a faint red-gold light shimmered through her clothing. Realizing she couldn't hide it, Jiao An nodded. In that instant, the old man's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly threw out 12 talismans that stuck to the surrounding walls. When the vermilion patterns on the talismans lit up, Jiao An heard the sound of chains clashing in the void. This is the heaven sealing and earth-locking formation. The old man bit his fingertip and drew a blood symbol on Jiao An's forehead, saying, 300 years ago, when the Zhuke guardian fell, Mandala snatched away most of the inheritance. But all these years, I've yet to hear of anyone inheriting those supernatural abilities. Only a few have comprehended new supernatural abilities from it. If the news of your inheritance spreads, he glanced at the shadow on the second floor that was entangled with the blue light. Those madmen will stop at nothing to capture you alive. As if to validate his words, a shadow suddenly self-destructed. Countless golden beetles flew out from the blood mist, and the sound of them gnawing at the barrier was unbearable. Jiao An broke out in a cold sweat. Is it that serious? Worse than you think. The old man suddenly grinned, his expression changing to a playful one. So, little girl, do you want to become my disciple? I'm the only one left who has seen the complete Zhuke inheritance. As he spoke, he took out a charred phoenix wooden tablet. When Jiao An's gaze fell on the golden mandala on the tablet, memories of the inheritance surged. This was clearly the head of the jade staff that was placed in the center of the altar back then. You were there back then. Shoo! The old man suddenly covered her mouth. A crisp sound of ice crystals forming came from outside the barrier. Fengju had somehow stood amidst the swarm of golden beetles, with a ghostly blue ice core floating in his palm. Cold essence. The old man squinted, realizing this kid was indeed related to the dragon tomb in the northern region. The moment Fengju crushed the ice core, the entire second floor was instantly frozen. 3 fleeing shadows turned into ice sculptures, and even the gnawing golden beetles were frozen mid-air. He turned to look at the 2 inside the barrier. his gaze lingering for a moment on the blood symbol on Jiao An's forehead. Captain, don't worry. This kid is more reliable than we imagined. The old man lifted the barrier and suddenly shoved a warm jade slip into Jiao An's hand. Tonight at midnight, drip blood to activate it. As for becoming my disciple. He gestured towards the arriving Fengju. You can consider it later. Fengju stepped on the ice, his black military boots crushing the golden beetles scattered on the ground. He glanced at the unconscious students and suddenly reached out to brush past Jiao An's forehead. The blood symbol was unexpectedly drawn to his fingertips, transforming into an ice crystal earring. Wear this. He attached the earring to Jiao An's right ear, which could conceal the aura of the inherited supernatural ability. Jiao An was about to ask why Fengju was here, but when she met his shadowy red eyes, she felt intimidated. The old man beside them couldn't help but smile at their interaction. First it was the Huajia kid, and now it was Fengju. This little girl really has good luck. So many influential people are around her. I've heard there are also 4 beast husbands. They must be quite significant as well. With the inherited supernatural abilities already having a guardian, it is necessary to meet the superior soon. The white-haired old man suddenly spoke. Fengju nodded in understanding, glanced at Jiao An, and then turned to leave. Jiao An was confused as she was led into a tall tower. When she came to her senses, she was already on a cloud ladder. Not far away, there was actually a floating island. The old man's fingers trembled slightly in his sleeve, and the jade staff made faint clinking sounds. Jiao An keenly noticed that when they stepped onto the floating island, the hair on the back of the old man's neck bristled. Girl, the old man suddenly transmitted a message, his voice taut like a drawn bowstring. No matter what you see later, do not touch anything with golden patterns. Just as Jiao An was about to nod, the cloud ladder beneath her suddenly emitted a mechanical rumble. The entire floating island's outline emerged from the mist. It was actually a metallic structure shaped like a giant tortoise, its shell densely engraved with runes, each line flowing with liquid golden light. Xuanwu Mechanism Beast. Jiao An blurted out. This name inexplicably jumped out from her memories of the inheritance, leaving her stunned. The old man suddenly turned his head, his eyes brightening. How do you know the name of this ancient mechanism technique? Before Jiao An could answer, a crack suddenly opened in the center of the tortoise shell. A blinding white light revealed a young man dressed in a moon-white robe, looking no older than 15 or 16. Yet he wore 7-star command tokens of different colors around his waist. Lord Xiaoyan. The old man bowed respectfully, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I brought the inheritor of supernatural abilities to meet you. The boy, referred to as Lord Xiaoyan, tilted his head and scrutinized Jiao An, suddenly reaching out to pinch her chin. This movement was faster than human limits. Jiao An didn't even see how he moved. Interesting. The boy's fingertips brushed past the ice crystal earring on Jiao An's earlobe, and the cold essence left by Fengju immediately formed defensive ice spikes. The mark of the Northern Region Dragon Clan, the Zhuke inheritance of the Huajia family, and he twitched his nose. Little girl, how many threads of causality are entwined around you? Jiao An felt a chill run down her back. As the boy spoke, she clearly saw his pupils split into hexagons, like the compound eyes of some cold-blooded creature. Come in. The boy turned and walked towards the light seam. The adults are waiting for you. The moment they passed through the light curtain, Jiao An heard an eerie system prompt. High-level energy field detected. Flame of Zhuke entering state. Before her was a crystal palace, with countless translucent pipes intertwining in the dome, flowing with colorful liquid. The most chilling part was that each pipe node was soaking a beating heart. Don't be afraid. The old man transmitted. That's the way traders atone, using hearts to power the base for 30 years, in exchange for their family's safety. At the end of the palace, on a high platform, hung a light cyan veil. A figure could be vaguely seen lying sideways inside, with snow-white hair spread across the entire jade couch. Have the inheritors arrived? A voice from behind the veil, ambiguous in gender, echoed oddly. Lift your head so I can see you. An invisible force compelled Jiao An to tilt her face up. The veil suddenly moved without wind, revealing the true face of the person inside. It was an extraordinarily beautiful face, but the person had fine silver scales at the corners of their eyes and mechanical structures were faintly visible at the neck. The white-haired old man suddenly knelt. "My lord, this child, she—" "I know." The person on the high platform chuckled lightly, raising their hand to point at Jiao An's heart from afar. After all these years, everyone thought the inheritance jade tablet would never have supernatural abilities. Finally, we have waited for this moment. Jiao An suddenly felt a splitting headache. Chapter 133. Lord Azura. Suddenly, Joanna's body was pulled forward by an invisible force, and she was horrified to find that she could not control her limbs at all, like a butterfly trapped in a spider's web, completely at the mercy of the situation. When she was fixed in front of the silver-haired man, the distance between them was so close that they could count each other's eyelashes. The man's beauty was almost otherworldly. His silver hair flowed like satin woven by moonlight, gently swaying in the breeze. His ice-blue eyes seemed to hold 1,000 years of frozen ice, yet sparkled with a heart-stopping brilliance. His thin lips curled into a half-smile, as if he was enjoying her predicament. "What does this mean?" Joanna asked, forcing herself to remain calm, but her voice trembled uncontrollably. She secretly channeled her inner energy to try to break free, only to find that the energy in her meridians was completely frozen. The silver-haired man chuckled softly, his laughter like ice fragments falling into a clear spring. He slowly raised his long, jade-like fingers, lightly brushing Joanna's cheek. The touch felt cold, but carried a chilling pressure. "Are you afraid of me?" he asked softly, his voice intoxicating like age-fine wine. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer, a strand of silver hair falling onto Joanna's shoulder, carrying the fresh scent of cedar. Joanna bit her lip tightly and did not answer. Just then, she suddenly felt a strange mental force invading her body dominantly, roaming through her meridians as if entering a realm without restraint. This power was cold and forceful, as if it intended to uncover all her secrets. "Ugh!" Joanna let out a muffled sound, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She desperately tried to resist, but her efforts felt as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. In that moment, she truly felt the terror of the man before her. He was like an insurmountable mountain, instilling fear. Just as Joanna was about to collapse, the restraints on her body suddenly disappeared. She momentarily did not react, and her body uncontrollably leaned forward, directly falling into the open embrace of the silver-haired man. The close contact made that refreshing aura even clearer, like a pine forest after snow, yet with a hint of cold iron sharpness. The man's chest was unexpectedly warm, and his strong arms securely wrapped around her waist. "Huh!" A pleasant low laugh echoed from above, and Joanna could feel the vibrations in his chest. Was he embracing her? Joanna hurriedly tried to break free, but he held her even tighter. The silver-haired man seemed to enjoy this position, casually waving his other hand. And 3 ancient books radiating powerful mental fluctuations appeared out of thin air, floating before Joanna. The crimson flame burning heaven technique, the green wood longevity scripture, the pure heart healing spectrum. The covers of these 3 ancient books shimmered with golden letters that emitted a strange glow. Joanna gasped in shock. These 3 were all legendary S-rank martial arts techniques, and any one of them would cause a bloodbath in the present world. "Just right for your firewood." And healing abilities, the man whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. Joanna's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never revealed her wood ability to anyone. It was one of her greatest secrets. What shocked her even more was that he seemed to know all about her secretly planned revenge. Surprised? The silver-haired man appeared pleased by her expression, gently lifting her chin with his long fingers, forcing her to meet his enchanting blue gaze. "You're more interesting than I imagined, little one." His voice suddenly became serious. "Within a month, master these 3 techniques, or else." He pressed his fingertips slightly. "The little schemes in your heart will forever remain mere fantasies." Joanna's pupils constricted. She was indeed planning a revenge scheme to return to the royal city. But this should have been known only to her. After all, it was a main storyline task. In the moment their eyes met, Joanna vaguely saw a strange silver light flashing in the man's eyes, a brilliance that seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing her consciousness to start drifting away. Ugh! Joanna suddenly bit her tongue, the taste of blood instantly waking her up as she hurriedly averted her gaze. The silver-haired man raised an eyebrow in surprise, then revealed a genuine smile. Not bad. You managed to break free from my charm technique. He released his hold and gently pushed Joanna away. Remember, a month to master them. I look forward to your performance. As his words fell, the man's figure began to become transparent, ultimately turning into flecks of silver light that dissipated into the air. Only the 3 suspended ancient texts proved that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. Joanna trembled as she took the texts, her expression complex. An elderly figure with white hair approached shakily, his murky eyes flickering with disbelief. He stared intently at the 3 texts in Joanna's hand, his dry fingers trembling uncontrollably. Lord Azura, actually. The elder swallowed hard, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. I have been in Jiao City for 60 years and have never seen him grant anyone a technique, let alone 3S rank ones. Joanna keenly noticed the change in how the elder addressed the man. He had previously called him Lord, but now he referred to him with reverence as Lord Azura. She looked down at the text in her hand, the golden covers vaguely swirling with blood-red patterns, as if they were alive and slightly trembling. Azura? Joanna softly repeated the name, filled with menace, her fingertips unconsciously tightening. Who exactly was he? The elder suddenly coughed violently, glancing around cautiously, and lowered his voice. Be careful with your words. Lord Azura is the last guardian of Jiao City. After the Great War, 300 years ago. As he spoke halfway, the elder seemed to recall something terrifying, shivering suddenly. In any case, to gain his favor is your fortune. Joanna frowned, pondering the implications in the elder's words. She gently caressed the cover of the text and suddenly asked, why a month? What did he mean by what I want to do? The elder's expression grew complex. He hesitated for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. 3 months from now is the once-in-a-decade genius elite competition. Ever since Jiao City was downgraded to a medium city 100 years ago, resources have been dwindling. Although the Luo family is powerful, the elder shook his head, a flash of disgust in his eyes. They rely on their ancestors' achievements to act tyrannically, but refuse to contribute to the city. So Lord Azura wants me to participate in the competition? Joanna keenly caught the key point. Exactly. The elder nodded. The top 10 in the elite competition can enter the talented training camp, which has ancient relics and rare resources. If he can secure a spot, Jiao City will gain more support from the headquarters to combat those. He lowered his voice warily. The increasingly rampant evil cult forces. Joanna contemplated thoughtfully. She suddenly remembered the hearts she had seen soaking in the pipes in the government hall and understood something. Chapter 134 now. It seems to hurt a bit, so the headquarters is now. Giving up on Jiao City? The old man smiled bitterly. With limited resources, the headquarters will naturally prioritize nurturing more promising talents. In recent years, the contestants we've sent to compete haven't even passed the preliminary rounds. His wrinkled face was filled with helplessness. Although Lord Azura is powerful, he is restricted by certain rules and cannot intervene directly. Jiao An was silent for a moment before solemnly putting away the secret manual. All right, I understand. Then there's nothing else. I'll take my leave first. As she turned to leave, the old man suddenly called out to her. Wait. The old man took out a small white jade bottle from his bosom, looking exceptionally exquisite. Lord Azura instructed, this is for your special beast pet, and you can take the remaining one yourself. The moment Jiao An took the jade bottle, the pill inside suddenly buzzed, and her wood-type abilities stirred uncontrollably within her. This reaction shocked her. This pill could actually activate the sealed power within her. Thank you. Jiao An carefully stored the jade bottle, hesitating for a moment before asking, Lord Azura, does he know my beast husbands? The old man's expression changed dramatically at her words, and he shook his head repeatedly. Can't say. Can't say. He anxiously looked around and said, I can only tell you that the Hua family, the Feng family, and your other 2 beast husbands are not simple. A sudden thunderclap erupted in the clear sky, and the old man abruptly stopped as if his throat had been grabbed. He terrifiedly covered his mouth, staggered back a few steps, and fled. Jiao An stood there, even more puzzled. She touched her storage ring, where 3 S-rank secret manuals and a mysterious pill lay. In the distance, the setting sun was blood red, casting a long shadow of her. Upon returning to her residence, Jiao An had just pushed open the door when she saw Hua Su lazily leaning against the window. The silver-haired man was playing with a golden mandala flower, and the moment he saw Jiao An, the flower turned to ashes in his palm. "Have you met that Lord Azura?" Hua Su's tone remained flippant, but Jiao An did not miss the sharp glint that flashed in his eyes. Jiao An did not answer, but took out the pill. Sure enough, Hua Su's expression instantly froze. He swiftly appeared in front of Jiao An, his long fingers tightly gripping the jade bottle. "He even gave you this?" Hua Su's voice was terrifyingly deep, and it seemed he was really planning. Before he could finish, a piercing cry of a phoenix suddenly came from outside the window. Hua Su's face changed dramatically, and he violently pushed open the window. In the distance, the night sky was stained red with fire, and a massive flaming phoenix could be seen struggling in the clouds. The Luo family. Hua Su gritted his teeth. What on earth are they plotting? Jiao An stared in shock at the horizon, suddenly realizing what the 1-month deadline given to her by Azura meant. Behind this seemingly simple elite competition, there was likely a huge conspiracy that could overturn the entire Zhuke city. She looked down at the secret manual in her hand, and the blood-colored patterns on the cover were eerily writhing, forming a blurred date that was exactly the start date of the genius elite competition. Jiao An snorted lightly and raised her eyes to scrutinize Hua Su. The sunset glow outside the window filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a layer of shattered gold on his long hair. She keenly noticed that the bloodstains on Hua Su's cuffs had dried, but a faint smell of rust still lingered in the air. "Hurt?" Jiao An asked casually, but her fingertips unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes. Hua Su was taken aback by her words, and a flicker of surprise crossed his ice-blue eyes. Then, he suddenly seemed to lose all his strength, staggering back a few steps and heavily collapsing onto the sofa. "Ouch," he groaned weakly, pressing a long finger against his chest. "Yes, I'm injured. I can't tell where it hurts, just that my whole body feels uncomfortable." He even pretended to cough a couple of times, his hair slipping off his shoulders with the movement and glinting in the sunlight. Jiao An's heart tightened, and she rushed to him in 2 steps. But just as she got close, she caught a glimpse of a sly curve at the corner of Hua Su's mouth. An absurd thought flashed through her mind. Isn't this just like the green tea guy described in novels? "Where are you hurt? Let me see," Jiao An asked sternly, her fingers already on his clothing. Hua Su immediately covered his collar, dramatically turning away. "No need. You're so busy right now." He lowered his eyelids, his thick eyelashes casting shadows on his face. I can just go back to rest." As he said this, he attempted to get up but accidentally stumbled, falling towards Jiao and instinctively caught him, her palm touching his firm and toned muscles. She then realized that despite Hua Su's seemingly slender figure, every inch of his lines contained explosive strength. This realization made her ears flush, but she still firmly pressed down on his shoulders. "Stop that. Undo your clothes." Isn't it inappropriate?" Hua Su blinked, but his fingers had already leisurely undone the first button. As his clothing slowly opened, his strong chest gradually revealed itself. The scars left from years of battle not only did not detract from his beauty, but instead added a touch of wild charm. Jiao An's gaze uncontrollably followed his collarbone down, sliding over his well-defined abs, finally landing on a fresh wound at his waist. It was a 3-inch long knife wound, with edges tinged with a strange purple hue. "This is called nothing?" Jiao An's voice suddenly rose, her fingers lightly touching the skin around the wound, immediately feeling an abnormal heat. "Poisoned? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hua Su pouted in grievance. It really didn't hurt earlier. Before he could finish, he suddenly started coughing violently, a stream of fresh blood oozing from the corner of his lips. "Now, it seems to hurt a bit." Jiao An was so angry she wanted to hit him, but she quickly took out an antidote pill from her space. Just as she lowered her head to retrieve the medicine, Hua Su suddenly grasped her wrist, flipping over and pinning her onto the sofa. Jiao An was about to explode in anger when she met his suddenly serious gaze. "Don't move." Hua Su's voice was low and tense. "There are people outside." It was then that Jiao An noticed a pitch-black crow perched on the windowsill, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on them. Even more bizarrely, tiny golden patterns could be vaguely seen on the crow's feathers. Huasu's fingers gently moved across Jiao An's palm, writing 2 words, acting. Jiao An understood immediately and raised her voice. Huasu, you green tea guy, what are you pretending to be weak for? As she spoke, she pushed him hard. To her surprise, this time Huasu actually fell to the ground, making a dull thud. He lay on the floor, his hair disheveled, his face visibly paling. Chapter 135. The wood element ability has completely awakened Jiao and flicked her fingertip, and a streak of crimson golden flame shot out, accurately hitting the strange crow outside the window. The moment the flame touched its feathers, the crow let out a piercing shriek and transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into the night, leaving only a few golden threads falling down. Huasu, Jiao An hurriedly turned around and helped the silver-haired man who had collapsed to the ground. His face was as pale as paper, with traces of black blood remaining at the corners of his lips, yet he forced himself to open his ice-blue eyes. I'm fine. Huasu smiled weakly, intentionally nuzzling into Jiao An's arms, his hair falling into her embrace. Just a bit tired. Before he finished speaking, his head tilted to the side, and he fell into a deep sleep. Jiao An carefully helped him onto the bed, her fingers lightly brushing against his pulse. The toxins had indeed been removed, but his inner spiritual energy was in chaos, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. She carefully covered him with a blanket, her fingertips inadvertently grazing his tightly furrowed brows. Even in unconsciousness, this man carried a hint of unease. After confirming that Huasu was okay, Jiao An quietly retreated to the sofa, taking out the small white jade bottle from her space. The bottle glimmered under the moonlight, with mandala patterns faintly visible on its surface. So fragrant, so fragrant. A childish voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Before Jiao An could react, a white figure jumped out from her spirit beast pouch at her waist. The palm-sized snowball doll was staring at her with round, bright eyes, its little nose twitching incessantly. Lady, that. The doll excitedly hopped around on the sofa, its short front paws desperately pointing at the jade bottle. Let me eat it. Jiao An shook the bottle, and the sound of the pill rolling inside could be heard. Are you talking about this? 1,000-year spirit fruit. It's the 1,000-year spirit fruit. The doll's eyes widened in excitement, looking like a fluffy little snowball. If I eat it, I can recover my strength. Seeing the little one's eager gaze, Jiao An unhesitatingly pulled the cork from the bottle. A refreshing fragrance immediately spread, stirring even her wood element ability within her. A golden pill the size of a longan rolled out from the bottom of the bottle, its surface covered in fine natural patterns, pulsating slightly as if it were alive. Here, Jiao An placed the pill in her palm. The doll cheered, picking up the pill, which was bigger than its head, and took a bite. The golden pill melted instantly in its mouth, transforming into a stream of light that flowed into its body. The next moment, boom, a blinding golden light erupted from the little one, countless golden threads bursting forth from each of its fluffy hairs, instantly weaving into an impenetrable cocoon of light. Jiao An was taken aback and reached out to grab it, but saw the light cocoon float up into the air, directly flying back into the spirit beast space. Doll, Jiao An quickly used her spiritual sense to probe the spirit beast space, discovering that the light cocoon was quietly suspended within, emitting stable energy fluctuations. The little one's breath was steady, seemingly just in a deep sleep. Just as Jiao An breathed a sigh of relief, a soft sound suddenly came from behind her. She turned sharply, only to see Huasu sitting up at some point, his ice-blue eyes fixed intently on the empty jade bottle in her hand. You gave it to her? Huasu's voice was unusually hoarse. Jiao An nodded. The doll said it was the 1,000-year spirit fruit. I know, but you actually gave such a treasure to a pet? Huasu propped himself up, his hair slipping from his shoulders, disbelief filling his ice-blue eyes. Jiao An shook the jade bottle. There is still one golden spirit fruit remaining inside. Lord Shura said, this was prepared for the doll. She paused, and there is still one left for me. Huasu's pupils slightly contracted, his gaze wandering over the spirit fruit for a moment. But in the end, he merely sighed softly and lay back down. Jiao An keenly noticed that the fingers hanging at his side unconsciously curled up, as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. "How do you feel?" Jiao An put away the jade bottle and walked to the bedside. "Do you want to rest in your own room?" Before she could finish speaking, Huasu had already slumped back onto the bed, his hair messily spread across the pillow, weakly groaning. "My head is spinning. I feel so weak. I probably can't move." He even deliberately coughed twice, looking at Xiao An with red-rimmed eyes. "Can I lie here for one night?" Xiao An looked at his exaggerated expression, both amused and exasperated. He had just been able to sit up and question her, and now he was acting like a critically ill patient. But seeing his pale complexion and the bandages peeking from under his clothing, she ultimately softened. "Fine." Xiao An turned around and took out the remaining spirit fruit. "I'm going to cultivate. You rest well." The small fruit rolled in her palm, emitting an enticing fragrance. Xiao An sat cross-legged without hesitation and placed it in her mouth. The spirit fruit melted in her throat, transforming into a warm flow that slid into her dantian. Initially, it only produced a slight warmth, but soon, this warmth turned into a surging tide. Xiao An felt her wood element ability ignite like dry tinder, wildly growing and spreading. Those long-sealed meridians were being opened one after another, and spiritual energy surged and roared within. Ugh! Xiao An gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The pain of reconstructing her meridians felt like thousands of needles moving within her body. Her skin began to emit a faint azure glow, her hair moving as if blown by wind. Just as she was about to reach her limit, a cool hand gently pressed on her back. A familiar aura approached, followed by a gentle mental force that combed through her rampaging spiritual energy like a spring breeze. "Relax." Huasu's voice rang in her ear, lacking its usual frivolity, adding a few degrees of steadiness. "Follow my guidance." In her haze, Xiao An felt Huasu's mental force precisely guiding the energy within her body, avoiding vital meridians, gradually expanding new cycles. His technique was surprisingly skilled, as if he knew the structure of her body inside out. The intense pain gradually subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of smoothness. Xiao An's consciousness began to blur, and in the end, she only remembered falling into a warm embrace. Morning light filtered through the sheer curtains as Xiao An slowly opened her eyes. She found herself lying comfortably in bed, covered with a soft brocade quilt. There was no sign of Huasu in the room anymore, only a lingering scent of snow pine by her pillow proving he had indeed been there. Xiao An stretched and was pleasantly surprised to find her spiritual energy flowing extremely smoothly. She opened her palm, and with a slight thought, a ball of emerald green energy leaped into existence, so rich that it almost dripped with water. The wood element ability, which had been sealed for many years, had finally completely awakened. A month. Xiao An remembered Shura's request and quickly took out the 3 volumes of secret manuals. She first opened the Greenwood Longevity Classic, expecting this S-rank technique to be obscure and difficult to understand, but to her surprise, the words and illustrations on the page became incredibly clear in her eyes. Chapter 136. It's about the quota, following the methods recorded in the secret manuals. Xiao An attempted to operate her wood-type ability. Green spiritual power flowed at her fingertips, gradually condensing into the shape of a tender leaf. At the moment the leaf took shape, a profound realization suddenly surged in her heart, and she unexpectedly crossed over the entry-level stage to reach the minor success realm. This. Xiao An looked at her palm in disbelief. Half an hour to enter an S-level cultivation method. This speed was simply astonishing. What she didn't know was that the spiritual fruit given by Shura not only activated her wood-type ability, but also subtly transformed her comprehension. Coupled with the SSS-level comprehension ability gifted by the system, half an hour was all it took. It was a piece of cake. Outside the window, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard. Xiao An took a deep breath and laid out the 3 secret manuals one by one. If the wood-type cultivation method went this smoothly, then what about the other 2 types? She gazed intently at the Crimson Flame Burning Heaven manual, her heart swelling with infinite expectations. Perhaps a month's time was much more ample than she had imagined, and that mysterious Lord Shura would surely be pleasantly surprised. Xiao An shook her head and immersed herself back into her cultivation. Regardless, becoming stronger was the fundamental way to deal with any changes. She closed her eyes, allowing the crimson flames and green light to intertwine around her, gradually entering a state of forgetting both herself and the world. In the Luo family's room, the flickering lights cast shadows. Luo Qi was placed on a soft couch covered with brocade, her originally vibrant face now pale as paper, with dried blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. Thick bandages wrapped around her delicate wrists, yet blood continued to seep out. Family head, you must take responsibility for the young lady. An old man in gray knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. When the young lady was brought back, her meridians were completely severed, and her dantian was damaged. If it weren't for the life-saving pill bestowed by the ancestor. Enough! The head of the Luo family shouted angrily, causing the sandalwood table to shatter in response. He was tall, wearing a dark robe embroidered with dark red vermilion bird patterns. And at this moment, those patterns faintly glowed with a blood light. Have you clarified the matter? Was it really that kid from the Hua family? A man in black stepped forward from the corner. Absolutely true. According to the Dark Guard's report, Hua Su not only attacked the young lady in public, but also forced a detonating agent into her mouth. His voice unconsciously lowered as he spoke. My son, Lady Luo, suddenly fell to her daughter's couch. Her hair disheveled, tears streaming down her face. If your father doesn't take responsibility for you, I'll die in this ancestral hall. Luo Qi weakly opened her eyes, tears instantly soaking her pillow. Hua Su, it's Hua Su, but he was bewitched by a vixen. She struggled to raise her hand, revealing a gruesome burn mark on her wrist. That BTCH is called Jiao An. She yes from the branch base. Dear? Lady Luo turned and grabbed her husband's sleeve, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Listen, why has our Luo family ever suffered such humiliation? If you don't handle this, I'll go back to my family. Slap. A loud slap interrupted her wails. Lady Luo stumbled and fell to the ground, half of her face swelling rapidly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Foolish woman. The head of the Luo family's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Do you think this is a child's play? Since that kid from the Hua family dared to act, there must be backing behind him. The ancestral hall fell silent in an instant. Just then, a guard rushed in a panic. Family head, it's bad. The people sent to the base have all been beaten back. The head of the Luo family's pupils constricted. Explained clearly. The guard knelt down. The Shura lord from the branch made a statement, saying Xiao and is someone he is protecting. If the Luo family dares to reach out again. He swallowed hard. He went T-mind stirring up the waters of Zhuke City. Shura? The head of the Luo family suddenly stood up, the armchair behind him exploding with a loud bang. His temples throbbed, and his hands and his sleeves trembled slightly, not from anger, but from fear. Lady Luo, not understanding, continued to cry out, What's Shura? Our Luo family. Shut up. The head of the Luo family kicked over the table, spilling tea and medicine all over the floor. That's an old monster who entered level 10 years ago. Even the ancestor has to give way to him. The room was silent as a grave. Luo Qi seemed to be frightened in his silence by her father's rage, forgetting to cry. The head of the Luo family took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Why does Shura want to protect that Jiao An? According to the reports, the guard stammered, it's to the elite competition 3 months later, to cultivate her for the competition. Elite competition? The head of the Luo family's brows furrowed tightly, suddenly realizing something, his expression changing dramatically. Not good. He asked after the quota. He abruptly turned around, immediately summoned Luo's son to see me. Lady Luo saw her husband completely disregarding their daughter's injuries and was about to rush over to entangle him. The head of the Luo family's eyes flashed coldly, and a red light shot out from his sleeve, sending her crashing against the wall. If you dare to say more, don't blame me for being heartless. On the couch, Luo Qi watched this scene, her tears gradually replaced by resentment and hatred. She quietly clenched the golden talisman hidden under her pillow, a life-saving object given to her by the ancestor. And her last trump card, Jiao An. She silently repeated the name in her heart, her nails digging deep into her palm. I want you to suffer a fate worse than death. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the Luo family's back mountain. A young man, resembling the head of the Luo family by 70%, slowly opened his eyes. The water mirror before him was showing everything happening in the room. Shura, Hua family. The young man's lips curled into a strange smile. Is this game finally coming to an end? The moment Luo's son stepped into the study, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees. He was tall and slender, with a stern face, a sharp glint in his brows. Resembling the head of the Luo family, but darker in demeanor. He wore a dark red robe, and as he walked, the fabric moved as if blown by wind. Findi hadieting a mur de roue aura. The head of the Luo family's previously somber face brightened upon seeing Luo's son, a hint of relief and pride flashing in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward, patting Luo's son's shoulder, his tone filled with pride. Son, you finally emerged from seclusion. Luo's son responded lightly, his gaze sweeping over the study's furnishings before finally landing on his father. You summoned me in haste for the elite competition? The head of the Luo family nodded, his smile dimming slightly as he lowered his voice. You should have heard about your sister's situation, right? Luo's son's lips curled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although Luo Qi was foolish, there was no reason for his sister to be bullied. This matter absolutely could not be let go. The Luo family was not without support, and such disgrace was clearly a slap in the face to the Luo family.